What is the experience of time travel? I'm afraid that only those who have experienced it can accurately describe it. But even those who have really traveled through time may not be able to describe it, such as a certain unlucky person living on the 11th floor. So why did Diane fly? Fuck, what is this for? Is this still in China? In the dense forest where few people go, a white-haired, hunched-back person who looks like an elderly person asked blankly. But unfortunately, except for startling the birds in the woods, no one answered her question. No, why did my voice become like this? Raising her hand, she saw not the broad palm of the past, but a pair of slender and extremely pale hands. These hands slowly trembled and tremblingly groped towards the lower body. Hee hee, ha, I know. What is it called wanting to cry, but no tears? This is called wanting to cry, but no tears. Who would have thought that I would be lucky when I was staying at home, and it happened on the 10th floor? Wait, maybe I'm dreaming. After all, lucky travel and time travel are only in dreams. Yes, that's right, I am dreaming. A crisp slap sounded in the dense forest. The intense pain surged in the mind of the woman with a red and swollen face, making her cover her face. She proved with her actual actions that she had indeed traveled through time and space, and she had traveled through time and space as a woman. Still a white-haired. Looking at the slightly dry white hair in front of her, the woman only hoped that the original owner would not have any disease. Otherwise, she would really have the urge to start over again. Although it is better to live than to die, if life is really too hard, death is a relief. At least for the woman at this moment. Since I've traveled through time, should the golden finger appear next? System? Are you there? System Master, are you there? But no matter how the woman asked, there was no ding sound when the system started up. It was as if she didn't have a system. Well, I don't have a system. After a series of unwillingness, the woman still accepted the reality. Otherwise, what else could she do? Really restart? At least, the woman felt that she should be able to struggle again. At least, she should figure out her current situation, right? So what is the situation now? The woman looked around. There was nothing else except the towering trees. And such thick trees, no matter how you look at it, they must be in the primeval forest, right? After that, the woman finally thought of checking her body. But she found that her body seemed to have albinism. Not only the hair, but also the skin was pale. In addition, her body was not as healthy as she imagined. Not to mention having a normal figure, it could be said to be skinny. It was as if there was no flesh on her body, just skin and bones. Hee, I should have noticed it earlier. The woman laughed bitterly. She had long discovered that although her voice was obviously a woman's voice, it was very hoarse, as if someone had cut her throat. Now, she really took the restart to heart. In this state, could she still walk out of the jungle alive? Perhaps she should pray that the beasts in the jungle will let her go when they see that she has no flesh on her body. What else can she do? Of course, struggle again. Before she was completely desperate, the woman still felt that she should not give up so early. If she really chose to restart, she could not guarantee that she could really restart. After all, this time a crossing was someone rushing for performance, which had little to do with her. So, unless a big fortune appeared here and now, she would never restart easily. In the end, the woman still took her trembling legs and walked forward in a random direction. It seemed that because the surrounding woods were too dense, the sunlight that could be projected from above was very scarce, making the entire woods look very dim. But strangely, even in the dim environment, the woman seemed to be unaffected, accurately avoiding the protruding tree roots under her feet, the branches that suddenly appeared in front of her, and the vines, until her body accidentally shone on a ray of sunlight shining from above due to the shaking of leaves. Puffed just like a bowl of water poured on burning hot oil, wisps of white smoke came out of the woman's body, where she cried out in pain, and her body subconsciously curled up on the ground, and thus she was out of the place where the sun was shining. But even so, she subconsciously kept moving her legs, allowing herself to cocoon under the tree roots, where she shivered. What was that? What was that just now? The woman had not yet recovered from the severe pain. Her mind was full of the pain of her body smoking just now, and then it seemed to melt and burn. Sunlight? I was exposed to the sun just now? Then white smoke came out of my body, and the place where the white smoke came out was like being poured with boiling hot oil. So my body can't touch the sun? Ghost, werewolf, or vampire. Subconsciously, the woman thought she was not a human. After all, normally speaking, which human would have such a big reaction to the sun? The woman touched her back with trembling hands, the place where the sun just shone. But except for the smooth skin and tattered clothes, there was no sign of wounds. But she was sure that her back was definitely injured just now. And it was not light. Such a fast recovery speed. It seems that I'm really a ghost, vampire, or werewolf. The woman carefully felt her body again. She just confirmed her condition just now. This time, she wanted to check her body more carefully to determine what she was. The nails can grow longer or shorter, and there are canines in her mouth that can be retracted and released at will. The woman's left hand kept making an eagle claw shape and then released, and the slender nails kept extending and retracting. At the same time, the other hand also touched the teeth in her mouth, especially the sharp teeth. First of all, ghosts can be ruled out. As for whether it is a vampire or a werewolf, further confirmation is needed. This can be said to be good news for the woman. After all, she almost died in the light just now. It really looks like a man-eating hungry ghost in a certain demon slayer. It's good if it's not. Otherwise, she is really afraid that she will lose her memory one day and become no longer herself. Otherwise, she will really restart. Chapter 2. Lilith was either a vampire or a werewolf. Of course, there was a possibility that she belonged to another race entirely. However, the likelihood of her being one of these two species was considerably higher. After all, in her recollection, there were not many races that perished in sunlight. The foremost candidates that came to mind were precisely these two. Moreover, her existing characteristics seemed to align quite closely with her preconceived notions of vampires and werewolves. But if I were a werewolf, would I transform? The woman considered this question of utmost significance. If the transformation were uncontrollable, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, one would think that such fantastical creatures ought to possess striking beauty and allure. Why then did she feel somewhat unappealing? Her hair appeared brittle, her form lacked substance, and her posture was so hunched that she seemed as though she had been starving for centuries. Could it be that she truly had gone without sustenance for so long? As thoughts of hunger and food crossed her mind, an irresistible aroma wafted into her nostrils, flooding her brain and causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. What is happening? This tantalizing scent, this overwhelming urge. Crimson eyes emerged from her disheveled hair, scanning her surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, a pack of ravenous wolves had encircled her, their malice unmistakable. Before their arrival, she had been entirely oblivious to their presence. It was not a matter of poor eyesight. Rather, her lack of vigilance had been her downfall. Yet, in this moment, consumed by the instinct to hunt, she could no longer ponder such matters. Her mind was singularly focused on one thought: to devour them. How with her white hair and blood-red eyes, she resembled a specter. If she were human, onlookers would likely flee in terror at the sight. However, as animals, the wolves bore no concept of ghosts. Nonetheless, the ravenous and greedy glint in the woman's eyes unsettled the pack. Yet, upon assessing their lone adversary and then themselves, they thought, 3 against 1. The advantage lies with us. But before they could pounce on their prey, she lunged at them first, exhibiting a ferocity that surpassed their own. The manner in which she hunted seemed to strip away her humanity. On all fours, she resembled a beast. She charged at the nearest wolf, disregarding its fangs snapping at her shoulder, and opened her mouth wide, her canines elongated, sinking them into the wolf's neck. Gulp, gulp, a torrent of warm blood surged into her mouth, greedily swallowed, and her crimson eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. The remaining 2 wolves, witnessing this scene, found themselves at a loss as to how to proceed. However, the companion that had been bitten also clung to the prey's shoulder. In their memory, any creature captured in such a manner would not merely lose its will to resist. At the very least, one of its forelimbs would be rendered useless. Most importantly, in the wild, every morsel of food is invaluable, and they were reluctant to relinquish their quarry unless absolutely necessary. Thus, one of the remaining 2 famished wolves sank its teeth into the calf of the white-haired woman, tugging relentlessly, while the other lunged for her neck. What they did not anticipate was that when one wolf latched onto the woman's neck, she released the wolf she had been gripping tightly and seized the ravenous creature by its neck, wrenching it away from her. In a swift motion, she bit into the wolf's neck. A geyser of blood surged into her mouth, which she continuously swallowed. Meanwhile, the wolf she had released transformed into a lifeless husk, devoid of blood. It was only at this moment that the last wolf realized something was amiss and fled with its tail between its legs. A few seconds later, the white-haired woman released the blood-drained wolf's corpse and turned her gaze towards the dense jungle behind her. What a pity! Wiping her mouth with her thumb and observing the blood on her fingers, she instinctively extended her delicate tongue to slowly lick them clean. Perhaps due to the nourishment from the blood, she felt unexpectedly invigorated. Her hair gleamed, her skin became smooth, her physique grew fuller, and she could stand upright. She appeared to have transformed from a frail elderly woman into a vibrant youth brimming with life. She stretched languidly, revealing a glimpse of her fair abdomen and exquisite navel beneath her tattered garments. I have never felt better. It seemed that the consumption of blood, even that of animals, had allowed her to overcome her initial weakness. Moreover, this act of sanguine ingestion revitalized her body and bestowed upon her newfound awareness. For instance, she now comprehended her own lineage. A vampire, a creature that feasts on blood, eternally youthful and beautiful, unaging and undying. Of course, she was not without her vulnerabilities. She possessed all the weaknesses traditionally attributed to vampires, a fear of sunlight, silver, and garlic. Additionally, crucifixes and holy water posed a significant threat to her. Although it appeared she had acquired an immortal existence and enviable beauty, the thought of her numerous weaknesses rendered the value of such a life uncertain. What more could she desire? Furthermore, she was not confined to being a mere vampire. Though there were no mirrors, she knew she must look exceedingly beautiful at this moment. Her appearance undoubtedly at the pinnacle of human beauty, or perhaps even the apex among all humanoid beings. This insight stemmed from her bloodline. Moreover, her lineage revealed to her that although she was a vampire, it seemed she was the only one of her kind in this world due to the absence of other vampires. Consequently, all limits imposed by her bloodline were lifted. In her recollection, vampires were mere creations of the bloodline, enslaved beings. The majority of vampires served as instruments for the bloodline to harvest blood and were expendable pawns during times of war. Only a select few vampires were chosen by the bloodline to serve closely by their side. Simply put, vampires were regarded as lesser beings, scarcely above the status of swine or dogs within the bloodline. However, liberated from the constraints of lineage, she could now exploit the advantages of being a vampire to seize the blood of other creatures for her own growth, ultimately evolving into a true member of the bloodline, perhaps even ascending to the ranks of nobility. Thus, from this day forth, she would be known as Lilith. In the world outside, one's identity is self-bestowed. Since this realm lacks vampires, she would henceforth be the progenitor of vampires, Lilith. Chapter 3. Shadow Wolf. What should be the next course of action? Should Lilith develop her strength within this forest or seek a way to venture beyond its confines to ascertain her surroundings? These are the two choices that lie before her. However, to be candid, Lilith is reluctant to engage with the inhabitants of this world so soon. Although she is a vampire, a most renowned immortal being, she is acutely aware of the significant drawbacks that accompany her existence. Exposure would render her a target. Yet, to transcend the limitations of vampirism, she must first evolve into a bloodline vampire. As the progenitors of vampires, bloodline vampires represent an almost flawless existence, immortal, unafraid of sunlight, garlic, silver, and other such substances, with only holy water serving as a mild deterrent. However, this is not a flaw inherent to them, but rather a commonality shared by all races deemed heretical by the Church. In addition to these attributes, bloodline vampires possess formidable magical potential. Nearly every bloodline vampire is an exceptional sorcerer, growing stronger with each passing year. The nobility among them only become more powerful over time. Otherwise, becoming a bloodline vampire would not be Lilith's aspiration. The pressing concern remains: can the blood of mere animals sustain her evolution into a bloodline vampire? This is what weighs heavily on her mind. Blood serves not only as sustenance for vampires, but also as a source of power. The strength drawn from blood is proportional to the spiritual potency of the being from which it originates. The meager energy provided by unintelligent beasts is scarcely sufficient for anything beyond basic survival. Nevertheless, Lilith currently finds herself as one of the most rudimentary vampires. Even the blood of ordinary beasts is a rare delicacy for her. Until the efficacy of the beast's blood wanes, she cannot afford to abandon this forest. After contemplating her situation, she resolves that caution is prudent. The unknown dangers that lie beyond, coupled with her own fragility, leave her without the confidence to step outside. It is fortuitous that she has traversed into this secluded forest. She must cherish this stroke of luck. Having decided to hunt within the forest, Lilith's gaze falls upon the two withered wolf corpses on the ground. Her hunting efficiency alone is lacking, although she feels slightly strengthened after consuming the blood of two wolves. Having additional companions would significantly enhance her efforts compared to solitary endeavors. Coincidentally, her bloodline's memories contain knowledge of how to create thralls. While it may be a challenge to revive two, it is worth attempting. Lilith slices her wrist, crimson blood flowing from her slender arm and dripping onto the wolf carcasses. As her blood falls, the wolf bodies do not revive. Instead, they begin to disintegrate as if corroded. Ultimately, the two wolf carcasses dissolve into a pool of blood, merging into the shadows cast by Lilith. Lilith's pallid complexion grew even more ghastly. This latest bout of bloodletting could be likened to the blood she had just consumed being expelled from her body, rendering her even weaker. Her body swayed momentarily before she leaned against the roots of a grand tree and sat down. "Go, bring me my prey." As soon as Lilith's command echoed in the air, a shadow at her feet flickered, and a slender shadow detached itself, vanishing into the depths of the forest. At this moment, she could only send out a shadow wolf to hunt. Without another's protection, she felt a profound sense of insecurity. Lilith let out a bitter laugh. Indeed, attempting to create two shadow wolves in one breath was rather ambitious. Though shadow wolves are considered the most rudimentary of a vampire's minions and are not particularly difficult to conjure, one must consider Lilith's current state. It was uncertain whether it was the daylight or the significant loss of blood that rendered her drowsy, as if she longed to surrender to sleep. However, she was acutely aware that if she succumbed, she might truly fall into a deep slumber, unless her shadow wolf returned with a substantial bounty to rouse her. Awakening autonomously would prove difficult. Just as Lilith was mustering her dwindling energy, the bushes in the distance began to rustle, hinting at the approach of a large creature. Yet, she remained unperturbed, for her instincts informed her that her shadow wolf was returning with prey. Indeed, it was not long before a creature, roughly the size of an ordinary forest wolf but entirely cloaked in black, save for its blood-red eyes, appeared, dragging a wild boar with a punctured throat before her. Observing the freshly deceased boar, Lilith's lips twitched slightly. Next time, aim for the head. Avoid severing the carotid artery. The blood has all drained out. However, the shadow wolf merely tilted its head in confusion, its eyes reflecting utter perplexity. "Oh well, why am I even trying to reason with you?" Lilith sighed, her forehead creased. The intelligence of the shadow wolf was akin to that of a common beast, and as it was her first attempt at creating shadow wolves, she was still learning how to train them, making do as best as she could. Though most of the boar's blood had spilled out, the remnants allowed Lilith to regain some strength, significantly improving her pallor, even if she still appeared on the brink of death. After discarding the prey, the shadow wolf melted back into the shadows of the forest, embarking on another hunt. This time, however, it returned much sooner than before. "Did you just take down an entire herd?" Lilith remarked, gazing at the shadow wolf as it brought back a piglet, roughly the same size as itself, leaving her at a loss for words. Yet, well done. Regardless of the means, any creature that could deliver blood to her was a good companion. The shadow wolf departed once more, while Lilith drew sustenance from the piglet's blood, silently recuperating her strength. Shortly thereafter, the shadow wolf returned, clutching a piglet in its jaws. Remarkably, Lilith's predictions held true. The shadow wolf indeed managed to gather the entire family in a neat assembly. It was hardly surprising that Lilith could accomplish such a feat. After all, the shadow wolf could be considered a form of elemental life, albeit a synthetic and feeble one, lacking the capacity to withstand the assaults of other elemental forces. Nevertheless, it possessed immunity to conventional physical attacks. Thus, when confronted with ordinary creatures, particularly those devoid of extraordinary means, it executed a decisive advantage. Of course, the shadow wolf that Lilith created is not without its flaws. Should it encounter an extraordinary type of attack and meet its demise, it would be irrevocably lost, with no chance of revival. Given Lilith's current frailty, she is incapable of producing formidable kin. For her, functionality is paramount. Chapter 4. The Power of Blood for a Vampire. The most effective means of gaining strength lies in the consumption of blood, and abundance of it. Lilith is currently engaged in this endeavor. After organizing the wild boar family, the shadow wolves, utilizing their inherent advantages, tirelessly fetched fresh prey. Even though some of the game suffered blood loss for various reasons, the sheer volume compensated admirably for this shortcoming. Particularly after absorbing a sufficient quantity of blood and augmenting her own power, Lilith created another batch of shadow wolves. Thus, through this snowball effect, Lilith managed to ingest nearly 100 human equivalents of blood in a remarkably short time. Additionally, 13 wolves were transformed in the process. Upon having absorbed such a copious amount of blood, Lilith paused, not due to any other concerns, but rather because she had taken in an excess that necessitated proper digestion, a process colloquially known as slumber. This is a common strategy employed by vampires and the bloodline alike. Absorb a significant quantity of blood, then enter a state of slumber for digestion, awakening subsequently to consume more blood before once again entering a period of sleep. This cycle is repeated leading to the intermittent occurrence of vampire-led massacres every few decades or centuries. Now, as a fledgling vampire, Lilith, having ingested the equivalent of almost 100 human lives, felt somewhat overwhelmed by her bounty. It was no mere sensation of fullness. Rather, she feared that if she did not engage in slumber soon, she might be at risk of bursting from the excess. At this point, Lilith cast aside her concerns and selected a location, instructing the shadow wolves to dig downwards. Once they had excavated sufficiently deep, Lilith arranged several massive stones to construct a chamber measuring only a few square meters. Though termed a chamber, it resembled more of a coffin. Practicality was her aim, and given the rudimentary conditions, Lilith was compelled to rely on her enduring spirit of resilience, a trait she would rather not possess. After all, she was not one to endure unnecessary hardships. In the future, when conditions allow, she vowed to build a magnificent palace. In her memories, every bloodline vampire she knew resided in grand castles or enigmatic underground cities. Regardless, as long as she continued to grow stronger, both castles and subterranean realms would eventually manifest. Lilith lay within the stone chamber, allowing the shadow wolves to seal the top with a massive stone slab, while those outside filled the surrounding earth back in. Before long, the only sign of disturbance was a small mound of dirt. In a few months, as weeds began to overtake the mound, this disturbance would vanish entirely. Until then, the shadow wolves would remain vigilant in the vicinity, alert to any approaching creatures. Whether animal or human, any being that detected the anomalies would face the merciless wrath of the shadow wolves. However, several weeks passed without any sign of humanity, save for the occasional animal wandering into the area. Deep within the subterranean chamber, shrouded in darkness, Lilith awaited. Lilith lay upon the frigid stone slab, her chest devoid of any rise and fall, her pallid visage and skin resembling that of a lifeless corpse. Yet, vampires do not require breath, and their heartbeats are languid compared to those of ordinary mortals. In her slumber, Lilith was swiftly digesting the blood she had previously consumed. Perhaps due to its origin from beasts, this blood was remarkably easy to assimilate. Within a mere month, she had digested a significant portion, transforming it into waves of magical energy that coursed through her veins. Indeed, magical energy. As a being of fantasy, Lilith naturally possessed this power. Moreover, the longer she existed and the more blood she absorbed, the greater her magical reservoir became, coupled with a vampire's exceptional control over magic. Each one had the potential to become a formidable sorcerer. Thus, the longer a vampire survived, the more powerful they became. Yet, this was still a distant prospect for Lilith. Half a month later, she awakened from her slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, Lilith did not immediately sense the magical energy within her. Instead, she connected with the shadow wolves to ascertain whether any anomalies had occurred during her repose. The conclusion was that there were no irregularities. Lilith instructed the shadow wolves to excavate her from her resting place. During this extraction, she gently closed her eyes, attuning herself to the substantial magical energy within her. The blood of nearly 100 individuals had bestowed upon Lilith formidable strength. In terms of magical prowess alone, she had even surpassed vampires who had existed for over a century. This illustrates the remarkable growth rate of vampires when freed from the constraints of higher bloodlines. For Lilith, possessing magical energy meant she would no longer need to use her own blood to transform her progeny. She could instead employ her magical energy. This also implied that Lilith could create a multitude of her own kin. However, considering that these progeny would exist solely through her magical energy, an excessive number could become burdensome. Thus, she decided to temporarily create around 30. Lilith calculated that this number was the maximum she could currently manage. Any more would adversely affect her strength. With her newfound magical energy, Lilith was determined to delve into the magical arts inherent in her bloodline. Although the quantity of spells in her mind was limited due to her lineage and lacked high-level incantations, these spells sufficed for her to study for an extended period. Upon awakening, Lilith found her tasks had multiplied. Each day, in addition to awaiting her progeny's delivery of prey, she would practice magic and peruse the memories within her mind. It seemed that her recent slumber had enhanced her abilities, as a plethora of memories emerged within her consciousness. Suddenly, a searing fireball erupted in the forest, igniting the surrounding trees and sparking a conflagration. Witnessing the relentless blaze consuming the trees, Lilith's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that her very first experiment would successfully conjure a fireball. It appeared that her magical abilities surpassed her expectations. However, the commotion she had stirred seemed rather excessive. Lilith quickly rifled through her mind for a spell capable of generating water and hastily directed it at the blazing trees, swiftly extinguishing the flames. Yet, in the aftermath, A plume of white smoke began to rise. A miscalculation. It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she felt a twinge of impatience. Although she resided deep within the primordial forest, having lived there for an extended period and even relocated multiple times to better capture prey without encountering humans, the thought lingered. What if her current strength was still feeble? She wished to avoid contact with human society for the time being. She vowed never to leave the forest until her power reached that of a millennia-old vampire. And she would never step into human society without becoming a member of the bloodline. Chapter 5. The Forest of Death. Konoha. Currently the most formidable ninja village in the ninja world, has solidified its position as a victor in several past ninja wars. This success has drawn a multitude of merchants and ordinary individuals to settle in Konoha. Thus, despite its classification as a village, Konoha boasts a substantial area and a considerable population. Even years ago, when the Ninetales incident transpired, resulting in the demise of the 4th Hokage and significant civilian casualties, Konoha's status remained unshaken in the hearts of ordinary people. However, following the 4th's fall and the subsequent resurgence of the 3rd Hokage, some began to recognize the village's vulnerabilities. If unforeseen circumstances do not arise, it is anticipated that within 2 decades, or perhaps even a mere decade, war will erupt once more. The 4th's fall coincided with the loss of the Ninetales Jinchuriki's wife, leaving the current Jinchuriki merely a child. Consequently, to conquer Konoha, it is imperative to prevent the growth of the Jinchuriki, particularly in a few years. As the 3rd Hokage ages and his combat prowess wanes, Konoha's strength will further diminish. Yet, even in its weakened state, Konoha's foundation remains robust, despite enduring multiple wars and the loss of numerous individuals, with many talents and powerful ninjas perishing for various reasons. Konoha still retains a formidable force. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, renowned as prestigious families, along with the infamous Inuzuka and Aburame clans, have also suffered greatly. Yet none have reached the brink of extinction. They still possess considerable surviving strength, especially the Uchiha clan, although targeted on the battlefield in the Land of Water, resulting in significant losses. Those who survived have seen their powers greatly enhanced, causing concern among Konoha's higher-ups. As a result, the tensions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership have escalated. Shimura Danzo even proposed the idea of annihilating the Uchiha clan before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, this proposal was dismissed by the other 3, yet there was a fleeting moment when all 3 were tempted by the notion. Nevertheless, the thought of losing the Uchiha clan's strength was not viewed favorably for Konoha. For these leaders, safeguarding Konoha is akin to preserving their own wealth, a matter they regard with utmost seriousness. Unbeknownst to the Uchiha clan, they have become the target of Danzo from the roots, who is constantly devising schemes against them. Recently, they have been troubled by an increasing number of attack reports. Since the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama, assumed office, he established the security department to placate the Uchiha clan, placing it under their control. Of course, whether there were ulterior motives behind this decision remains uncertain. However, the outcome has indeed been exploited by his loyal apprentice, creating considerable trouble for the Uchiha clan and tarnishing their reputation within Konoha. Yet, the minds of the Uchiha clan, devoid of any semblance of normalcy, could not discern the reasons behind their plight. Even when they recognized that their reputation within Konoha was approaching a point of universal disdain, they remained obstinate, resolutely proclaiming, "I am aware, yet I shall not change." Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Uchiha clan approached their responsibilities within the security department with utmost seriousness. Consequently, in response to the recent spate of attack reports, the clan members diligently visited the homes of the victims to conduct investigations and assess their injuries. While it was stated that they had been assaulted, it was not entirely inaccurate. However, the assailants were not spies lurking within Konoha, but rather creatures that had fled from the Death Forest. Such occurrences were commonplace, almost a monthly ritual, particularly during the winter months, when temperatures plummet and food becomes scarce. The exodus of animals from the Death Forest increases substantially. Yet now, in the summer, the frequency of attacks had become alarmingly high, or rather, the number of animals emerging from the Death Forest had surged. It seemed as though they were driven by some unseen force, frantically escaping the forest, while the unfortunate residents simply found themselves in the path of their frantic escape. With the number of casualties on the rise, the month had already seen double-digit injuries. This issue had even made its way to the desk of the Hokage. Upon learning of the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first reaction was not to confront the Uchiha clan, but rather to summon Danzo directly, tossing the report onto his desk. The implication was unmistakable. Danzo, your actions have gone too far. While your previous machinations might have been tolerable, you have now endangered the ordinary citizens of Konoha. Do you comprehend the ramifications of mishandling this situation? Sarutobi spoke with an almost accusatory tone. Danzo, however, was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Could it be that his experiments with Orochimaru had come to light? Yet, as he glanced over the report before him, he quickly realized that he had been mistaken. This is not the work of the old man. If not you, then who else could it be? Humph, perhaps it is the Uchiha orchestrating this drama themselves. Even though Danzo understood that the Uchiha lacked the cunning for such deception, the slanderous words escaped his lips without a moment's thought. Sarutobi, in response to his old friend's assertions, could only shake his head in disbelief. However, he was now convinced that this situation might indeed not be the handiwork of Danzo. There was a possibility that some unforeseen event had transpired deep within the Death Forest, prompting the escape of certain wild beasts. Since this matter does not concern me, I shall take my leave. Perhaps due to its connection with the Uchiha clan, Danzo took a moment to scrutinize the report again, only to dismiss it with disinterest. After all, it was merely a case of beasts from the Death Forest injuring a few individuals. What was the significance of that? Observing Danzo as he exited the room, Sarutobi let out a deep sigh. He could not discern when it was that his old friend had begun to harbor such profound thoughts, nor when his methods had grown increasingly extreme. Upon departing from the Hokage building and returning to his own base, Danzo Shimura found himself increasingly dissatisfied with Hiruzen Sarutobi. I might bear the brunt of certain responsibilities for you, but why is it that whenever something occurs in Konoha, the blame falls squarely on my shoulders? Am I merely here to serve as your scapegoat? The oppressive aura surrounding Danzo rendered the root members within the base hesitant to approach, fearing they might provoke his ire. To speak candidly, Danzo was not always shrouded in such darkness. Ever since the fourth Hokage ascended to power, his ambitions had gradually diminished with age. After all, he was no longer young and had limited time to vie for influence. However, with the fall of the fourth and the return of the third, Danzo found himself utterly unmoored. Chapter 6, Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the brink of his own demise, remains obsessively enamored with power instead of seeking a peaceful retirement. If you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, can persist as Hokage, then why should I, Shimura Danzo, refrain from vying for the position? No one wishes to live their life as a shadowy puppet master. And Shimura Danzo is no exception. The most crucial factor is that Danzo has nearly relinquished his fantasies. But a final provocation from Hiruzen has driven him to the brink of madness. It can be said that Shimura Danzo would go to any lengths for the title of Hokage. His relentless targeting of the Uchiha clan primarily stems from his desire for the Sharingan, particularly high-quality specimens. Once Danzo learned that the Sharingan could suppress the cells of Hashirama, the Uchiha clan became his fixation. After all, clandestine operations would yield minimal Sharingan. Despite orchestrating the untimely demise of numerous Uchihas under the guise of missions, he still acquired only a meager 2 Mangekyou Sharingan. Such a limited number barely maintained the stability of the transplanted Hashirama cells, while manageable under normal circumstances. The usage of wood release would render them ineffective against the power of those cells. Thus, the urgency to procure more Sharingan has become paramount. However, having just received a warning from Sarutobi Hiruzen, even in his impatience, Danzo must temporarily halt his pursuits against the Uchiha. Although Hiruzen's capabilities have begun to wane, he remains a formidable force, the most powerful combatant within Konoha. Despite not frequently engaging in battle since becoming Hokage, his mastery of all chakra types and ninjutsu, especially complex techniques, allows him to devise a strategy for nearly any situation. Should conflict arise, with the protection of the Umbu, he could transform into a veritable artillery of ninjutsu, unleashing devastating attacks. His only limitation is the brevity of such an onslaught. Ultimately, it is Hiruzen's position as Hokage that compels Danzo to comply. A simple declaration of "I am the Hokage" leaves Danzo with no retort. Just you wait, Hiruzen. In a few years, I wonder how much strength you will retain. Danzo resolves to endure. With the transplantation of Hashirama-S cells, he can distinctly feel his chakra surging. Even witnessing a revival of his physical condition, it is foreseeable that, despite the passage of years, his power will only grow, while Hiruzen-S will diminish. The advantage lies with me. Just wait, Hiruzen. I am the one most suited to become Hokage. Is this the Hokage? In the Death Forest, a shadow wolf, having chased its prey out of the forest, caught sight of a human settlement and promptly informed Lilith. As Lilith controlled the shadow wolf to infiltrate the village, The familiar sight of the four monumental faces on Hokage Rock revealed to her the world in which she now found herself. The Hokage, is it? Lilith felt a slight headache. The good news was that, although she had never watched the anime or read the manga, she had gleaned a general understanding of the world's overarching plot and key characters through various fan works and short videos. Most importantly, traversing to a familiar realm was undoubtedly preferable to being cast into an entirely alien world, especially one characterized by formidable power levels. The situation within the world of Naruto, however, was rather intricate. The disparities in strength were vast and remarkably unbalanced. In the world inherited in Lilith's mind, strength was derived from magical energy. Almost all races enhanced their power by absorbing external magical forces. This enhancement was comprehensive, a profound leap in existence. Strength, physique, and lifespan all underwent transformative changes. Some races even birthed divine beings, with the progenitor of the vampire lineage being one such entity. As for the Naruto universe, those who understand know well. Yet for me, this is indeed good news. After all, those ninjas are rather easy to eliminate, which significantly reduces the difficulty of hunting. However, Lilith furrowed her brow. She suddenly recalled that the so-called Otsutsuki clan could not be overlooked. Her knowledge of the Otsutsuki was scant. But one thing was certain, they would not appear in the immediate future. But how long would that be? Naruto would reach adulthood, fathering a pair of children. Around the time when the original story commenced, although Lilith had not read the original work, she was aware of the general plot. She had not paid any attention to Naruto, but the common trope of forming a team with companions, facing a series of challenges, growing through friendship and love, and ultimately defeating villains had become a well-trodden path in shonen narratives. Within the Naruto world, the plot typically began post-graduation from the Ninja Academy, much like Naruto himself. If that were the case, discerning the current timeline became of paramount importance. With this thought in mind, Lilith dispatched more Shadow Wolves to infiltrate Konoha and gather intelligence. With their ability to conceal themselves, the Shadow Wolves could traverse any area imbued with shadows. Unless they encountered locations specifically fortified against shadow energy, they could navigate with ease. Particularly after Lilith acquired magical power, these Shadow Wolves, previously limited to shadow infiltration and immunity to physical attacks, had now gained magical abilities and the capacity to manipulate shadows. This enhancement allowed them to thrive in the shadows, significantly augmenting their combat prowess. In a place like Konoha, aside from the Naruto clan, Lilith could hardly conceive of any entities that could pose a threat to her Shadow Wolves. Even concerning the Naruto clan, it was uncertain whether the Shadow Wolves would indeed fear them. After all, the two factions did not operate within the same system and might not even cross paths. It would be inaccurate to claim that she dismissed the Naruto clan entirely, however, until her Shadow Wolves revealed themselves and she acquired sufficient strength. She was reluctant to instigate any significant disturbances. After all, Lilith's greatest advantage at present lies in the obscurity of her existence. She can comfortably conceal herself in the shadows and develop without concern. However, she has begun to feel that her position may be somewhat precarious. Previously unaware that she was situated in the Death Forest, adjacent to Konoha, she now realizes the gravity of her situation. Naturally, remaining stagnant is no longer an option. The actions of the Shadow Wolf have become rather conspicuous, and Konoha may have already taken notice of the occurrences within the Death Forest. Nevertheless, even with the knowledge of Konoha's proximity, Lilith remains undeterred in her pursuit of prey. After all, one cannot halt their pursuit of strength due to a potential future event. Can they? Despite the risks of discovery, the power she gains is undeniably authentic. Lacking an understanding of the ninja's capabilities, Lilith is uncertain of her current standing in relation to the various ranks of ninja. Chapter 7. Be bold, however. To be frank, if Lilith truly desired to take lives, there exist only a few entities in this world capable of evading her wrath. For instance, the Otsutsuki clan and Kagaya's manifestation are not of human origin. Aside from these, no one could escape the lethal grasp of Lilith. After all, her ability to meld into shadows grants her the means to eliminate even the most formidable of shadow-level ninjas. Even the likes of Obito Uchiha, who can shift his essence into Kimui's dimension, would find himself vulnerable should she strike with intent. What's more, these ninjas are notably frail. Concealed within the shadows, a sudden backstab is nearly impossible to anticipate. Furthermore, aside from her stealthy approach, she possesses an array of other techniques. Yet, assassination is not her ultimate aim. Rather, she seeks to acquire refined blood to swiftly transcend the vulnerabilities of vampirism. The fatal flaw of perishing under sunlight is simply too dire. Thus, it is imperative to ascertain the current temporal context. The four visages on the Hokage rock suggest that it is either during the reign of the fourth Hokage or the period following his demise, with the third Hokage reinstated. However, determining the exact time frame necessitates further investigation. Meanwhile, as the Shadow Wolf conducts its inquiry within Konoha, Lilith ventures deeper into the Forest of Death. The multitude of concealed adversaries in Konoha is overwhelming, and the commotion created by the Shadow Wolf's hunting may lead to her exposure if she does not find a more secure refuge. In less than half an hour since Lilith relocated, the Shadow Wolf had already traversed the entirety of Konoha, thanks to its ability to leap through shadows. This exploration was executed with utmost discretion. As long as the Shadow Wolf does not emerge from the shadows in plain sight, it remains undetected. Although it merely skimmed through Konoha's shadows, Lilith has gleaned sufficient knowledge to ascertain the current period, the time following the fourth Hokage's demise, when the Uchiha clan had yet to face annihilation. This moment marks a peak of tension between Konoha and the Uchiha, as the oppressive environment has fostered a growing faction of radicals within the clan. Concurrently, the upper echelons of Konoha, led by Danzo, have begun to harbor lethal intentions towards the Uchiha. At this juncture, the Uchiha clan is precariously balanced on the edge of destruction, and few within the clan are cognizant of this precariousness, persistently clamoring for the third Hokage's resignation. Compounding the danger is the most notorious dissident within the Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, who has effectively divulged nearly all internal intelligence to the third Hokage. The situation within the Uchiha has compelled the third Hokage to contemplate drastic measures, as maintaining control over the increasingly volatile clan has proven arduous. Yet, these thoughts remain mere musings. He, being a cautious and indecisive leader, is reluctant to witness the demise of Konoha's most powerful clan during peacetime, for it would tarnish his political legacy irreparably. Even though he had already devised a plan to shift the blame onto Danzo, there remained a significant concern. The absence of the Uchiha clan would profoundly impact Konoha's strength. What kept the third Hokage in a state of indecision were two Uchihas he had previously manipulated, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Their presence was the reason he hesitated to relinquish the Uchiha clan, a vital force for Konoha. Despite his advancing age and declining condition, he believed he still possessed the strength to suppress the Uchiha. That was until years later when Uchiha Shisui confronted him, revealing the awakening of his Mangekyou Sharingan. Of course, that was a matter for the future, and the reasons behind the downfall of the Uchiha clan held no interest for Lilith. Her fascination lay solely with the blood of the Uchiha. For a vampire, the blood of powerful beings provides an extraordinary source of strength. Upon realizing the nature of her surroundings, Lilith finally understood why the blood of ordinary beasts afforded her such immense energy. The combined blood of several beasts nearly equaled the power derived from a single ordinary human. This was likely linked to chakra. A millennium ago, Kagaya Tsutsuki had planted the god tree and consumed its fruit, introducing chakra into this world. Following this, the Sage of Six Paths disseminated chakra, embedding its essence within every living creature over the millennia. Even ordinary beasts contained chakra seeds within them, which explained why they easily acquired chakra. Similarly, humans also possessed chakra seeds and could extract chakra, albeit in lesser quantities. Thus, in strict terms, the people of this world were no longer pure humans but rather hybrids of humanity and extraterrestrial races. This distinction was particularly pronounced among representative clans such as the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga. Currently, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had faded into obscurity, and the Uchiha situation was equally precarious. Nevertheless, Lilith had no intention of rescuing the Uchiha. Her plan was straightforward: to monitor the Uchiha clan and await the night of their massacre, lurking in the shadows to collect the blood of all the fallen Uchihas. The good news was that the Shadow Wolf infiltrating the Uchiha territory had discovered Uchiha Sasuke, who appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old, indicating that the night of the massacre was still several years away. Thus, Lilith had ample time for her preparations. Even Lilith harbored the notion of unleashing the Shadow Wolf to indiscriminately massacre an entire town, bringing back a bounty of blood. The thought was indeed quite tempting. After all, in this world, true power and those capable of posing a threat to her were exceedingly rare. As long as she concealed her true form effectively, she could afford to be audacious. The sole constraint upon her was likely the remnants of what one might call humanity, buried deep within her psyche. I have become a vampire, and yet you still speak to me of humanity? Nonsense. As I have reiterated, as long as her true form remained hidden, she could certainly be bolder. Were it not for her concern that her current state could not handle an excess of blood, she would not be targeting mere towns, but entire cities instead. Chapter 8. The White-Eyed Princess. Time flies. And it has been half a year since Lilith discovered Konoha and dispatched the Shadow Wolves to closely monitor it. During this period, Lilith ventured deep into the depths of the Death Forest until she finally emerged from its ominous confines. As she stepped out and gazed up at the moon, her heart was filled with astonishment. This reaction was not surprising. Despite the vastness of the Death Forest, Lilith, with her remarkable speed, could easily have traversed its expanse in half a year. Furthermore, this time was not wasted. Thanks to the abundant resources within the forest, Lilith had slumbered multiple times, resulting in her magical power surging exponentially. If quantified, her power would suffice to cast the most fundamental fireball technique thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times. Considering her natural recovery speed, the consumption of such basic spells was outpaced by her restoration. After all, rapid recovery is indeed one of the advantages of a vampire. Upon leaving the Death Forest, Lilith proceeded to the nearest town, where she temporarily concealed herself. She understood that she must first acquire a map of this world before making any further moves. After all, she had not forgotten the mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan residing in Konoha. These two were the only Uzumaki she could think of, aside from Naruto, and she could not afford to overlook them. Most crucially, Lilith was uncertain whether Uzumaki Karen's mother was still alive during this time. Finding a map posed no significant challenge. The real difficulty lay in deciphering it, especially the map of the ninja world. Not to mention the intricate details, Lilith could barely make sense of the script, relying on guesswork to comprehend its meaning. Truly understanding it would require her to learn from the locals. Fortunately, with her growing strength, Lilith had awakened the enchanting vampire eyes used for hunting, allowing her to easily hypnotize ordinary humans. With this newfound ability, her movements within human society became considerably more convenient, even though she remained concealed in the shadows, never truly revealing herself. While Lilith focused on learning to interpret the map and confirm her precise location, an interesting event unfolded in Konoha. The Hyuga clan, another noble family within the village, publicly appeared to be as powerful as the Uchiha clan. However, those within the clan understood their true nature. The Hyuga clan was merely a creation of the Hokage, established to balance the Uchiha's dominance. While the strategic superiority of the Byakugan eclipsed that of the Sharingan in battle, it paled in comparison. Recently, the head of the Hyuga clan faced concerns not about this matter, but rather about the future leadership of the clan. As Hinata, the eldest daughter of Hyuga Hayashi, began to mature, he commenced her training, aiming to cultivate her into a worthy heir. Yet, Hinata's inherent fragility increasingly disappointed Hayashi. At present, Hinata Hyuga has not relinquished her position as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, for her younger sister is still too tender in age, and her potential as a ninja, along with her character, remains unproven. It is thus difficult to ascertain whether she will blossom into the second Hinata Hyuga. However, the inherently sensitive Hinata has sensed her father's disappointment in her, and most distressingly, she is oblivious to what she has done wrong. Consequently, in her sorrow, she inadvertently wandered beyond the boundaries of the Hyuga estate. This day, destined to leave an indelible impression upon her, would forever resonate in her memory. As she stepped out of the clan's territory, she encountered a group of unruly children, which inadvertently led her to cross paths with the one who would stir her heart. If all goes as anticipated, as a descendant of the Otsutsuki, Hinata is naturally under the watchful gaze of Lilith, with the exceptionally gifted Hinata being her primary focus. It is crucial to note that this is the bloodbound partner she has chosen. A bloodbound partner, typically selected by vampires or bloodline clans, is a special companion. Vampires nourish them with their own blood, granting them a semblance of immortality, allowing the vampire to remain close and feed on their blood at will. Generally, those transformed into bloodbound partners, aside from their immortality, do not acquire any abilities associated with vampires. Moreover, this immortality carries significant limitations, apart from an extended lifespan. They are not invulnerable. Vital organs such as the brain and heart remain their weaknesses. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Hinata is currently being bullied, and if no intervention occurs, her tender heart may fall prey to a brazen youth. That simply cannot be allowed. A sudden howl pierced the air, startling the unruly children who were pelting Hinata with snowballs. Wolves, there are wolves. Fear not, this is the village. Wild wolves cannot enter. Even the adults had never encountered such an oppressive howl. In that fleeting moment, the children felt as if they were the prey of a ravenous pack, drenched in cold sweat. Look, what is that? One child pointed toward the nearby woods. The others turned to see a pair of crimson eyes emerging from the thicket, fixed intently upon them. How terrifying. Mommy, I want to go home. Ah, there's a monster. Overcome with fear, the children fled, tears streaming down their faces, leaving behind peculiar traces upon the ground, evidence of their fright. As the raucous children scampered away, Hinata found herself alone, standing in stunned silence. Gazing into the icy, blood-red eyes of the shadow wolf, she experienced a peculiar sensation. It felt as though the creature were assessing her. Young miss, step back. At that moment, a ninja from the branch family of the Hyuga clan appeared before Hinata, shielding her from view. In the process, her line of sight was obscured. When her petite head peered out from behind the branch of the ninja, those crimson eyes had long since vanished. Ultimately, Hinata was escorted back to the Hyuga clan's territory. Due to the events of the day, Hayashi Hyuga decreed that Hinata could not leave the clan grounds without his explicit permission. The timid young Hinata dared not defy her father and could only respond meekly in agreement. Meanwhile, Naruto, having witnessed the scene, animatedly recounted the day's occurrences to the third Hokage, particularly emphasizing the pair of blood-red eyes he had seen in the forest. My goodness, that was a wolf. What if it bit someone before we managed to capture it? Both the third Hokage and Hayashi Hyuga took the matter of the shadow wolf to heart. They regarded it as a ninja beast, albeit for differing reasons. One feared that the entity behind the beast might be targeting the Jinchuriki, while the other was concerned it was after the Byakugan. Yet, their investigation was destined to yield no results. They would uncover nothing. Chapter 9. Intent to kill. As night descended upon the Hyuga clan's territory, Hinata could not help but envision those haunting eyes the moment she closed her own. Alongside her trepidation, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her regarding those eyes. The creature's extraordinary vision permitted her to perceive the full form of the shadow wolf concealed within the jungle's dimness. Thus, her intrigue deepened. What manner of being was this? Was it a beast of the shinobi? Yet, the wolf appeared almost spectral, resembling a mere shadow. She could even discern the shifting shadows that enveloped its surface, undulating like flames or rippling water. Moreover, whether it was a figment of her imagination or not, ever since her encounter with the shadow wolf, Hinata felt an unsettling sensation of being watched from the darkness. No, it was not merely a pair of eyes. It felt as though multiple pairs were fixated upon her. This unnerved her to the point of insomnia. However, she could not confide in anyone about this matter, for her father would undoubtedly deem her weak. Hinata was unsure how she eventually succumbed to slumber, but in such a state, it was no surprise that nightmares ensued. In her dream, she beheld every corner of her room, especially the shadows, where shadow wolves lurked, their blood-red eyes fixated upon her. No matter how intense her fear, she found herself unable to awaken from the nightmare, feeling as though an unseen weight bore down upon her, stifling her breath. It was only when a sudden sensation of weightlessness jolted her awake that she glanced around her dimly lit room, finding nothing amiss. Byakugan, activate. Even as she engaged her Byakugan, no anomalies presented themselves. Phew, scaring herself. With a sigh of relief, Hinata patted her chest and prepared to rise. Although the remnants of her nightmare left her in a disheveled state, sleep was no longer an option. She forced herself to gather her resolve. After all, if she lingered in bed, her father would be disappointed once more. Meanwhile, Lilith had discerned how to interpret the map and established her location. Preparing to set forth towards the village hidden in the grass as night fell, she had traversed the terrain by day and concealed herself by night, taking 3 days to finally locate the village. Logically, with her speed, she could have crossed from the land of fire to the land of grass in less than a day, but she had spent considerable time pinpointing the village's exact location. Additionally, she could not venture outside during daylight and had to seek refuge before dawn. Though Lilith felt somewhat dissatisfied with her pace, it was a dilemma she could not resolve at present, so she chose to set it aside for the moment. However, a piece of good news awaited her. Her targets were still alive, even without entering the village. She could sense the presence of 2 individuals within the village hidden in the grass, their vitality significantly surpassing that of others, by multiples, even dozens. One of them flickered like a flame swaying in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Yet, as long as the flame had not truly gone out, she possessed the means to rescue her. Under the cloak of night, Lilith deftly navigated through the shadows, making her way to the dwelling of the 2 individuals pulsating with vibrant life. Though termed a house, it was merely a hastily constructed straw hut, appearing rather flimsy and drafty. Upon entering, Lilith beheld 2 figures, one large and one small, nestled amongst the straw. recognizing their hair color. She realized she had indeed found the right individuals. However, as she had sensed, the condition of the mother of Uzumaki Karen was far from favorable. Renowned for their formidable vitality and abundant chakra, both Uzumaki Karen and her mother were particularly exceptional, regardless of the severity of their injuries. A mere bite from them would suffice for healing. Lilith pondered how this mother-daughter duo had found themselves lost in the grass ninja village, and how they had been mercilessly exploited by these ninjas. Yet, such details were inconsequential. They were but a swarm of ants. What truly mattered was her resolve to save Uzumaki Karen's mother. With this thought in mind, she intended to rouse them from their slumber. However, to her surprise, the moment she touched the shoulder of Uzumaki Karen's mother, the latter lifted her arm and rolled up her sleeve. Lilith's eyes widened slightly. Even though she had transformed into a vampire and her humanity had begun to wane, rendering her indifferent to what she once deemed gruesome, she was still overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Although she had long suspected that Uzumaki Karen's mother had likely been bitten to death by the ninjas of the Grass Ninja Village, witnessing the wounds on her mother's body firsthand stirred within her an uncontrollable urge to kill. This was not merely a matter of sympathy. It was a profound animosity towards the wicked, towards beasts. Is this what they call a ninja? How ludicrous. Of course. Some might argue that Lilith herself is not in a position to mock others, as they all engage in similar acts of biting and blood drinking. Yet, let us not forget that Lilith is a vampire, an entity of a different race. Her actions, irrespective of their nature, are justified by virtue of her being an outsider. She is a creature that feeds on humans, an unequivocal enemy. In contrast, the individuals of the Grass Ninja Village share kinship with Uzumaki Karen and her mother. It is precisely for this reason that their transgressions are utterly unforgivable. What may seem utterly normal to the people of this world appears to Lilith as no different from the behavior of beasts. From this moment forth, all ninjas within the Grass Ninja Village have been inscribed onto Lilith's death list. Shadows flickered as Lilith's presence shifted, unleashing a flurry of wolf-like apparitions that surged into the Grass Ninja Village. Although her current strength was insufficient to eradicate them entirely in a short span, she could certainly eliminate all ninjas of the Chunin rank and below. Mama? At that moment, a sweet, innocent voice broke through to Lilith. She glanced down to find Uzumaki Karen rubbing her eyes, having just awakened. Perhaps due to her light slumber, or perhaps because of her mother's sudden movements, she stirred. Upon awakening, she beheld Lilith standing beside them, her eyes a vivid crimson. The young girl, Uzumaki Karen, was startled and instinctively clutched her mother. Yet it seemed her mother was beyond the reach of response. Lilith could perceive that her mother had been subjected to torment, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. The reason for her continued existence lay in the Uzumaki bloodline and her unique constitution, which held her precariously at the edge of death. At this juncture, her body appeared to be reduced to mere instinct. For instance, when Lilith had touched her shoulder moments ago, the reaction she elicited was telling. Observing that Uzumaki Karen's mother could no longer engage in communication, Lilith then turned her attention to the little girl, who was merely a few years old. Chapter 10. Saving lives. Your mother is on the brink of death, Lilith stated. It appeared that Uzumaki Shanfeng was acutely aware of this. As tears streamed from her eyes upon hearing Lilith's words, her small hands clutching her mother tightly. Noticing Lilith's gaze upon her, Uzumaki Shanfeng hastily wiped her tears and extended her hand. Lilith was taken aback. Unsurprisingly, on that delicate arm reaching towards her, she discerned no fewer than a dozen bite marks, with more than half of the wounds still unhealed, some even oozing fresh blood due to the vigorous movements of their owner. Observing this arm, Lilith recognized that this little child had repeatedly taken the place of her mother to bear the brunt of the pain inflicted by the Grass Ninjas. If her mother were still conscious, witnessing this scene would undoubtedly break her heart. Lilith knelt, aligning her gaze with Uzumaki Shanfeng's. The latter dared not meet Lilith's eyes, despite the fact that Lilith's attire was peculiar, not resembling that of a ninja. However, such trivialities were inconsequential to her. She merely hoped that the person before her would refrain from biting her mother after finishing with her. Your mother is on the verge of death. I can save her. Lilith's calming words ignited a flicker of hope in Uzumaki Shanfeng's eyes, only to be quickly extinguished by the shadows of despair. The experiences of recent years had rendered her wary of outsiders, especially those who had caused them harm. Noticing the tremor in Uzumaki Shanfeng's body without any further response, Lilith patiently awaited her reply. Lilith extended her left hand, her garments in tatters, forgotten amidst the chaos of her journey. The remnants of her past habits led her to dismiss the need for frivolities like clothing. If it could be worn, it sufficed. There was no necessity for abundance or frequent changes. Of course, these considerations were trivial in the grand scheme. With her right index finger, Lilith let her nail elongate abruptly, taking on a dark crimson hue, resembling a sharp dagger stained with blood. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Shanfeng, having waited long without feeling any pain, turned to look at Lilith. In that moment, she witnessed a flash of red light as Lilith's wrist was cut, blood cascading down precisely into her mother's mouth. It was then that she realized Lilith had, at some point, pried open her mother's lips to facilitate this act. Feeling the liquid enter her mouth, Uzumaki Shanfeng's mother, mistaking it for water, began to gulp it down desperately, akin to a traveler on the brink of death from thirst in a barren desert. Big sister, what are you doing? Uzumaki Shanfeng summoned her courage to ask. I am saving your mother's life, Lilith replied. Due to the significant loss of vitality, Uzumaki Shanfeng's mother's hair had shifted from a vibrant red to a lifeless white. Even the remnants of color that lingered were not the vibrant red of before, but rather an eerie black, a testament to the blood that had dried. Even an utterly ignorant person could discern that the mother of Uzumaki Shanfeng was on the brink of death, with the inevitability of her passing looming large. Yet, Uzumaki Shanfeng found it impossible to accept this grim reality. Upon hearing that Lilith was attempting to save her mother, she clung to a flicker of hope, despite knowing deep down that it was unlikely. After all, her mother was all she had left. The sight of Lilith feeding her mother blood kindled a glimmer of expectation within Uzumaki Shanfeng. Perhaps, just perhaps, Lilith possessed the ability to save her mother, as she too might share a unique constitution akin to theirs, with blood holding potent healing capabilities. As time ticked away, Uzumaki Shanfeng dared not breathe, fearful of disturbing Lilith. Meanwhile, Lilith's countenance grew increasingly grim. The depletion of her mother's vitality was far more severe than anticipated, and it was evident that mere blood would not suffice to revive her. However, to halt now would render all efforts futile. Just as Lilith was on the cusp of despair, she sensed a resurgence of vitality in Uzumaki Shanfeng's mother. As her blood began to transform her body, Lilith finally exhaled in relief. With a mere thought, the wound on her wrist healed instantly, and the flow of blood ceased. She raised her wrist, delicately licking the remnants of blood clean with her soft tongue. At this moment, the bite marks on Uzumaki Shanfeng's mother began to fade, and the wounds that had been unable to heal due to the loss of vitality began to mend at a visible pace. Her skin restored to a flawless, fair complexion, and the characteristic hair of the Uzumaki clan transformed back to its vibrant red hue. Mother, how wonderful! You've come back to life. Uzumaki Shanfeng wept with joy as she embraced her mother. Do not celebrate too soon. If you remain in the hidden grass village, even if I restore your mother, she will merely fall victim to the same fate once more, Lilith remarked coolly. Her voice, once crisp, now bore a youthful timbre, mirroring that of Uzumaki Shanfeng. Yet, neither party paid heed to the change in tone. But what should we do? Uzumaki Shanfeng's heart raced at Lilith's words. Ultimately, she was but a child, a mere few years old. Instinctively, she turned to Lilith, her benefactor, but that glance left her utterly bewildered. Big sister has turned into a younger sister? What are you staring at? I sacrificed a considerable amount of blood to save your mother, which has caused my physique to shrink. Is there a problem with that? Lilith huffed, hands perched defiantly on her hips. The once tattered yet fitting garments now appeared oversized, making her resemble a child playing dress-up. Coupled with her adorable features, she evoked an involuntary smile. Vortex Xianglin swiftly averted her little head, not daring to utter a word. Her instincts warned her that provoking the elder sister could lead to dire consequences. I shall have the Shadow Wolves escort you from this place. With that, two Shadow Wolves emerged from the shadows. One grasped Xianglin's garment and flung it over its back, while the other performed the same maneuver with her mother. What about you, elder sister? Noticing Lilith's stillness, Vortex Xianglin inquired with concern. As for me, I still have an account to settle. Do not fret. You must leave first, and I will soon catch up with you. Due to the presence of others, the Shadow Wolves could not continue traversing in the shadows, at least not for the moment. Thus, they brazenly sprinted towards the outskirts of the Grass Ninja Village with Xianglin and her mother. Who dares to come to our Grass Ninja Village to abduct people? The ninjas covertly monitoring the Vortex mother and daughter instantly detected the anomaly and raised the alarm. However, the speed of the Shadow Wolves exceeded their expectations, and in the blink of an eye, they had fled the Grass Ninja Village. By the time reinforcements arrived, they had long since escaped. Perfect. I need not search for each of you individually. In the shadows, observing the anxious gathering of the Grass Ninjas, Lilith revealed a bloodthirsty smile. The blood I lack shall be replenished by you. Chapter 11. Shadow Slaughter in the Grass Ninja Village, a place not particularly powerful yet rife with ambition. Lilith recalled that not only the Uzumaki mother and daughter had emerged from its midst, but they had also concocted some plan to unify the ninja world. However, this mattered little to Lilith, who lingered in the village merely to reap some interest. Ah, what is this? Monsters, there are monsters. Just as the higher-ups of the Grass Ninja Village were engulfed in panic over the abduction of the Uzumaki duo by an unknown assailant. A chorus of screams erupted from within the settlement. The village was not solely populated by ninjas, many were ordinary folk. Perhaps family members of ninjas or simply civilians who felt secure residing in the village. Yet today, they faced a targeted onslaught. Invisible strikes emerged from the shadows, harvesting lives with alarming efficiency. In a mere span of time, hundreds lay lifeless in pools of blood, a stark testament to the lethal prowess of the Shadow Wolves. The Grass Ninja Village, a modest enclave overshadowed by the mighty Konoha, housed far fewer civilians than its neighboring village. Within minutes, all the ordinary inhabitants had perished beneath the claws of the Shadow Wolves. Attempts were made by the ninjas to thwart the assault, but they were utterly helpless against foes immune to physical attacks and capable of traversing shadows with ease. Moreover, they hesitated to unleash powerful ninjutsu within their own village, thus squandering the chance to swiftly eliminate the Shadow Wolves. Few among them possessed formidable techniques to begin with. Cursed be the perpetrator. Who could it be? The village leaders surveyed the carnage, seething with rage, though tinged with a thread of fear. It was terrifying. They had not even glimpsed the attackers, only their shadows. Yet a significant number of villagers lay dead. Before they could devise a countermeasure, all the civilians had perished, leaving only the ninjas behind. But what then? It was evident to all that with the ordinary populace eliminated, the next victims would be them. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village began contemplating his escape. The identity of the assailants remained shrouded in mystery, and given the circumstances surrounding the Uzumaki mother and daughter, he felt a profound sense of dread, fearing that these attackers were seeking vengeance for the duo. If that were the case, the assailants might either be remnants of the Uzumaki clan or affiliated with Konoha. The former seemed unlikely, as their methods differed significantly from those of the Uzumaki, whereas the latter bore resemblance to Konoha's Umbu. In the eyes of these lesser ninja villages, Konoha's Umbu were enigmatic beings. Often, before they could even catch a glimpse of an Umbu ninja, they would meet a grim fate, particularly after discerning that the attackers were not solitary. The leader of the Grass Ninja Village felt a surge of terror. Did they truly intend to annihilate the entire Grass Ninja Village? After the initial chaos subsided, he came to realize that Konoha was asserting its authority. Following the fall of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage had returned, casting a shadow of unease over the village. He conceded that upon hearing the news, he indeed felt a sense of relief. After all, the young fourth Hokage, who had single-handedly instilled fear in their enemies, was far more formidable than the aging third Hokage, whose reputation was built on past glories and who had not seen the battlefield since taking office. Otherwise, he would not have dared to imprison the members of the Uzumaki clan, treating them as mere vessels for their blood. However, now, for reasons unknown, their intelligence had leaked, and they would have to pay the price for their past actions. Regardless, their priority was to escape to safety. The leader of the Grass Ninja immediately issued the order. He could scarcely believe that, despite the hundreds of ninjas in the Grass Ninja Village, Konoha's Umbu could eliminate them all. Even if 90% of them were mere foot soldiers, it would take considerable time to slay hundreds of them, time enough for them to break free. After all, their ninjas were not like ordinary villagers, devoid of the will to resist. Just as he thought this, the sound of flesh being torn asunder echoed in their ears, followed by the anguished cries of his comrades in their final moments. Ah, help me, save me. The air was thick with screams and pleas for rescue. It was then that the remaining members finally discerned the assailant's true form. It was a beast enveloped in black mist, with only a pair of blood-red eyes visible, an embodiment of a ninja beast. This creature moved with astonishing speed, dispatching dozens in the blink of an eye. And before they could react, it struck down yet more. In a mere 2 seconds, nearly 100 lower ninjas had perished. This was far easier than slaughtering sheep in a pen. Shadows, beware of the shadows. They finally recognized the source of the attack, but their warnings came too late. Dozens more fell victim to the stealthy assault from behind. The remaining ninjas quickly formed a defensive circle, backs pressed together, ever wary of the shadows that could spring an attack at any moment. Suddenly, the leader recalled a certain clan within Konoha known for their mastery over shadow manipulation. If it had been mere speculation before, it was now a grim certainty. Konoha had indeed set its sights on them. His legs trembled as the realization dawned upon him. Konoha was a formidable force they could not afford to provoke. But it was too late for regrets now. Judging by the current situation, Konoha seemed intent on leaving no grass ninja unscathed. The chilling truth was that they possessed the power to do so. At that moment, a cold sweat began to trickle down the brows of many grass ninjas. They each fixated intently on their own shadows, fearing that something might leap forth from within, leaving them no time to react. Over 100 lower-ranked ninjas were dispatched with disconcerting ease, akin to slicing through fruit. This truly startled them. The grass ninjas remained on high alert, their senses heightened to detect any potential assault in their vicinity. Suddenly, dozens of shadow wolves sprang forth from the darkness, lunging towards the lower-ranked ninjas. This time, nearly all the shadow wolves launched direct assaults. However, the vigilant grass ninjas quickly retaliated with their kunai blades. And even those not under immediate threat joined in the fray against the shadow wolves. Yet, in the face of the grass ninjas' fierce onslaught, the shadow wolves showed no intent to evade. They remained steadfast in their pursuit, attacking their predetermined targets with relentless ferocity. Chapter 12. Thousands of lives and blood. A chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of flesh being torn asunder. In the incredulous gaze of the grass ninjas, the shadow wolves, unharmed by the onslaught, swiftly ripped open the chests or throats of their targets. Striking vital areas, their victims faced inevitable demise unless Tsunade appeared. There would be no salvation for them. However, Tsunade was far from this place, sealing their fate. The anguished cries of the dying significantly impacted the morale of the grass ninjas. Were it not for the fear of drawing attention and becoming targets of the shadow wolves, many would have likely fled by now. They could no longer afford to remain passive. They must break through in that direction. The grass ninja leader surveyed the raging flames engulfing the village, their shadows dancing ominously in the flickering light. These shadows provided the shadow wolves with exceptional conditions for ambush. Yet, if they abandoned this place, the absence of light would expose them to attacks from all directions rather than just the shadows. The dilemma lay in the fact that staying put would also lead to their demise. They had to devise a means of escape. At the very least, they recognized that the shadow wolves were not particularly swift. While the lower-ranking ninjas might flounder in the face of attack, the middle-ranking ones could react with foresight, and the upper-ranking ones observed the shadow wolves' assaults with remarkable slowness. The staggering casualties were solely attributed to the shadow wolves' uncanny ability to appear and vanish, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. However, now that they understood the nature of the shadow wolves, it became simpler to strategize against them. The leader noted that even the shadow wolves required time to traverse through the darkness, presenting a fleeting opportunity to escape their grasp. Thus, the sacrifice of the lower-ranking ninjas became a necessary course of action. Terrified and disoriented, the grass ninjas, upon receiving the leader's command, scarcely hesitated before fleeing in the direction indicated. Yet, after only a few steps, the shadow wolves pursued them relentlessly. A cacophony of screams erupted, while the remaining grass ninjas fled blindly, too fearful to glance back, lest they be overtaken. However, the speed of ordinary ninjas could scarcely match that of the shadow wolves. Remaining still offered some semblance of safety, but any movement revealed vulnerabilities, and those lower-ranking ninjas targeted by the shadow wolves fell prey with little resistance. Once all the lower-ranking ninjas had perished, over 20 middle-ranking ninjas and 2 upper-ranking ones had already vanished without a trace. The shadow wolves did not continue their pursuit, but instead coldly observed the fleeing grass ninjas. Flee, flee, let us see how far you can escape. Once confirming the absence of any life forms nearby, Lilith emerged from the shadows, a cold smile gracing her lips as she commanded the shadow wolves to gather all the corpses in one place. The efficiency of the shadow wolves was remarkable. Within mere minutes, all the bodies had been dragged to the center of the grass ninja village. The corpses piled high amidst the roaring flames, creating an eerie scene that might lead an unsuspecting observer to believe a cult was conducting a dark ritual. Lilith slowly extended her arms towards the pile of corpses before her. Under the immense influence of her formidable magical power, the lifeless bodies, devoid of any will to resist, had their blood converged towards her, ultimately coalescing into a sanguine sphere. The blood of thousands. Lilith's heart began to race with an intensity that was almost reminiscent of a normal human's heartbeat. A remarkable feat considering her heart had barely stirred since her transformation into a vampire. The sheer exhilaration she felt was palpable. In her ancestral memories, such a copious quantity of blood could only be amassed by slaughtering an entire town or a multitude of villages. Yet, while villages might be susceptible, towns typically boasted noble knights and church officials, making it a perilous endeavor for vampires or even other dark entities to provoke. Furthermore, such extensive carnage risked attracting the attention of well-meaning powerful beings intent on upholding justice. Thus, vampires approached blood collection with utmost caution. Should she venture into a major town once she had consumed this blood? If the natives of this world were to catch wind of her actions, acquiring such a bounty would become exceedingly difficult. Of course, this was merely a possibility. Until her intelligence and vulnerabilities were exposed, the ninjas posed no real threat to her. As long as she remained wary of those malevolent sealing techniques, none could impede her. Moreover, given the ninjas' limited numbers, it was implausible for them to safeguard every town. Thus, the entire ninja realm would become her hunting ground. No, she must not let herself become arrogant. Lilith hastily calmed her racing heart. After all, lurking in the shadows was the enigmatic sage of six paths. Should a massacre unfold, it could very well draw his attention, while others lacked means to confront her. The sage was an entirely different matter. Prudence was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Lilith retracted the blood sphere hovering before her and commanded her shadow wolves to obliterate the brains of all the corpses before incinerating them entirely. Next, she awaited good news from her distant shadow wolves. Currently, she commanded 100 shadow wolves. In Konoha, she had left over 20 to monitor the village's every move, while approximately 40 surrounded her in a protective formation. The remaining 20 or so lay in wait among the fleeing grass ninjas, biding their time for a decisive strike. Alas, even though they had fled considerable distances, the grass ninjas remained vigilant. They appeared breathless and utterly exhausted, as if their stamina had been completely depleted. Yet they still maintained a wary eye on their shadows and the surrounding gloom. Their apparent fatigue could very well be a ruse. As a predator, Lilith could effortlessly discern the state of her prey. Especially in the absence of targeted countermeasures against the vampire's perceptive abilities, their condition could not escape Lilith's scrutiny. Her perceptual prowess surpasses that of the Uzumaki clan's Shinjujin, with only a slight limitation in range. It was only after the complete destruction of all the corpses within the hidden grass village that Lilith departed from the blazing remains of the village. The Frost Country, a small nation nestled between the fire and lightning countries, remains distant from the grass country, separated by several smaller nations. The distance from here to the grass country is comparable to that which Lilith traversed from the fire country to the grass country. However, at that time, she was tasked with locating the hidden grass village, which delayed her progress. Now, Lilith merely needed to reach the frost country and find a cave in the wilderness to temporarily settle. Consequently, Shadow Wolf and the Uzumaki mother-daughter duo hastened without pause, locating a suitable cave before dawn. Shortly thereafter, Lilith too arrived at the cave just before daybreak. Chapter 13. The Encirclement of the Middle Ninja's Big Sister. You have arrived? In the cave, Xianglin, cradling her mother, brightened at the sight of Lilith. The anxiety of being in an unfamiliar place vanished as if by magic. Seeing that Xianglin and her mother were safe, Lilith nodded. She then began to assess her mother's condition. Hours passed, and the state of Uzumaki Xianglin's mother improved remarkably. Not only had her injuries completely healed, but her hair also regained its vibrant red hue, and her vitality surged further. Lilith sensed a force within her, growing at an astonishing rate. It was likely chakra. This indicated that Uzumaki, Xianglin's mother, possessed an enormous reservoir of chakra, and now she was genuinely approaching the level of a tailed beast. Perhaps once she stabilized and learned the meditative techniques to enhance her spiritual energy, her chakra might even surpass that of a tailed beast. Big sister, is Mama going to be all right? Xianglin asked, her heart swelling with joy at seeing her mother's hair restored to its original color and her wounds vanished. Yet, despite her mother's recovery, why had she not awakened? She is simply exhausted. Let her rest well. Yes, I understand. I won't disturb Mama's sleep. Xianglin nodded dutifully and knelt beside her mother. However, it wasn't long before her head began to droop, nearly succumbing to slumber. Given the circumstances in Grass Ninja Village, it was indeed remarkable that she could find any peace in sleep. Observing this, Lilith gently laid Xianglin down beside her mother. Sensing the familiar aura, Xianglin closed her eyes and drifted off, prompting Lilith to reflect on the beauty of youth. Yet, it was worth noting that Xianglin had also suffered a depletion of vitality. At such a tender age, she had endured pains that were not meant for her, resulting in a drain on both her chakra and life force. Fortunately, the duration of this depletion had not been extensive, and once her mother awakened, a period of nurturing with chakra would suffice to restore her. With the mother and daughter duo now secure, Lilith turned her attention to the condition of the cave. It was then that she spotted a lifeless brown bear at the entrance. evidently the former inhabitant of this abode. She should have noticed it sooner. But the sheer volume of blood she carried had made her overlook the meager amount of bare blood. Nonetheless, one must not squander even the smallest morsel. Thus, Lilith drained the bear's blood, skinned it, and utilized her magical prowess to remove the fat from the hide before covering the mother and daughter with it. Beneath them lay a thick layer of straw, alleviating any concerns about the chill of the ground. Subsequently, she instructed the shadow wolves to gather firewood outside. Before long, one by one, the shadow wolves returned, each carrying branches in their mouths. With a crackling sound, one of the branches held by a shadow wolf snapped in two. Then the shadow wolf turned around, clutching a broken branch that was connected by only a thin layer of bark, and entered with a jaunty gait. Lilith observed, indeed, while these shadow wolves performed adequately in battle, their intelligence appeared lacking in other aspects. For instance, the branches they brought back varied in length, moisture, and thickness. The dilemma of the canine realm was vividly illustrated in their antics. If a branch was too long, they could not enter. That was enough. There was no need to bring back more branches. Lilith hastily halted these shadow wolves, which seemed to have awakened some peculiar bloodline, lest they conjure up further mischief. Reluctantly, the wolves returned to the shadows to await further orders. It was only natural for them to feel a sense of loss after being called back from their frolic. Lilith pondered the remaining grass ninjas. As her consciousness delved into the shadow wolves still in the land of grass, she discovered they had achieved remarkable success. Without Lilith's command, these shadow wolves engaged the formidable grass ninjas, initially employing harassment tactics. When the ninjas revealed vulnerabilities, they struck decisively. This strategy proved exceedingly effective. Within mere hours, over a dozen Ch-Nin had perished at the claws of the shadow wolves. The surviving grass ninjas now numbered fewer than 10. Yet, aside from the 2 J-Nin, all the remaining Ch-Nin bore injuries, their conditions deteriorating. With the sun rising, the power of the shadow wolves waned significantly, aside from striking the throat. Delivering a fatal blow became increasingly difficult. This shift invigorated the remaining grass ninjas, who began to perceive a glimmer of hope. However, this was merely an illusion. Excluding the 2 J-Nin, the other Ch-Nin were surely doomed, for their wounds were numerous, and their states grew ever worse. Crucially, the shadow wolves would not afford them time to tend to their injuries. Even if the wolves ceased their assault, the ninjas would bleed out and perish. Such accomplishments came at a cost, for shadow wolves had already succumbed to ninjutsu. While shadow wolves were immune to physical attacks, their resistance to energy assaults, although present, was not insurmountable, and they could indeed be slain by such means. Observing this, Lilith remained unperturbed. It was winter, and dawn had just broken, leaving nearly 10 hours until nightfall. Although weakened in daylight, the shadow wolves retained some degree of offensive capability. They could still harass and inflict wounds. Once the injuries accumulated to a certain extent, death remained inevitable. As it was daytime, Lilith felt lethargic. After all, vampires are creatures of the night. Yet, in this unfamiliar territory, she dared not succumb to slumber. Watching the shadow wolves toy with the grass ninjas provided a certain amusement, akin to witnessing a grand performance, which helped to rouse her spirits. Thus, Lilith observed from the first-person perspective of the shadow wolves, taking in the grim spectacle of the grass ninjas meeting their demise one by one. Notably, the weaknesses of the shadow wolves had been laid bare, prompting the 2 J-Nin to act decisively. They lured the shadow wolves into an ambush using the Chunin as bait, swiftly employing ninjutsu to vanquish them. In a moment of carelessness, the shadow wolves fell victim to 2 more. Thus, at the hands of mere grass ninjas, Lilith's shadow wolves had been exterminated 6 times in succession. Fortunately, I now possess the ability to conjure shadow wolves through magic. Otherwise, it would be a source of great sorrow. However, on another note, if this continues, even with 20 or so shadow wolves, we may not succeed in defeating those 2 Jonin. The prowess of the Jonin is overwhelmingly formidable, far beyond what the shadow wolves can contend with. To slay them, we must resort to a strategy of attrition, gradually wearing down their stamina and chakra, thereby creating an opportunity for their eventual demise. Chapter 14. The werewolf. The distant sun had sunk below the horizon, its dying embers painting the sky in shades of crimson, a breathtaking spectacle. Regrettably, this exquisite beauty was lost on Lilith, who had no inclination to appreciate such scenery. Another day had passed, yet the battle against the shadow wolves raged on. The 2 elite shinobi proved to be more tenacious than she had anticipated, their will to survive remarkably strong. Over 40 shadow wolves had harried them throughout the day, leaving numerous wounds upon their bodies, yet they refused to succumb. This experience afforded Lilith a preliminary understanding of the combat prowess possessed by elite shinobi. Considering they were merely from a small ninja village, their strength was likely diluted compared to those from the 5 great ninja villages. However, 3 to 5 elite shinobi from a small village would equate to 1 from a great village, or so she reasoned. After all, small villages generally lack the comprehensive skills and secret techniques found in larger ones, meaning these elite shinobi might not even wield a single B-rank jutsu. Nonetheless, despite the grueling battle that had stretched nearly the entire day and the sacrifice of 37 shadow wolves, Lilith had yet to eliminate either of the elite shinobi. Although the shadow wolves were weakened by the sunlight, their speed remained undiminished, allowing them to seize opportunities to counterattack effectively. Lilith felt no remorse regarding the loss of the shadow wolves. After all, she could conjure numerous expendable minions with her magical power. What truly frustrated her was the failure to achieve her objective, particularly the escape of those 2 grass village elite shinobi. Fortunately, despite the heavy losses among the shadow wolves, both shinobi were similarly wounded, their bodies marred with injuries. Such extensive wounds would have rendered an ordinary person unconscious from blood loss. Yet, these 2 persisted, albeit in a state of utter exhaustion. As the sun fully set, the blood-red eyes of the shadow wolves glowed ominously in the encroaching darkness, instilling a sense of despair in the 2 elite shinobi. Their physical strength and chakra were nearly depleted, while the shadow wolves, rejuvenated by the night, regained their vigor. With a resonant howl, a pack of shadow wolves surged towards the 2 beleaguered grass shinobi. "Ah, damn you monsters!" The cries of despair rang out, only to be swallowed by the cacophony of the shadow wolves' vicious attacks. When the chaos subsided, only 2 mangled corpses remained, their heads brutally shattered. Brains splattered across the ground. The same fate befell the bodies of the middle-ranking shinobi. Had the distance not been so great and the time since death not so prolonged, Lilith would have desired for the shadow wolves to retrieve those corpses. Shortly after the shadow wolves departed, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered to life once more in the depths of the forest. Then, a towering black wolf, standing 2 meters tall, emerged from the thicket. Had Lilith been present, she would have instantly recognized this creature as a werewolf. The relationship between werewolves and vampires cannot be simply described as irreconcilable. Rather, it is a matter of life and death upon their encounter. Indeed, I did not mishear. The howl of the wolf I just heard belonged to those shadowy wolves. The werewolf's nostrils flared as he grimaced in distaste, his eyes filled with disdain. The ability to slay so many shadow wolves indicates that there are indeed formidable beings in this world, not to mention those loathsome bats lurking in the shadows. The werewolf realized he must revise his plans. Initially, he intended to propagate wolf venom widely and create more werewolves. Now, he must account for the hidden powers of this realm. If he were to draw too much attention, he might attract unwanted hostility. What a pity. With this thought, the werewolf turned to depart, casting one last glance at the mangled corpses. He could discern that these 2 individuals had not been dead for long, but regrettably, their bodies were so ravaged that they were beyond salvage. The remains of a being capable of dispatching so many shadow wolves would also serve as a valuable resource. Had the bodies been intact, he might have utilized them, but their gruesome state, with even the heads missing, left him no choice but to abandon them. Wait. Perhaps that one is still unharmed. The werewolf suddenly recalled something, halted his steps, and then turned back to pry open the chest of the 2 corpses. Retrieving their still warm hearts, although marred by some wounds, they remained relatively whole. The werewolf greedily consumed the heart, his eyes squinting in delight. Since a vampire has also arrived in this world, I cannot allow her to remain idle. Reflecting on this, the werewolf considered that vampires are universally reviled, particularly as they feast upon human blood, inherently placing them at odds with humanity. Perhaps the powerful beings of this world could be enlisted to locate her, and through the hands of its inhabitants, eliminate that vampire. The werewolf followed the scent of blood to find other corpses, excavating their hearts before finally departing the scene. In the Frost Country, within a secluded cave, Lilith kindled a fire, roasting several skewers of meat beside it. The meat was sourced from the bear, which, despite having all its blood drained and consequently becoming rather dry, was otherwise fit for consumption. Perhaps drawn by the enticing aroma of food, Uzumaki Kanai, resting on a bed of grass, gradually opened her eyes. Instinctively, Uzumaki Kanai shielded her eyes with the back of her hand, letting out a soft groan. However, she quickly sensed something was amiss. The pain had vanished. Even more astonishing was the absence of any fatigue or weakness. After a moment of bewilderment, Uzumaki Kanai sat up in shock from her grassy nest. Could it be that I am already dead? gazing at her pristine hands. And rolling up her sleeves to reveal flawless skin, she noted that there wasn't even a hint of a bite mark, let alone a blemish. Mother? At that moment, a whisper stirred the consciousness of Uzumaki Kanai. Instinctively, she turned around and beheld her daughter, one hand propped on the ground while the other rubbed her eyes, appearing as if she had just awakened. However, Kanai's gaze was drawn to Shanfeng, fixated on the wound concealed beneath her loose garments. More precisely, it was a bite mark, one she recognized all too well. "Oh, my poor daughter, it is I who have caused you such pain." Kanai enveloped her daughter in a tight embrace, weeping profusely. "Mother?" Shanfeng responded, bewildered, her mind still in a haze. "Do not weep. We are not dead yet. Can you not feel it? Your stomach is already growling." At that moment, as Kanai continued to sob, a voice emerged from behind her. Upon hearing Lilith's voice, Kanai's body trembled. Chapter 15. Interest. As Kana turned her gaze, she beheld a petite figure nestled by the fire, her delicate face resting upon her alabaster knees. Gazing at Kana with an inscrutable expression. Unaccountably, upon meeting Lilith's eyes, which gleamed like rubies, Kana felt her heartbeat quicken. Who are you?" At that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within her, compelling her to draw closer. Yet, the trepidation and wariness in her heart instinctively prompted her to shun any approach. Lilith chuckled softly at Kana's guarded demeanor. She found nothing peculiar in Kana's reaction. Anyone waking in an unfamiliar place would feel disoriented. However, judging by your appearance, it seems your spirit has recovered, which is splendid. Lilith tilted her head, casting a joyful smile toward the mother and daughter duo. While it wouldn't be impossible for her to accept a blood partner with mental instability, one in fine fettle was undoubtedly preferable. "Who are you? Answer my question." Kana shielded her daughter behind her, summoning the chakra within her body, her gaze darting toward the cave entrance behind Lilith, ready to flee at the slightest opportunity. Though bewildered by the circumstances, she sensed she was alive, and her chakra had multiplied exponentially. While chakra did not equate to strength, possessing such an abundance endowed her with the capacity for self-defense. "There is no need for such tension. You must have already realized that you cannot harbor any malice toward me," Lilith remarked with a gentle smile. At that moment, Kana finally grasped the reality upon awakening to find Lilith. She had not felt a single thought of aggression, nor even the slightest flicker of vigilance. This was decidedly abnormal. Awakening in a strange place and encountering an unfamiliar person. How could she not feel even a hint of caution? Wait, a strange place? Wasn't I supposed to be in the village hidden in the grass? Kana murmured. "The village hidden in the grass is no more," came the sweet, diminutive voice, now imbued with an unsettling resonance akin to a devil's whisper in Kana's ears. Particularly with the implications of her words. "The village hidden in the grass. Is it truly gone?" Remarkably, Kana felt no stirrings of doubt. As if Lilith's assertions were irrefutably true. "What have you done to me?" Only then did Kana comprehend that her restoration was inextricably linked to the enigmatic figure before her. "What I have done is not easily conveyed in mere words. Thus." Lilith rose gracefully, intending to reveal everything through a more effective means. With her porcelain feet touching the ground, she approached Kana, her steps echoing softly. "In order to facilitate your recovery, I have indeed depleted a considerable amount of my vitality. It is now time to reap a modicum of interest." Thus, she slowly leaned towards Uzumaki Kanai's alabaster neck, parting her lips, her sharp canine teeth protruding, and then she bit down. A soft hum escaped Uzumaki Kanai's lips. She was not taken aback by Lilith's action. In fact, there was a trace of relief. After all, what other reason could there be for rescuing her from the hell of the grass ninja village? It was none other than her unique constitution. Contemplating this, Uzumaki Kanai's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. However, before the tears could cascade down her cheeks, an extraordinary sensation surged from the depths of her being, rendering her utterly weak. Moreover, a sense of shame intensified within her. Delicate moans and breathy gasps began to escape her lips. Kanai's daughter, Xianglin, who was shielded behind her mother, witnessed the biting and instinctively wanted to plead with the older sister not to bite her mother, suggesting instead that she could bite her. Yet, she soon heard her mother's peculiar sounds. Although she understood nothing, one thing was certain, it did not seem to be a suppressed groan of pain. After all, she was all too familiar with the agonized moans that followed a bite. Unfortunately, due to her angle, she could not discern her mother's expression. Otherwise, she would have asked a singular question. "Mother, why is your face so flushed?" After a brief moment, Lilith concluded her feeding. It must be said, aside from the initial phase of consumption that was almost beast-like in nature, this was Lilith's first formal intake of human blood. One could truly say that the Uzumaki clan does not disappoint. Uzumaki Kanai's blood was exceptionally delectable, brimming with immense vitality. Moreover, within her blood lay a formidable power. Lilith had already begun to speculate on its nature, likely a vestige of the Tsutsuki clan's lineage. Aside from this, Lilith could conjure no other possibilities. I have transmitted the specific information to you. You should now comprehend what has transpired within you. What are your thoughts? Lilith wiped her lips, adorably licking the blood from her thumb. I do not know. May I have some time, please? Uzumaki Kanai covered her cheeks with her hands, causing her voice to sound muffled. It was uncertain whether she was shy or simply overwhelmed by the impact. Time. Ah, of course, for my partner, I am exceedingly tolerant. Lilith smiled gently, no longer pressuring Kanai, and turned back to the fire. After becoming a vampire, the flames no longer provided her warmth. In fact, they elicited an instinctive aversion. While fear was not quite accurate, discomfort was undeniable. Presently, Lilith stared vacantly at the flickering flames. It appeared she was lost in thought. But in truth, she was attuned to the changes within her body. The effect of the Uzumaki clan's blood was more potent than she had anticipated. Had it not been for Lilith's extraordinary willpower, compelling her to abruptly cease her feeding and halt her sanguine indulgence, it is likely that Uzumaki Kanai would have been drained to a mere husk. Her intense reaction stemmed from the immense benefits the Uzumaki bloodline conferred upon her. To put it simply, as long as she possessed a sufficient quantity of Uzumaki blood, she could liberate herself from her current vampiric form and ascend to the status of a noble bloodline. This temptation was one that no vampire could easily resist, were it not for her rational mind reminding her that each death of the Uzumaki bloodline meant one less opportunity, and that should Uzumaki Kanai perish, her future chances of acquiring that precious bloodline would diminish significantly. She might have truly lost her grip. Mother, are you all right? Inquired Uzumaki Shiori, who, unable to comprehend the situation, expressed her concern. Chapter 16. The Bat to Xianglin. Lilith's actions were not markedly different from those of the grass ninjas. Yet, having previously saved her mother with her own blood, Lilith had created a bond that made it difficult for Xianglin to harbor resentment towards her. Thus, the young girl quickly devised a solution. Why not substitute for her mother? This was her plan. If it had been effective in the grass ninja village, surely it would work here as well. However, one crucial detail eluded her. Lilith was not one of those grass ninjas. She was not even a ninja. She was not bound by the rules of this world, and Xianglin's worldview could not be imposed upon her. Mother is fine. She is merely a bit overwhelmed. Xianglin reassured herself. Xiangnai lowered her hands, her cheeks still flushed, but no longer pale as they had been after the bite. This struck Xianglin as rather peculiar. Come, Xianglin. This is our future sovereign, Lady Lilith, Xiangnai declared as she guided Xianglin to kneel before Lilith. Understanding her mother's intent, Xianglin dutifully followed suit, prostrating herself in reverence. Rise. I do not enjoy witnessing others kneel, Lilith commanded gently. Yes, my lady, Xiangnai replied as she helped Xianglin to her feet. Lady. Upon hearing Xiangnai's address, Lilith momentarily appeared lost in thought. What is it, my lady? Nothing, Lilith quickly responded, realizing that the memories she had transmitted through her vampiric bloodline had influenced Xiangnai's choice of address. After all, the memories she had shared were solely those inherited from her vampire lineage. Although they were merely rudimentary memories, they were sufficient for Xiangnai to comprehend the situation. These are prepared for you. Replenish your strength, Lilith instructed, gesturing towards the roasted meat by the fire. Instantly, a chorus of growls erupted, two voices in unison. Xiangnai felt a flush of embarrassment, and Xianglin shyly hid behind her mother, hesitant to show her face. Forgive me for causing you amusement, my lady, Xiangnai said, her face turning red. Not at all. It is only natural, given that you have not eaten in quite some time, Lilith replied nonchalantly. However, due to the rudimentary conditions, lacking any seasoning, not even the most basic salt, the flavor of the roasted meat was likely subpar. Nevertheless, it was evident that Xiangnai and her daughter did not seem to mind, though Lilith was not particularly skilled at roasting meat. Merely placing it near the fire ensured it would not burn. The mother and daughter relished their meal, especially as Xianglin gnawed enthusiastically at the meat skewered on a stick. Their appetites were substantial. Lilith had initially thought she had prepared enough, only to realize she had underestimated their needs. Fortunately, Lilith was not overly concerned about the quantity of meat, and she gestured for Xiangnai to roast more. Yet, Xiangnai appeared slightly embarrassed at the prospect. Xiangnai, you must comprehend one essential truth. You are not merely my servants. but rather my chosen companions of blood. Do you understand? It is simply sustenance. There is no need for such restraint. Yes, I understand, Miss, Seong-na replied, her body trembling slightly as she gazed at her young daughter, and then at Lilith, who rested her chin on her knee, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. I am glad you understand. Seong-ling glanced around, puzzled by the conversation between Seong-na and Lilith. However, one thing was certain, she seemed capable of consuming a bit more. With time still before her maturity, there was no need for haste, yet concentrating all the pressure on Seong-na alone raised concerns about her endurance. Should she seek additional blood companions, or perhaps blood bags? Generally speaking, vampires and their kin do not possess many blood companions, typically just one or two, with some having only one throughout their lives. Yet, Lilith would certainly not confine herself to a single option. Even so, few in the ninja world stirred her interest. After all, creating blood companions required the expenditure of her own blood. A vampire losing blood would suffer significant depletion. Even with ample fresh blood, recovery would necessitate time. Thus, unless from the few clans with Otsutsuki lineage, no other individuals, regardless of their allure, warranted Lilith's investment of energy. Ultimately, a blood companion must possess exceptionally unique blood. Aside from the Uzumaki clan, were there suitable candidates among other families? The Hyuga clan already had one contender. The Uchiha clan was still uncertain, and the Senju clan seemed to have only Tsunade as its sole descendant. Beyond these families, who else remained? There was mention of a distant relative from the Hyuga clan, the Kagaya clan, far away in the Land of Water. That clan known for their bone manipulation? All these families, except for Kagaya, resided in Konoha. And even the wandering Tsunade remained within the Fire Country or its vicinity. There was no immediate urgency regarding these matters. The crucial concern was whether the Kagaya clan still existed during this period. The thought unsettled Lilith. If the Kagaya clan had indeed been exterminated, it would be a significant loss for her. Consequently, she swiftly dispatched 10 shadow wolves to the Land of Water, tasked with uncovering the whereabouts of the Kagaya clan. Regardless, the pressing priority was to ascertain the continued existence of the Kagaya clan. As for how to reach them, the shadow wolves divided into several groups. Some sought coastal cities, intending to board merchant vessels bound for the Land of Water, while others leapt into the sea, planning to swim there. After all, the shadow wolves were tireless and could swim at a leisurely pace. In this moment, Lilith began to reminisce about another type of kin associated with vampires, bats. Wherever vampires roamed, bats often followed, serving as their eyes and ears to seek and monitor prey, far more effective than shadow wolves. Previously, she had been preoccupied with hunting in the forest, momentarily forgetting her quarry. Glancing at the mother and daughter duo still contending with their roasted meat, Lilith decided to resolve her bat predicament before dawn approached. Without hesitation, she rose and made her way toward the cave's entrance. My lady, Kana wished to follow, but Lilith declined her company. This was the Frost Kingdom, and they were in the wilderness. What danger could there be? As Lilith anticipated, the Frost Kingdom indeed posed little threat. Within a single night, not only did she acquire a new batch of bats to accompany her, but she also replenished her pack of shadow wolves to 100. Under the cover of darkness, Lilith returned to the cave. Inside, upon witnessing Lilith's safe return, Kana and Shirori felt a wave of relief wash over them. Chapter 17, Threads of Magic to Speak Candidly. Lilith has now become the sole reliance for both mother and daughter. Without her, they would struggle to find any semblance of shelter. Having experienced the treachery of Grass Shinobi Village, their capacity to trust anyone has been irrevocably shattered. Were it not for the unique bond between vampires and their blood companions, Uzumaki Kanai would scarcely extend any trust towards Lilith. Welcome back, my lady, Kanai said with genuine concern as she approached. At that moment, she could not help but notice the ill-fitting garments adorning Lilith, which were decidedly uncomfortable to behold. Were circumstances not so dire, she would insist on providing her lady with a more suitable outfit. Her lady, so charming, deserved to be adorned beautifully. Lilith nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the innermost recesses of the cave, although she yearned to succumb to slumber instantly. To recuperate from the significant loss of blood that rendered her weak, the multitude of pressing matters at hand prevented her from finding peace in sleep. As for Konoha, there was no immediate threat. The Uchiha clan would not be eradicated so swiftly. Years would likely pass before Konoha took action. The pressing concern lay with the Land of Water. The Kagaya clan residing there remained shrouded in uncertainty. It was unclear whether they still thrived. The Shadow Wolves had already embarked on their mission, and the vampiric bats, evolved through the absorption of their own magic, had also been dispatched. However, traversing the ocean to find the hidden mist village would take time. Although the bats were swift, they became exceedingly weak in daylight, rendered nearly defenseless under the sun's rays. During the day, they could only seek refuge among the clouds, resuming their flight only under the cover of night. Thus, Lilith estimated that the bats would require an additional 2 nights to reach the land of water. After that, further time would be necessary to ascertain news from the hidden mist village. If all went well, they should locate it within 3 to 5 days. Even under less favorable circumstances, they could reach it in about 10 days. Should the Kagaya clan still exist then? She would need to devise a plan to venture into the land of water herself. Whether to exploit the chaos during the clan's demise to secretly gather their blood or to rescue a favored maiden, her presence would be essential. Before the sun had fully risen, several shadow wolves returned, laden with a considerable supply of provisions and food, including essential clothing, with winter upon them. While Lilith could withstand ordinary temperatures, barring extremes, this was not the case for the Uzumaki mother and daughter. It is worth noting that when Lilith had rescued them, they were scantily clad. Upon seeing the clothing brought back by the shadow wolves, Kanai's eyes sparkled with hope. She selected several smaller garments, clearly intended for her daughter, and approached Lilith with them in hand. Leaning against the wall with her legs embraced, Lilith lifted her gaze and beheld Kana, who approached her with a few garments, a smile illuminating her face. "My lady, your attire appears ill-fitting. Perhaps it is time for a change?" Lilith glanced down at her clothing, which was merely a plain linen garment, commonplace in another world she recalled from her inherited memories. Yet, at that moment, her thoughts strayed from the origins of her attire to a different contemplation. It seemed, with my current magical prowess, I might be able to accomplish that feat, to condense fabric using magic. Ordinarily, such an endeavor is reserved for those endowed with not only immense magical power but also an exquisite mastery over it. Lilith possessed sufficient magical energy, yet her control still required refinement. The process of weaving magic into threads, crafting fabric, and subsequently tailoring garments was no simple task. Despite the challenges, it served as an excellent exercise for honing her magical mastery. Moreover, conjuring garments through magic not only offered convenience but also imbued them with formidable defensive capabilities. After all, clothing forged from condensed magic naturally exhibited exceptional resilience. Most importantly, these garments not only provided outstanding physical protection but could also withstand certain magical assaults, akin to donning a suit of armor. Of course, if her magical reservoir were ample enough, she could also conjure an entire suit of armor. However, Lilith's power had yet to reach such extravagance. Nonetheless, creating a set of clothing for herself was within her reach. "That is intended for you all. As for myself," Lilith raised a hand. Her fingertips, resembling white jade, began to emanate magical energy. Under her guidance, this energy gradually coalesced into a thread radiating a soft, pearlescent glow. Achieving this stage was not particularly arduous. It merely involved condensing magic into threads. However, as the number of magical threads increased, the difficulty of control escalated exponentially, let alone the challenge of weaving them into garments. Yet, Lilith did not falter. She steadily expanded the number of magical threads she could manipulate. Upon witnessing the magical threads, Kana comprehended Lilith's intentions and quietly lamented her inability to assist in adorning her mistress, returning instead to help her daughter try on clothes. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no disappointment at not being able to personally dress her lady. Meanwhile, while Lilith was diligently refining her control over magic in the cave's entrance, Kana was engaged in dressing her daughter, whispering softly to her, should circumstances permit. The two of them would remain by Lilith's side, so Kana felt it imperative to caution her daughter against inadvertently offending Lilith in moments of inattention. Simultaneously, she began to ponder the enhancement of her own abilities. Within her, two distinct forces flowed. One was the chakra she knew intimately, now amplified severalfold and still growing. The other was the unfamiliar magical energy that filled her with a sense of strangeness. This is the byproduct of Lilith's transformation of her body. The memories transmitted to her by Lilith elucidate how to wield this power and the magnitude of its might. Other aspects are of lesser importance. The crux lies in the fact that magical energy can nourish the corporeal form of living beings, even facilitating a leap in their existence towards evolution. Kana is particularly intrigued by the healing properties of magical energy. Although the process of gradually nurturing the effects of magic is rather slow, she can alternate its use with chakra. The combination of chakra and magic will surely restore her daughter's body to its optimal state. Above all, she is determined to heal the scars that mar her daughter's skin. Chapter 18. The incident time swiftly passed, and 4 days had elapsed. as Lilith had anticipated. The vampire bats arrived in the land of water 2 days prior to the Shadow Wolf's arrival. They spent 2 nights searching for the hidden mist village and ultimately discovered the Kaguya clan, who had yet to face extermination. Consequently, the vampire bats began to surveil both the Kaguya clan and the village itself, due to their diminutive size and the absence of chakra within their bodies. The vampire bats went unnoticed by anyone. After all, who would pay heed to such insignificant creatures? The only point of contention was their venture out in this weather, which seemed rather implausible. In winter, they should have been seeking caves to hibernate. Lilith had indeed found a multitude of hibernating bats within a cave, utilizing her magical prowess to transform them, thus amassing a considerable number of vampire bats. Yet, as previously mentioned, their lack of chakra rendered them difficult to notice. Furthermore, these vampire bats only emerged at night, making them even less detectable. Especially when they perched motionless, their eyes dimmed, they would not utilize their unique echolocation, remaining utterly silent. Even upon close inspection, one might wonder if they were lifeless. In such circumstances, these vampire bats stealthily lurked and monitored the Kaguya clan. Upon realizing that the Kaguya clan had not yet faced annihilation, Lilith promptly set out towards the land of water with the Uzumaki mother and daughter duo. After a brief surveillance of the Kaguya clan, Lilith discerned that their situation was dire. Not only were the bloodline families within the hidden mist village faring poorly, but it was worth noting that the Mizuki clan, masters of the ice-release bloodline limit, were also alive. Of course, how much longer they could survive remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this was good news for Lilith, as she was curious about the flavor of the Mizuki clan's blood. Employing her vampire charm, Lilith boarded a merchant ship. While the Uzumaki mother and daughter dyed their hair black to conceal their identities, trailing closely behind her, due to the inability to operate during the day, she could only follow the merchant vessel towards the land of water. She could only hope that during her journey, the Kaguya clan and Mizuki clan would manage to survive. To prevent herself from returning empty-handed, Lilith had even instructed the Shadow Wolf to devise a means to rescue 1 or 2 survivors should any unforeseen events occur. Naturally, if Lilith could arrive in the land of water, or even the hidden mist village, before the extermination of the 2 clans, that would be ideal. However, Lilith never anticipated that she would endure a month of tumultuous seas before reaching the land of water. Throughout this month, even with the robust constitution of the Uzumaki clan, they were left utterly drained, resembling wilted eggplants. In contrast, Lilith and Kanai fared much better. Their physical condition had transcended the limits of humanity, rendering the mere turbulence of the sea inconsequential to them. As Lilith and her companions set foot on the territory of the land of water, an alarming incident unfolded in Konoha. An event of utmost significance for the Hyuga clan was taking place, one that would forever be a source of humiliation for them and an enduring pain in the heart of Hyuga Hayashi. Following the conclusive end of the Third Great Ninja War, a representative from Kumogakure arrived in Konoha to negotiate peace. However, Kumogakure discerned Konoha's vulnerability. Despite having suffered considerable losses themselves due to the war, they seized the opportunity to kidnap Hyuga Hinata, the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan, aiming to obtain the coveted Byakugan. This endeavor, however, proved futile, as the captors were promptly dispatched by Hyuga Hayashi. In retaliation, Kumogakure leveraged the situation, demanding the surrender of the murderer, Hyuga Hayashi. This demand ignited a wave of indignation within the Hyuga clan. The protection of the Byakugan was deeply ingrained in their very essence. Whether they sought the clan leader or the Byakugan itself, capitulation was not an option. Consequently, the entire Hyuga clan rallied for war, intent on making Kumogakure pay a steep price. Yet, the third Hokage and his cohorts had morphed from ninjas into self-serving politicians. The prospect of waging war once more was fraught with uncertainty. Even if victory were attainable, the repercussions of such a conflict were beyond what Konoha could bear. Thus, the third Hokage and his allies began to exert pressure on Hyuga Hayashi, seemingly resolved to offer him up, the leader of Konoha's second most powerful clan. This stance left many within the ninja community disheartened, though they understood the rationale behind the third Hokage's decision. Konoha was in no position to engage in another war. With the fourth Hokage recently deceased, the legendary Sannin having departed, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails still a mere child, unable to even harness chakra, Konoha relied solely on the third Hokage for support. Under such dire circumstances, how could they possibly wage war? In this context, surrendering Hyuga Hayashi appeared to be a sound strategy to mitigate the looming threat of conflict, a prospect that the third Hokage deemed an acceptable price. However, the Hyuga clan could not fathom this logic. Just as tensions escalated between the third Hokage and the Hyuga clan, Hayashi's younger brother, Hyuga Hizashi, stepped forward. Bearing an uncanny resemblance to Hayashi, Hizashi could serve as a suitable substitute for the clan leader in negotiations with Kumogakure. His emergence was met with approval from both the third Hokage and the other members of the Hyuga clan, as Hizashi, being from the branch family and marked with the caged bird seal, would ensure the Byakugan remained protected. Yet, Hyuga Hayashi opposed this solution. Many within the Hyuga clan resented the branch family system, and even Hayashi himself, as the clan leader, harbored dissatisfaction. He had merely been born a few minutes earlier than Hizashi, thus becoming the head of the main family, while his brother was relegated to the branch family. Branded with the caged bird seal and stripped of his freedom. Unbeknownst to others, this was a thorn in Hayashi's heart. Yet, even as clan leader, he found himself powerless against the constraints of the branch family system. In the pursuit of abolishing the family division system, it is imperative to propose a superior alternative. However, it is evident that the inhabitants of the land of Shinobi are largely narrow-minded and lack adaptability. Hinata Hizashi, having no feasible options, can only bury this notion deep within his heart, too fearful to voice it. Tragically, Hinata Hayashi has perished, leaving behind Hizashi to bear his fate. The hidden cloud returned only with Hayashi's lifeless body and a pair of damaged Byakugan. Yet, to assert that the hidden cloud gained nothing would be misleading. At the very least, they have preserved Hayashi's remains, engaging in research that may one day yield unforeseen discoveries. Chapter 19. Preparedness as night fell. Hinata Hyuga found herself curled up alone in her blankets. Did I cause trouble again? This thought incessantly plagued her mind. Though she had been ordered to remain at home for several days, the atmosphere within her abode hinted that something significant had transpired in the village. This was likely connected to the recent incident where her father had taken a life to save her. Once again, she felt she had disappointed him. Hinata's inherent shyness had not always defined her. It had gradually emerged from the repeated disappointments inflicted by her father. While her nature was fundamentally kind and introverted, this introversion was now morphing into a debilitating self-doubt. This simply would not do. If a girl like Hinata was not guided promptly, she would spiral into an abyss of self-recrimination, shouldering all the blame for her misfortunes. Consequently, her introversion would deepen, her self-esteem would plummet, and she might ultimately tread a path towards self-destruction. Had it not been for Naruto, the shining beacon in the original narrative, whose resilient spirit influenced her profoundly, one could only speculate what fate might have befallen Hinata. Now, however, Lilith's concerns were on the verge of materialization. Due to her influence, Hinata's guiding light had vanished. It was imperative for her to devise a means to enlighten this gentle, introverted girl. You seem quite sorrowful. A tender voice suddenly pierced the silence, causing Hinata, nestled in her cocoon, to shudder. Oh no. She tightened her grip on the covers. Is it a ghost? No. Wait. It's an assassin. Once she regained her composure and lifted her blankets, she was met with a pair of blood-red eyes and a shadow twisted in the darkness, reminiscent of flames dancing in the night. Hinata was momentarily paralyzed with fear. I apologize for addressing you in such a manner, but regrettably, my true form cannot yet visit Konoha. Rest assured, I mean you no harm. The melodious voice evoked an instinctive fondness. At another time, Hinata might have easily believed it. Yet, having recently endured a kidnapping, her vigilance had heightened, making her wary of this sudden, seemingly malevolent entity. However, perhaps due to the earlier incident when the Shadow Wolf had intervened against the bullying she faced from those unruly children, Hinata refrained from screaming immediately. For Lilith, this was the best possible outcome. At least Hinata was willing to engage in dialogue. Who are you? Have you been lurking in the shadows, observing me all these months? To Lilith's surprise, Hinata's first question was one that momentarily took her aback. She had never anticipated Hinata's sensitivity to such an extent, capable of perceiving the Shadow Wolf's watchful gaze. Of course, this was partly due to the Shadow Wolf's overzealous scrutiny, which had been relentless. This revelation served as a reminder to Lilith. While the Shadow Wolf possessed formidable stealth abilities, it was futile against the unreasonable instincts of those with heightened sixth senses. In the future, the intelligence gathered by the Shadow Wolf should not be taken at face value. One cannot rule out the possibility that it is a deliberate performance for her benefit. However, such concerns are matters for another time. At present, the priority lies in reassuring Hinata. I apologize for lingering around you these past few days. Unlike the Cloud villagers from days gone by, I harbor no interest in the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. My covert observations stem from your remarkable talent. Lilith gathered her thoughts and continued, Talent? Is that truly the case? Hinata responded incredulously, That cannot be. I am far from impressive and only bring disappointment to my father. With that, sorrow once again clouded Hinata's expression. Lilith was nearly at a loss for words. How deeply ingrained must this lack of confidence be? When it came to talent, Hinata seemed to have completely forgotten about the instances of Lilith's secretive observations. Fortunately, this lapse allowed Lilith to sidestep the need to clarify that she was not a pervert. There is no need for such self-deprecation. Your Byakugan is more pristine than any other in the Hyuga clan, and your lineage is undergoing a reversion. Which explains your increasing appetite of late, Lilith reassured her. Really? Am I truly that remarkable? Hinata questioned, astonished. Every child yearns for their parents' approval, and receiving praise for the first time felt surreal to Hinata. The notion that her Byakugan could be purer than anyone else's, coupled with the idea of a returning bloodline, seemed almost impossible. If you trust me, make sure to consume more food recently. This is a crucial growth phase for you, and the reversion of your bloodline necessitates additional energy. You must ensure a sufficient supply of nourishment. At that moment, Lilith recalled a rumor suggesting that Hinata had a considerable appetite, perpetually remaining unsatisfied, and her frequent fainting spells could very well stem from hunger. Lilith was uncertain about the truth of this rumor, but she added, if you do not eat enough and happen to faint during training, it would only amplify your father's disappointment, wouldn't it? Little Hinata, surely you do not wish to continue witnessing that look of disappointment in your father's eyes? As soon as Lilith finished speaking, Hinata's head shot up. Lilith felt somewhat uneasy under Hinata's hopeful gaze, even though she was merely a shadow wolf. It was challenging to remain composed when a small girl looked at her with such sincerity. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she was not misleading Hinata. With renewed confidence, Lilith said, as long as you eat well, your father will not be disappointed during training, correct? That requires your effort, she added. Yes, I will strive for that. Hinata nodded vigorously, resolutely committing herself. Starting tomorrow, she would ensure each meal was fulfilling. In the land of water, within the hidden mist village, Lilith withdrew her consciousness from the shadow wolf stationed across the vast ocean. In recent days, owing to the blood mist, she had gathered a considerable amount of blood, particularly from the various bloodline clans, yielding a significant bounty. She awaited the annihilation of the Kagaya clan. Once she had amassed a sufficient quantity of their blood, Lilith would be able to digest her harvest with peace of mind. It is foreseeable that upon the complete assimilation of the blood she has collected, her strength would experience a significant enhancement, potentially liberating her from the constraints of vampirism and allowing her to emerge as a true progenitor of blood. The pivotal factor, however, lies in the quality of the Kagaya blood. Yet, one must not place all hope solely upon it. It is wise to prepare for contingencies. Thus, Lilith resolved to seize the opportunity presented by the lingering blood mist of the hidden fog village to gather a total of 10,000 portions of blood, ensuring absolute certainty. A collection of 10,000 portions would be ample to shatter her shackles and descend as a genuine blood progenitor. Chapter 20. Fatal weakness to remain untransformed into a vampire is to forever remain oblivious to the tantalizing allure of becoming one of the bloodkin. It is a temptation so profound that even the knowledge of one's demise, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, would compel one to take the gamble. The crux of this allure lies in the inherent flaws of vampires as a species. The constraints of sunlight, silver, and even garlic serve as formidable adversaries. Indeed, even the weakest among vampires can find their end through garlic. For those who are otherwise powerful, their only defense is a slight increase in garlic tolerance. Yet it remains their fatal vulnerability. Ultimately, vampires are but tools forged by the bloodkin. As instruments, vampires prove exceedingly useful. They possess formidable combat capabilities, exhibit notable potential for growth, and are effortlessly disseminated, all while remaining steadfast under the oppressive bloodline hierarchy, which alleviates concerns of rebellion. Hence, whether filling the ranks on the battlefield, serving as subservient aides, or functioning as vessels for blood collection, they are invaluable. In this regard, Lilith, as a vampire, is particularly authoritative. It is noteworthy that despite her designation as a vampire, her capacity to absorb blood is limited to a mere 30%. This implies that from an entire unit of blood, she can extract only a third of its energy. The remaining 70% coagulates within her stomach, forming a crimson crystal brimming with exceptionally pure energy, an essential resource for the bloodkin's daily cultivation. Thus, for the bloodkin, vampires can also serve as filters for impurities. This ability remains intact within Lilith, even in the absence of the bloodkin's upper-tier suppression. However, compared to her counterparts, Lilith enjoys a greater degree of freedom. For instance, the blood crystals in her stomach can be reabsorbed once they form. After all, with the upper echelon absent, what purpose do these blood crystals serve if not for her own consumption? These blood crystals, as products refined from blood, lack any significant thresholds for absorption, allowing even members of other races to partake in them. They are indeed a remarkably pure resource for cultivation. Although the energy from the blood Lilith absorbs ultimately becomes hers, her concerns extend beyond this factor. What truly vexes her are the lethal weaknesses of sunlight, silver, and garlic. The wounds inflicted by silver are irreparable. Contact with garlic feels akin to being scorched by sulfuric acid, and exposure to sunlight can lead to spontaneous combustion, leaving no trace but the remnants of her clothing. Consequently, she finds herself in peril for 12 hours each day. Such a predicament is intolerable to anyone, much like a certain contemptible master who, upon becoming a ghoul, easily accepted the necessity of consuming human flesh to survive, yet was utterly incapable of enduring the prospect of sunlight. Lilith's situation cannot be said to be entirely analogous. At best, there are merely a few similarities. Particularly as she accumulates more and more blood, her frequency of action increases correspondingly, even if her endeavors remain shrouded in secrecy. The mysterious disappearance of the blood of the deceased will inevitably draw the attention of others. To be candid, Lilith is not particularly fearful of attracting notice. After all, she has never made an appearance before others. Even if someone were to discover something, as long as she remains concealed, she is not in peril. However, the realm of shinobi is somewhat enigmatic. The Otsutsuki clan is one matter. The toad from Miyaboka Mountain possesses prophetic abilities. Lilith dares not dismiss the prophetic prowess of that toad as mere trickery. Indeed, in her memory, numerous beings have awakened such capabilities. What one lacks must not be permitted to be absent in others. Besides that toad, the Sage of Six Paths also remains rather inscrutable. He appears to be a benevolent figure, having sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki with his brothers, extracting the chakra of the 10 tails to create tailed beasts. He also established the shinobi sect, disseminating chakra to connect all beings and alleviate warfare. It sounds idyllic. Yet, the nature of chakra is not something that can simply be birthed from the amalgamation of physical and mental energy. Even if one acquires the method to extract chakra and perceives these two forms of energy, it remains impossible to synthesize them into chakra. The essence of condensing chakra lies in the seed of chakra, with the Sage of Six Paths spreading chakra. Nearly all living beings in the shinobi world now possess this seed. This is why Lilith can obtain blood of a quality comparable to that of ordinary humans from animals. Essentially, these creatures are not ordinary. They are products of extraterrestrial technological modification. In simpler terms, they possess a higher spirituality than typical animals, making them susceptible to enlightenment under the influence of chakra, and once enlightened, they acquire intelligence nearly equal to or even surpassing that of humans. This is quite absurd. Nevertheless, despite any astonishment, what truly unsettles Lilith is the subsequent actions of the Sage of Six Paths, the establishment of the Pure Land. Lilith is uncertain whether the Pure Land was pre-existing, appropriated by the sage, or whether he created it anew. However, it has become a fact that souls endowed with chakra are guided into the Pure Land. To this day, who knows how much chakra the sage has harvested through the Pure Land? In Lilith's eyes, this behavior resembles sowing seeds in the shinobi world, only to reap them like a harvest every 1,000 years. Thus, Lilith is not at all concerned about being discovered. Normal individuals lack the capacity to find her. They simply do not possess the ability. Yet, the toad and the Sage of Six Paths do not fall into this category. With their mysterious prophetic abilities and the sage's harvesting of souls within the Pure Land, before Lilith mastered the ability to obscure language and devised methods to annihilate souls, she had to remain discreet. This is precisely why she has been reluctant to expose herself in front of others until now. Although the likelihood of attracting the attention of the Sage of Six Paths is minimal, it is certainly not non-existent. However, this does not imply that Lilith's actions will become constrained. Her primary concern is to keep her true identity concealed. Beyond that, she can afford to be somewhat audacious. For instance, within a mere month, Lilith has utilized her shadow wolves to ruthlessly eliminate pirates and bandits in the Land of Water. She has already amassed a sufficient supply of blood, enough for 10,000 men, with several times more besides. Were it not for the limitation of only having 100 shadow wolves, with 20 stationed in Kanahagakure and others deployed nearby, her capacity to harness blood could have been even greater. Chapter 21. Slumber again. Presently, Lilith possesses nearly 37,000 units of blood. This substantial collection is sufficient for her lineage to undergo transformation, allowing her to become a true member of the Blood Clan, no longer confined to the shadows, where even sunlight cannot reach her. The fortunate news is that Abido is far more ruthless than she had anticipated. regarding the Mist Village. He is pursuing a path towards its annihilation. Consequently, over the course of the past month, she has borne witness to the downfall of several notable bloodline clans. Among them, the most prominent clan boasted nearly 100 ninjas and approximately 1,300 civilians. Astonishingly, this clan, comprising around 1,400 individuals, was utterly decimated, leaving no survivors. Throughout this month, the blood she has collected within the Mist Village amounts to a considerable figure. Notably, the blood drawn from the bloodline clans has been meticulously stored by Lilith, with the hope of extracting some unique abilities from it once she ascends to her new identity as a Blood Clan member. Perhaps there will be delightful surprises awaiting her. Furthermore, her interest in collecting the blood of the Kagaya clan has been bolstered. She is particularly intrigued by their bone manipulation abilities and wishes to ascertain whether the rumors surrounding the Kagaya clan's bloodline limit, derived from Kagaya Otsutsuki's shared demise with the bones, hold any truth. Should this prove to be the case, it would indeed be fascinating. Lilith has concealed herself within the Mist Village for a month, diligently collecting blood and investigating the village's prevailing conditions. She has identified two young girls of interest, Shimonosuke Asuka from the Shimonosuke clan and Kagaya Rin from the Kagaya clan. Regrettably, she was unable to locate an individual named Shimonosuke Haku within the Shimonosuke clan. Lilith had intended to discern the gender of the Shimonosuke Haku, yet her inquiries remain unresolved. It is likely that Haku and their parents are still in hiding somewhere within the Land of Water, or perhaps they have been taken by Zabuza. Lilith did not have to wait long. The atmosphere within the Mist Village has grown increasingly oppressive, as nearly everyone appears to be engulfed in a form of madness. It is as if they are trapped within an arena where only one may emerge alive, while the rest are deemed adversaries. The conflict between the bloodline clans and the civilians has become glaringly apparent. It is anticipated that the Shimonosuke and Kagaya clans will vanish from the shinobi world in the ensuing months. Amidst the chaos, one 7-year-old girl from each clan has gone missing. When the villagers conducted a count of the deceased, they discovered the missing girls. However, after a thorough investigation, they found nothing. Following the issuance of bounties in the black market, the villagers ceased their search for the disappeared girls. Now, the entirety of Mist Village is left pondering. After the disappearance of the two great clans, who will be next? One could hardly anticipate that at this moment. Terumi May would step forward to unveil the truth of being manipulated as the Mizukage, subsequently assuming the position herself. However, this development bore little relevance to Lilith. In all honesty, Lilith held a keen interest in Terumi May, for she possessed an innate appreciation for all things beautiful. Yet, the creation of blood companions proved to be an immense drain on her resources. Each one required meticulous calculation. Furthermore, she had yet to fully commit to transforming one of the two girls she had brought along, Mizugetsu Asuka, into a blood companion. Ultimately, it hinged on whether the child warranted her investment. Having acquired the blood of two prominent clans, coupled with several months of accumulation, Lilith now possessed an astonishing total of 60,000 units of blood. The surrounding pirates and brigands were nearly eradicated by her hand. Such a vast quantity of blood would suffice for an extended period. After departing from the Land of Water, Lilith, accompanied by Kanai and the three little ones, arrived in the Land of Iron. This nation was somewhat unique compared to others, not merely as a neutral territory, but also due to its lack of ninjas. More precisely, the armed factions within this realm favored the mastery of swordsmanship over the practice of ninjutsu. Consequently, the number of samurai was notably high. Lilith temporarily settled in a secluded corner of the Land of Iron, entrusting the command of 80 shadow wolves, aside from the one observing in Konoha, to Kanai. She then submerged herself once more, hiding beneath the ground where Kanai and the others were situated. Naturally, apart from Kanai, the other three little ones were oblivious to this arrangement. Given Kanai's current prowess, bolstered by the support of the Shadow Wolves, no one aside from the 5 great ninja villages posed a challenge to her. Even against the 5 great ninja villages, subduing her would not be an effortless task. The outcome was uncertain. After all, Kanai's chakra was indeed abundant now, especially following her exploration of the magic passed down by Lilith, which she validated against her own Uzumaki sealing techniques, seemingly leading her towards the development of new ninjutsu. As a result, her ability to bind and seal had grown stronger, and her chains had become more resilient. Yet, she appeared unsatisfied, as if further improvement was still attainable. Witnessing Kanai's formidable strength, Lilith felt at ease to succumb to slumber, allowing her to digest the blood she had gathered over time. As Lilith drifted into sleep, Kanaya's emotions grew somewhat anxious. After all, she had always relied on Lilith. Now that Lilith was dormant, she was compelled to depend solely on herself. Moreover, she had 3 children in her charge who required her protection. The silver lining was that Lilith had left the Shadow Wolves in her care before her slumber. One might question the combat capabilities of the Shadow Wolves. Yet their ability to strike was beyond reproach. As for the Bloodbats, Lilith had also allowed them to fall into a deep sleep. Without her magical energy to sustain them, Kanai was incapable of commanding them. Furthermore, the Bloodbats surrounding her resting place would serve as a final line of defense. Although this defense line possesses little combat prowess, once she acquires sufficient wealth in the future, she is resolute in her desire to create a multitude of gargoyles to guard her tomb. Gargoyles are the war weapons and protectors crafted by the vampire clan. They boast an indestructible physique, formidable magical immunity, and eyes capable of unleashing special attacks. Additionally, their ability to fly and their lifelessness as puppets render them one of the most suitable traps for tomb guarding. After all, those who venture into the tomb can hardly ascertain whether the gargoyle standing before them is merely a statue or a genuine sentinel. However, the creation of gargoyles is no simple task, especially for Lilith at this moment. Thus, it is best to defer this matter until later. For now, the priority lies in absorbing blood and evolving. Deep underground, at an unknown depth, within a rudimentary stone chamber, Lilith reclines upon the stone platform at the chamber's center. Chapter 22. Evolution. Unlike the confined space resembling a coffin in which she previously slumbered, this time the chamber is considerably more expansive. At this moment, the ground within the stone room is inundated with blood. The rich aroma of blood stirs a certain restlessness among the suspended vampire bats within the chamber. However, it remains merely a flicker of agitation. They dare not descend to partake of the blood, for should they venture too close, Lilith would not hesitate to crush them. This is not Lilith's first slumber, yet absorbing such a copious amount of blood is a novel experience. The silver lining is that, despite the overwhelming quantity, Lilith exhibits no adverse reactions. Her presence grows palpably stronger, visibly revitalizing as she recovers from her earlier depletion of vitality. With sufficient sustenance, her once childlike form gradually transforms back to that of a youthful adolescent, reminiscent of her state before she converted Kanai into her blood companion. As Lilith reaches complete restoration, it signals the commencement of a pivotal transformation in her bloodline. Suddenly, the stillness in the chamber is shattered as the blood begins to boil, coalescing into a swirling vortex around her. In this maelstrom, a profound metamorphosis unfolds within Lilith. The blood within her converges toward her heart, which, until now, had been pulsing sluggishly, comes to an abrupt halt. All the blood condenses and compresses within her heart until it culminates into a single, crystalline droplet of blood, exuding an allure that is irresistibly fatal. This is the culmination of Lilith's essence, the true blood of the vampire, refined and elevated through the ample supply of blood. It marks the inception of her true metamorphosis. As the blood in the chamber diminishes at an astonishing rate, the initial droplet of vampiric blood within Lilith's being proliferates until it fills her heart, which then resumes its vigorous beating with newfound strength. The heart circulates the blood throughout her body, replenishing it to its former state. Consequently, this blood, now coursing through her veins, initiates a profound transformation within Lilith's physique. Her once flawed vampiric body begins to evolve toward the noble essence of the bloodline. While Lilith remains unaware of the circumstances in other realms, she understands that within her memories, the bloodline signifies nobility in a certain sense. The bloodline is synonymous with aristocracy. Indeed, those ancestral figures revered as deities can be regarded as aristocrats. This inherent nobility, characterized by lineage, power, and heritage, cannot be mimicked by mere vampires. At this moment, though her appearance exhibits minimal change, merely an optimization of her existing form, an ineffable aura begins to manifest around Lilith. She lay there, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sleeping princess. At that moment, the blood within the stone chamber had diminished significantly, and Lilith's evolution was nearing its conclusion. Yet, she did not awaken. Instead, she meticulously absorbed the remaining blood, striving to ensure her evolution was devoid of any hidden risks while augmenting her own strength. Concurrently, Lilith began to assimilate the ancestral legacy that surged within her mind following her bloodline evolution. This was a unique heritage exclusive to magical races. The powerful magical races inscribe their legacies within their bloodlines, allowing those who meet certain conditions to inherit corresponding knowledge from their lineage. The stronger the bloodline, the more formidable the legacy. As a race created by the divine, the legacy of the Bloodkin could scarcely be considered weak. Fortunately, Lilith had prepared herself. Otherwise, the sudden influx of ancestral knowledge might have overwhelmed her, leaving her to grapple with its complexities for an indeterminate period. This was not akin to the vampires, who possessed only a modicum of knowledge and had their memories severely truncated. The wealth of information she encountered was comparable to that of the dragonkin. In addition to the ancestral memories, the vast reservoir of magical power within Lilith also experienced a substantial enhancement, both in terms of quantity and purity. It burgeoned at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Kana, observing from outside, was pleasantly surprised to find that the shadow wolves concealed in the darkness had grown larger. Once of normal size, they now soared to over 2 meters in height, their magical power escalating rapidly. This development was undoubtedly welcome news for Kana, indicating that Lilith was in no peril and that her evolution was proceeding quite smoothly. It is worth noting that within the stone chamber, Lilith still retained her youthful, almost lowly-like appearance. More accurately, she existed in a transitional phase between girlhood and adolescence. Undoubtedly, prior to her transformation into a vampire, she was in the throes of rapid development typical of young females. However, the shift in her race had arrested her development at this stage. As she was not born of the Bloodkin, her growth was particularly slow. If all proceeded as expected, her rate of maturation would lag behind that of humans by a factor of 10 or even dozens. After all, not every race's physique can evolve in tandem with their burgeoning strength. Nevertheless, Lilith remained largely unconcerned. After all, whether vampire or Bloodkin, they were, in essence, a cadre of sorcerers, and physical stature had minimal impact on their prowess. The paramount consideration was that her internal magical power remained unscathed. As time passed, the blood that had already been significantly consumed within the stone chamber was entirely absorbed by Lilith. The moment all the blood vanished, her eyes gradually fluttered open. Instantly, within the dimly lit stone chamber, there emerged a pair of eyes that sparkled like rubies, exuding a resplendent crimson glow. If one were to say that a vampire's eyes were blood red, evoking immediate thoughts of blood, then while the Bloodkin's eyes also bore a red hue, they possessed a gem-like quality, making the distinction immediately apparent. One can only say that the distinction between vampires and Bloodkin is evident at every turn. Oh, is this the sensation of becoming one of the Bloodkin? It is truly marvelous. Lilith gently covered the corners of her mouth with her fair fingers, attempting to suppress the smile that refused to be contained. To be honest, she felt an overwhelming urge to burst into laughter. Those who have never transformed into a vampire can never comprehend the feeling of being fraught with vulnerabilities, of needing to hide for half the year. However, considering how peculiar that realization seemed, she decided against it. Yet, even so, the corners of Lilith's mouth remained unyielding, and the smile on her face never faded. Chapter 23. The horror story. Recently, Kanai of the Uzumaki clan has come across a troubling rumor. Due to their unique identities, Kanai and her companions are particularly sensitive to such whispers. After all, whether it be Uzumaki, Kagaya, or Mizunatsuki, they inevitably attract the malevolent gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. However, the rumor that has reached Kanai's ears is not about them. Rather, it pertains to their esteemed lady, Lilith. Compared to those 3 children, Kanai, as the blood partner of Lilith, possesses a deeper understanding of the situation, which only heightens her anxiety. Recently, within the Iron Country, a chilling tale intended to frighten children has gained considerable traction. The origins of this story remain shrouded in mystery. Yet what matters is that the protagonist of this tale is none other than their lady. More specifically, it is about a vampire. The story warns that if one fails to return home and sleep promptly after sunset, a terrifying vampire shall come to drain one's blood. Particularly, innocent and delicate children are said to be the most favored prey of these fiends. However, if it were merely this, it would be nothing more than an ordinary horror story. What truly unsettles Kanai is the fact that alongside this terrifying narrative, methods to restrain vampires have also emerged. Suggestions include hanging garlic at the entrance, utilizing silver weapons to slay vampires, targeting their hearts, and most importantly, the revelation that vampires cannot endure sunlight. The details are far too intricate, raising suspicions that someone might be targeting Lilith specifically. As of now, the only silver lining is that, for the time being, no one has taken this horror story seriously. Lilith, in her quest for blood, has also exercised considerable caution. She has concealed her true form from prying eyes, ensuring that all evidence is thoroughly destroyed, burning what can be incinerated and eliminating any remnants that cannot be. Her actions have been characterized by a relentless pursuit of obliteration. Nevertheless, the destruction of the grass ninja village has begun to circulate as the work of a vampire. Initially, this notion spread among the common folk, but it eventually reached the ears of the ninja clans. Yet, the ninjas scoff at the idea. Vampires? They would sooner believe that a ninja with a special bloodline limit was responsible. Ninjas have existed in the shinobi world for a millennium, and they instinctively dismiss the possibility of any extraordinary powers beyond their own. Perhaps, even if such forces did manifest, they would swiftly extinguish them. It is worth noting that some ninja villages have begun to investigate the source of these rumors. After all, they are not oblivious. The speed and extent of the rumors' spread are exceedingly abnormal, suggesting intentional malice behind it. As such, numerous ninja villages have commenced their inquiries. Although the Grass Ninja Village may be insignificant before the five great villages, it holds a similar standing to others. If one village can obliterate the Grass Ninja Village, it stands to reason that they could do the same to others. Currently, those villages suspect that a larger ninja village is behind the attacks. Yet the five great villages have collectively denied any involvement in the matter. Regarding this matter, whether the small ninja villages believe it or not is secondary. However, at this moment, an unknown entity has emerged, inadvertently placing itself in the line of fire. Not only the small ninja villages, but even the five great ninja villages have initiated investigations. More specifically, the Hidden Stone Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, and the Hidden Leaf Village are actively engaged in this inquiry. The remaining two villages are either too distant or simply uninterested in such trivial affairs. Remarkably, these ninjas have managed to uncover some leads. They discovered several desolate villages within the Land of Grass. If these villages were merely abandoned, it would not be of particular concern. However, the desolation stemmed from a catastrophic event that led to the demise of the entire population overnight. Indeed, they found numerous mangled corpses within these villages. Each body bore marks of having been savaged by wild beasts, and, without exception, all the hearts were missing, as if something had extracted them. Initially, they suspected the work of a sinister cult. Yet, as the investigation progressed, they astonishingly unearthed the presence of werewolves lurking in the shadows. The werewolf had underestimated the ninjas of this world, even possessing knowledge of the extraordinary powers that exist here. It viewed the inhabitants as mere primitives, while, in a sense, this perception is not entirely unfounded. Being primitive does not equate to being weak, especially in a ninja world that has been tumultuous for a millennium. One could argue that chakra presents endless complications, akin to a pitfall. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that over a millennium, these ninjas have mastered the art of chakra manipulation. The concepts of chakra transformation and the fusion of dual or even triple elemental properties sound utterly absurd. Is such intricate manipulation achievable by an ordinary individual? What? You claim that the denizens of the ninja world are not human? That changes nothing. Meanwhile, the werewolf continued to conceal itself according to the customs of its original world. Even upon discovering the existence of vampires in this realm, it merely exercised a bit more caution. As for restraint, that was out of the question. The werewolf was uncertain about when the vampire had arrived in this world or the extent of its current power. If it were to be discovered by that vampire, and if she were stronger, it would undoubtedly meet its demise. After all, putting oneself in another's shoes, should its strength surpass that of the vampire, it would surely eliminate her. Thus, it periodically sought out remote villages to unleash carnage, ensuring a sufficient supply of blood to grow stronger. Similar to Lilith, upon arriving in this world, it too was liberated from the constraints of its superiors, along with the shackles of its bloodline. However, unlike Lilith, the werewolf's innate abilities were considerably inferior. After all, even if Lilith had not become a member of the bloodline, her beauty was exceptional and her potential equally remarkable. The soul originates from another realm. The enhancements can be deemed as ample, yet one more extraordinary ability is still desired. However, for Lilith, the arrival of such an inexplicable boon might be best avoided, though she would not refuse it should it come to pass. Consequently, this werewolf's rate of assimilating blood and sustenance is rather sluggish. Nevertheless, his strength has surged to more than tenfold compared to his initial state. Coupled with the werewolf's inherently keen senses, he swiftly discerned the presence of individuals seemingly scouring the woods. Instinctively, the werewolf recalled his prior existence before arriving in this world. Back then, he too often concealed himself within the wilderness, and whenever he took a life, the villagers would scour the nearby forests. At that time, he could only hide meticulously to avoid detection. Could it be that his village massacre has finally been uncovered? Chapter 24. The specters of bygone memories began to assail him. conjuring images of the times when he was relentlessly pursued by humans. A surge of savage emotion flooded his mind, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. When his strength was feeble, he was chased by humans, even as he grew stronger. The humans still hunted him. Was his newfound power rendered futile? Despite his recent investigations revealing the existence of a unique group known as ninjas, he, as a predator, instinctively regarded humans with disdain, perceiving them solely as prey. As his power continued to swell, so too did his arrogance. Were it not for his long-standing habit of instinctively retreating into the woods, his mind still clouded, he would have already seized control of the human towns, subjugating them as he pleased. Yet now, those whom he viewed as mere sustenance dared to resist him, in a frenzy of unrestrained bloodlust. The wolfman hesitated not a moment before tracking the scent through the woods towards the ninjas. In this forest, he was the hunter, and all other creatures, be they human or beast, were but his quarry. No matter how intoxicated he became, his hunting instincts remained intact, even growing stronger. The ninjas, following the trail into the woods, remained oblivious to the formidable enemy they faced. In combat, the side that wielded superior intelligence often held the advantage. And in scenarios where one party was caught unawares, instances of decisive strikes were commonplace. At this moment, the wolfman, nearly blending into the forest itself, revealed his fangs before the unsuspecting ninjas. The number of ninjas entering the woods was not vast. They comprised 5 small teams, each consisting of 3 members, totaling 15 individuals. Only 2 teams were led by Nin, while the rest were composed of genin. These ninjas had been dispatched by nearby minor nations to investigate the situation. As for the Konoha ninjas, they were still en route. Until valuable intelligence was relayed back, Konoha would not intervene. After all, while the power capable of annihilating the grass ninja village overnight might not concern Konoha greatly, it was a different matter for the investigating ninjas. Thus, sending the small village ninjas in to scout ahead while they remained poised to act became the most prudent strategy. The opinions of these minor village ninjas were of little consequence to anyone. In the depths of the forest, the wolfman concealed himself within the shadow of a great tree, suppressing his presence. His blood-red eyes greedily fixated on a team of ninjas within his line of sight. He sensed a peculiar power emanating from the 3 individuals, a force that was both strange and alluring. To the wolfman, this essence was tantalizing, akin to the aroma of succulent meat sizzling in a pan, irresistibly enticing. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that you have sprinkled a generous amount of spices over the fatty meat. This is akin to the myriad of emotions fear, hatred, pleading, that emanate while consuming the meat, culminating in an exquisite indulgence. For instance, at this very moment, the werewolf perceives the anxiety, impatience, and hesitation radiating from the trio before him through their chakra. Although his perception abilities have only recently been enhanced, this does not hinder his application of them. The overt display of such emotions incites within the werewolf a desire to toy with his prey, and he proceeds to do just that. As the team searching the woods hears the rustling from the nearby thicket, they dismiss it as the mere stirrings of a wild beast. They do not send anyone to investigate, merely casting a couple of glances before relaxing their vigilance. However, their hands instinctively reach for their ninja tool pouches. With the war having just concluded, the alertness of the ninjas is not so easily diminished. More importantly, they are on the hunt for the perpetrator of the village massacre, whose strength remains an enigma, at the very least, a low-ranking ninja. They are unwilling to risk their lives due to a momentary lapse in attention. After a brief period of heightened caution, they detect no anomalies and gradually lower their guard. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes flickers with intrigue. Why, despite the energy they exude, do their emotions remain unchanged? In truth, chakra is not continuously refined. Ordinary ninjas typically replenish their chakra only after depleting their internal reserves. Thus, the emotions conveyed through the infused spiritual energy do not represent their current feelings. Of course, this does not apply to those who practice continuously. The werewolf remains oblivious to this nuance, yet he lacks the patience to unravel it. Consequently, he launches an assault on the ninja squad. With a sound reminiscent of flesh being torn, the trio meets their demise silently at the claws of the werewolf. Renowned for his formidable physique, the werewolf's strength has burgeoned after feasting, rendering him far beyond the capabilities of a standard low-ranking ninja. Upon realizing the ninjas are easily vanquished, an unmistakable thrill illuminates the beastly countenance of the werewolf. The hunt has commenced. Naturally, he does not neglect to savor his prey. With little time at his disposal, he relishes only the tender heart of his victim before stealthily advancing towards another squad of ninjas. The werewolf's speed is astounding. Even the most ordinary low-ranking ninjas cannot catch a glimpse of his silhouette, let alone anticipate a surprise attack. The two squads devoid of mid-ranking ninjas are swiftly eliminated, their deaths occurring without a whisper. Faced with a squad that possesses mid-ranking ninjas, the werewolf exercises greater caution. He is acutely aware that one among them harbors a significantly greater reservoir of energy than the rest. In the otherworldly realm inhabited by Lilith and werewolves, the ability to gauge an opponent's strength through the sensing of their magical essence is a skill possessed by nearly every race that engages in the supernatural. In such an overt display of power, had it not been for the confirmation from those three unfortunate team members, he might have perceived it as a trap. Ultimately, the werewolf could only attribute this situation to the primitive nature of this world. As he observed the team, he had been fixated on realizing something was amiss. The remaining two teams began signaling to converge. The werewolf understood that he could no longer afford to hesitate. He leaped forth from the shadows, moving with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and in an instant, he stood before the team. In that fleeting moment of contact, he swiftly dispatched two lower-ranking ninjas, leaving only one middle-ranking ninja, who was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 25. The mission. Is this it? The werewolf looked down at the lifeless body beneath him, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Heaven knows how he managed to convey such a vivid expression with his wolfish visage. Yet, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the discrepancy in strength he perceived among the ninjas, which diverged slightly from his expectations. Despite possessing a greater reservoir of energy than others, his physical prowess remained unchanged. This struck the werewolf as profoundly abnormal. In his realm, the predominant method for gaining strength involved absorbing external magical essence and converting it into magical power, which in turn could significantly enhance one's abilities and even catalyze a leap in vitality. As a werewolf, he naturally possessed this capacity. However, as a creature of darkness, his strength augmented at an accelerated rate through the consumption of human flesh. Moreover, being merely an ordinary werewolf, lacking extraordinary power, he had not sought to absorb external magical essence upon arriving in this world. Not to mention, neither had Lilith. To possess an advantage yet fail to leverage it would be akin to enduring hardship without purpose. Reflecting on how his ignorance of the ninja's true nature had rendered him cautious, despite his superior chakra, and how he had even stood in confrontation with them for a time, the werewolf felt a surge of indignation. How absurd that he should feel humiliated by such a feeble creature. Fortunately, no one had witnessed his folly. Otherwise, he would have had to silence everyone. At that moment, he keenly sensed three presences rapidly approaching. He recognized that these were the remnants of the last ninja squad in the forest. It seemed they would not emerge. Outside the forest, in a nearby village, several Konoha ninjas congregated, gazing into the distance where the forest loomed. The sun had dipped below the horizon, yet none who had entered the woods had returned. This confirmed that their investigative direction was indeed correct. The individuals hidden within the forest were undoubtedly linked to the annihilation of the grass ninja village. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. Should they venture inside? Outsiders speculated that the destruction of the grass ninja village was orchestrated by one of the 5 great shinobi villages, with Konoha and Iwagakure being the prime suspects. Each side accused the other. However, after a period of investigation, they discovered that the reality appeared to be quite different. By utilizing secret techniques to probe the memories of villagers whose minds had yet to be ravaged, they uncovered that the assailant was, astonishingly, a werewolf standing over 2 meters tall. Of course, this information was known only to those from Konoha. Others from different ninja villages remained in the dark. This revelation piqued Danzo's interest. Following his research into human experimentation, he became increasingly fascinated by various rare physical traits, and this man-eating creature intrigued him as well. Especially given the likelihood that this being was connected to the destruction of the grass ninja village, his interest intensified. If this werewolf truly was the architect of that village's demise, then it could be said that he possessed strength equivalent to that of a jonin. As for the rumors suggesting that a vampire was responsible for the grass ninja village's fall, few believed such tales, for they remained mere whispers. Especially in the absence of any eyewitnesses to this so-called vampire, the rumor was met with widespread skepticism. After confirming the presence of a werewolf, the few leaf ninjas refrained from acting rashly and instead reported their findings. After all, they were merely ordinary nin, fully aware of their own limitations. Soon, several individuals donning animal masks, who claimed to be from the Umbu, arrived to take charge of the situation. Naturally, they returned to the village to report their findings. As matters concerning the Umbu were beyond the purview of these lower-ranked ninjas, unbeknownst to them, these figures were not from the Umbu but rather from the root. In Konoha, It had become commonplace for the root to operate under the guise of the Umbu. There were even occasions when the Umbu had to clean up after them, which left many Umbu members deeply dissatisfied. However, their grievances remained unvoiced. Even the third Hokage indulged their actions. What could they do? Once the extraneous personnel had departed, the root operatives sprang into action. Unlike the Umbu and ordinary ninjas, the members of the root could hardly be considered human. They were tools, devoid of emotion. For them, there was only one priority: to fulfill Danzo's orders. This time, Danzo had issued but a single command: capture the werewolf. For the root, a capture mission posed little challenge. It was not merely this peculiar werewolf. Even the Uchiha clan would meet a grim fate under the onslaught of the root. Soon, they stumbled upon the corpses of those who had been brutally eviscerated. Following the clues left by the werewolf's movements, they subsequently discovered the remains of 3 teams. Just as they were poised to pursue the trail further, the root ninjas, sensing something amiss, quickly positioned themselves back to back, concealing their presence. The sun had completely set, and the moon hid behind the clouds, casting the entire forest into an impenetrable darkness. Even the insects seemed to have sensed an imminent danger, their chorus gradually fading away. The whole forest was shrouded in an atmosphere of foreboding, a powerful pressure descending upon them. These root ninjas were not the lowly ninjas of insignificant villages. They had long existed on the precipice of life and death, honing their instincts to detect danger. Instinctively, they realized they were being targeted. The silence of the forest, devoid of the earlier insect sounds, confirmed their suspicions. As the night breeze rustled the leaves in the woods, one leaf fortuitously obstructed the line of sight of a root ninja. In that fleeting moment, a massive shadow suddenly emerged, lunging toward the root ninja with ferocity. Even before it reached him, the stench emanating from the shadow struck him like a wave. Faced with this unexpected assault, the vigilant root ninjas reacted instantaneously. The attack ninja, devoid of any inclination to defend or evade, lifted his kunai and, recalling the werewolf's form from memory, thrust it violently toward the anticipated location of its heart. Meanwhile, the 2 root ninjas, having drawn their blades before the werewolf approached, leaped into action, one to the left and one to the right. Should the werewolf persist in its assault on its original target, those 2 blades would surely find their mark at its throat. The werewolf, in an instant, surged forward, its right claw striking decisively at its intended prey. The root ninja was sent flying, as if a mere rag doll, his neck twisting unnaturally midair. Upon crashing to the ground, he rolled a few times before succumbing to silence. Meanwhile, a kunai had embedded itself a quarter of the way into the werewolf's chest. The sound of flesh being severed echoed, and blood erupted in 2 blossoms from either side of its neck. As it dispatched the forward root ninja, the werewolf's left claw shot out, piercing through the chest of the one on its left. With a flick of its wrist, it discarded the lifeless body. Licking the blood from its left claw, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the last remaining survivor. Chapter 26. The intensity of surveillance, a standard trio of elite root ninjas. Yet in the blink of an eye, 2 were vanquished. The sole survivor remained not due to formidable strength but rather because the werewolf possessed only 2 claws and was a tad too distant to reach him. In my extensive time in this world, you are the first human to inflict harm upon me. The werewolf extracted the shuriken embedded in his chest, crushing it effortlessly in his powerful grip, rendering it a mere plaything before discarding it casually. The last root ninja retreated cautiously, his gaze fixated on the werewolf's wounds. Astonishingly, the injuries at both ends of the neck and the chest had completely healed within mere moments, leaving no trace of their existence, not even a mark on the fur. The sensation of striking just moments prior felt akin to hacking at thick iron armor. Nay, this creature's hide was even more resilient than that. Moreover, such terrifying regenerative capabilities, what exactly is this being? And did he just seem to speak? Although both parties were ignorant of each other's language, the werewolf emitted a coherent stream of sounds, a certainty in itself. Had it been other ninjas, they might have succumbed to speculative thoughts at this juncture, yet root ninjas, while on a mission, do not entertain matters unrelated to their objectives. Misjudging the werewolf's prowess had already sealed their fate. With the werewolf's defensive and recuperative abilities, killing him appeared an unattainable feat. Furthermore, considering the speed of the previous assault, escape seemed implausible. Thus, the only course left was to employ the shadow clone technique. In an instant, a perfect duplicate materialized beside him, both clones launching simultaneous attacks on the werewolf. The creature was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of 2 identical figures, both exuding the same aura. Such an impeccable cloning technique was unheard of to him. As the werewolf observed the dual onslaught from both flanks, he let out a scoff, revealing no intention of defense. Instead, he extended his claws and lunged toward the two figures, opting to seize them both since distinguishing the real from the illusion was futile. With a resounding thud, the figure on the left dissipated into a cloud of smoke, while the one on the right found itself ensnared by the werewolf's grip around its neck. Lifted off the ground. Simultaneously, visible wounds reappeared on the werewolf's body, healing at an astonishing rate. The final root ninja's pupils constricted in horror, then widened, ultimately losing all semblance of life. The werewolf extracted his heart, consuming it voraciously before him. Alas, one was crushed under excessive force. Shaking his head, the werewolf turned towards the corpse of the first victim he had dispatched. He had no desire to squander such a prime source of sustenance. After indulging in his feast, the werewolf finally ventured deeper into the forest. The recent injury has enlightened him to the reality that within the realm of ninjas, there indeed exist individuals capable of inflicting harm upon him. It appears that remaining in this forest is no longer feasible. He plans to seize the cover of night to relocate and pursue his hunting endeavors in a different territory. A few hours after the werewolf's departure, another figure adorned with an animal mask arrived in the forest, discovering the corpses and collecting them all. What transpired? In the Konoha root base, Shimura Danzo inquired darkly of a ninja who was manipulating a severed head. Reporting to Lord Danzo, the heads we retrieved are not decayed, and the memories extracted are relatively intact. Subsequently, he recounted the memories he had extracted from the fallen root ninja's brain to Danzo. Remarkable regenerative abilities? Indeed, Danzo's interest in that werewolf intensified. There was another matter. The remaining members of the squad had left a scent on the werewolf's right arm that could only be detected by specific creatures. A smirk crept across Danzo's lips. So what are you waiting for? Capture that werewolf. With a command from Danzo, the root acted once more, this time led by A.J. Nin, a creature with formidable defensive capabilities and exceptional regenerative power. Should they manage to capture it and form a contract for summoning, his strength would undoubtedly increase. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to obtain this werewolf, equipped with such a living shield, he could transform into a veritable barrage of ninjutsu. Thus, it was imperative that Danzo prevent Hiruzen from acquiring this werewolf. He must capture it before Hiruzen receives any news. Ah, how unpredictable the tides of fate are. In the land of iron, Lilith, who had just awakened and was still basking in the joy of being able to bask in the sunlight once more, was suddenly struck by this disheartening news. Currently, it cannot be said that Konoha is entirely under her surveillance, but several prominent clans, the Hokage, and the elders are certainly within her watchful gaze. Especially the Konoha F4, each shadow concealing her specter, conducting round-the-clock surveillance. They are indeed deserving of such treatment from Lilith. Werewolves, like vampires, are beings of darkness, growing stronger beneath the moonlight. Moreover, akin to the bloodline weapons crafted by vampires, werewolves are creations of powerful clans of werewolves, who were once the frontline fodder in battles. Fortunately, that individual is rather reckless, having caught the interest of the cunning Danzo. It is likely that he will not have a moment of peace to develop in the time to come. One misstep could lead to his capture. The thought of that werewolf being bound and brought back by Danzo filled Lilith with a subtle sense of delight. The enmity between werewolves and vampires is deeply etched into their very bloodlines. It is not just the werewolves. Even the relationship between the bloodline clans and the werewolf clans is far from amicable. That said, Lilith felt that it would not be an easy task for Danzo to capture the werewolf. Although the werewolf was almost entirely unaware of the abilities of ninjas, similarly, Danzo possessed scant knowledge regarding the capabilities of this creature. Beyond its commendable defensive strength, formidable regenerative abilities, and a penchant for consuming human hearts, little else was known about it. However, this scant information was sufficient for the ninjas to formulate a preliminary action plan. From the memories extracted from the brain of the last root team member, they discovered that the werewolf seemed to possess considerable confidence in its healing abilities and generally did not evade attacks. This presented them with an opportunity. They had prepared a substantial amount of poison and anesthetic. Yet, ordinary poisons or anesthetics would likely prove ineffective against a creature of such dark nature. Should she offer a well-meaning warning? Perhaps not. Capturing the werewolf too easily would lack intrigue. After transforming into a vampire, she found herself considerably more composed when facing ordinary werewolves. As for whether this werewolf might evolve similarly to her and surpass her, that was an impossibility. It was only after becoming a vampire that she understood, even without the pressure of a superior, attaining sufficient strength required the right qualifications. Fortunately, Her innate potential was remarkably high, just enough to qualify for divinity. She would not entertain the notion that any random werewolf could possess such qualifications. Nevertheless, she dispatched a shadow wolf to scout in the direction of the grass village. While she did not perceive the werewolf as a threat, it was prudent to exercise caution. Creatures like werewolves were best dealt with by extermination. Chapter 27. Magic. What if that werewolf were indeed captured by Danzo and subjected to his experiments? Perhaps even to replicate the werewolf using wolf venom? Wouldn't he that expose my shadow wolves? Lilith's audacity to boldly position shadow wolves within the shadows of those at the highest echelons of Konoha was predicated on the ninja's ignorance of magical powers. And even more so, their lack of understanding regarding the methods of vampires. She exploited this information gap to manipulate these provincial inhabitants. However, the question arises, while these ninjas may remain oblivious to the shadow wolves, can the werewolves truly remain unaware? This contemplation leads to the grim conclusion that the werewolf must perish, and it must happen before others can locate him. The silver lining is that werewolves possess a keen sensitivity to the scent of vampires, and correspondingly, vampires are equally attuned to the scent of werewolves. Shadow wolves excel in tracking the scent of werewolves. After their evolution into the bloodline, the shadow wolves have transcended their former selves, no longer mere pups that could only leap through shadows and attack with teeth. They have grown in size. Their speed and stealth have multiplied severalfold, and they have acquired the rudimentary ability to manipulate shadows. This bears resemblance to the secret techniques of the Nara clan. However, unlike their shadow binding techniques, shadow wolves enjoy far greater freedom, capable of both binding and attacking. Nevertheless, for the bloodline, the most valued trait remains the heightened sense of smell of the shadow wolves. After all, apart from their numbers and acute olfactory senses, they possess few other merits. Lilith is particularly drawn to the enhanced sensitivity of the shadow wolf's sense of smell, which will expedite their ability to locate the werewolf. Once found, they will eliminate him. The evolved shadow wolves possess this capability. Iron Country. Lilith, having recently awakened, is still acclimating to her newfound powers. From a rational perspective, the best way for a long-lived being like a vampire to familiarize themselves with their powers is to take a nap. Lilith's difficulty in controlling her powers stems merely from her recent transformation into a vampire. She remains unacquainted with her bloodline. A bit more rest would resolve any issues. Yet, this is not a time for tranquil slumber, especially in the tumultuous realm of the ninja. Should she dare to sleep, she would find herself amidst the chaos of towering trees and divine clashes. The entire ninja world resembles a flower pot, manipulated at will by the Otsutsuki clan, utterly indifferent to the perspectives of others. For someone like Lilith, who yearns for peaceful cultivation, this world is exceedingly inhospitable. It stands in stark contrast to the other world Lilith remembers from her inheritance, where, after becoming a vampire, she could easily find a secluded spot to bury herself and slumber for centuries. After all, while that world was fraught with danger, various clans were fortified by powerful guardians, ensuring that no world-threatening calamities would arise in the absence of divine intervention. Even if such disasters were to arise, they would likely be extinguished in their infancy, with few that could potentially affect multiple kingdoms. However, it is precisely because this world is foreign to her memory that she has attained her current strength. One must acknowledge that with the acquisition of power comes the necessity to shoulder certain risks. Since she cannot familiarize herself with her abilities through slumber, she must resort to delving into the legacies stored within her mind, learning them one by one. This knowledge, ideally grasped naturally during sleep, must now be acquired gradually. Among the myriad of matters that concern Lilith, magic undoubtedly stands out. In various narratives, vampires or bloodlines are often depicted as beings capable of mastering diverse forms of magic. Inherently gifted as sorcerers, Lilith wholeheartedly agrees with this sentiment. Within her inherited memories, not only are there records of common elemental magics, but even the light attribute, which is typically repugnant to her kind, has its own documentation and instructional guidance. One wonders why these bloodlines, fully aware of the searing nature of light magic, would still endeavor to learn it, let alone possess manuals for instruction. Desiring to rapidly cultivate her combat prowess, Lilith has chosen to focus her studies on dark magic, lightning magic, and the unique blood magic of her kin. Blood magic, evolved from the distinctive magical essence of her lineage, wields tremendous power, particularly in the chaos of large-scale warfare, where its might is truly terrifying. As for dark magic, its lower-tier spells predominantly consist of curses, while higher-tier spells tend to lean towards offensive capabilities. What captivates Lilith the most, however, are the spells targeting the soul. whether to guard against the six-path sage, who exists in the Pure Land in the form of chakra, or to enhance her own concealment. The annihilation of souls post-mortem becomes a necessity. The inclusion of lightning magic came only after Lilith discovered she still possessed the capacity to learn beyond the two previous forms of magic. Lightning magic ranks among the most aggressive of all magical disciplines, and in Lilith's perspective, the finest defense is indeed a formidable offense. Moreover, as a member of the bloodline, her survival instincts are already sufficiently bolstered by blood magic and her inherent talents, allowing her to focus entirely on maximizing her offensive capabilities. As for deficiencies, they certainly exist. Her close combat skills, for instance, are currently inferior to those of mere street thugs. These shortcomings require time to rectify. Nevertheless, rather than engaging in the seemingly trivial endeavor of honing her melee abilities, Lilith opts to first leverage her vast magical capacity and the enhanced control that comes with her transformation into a vampire. This confidence enables her to undertake the simultaneous study of three forms of magic. It is noteworthy that upon awakening and prior to her departure from the underground, Lilith effortlessly wove a resplendent gown for herself using her magical energy. The quality of her magic aside, her control has improved exponentially, far surpassing her previous limitations. It is worth recalling that she once struggled to manipulate strands of magical energy to create even a simple piece of fabric. Thus, one can see that racial talents can sometimes defy reason. The bloodline of the vampire race, created by deities, is indeed not a title to be taken lightly. The resting place chosen by Lilith cannot be described as devoid of human presence. Rather, it is exceedingly remote, at least within a radius of several dozen kilometers. There exists only a small village. Consequently, it is unlikely for anyone to venture this way under normal circumstances. Thus, Lilith is free to practice her magic in this secluded haven. Meanwhile, Kana and the two little ones are experiencing the power of magic for the first time. However, compared to Kana, who is more informed, the others mistakenly believe it to be a unique bloodline limit. This revelation brings a sense of relief to the two little girls from the mist-hidden village. After all, they had suffered greatly due to their own bloodline. And now discovering that their guardian possesses a similar bloodline limit instinctively lessens their fear of Lilith, even if the destruction wrought during her magical practice is somewhat considerable. Chapter 28. Wolf Venom. On this day, the weather was delightful, with the sun shining brightly. Yet, Lilith found herself in a state of discontent. Under normal circumstances, one would expect her to feel elated, especially with the absence of the sun's critical weakness and her swift progress in the study of magic. However, events transpiring far away in the land of grass felt akin to a fly, freshly emerged from the restroom, landing in her bowl while she was enjoying her meal, a source of great revulsion. The root of her distress lay in the presence of that werewolf. Despite having acquired intelligence regarding the werewolf from Danzo, she had promptly dispatched shadow wolves and had been diligently increasing their numbers to bolster her forces. Yet, she had arrived too late. Currently, the werewolf population in the land of grass could not be described as rampant, but nearly 30% of the villagers in its wake had been transformed into werewolves. The remaining inhabitants had fallen prey to it. The sudden emergence of so many werewolves, some clad in garments, did not escape the notice of the Leaf Ninjas. They were not fools, particularly the elite from the Root Division, who quickly deduced that this werewolf possessed a means to convert ordinary individuals into werewolves. As of now, the original werewolf remained at large, but those transformed by its venom had already been sent back to the Leaf Village, where Danzo had commenced his research. Lilith sighed. It seemed the truth about the werewolves could no longer be concealed. However, as she had stated, the werewolves transported back to the Leaf were merely the lowest tier, transformed through claws and saliva. They lacked even the most rudimentary semblance of reason, driven solely by the instinct to hunt and obey the commands of their superior bloodlines. Those bitten or scratched by a vampire would similarly become such wretched beings, grotesque in appearance and devoid of rational thought, often referred to as blood slaves. Indeed, in the eyes of most vampires, there was little distinction between a vampire and a blood slave. Having never encountered the werewolf in question, Lilith remained unaware of its current condition. Strength was of secondary concern. The traces left by the werewolf suggested it had consumed numerous victims but had never attacked large towns. This indicated its power was not insurmountable. What truly preoccupied Lilith was whether this werewolf possessed potential akin to her own, a divine qualification. Although the likelihood of this was slim, it could not be dismissed lightly. Lilith speculated that her own qualification was a consequence of her transmigration. After all, having traversed dimensions, she could not possibly lack any semblance of a golden finger. Yet, What if this werewolf were favored by fate and possessed its own golden finger? Furthermore, given the information disseminated by the werewolf, it was evident that her existence had likely been exposed. Thus, it became imperative to eliminate this werewolf. In contemporary times, the existence of vampires remains merely a legend. Should that werewolf continue to speak recklessly, it is entirely plausible that someone might actually believe him. If that were to occur, it would lead to a heightened vigilance against her abilities, casting doubt on the credibility of the intelligence gathered by the Shadow Wolf. Fortunately, in the realm of investigation, the Shadow Wolves are indeed experts, having been specifically nurtured by the Blood Clan. Both the Shadow Wolf and the Blood Bat possess their own unique attributes. The keen sense of smell of the Shadow Wolf and the extraordinary hearing of the Blood Bat render them the eyes and ears of the Blood Clan. Even though the number of werewolves in the grass country has swelled, resulting in a cacophony of scents, the Shadow Wolves have nonetheless managed to track down the whereabouts of that particular werewolf. Correspondingly, that werewolf has also become aware of the Shadow Wolf trailing behind him. As the Shadow Wolf detected the werewolf's scent, the werewolf simultaneously caught a whiff of the distinct magical aura exuded by the Shadow Wolf, which is quite pronounced to a werewolf's sensitive nose. It is noteworthy that, aside from Lilith, he is perhaps the only one in the entire ninja realm possessing such magical prowess, coupled with the familiarity he has with the Shadow Wolf's scent. This recognition has rendered his expression quite grim. Already beleaguered by the incessant nuisances posed by the ninjas, the intrusion of that vampire has only served to heighten his ire. In his mind, he perceives himself to be superior to that vampire, having consumed a multitude of individuals, including several ninja hearts, significantly augmenting his power, far beyond what that lurking vampire could ever hope to achieve. Had he been aware of her presence, he would have surely sought to crush her. With this thought in mind, the werewolf resolved against fleeing. He intended to first eliminate the pursuing Shadow Wolves. Otherwise, they would persistently follow him wherever he went. An incessant annoyance. In a certain forest within the grass country, perhaps due to its proximity to the fire country, the trees, while not as lush as those found in the fire country, are nevertheless vastly superior to those in the neighboring earth country. Forests are, at the very least, quite commonplace. The werewolf's choice to linger in the forest stemmed purely from the advantageous hiding spots it offers and the deliberate expulsion by the roots of the hidden leaf village. After all, should he escape the grass country, while it may be manageable if he ventured into another small nation, entering the earth country would introduce significant complications. In recent days, he has slain wave after wave of ninjas, ranging from ordinary ones sent to their doom to elite members of the Roots. Yet, no matter how many he vanquishes, it seems there is no end to them, leaving him little time to rest as the assaults come in relentless succession. Logically, he should be seeking a safe haven to recuperate and regain his strength before reorganizing his encirclement, which would afford him a more composed approach to his ambitions. However, the emergence of the Shadow Wolf compelled him to alter his strategy. After all, he is merely an ordinary werewolf, despite having consumed many and grown stronger. He remains unable to resist the primal urges dictated by his lineage. For instance, the mere sight of a vampire can evoke an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent. The enmity between vampires and werewolves is a historical enigma, yet this animosity has never waned. Lilith, now a member of the bloodline, harbors a profound disdain for lower-tier werewolves, regarding them with utter contempt unless they belong to a noble lineage. Consequently, she seldom casts a glance at them unless a werewolf exhibits potential and strength that surpasses her expectations. This ancestral influence manifests in various ways, such as an acute awareness of her every action, a relentless pursuit of elegance, and a keen appreciation for art, which compels her to collect exquisite pieces. Moreover, her affection for beauty intensifies, encompassing those around her, like Chanel and Xianglin, as well as Hinata, who resides far in Konoha. Her fondness for her companions and these children grows ever deeper with each passing moment. Chapter 29. The Hunt. The world of the Hokage is a realm of stark contrasts. In the Hidden Leaf Village, electricity has been harnessed, yet in many regions, even within sprawling metropolises, the atmosphere remains reminiscent of a feudal society. This dichotomy has led werewolves to perceive this world through the lens of a backward indigenous perspective. Despite the differing environments, the magical essence that permeates their realm has fostered a civilization distinct from technological advancement, a civilization steeped in the arcane. The creations driven by magical elements have significantly liberated productivity, rendering their civilization roughly equivalent to that of Earth during the Second World War. While Lilith may regard it as primitive, it is sufficient for werewolves to harbor disdain for the natives of this world. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The true essence lies in the fact that the werewolf has realized his predicament, but it is too late. He has squandered the finest opportunity for growth. Before revealing himself, he should have disseminated wolf venom widely, transformed fellow werewolves, procured ample sustenance, and expanded a self-sustaining pack. Initially, Lilith harbored similar intentions. Yet the thought of the Sage of Six Paths in the sacred land compelled her to abandon such plans. Nonetheless, at this moment, the werewolf has never experienced such an intense yearning for strength. He is even filled with regret, lamenting his prior caution. Why was he so timid? Why did he confine himself to the outskirts of small villages, shying away from spreading wolf venom in the bustling cities? Was it an instinctual fear of populated areas, born from the human hunts he endured before arriving in this world? Nonsense. Mere sustenance, trivial sustenance. A chilling howl pierces the night, echoing through a dense jungle. The sound is laced with anguish and fury, yet predominantly suffused with a sense of unwillingness. He has been defeated, overwhelmed by a pack of hunting dogs. He failed to even notice the vampires lurking behind the hounds. The number of shadow wolves assailing him exceeds 200, and he perceives even more encircling him from afar, seemingly intent on severing all avenues of escape. Yet, how can this be? How could a single vampire command such a formidable legion of shadow wolves? Each one is remarkably powerful. A solitary shadow wolf is not his equal, but 3 attacking in unison could inflict grievous wounds deep enough to reveal bone. And now, he faces an onslaught of over 200. Flee. He must escape. Despite having arrived in a new world brimming with potential, abundant nourishment, and the promise of greater strength, he refuses to accept death. Yes, the scent. Not far ahead, there is a plethora of human aromas. In the past, he would have shunned such places, instinctively distancing himself from areas dense with humanity. Previous experiences have taught him that locales teeming with people are often guarded by formidable protectors. He has long been aware of the existence of ninjas, individuals wielding extraordinary abilities, and thus he has consistently avoided towns. However, at this moment, the once confused individual suddenly realized that he had missed the most opportune moment to grow stronger. He could have stealthily infiltrated the town, surreptitiously disseminating wolf poison, thereby infecting the entire community and simultaneously acquiring an ample supply of sustenance along with a pack of wolves. At that point, no threat would remain. No. It is not too late. It is still not too late. Shadows flitted through the jungle. Suddenly, a massive figure burst forth from the thicket, racing towards the nearby town. This was a settlement with a population of tens of thousands, a considerable town in this era of diminished productivity. Those tens of thousands would serve as the nourishment for his evolution, transforming him into a true werewolf. He intended to establish his own clan. A howling cry echoed, infused with uncontainable excitement. With crimson eyes, he dashed towards the town on all fours, saliva uncontrollably dripping from his mouth. Trailing behind him were over 200 shadows. Presently, the shadow wolves appeared nearly indistinguishable from this werewolf, coupled with the cover of night. The werewolf's dark fur and blood-red eyes could easily mislead observers into believing he was leading a pack of wolves to assault the town. The soldiers on the watchtower shared this misconception. Despite the deepening night, the soldiers, drowsy on the ramparts, were jolted awake by the werewolf's howl, peering over the battlements. They were struck with alarm at the sight of a massive horde of colossal wolves charging toward the town. The beasts were attacking. The beasts were attacking. Urgently. They cried out, quickly, the beasts are upon us. Panic ensued atop the walls. Hundreds of pitch-black creatures with blood-red eyes hurtled towards them, leaving the soldiers in sheer terror. In that moment, the only semblance of safety lay in the walls beneath their feet. Yet, the stark reality was that neither the werewolf nor the shadow wolves could be repelled by mere fortifications. Fire the arrows, quickly fire the arrows. Though the town's walls appeared formidable, the advent of the ninja village system had rendered most armies obsolete. Aside from the royal guards and the garrison soldiers, true military forces had long since vanished, let alone any experience of warfare. Consequently, the quality of the soldiers atop the walls was dismal. Merely drawing a bowstring was a feat in itself. Thus, a sporadic volley of arrows was launched toward the werewolf and the shadow wolves. Though accuracy was lacking, a few fortunate arrows struck true, landing upon the shadow wolves' heads, only to be disregarded. As the werewolf drew ever closer to the walls, his excitement surged, while the soldiers' dread escalated. Do not fear. The walls are too high. They cannot breach them. Yes, indeed, such towering walls would surely thwart any attempt to leap over. Yet, sometimes, one can find solace in self-deception. The walls of their fortress stood a mere 5 meters high, with certain sections having collapsed and remained unrepaired to this day. Given the formidable physique of werewolves, how could it be conceivable that they could not leap over? Yet, the flicker of hope in their hearts rendered them incapable of accepting this reality. The werewolf's speed was astonishing, now merely a few hundred meters away from the walls. For a werewolf, such a distance could be traversed in the blink of an eye. As it approached within 6 or 7 meters of the fortress, the creature sprang from a standstill, effortlessly vaulting onto the ramparts. Upon leaping down from the walls, the werewolf deftly slashed the throats of 2 soldiers with its razor-sharp claws, then vanished from their sight. Following closely, shadowy wolves ascended the walls and then leapt down in pursuit of the werewolf. Only after all the shadowy wolves had passed did the soldiers atop the walls exhale in relief, albeit with lingering trepidation, though the cause of the chaos eluded their understanding. Survival was their utmost priority. At that moment, no one noticed that the unfortunate souls whose throats had been severed by the werewolf were beginning to sprout fur and stir upon the ground. Chapter 30. Panic. Ah, monsters! Get away, do not approach me. Mother! Under the cloak of night, the town that should have succumbed to slumber is instead filled with anguished cries. Since the werewolf entered the town, it has begun to spread its venomous influence, creating one werewolf after another. Today coincides with the full moon. Truly a blessing from the moon goddess. The werewolf gazes up at the resplendent full moon. Perhaps it is the overwhelming aura of bloodshed that has tainted even the moon's glow with a sanguine hue, imparting an ominous feeling. Yet, the werewolf revels in this lunar radiance, for the light of the full moon amplifies his strength, hastening his transformation. Now, who possesses the numerical advantage? The werewolf lowers his head and surveys his surroundings. At this moment, shadow wolves have encircled him, leaving no room for escape. But why should he flee? A howl escapes the werewolf's lips, and in response, countless howls echo from all corners of the town, some distant, others near. Although the intricate terrain of the town offers him no advantage, since the more convoluted the landscape, the more shadows it harbors, providing the shadow wolves with increasingly cunning angles of attack. Were it not for the werewolf's newfound strength, he would not have endured this long. However, all this struggle is worthwhile, as he senses the number of werewolves in the town growing ever larger. Before long, he will command at least 20,000 werewolves. With such a formidable pack, there are few places he cannot reach, provided, of course, that he is not ensnared by so many shadow wolves. The cacophony of howls within the town fails to unsettle the shadow wolves. The outermost few disperse into the surroundings, while the rest launch themselves at the werewolf. Amidst the encroaching shadow wolves, the werewolf emits a fierce howl and charges towards the nearest foe. In an instant, the sound of flesh being torn apart fills the air. The number of shadow wolves assailing him is simply overwhelming, despite the angles of attack limiting the assailants to no more than 3 or 5 at a time. This number precariously approaches the werewolf's threshold. Too few, and he could dispatch them swiftly. Too many, and a careless moment could lead to a fatal strike. This precarious situation is indeed dire. The sheer multitude of shadow wolves besieging him is staggering. Their teeth and claws inflict deep wounds, exposing flesh to bone. Yet under his formidable healing abilities, he rapidly mends himself, not succumbing to the injuries outright. However, this swift recuperation exacts a toll on his stamina and magical energy. Furthermore, the relentless waves of shadow wolves crash upon him, offering no respite, and if this continues, he will inevitably be worn down, one by one. The shadow wolves lunged at the werewolf, inflicting deep wounds upon his form, while the werewolf retaliated by either vanquishing or hurling the shadow wolves aside. His furious roars echoed through the city, causing those who remained to tremble in fear. Just then, several corpses arose from the ground as they stood. Their bodies had already sprouted hair, elongated fangs, and sharp claws, devoid of any human semblance, having transformed into mindless werewolves. They roared as they charged at the shadow wolves. Though terrifying to ordinary humans, these newly turned werewolves were merely frail creatures that could be easily dispatched by the shadow wolves with a single swipe. Thus, these freshly minted werewolves, barely able to vocalize their transformation, were swiftly killed by the shadow wolves without so much as a ripple. Even amidst the assault, the werewolf was not oblivious to his surroundings. He observed with clear eyes as the shadow wolves effortlessly dispatched his freshly turned brethren, leaving him in utter disbelief. How could this be? It was abnormal. These shadow wolves were far from ordinary. No matter how he sought to deny reality, an undeniable truth lay bare before him. These shadow wolves were likely not mere creations of typical vampires, but rather the product of a more noble and powerful lineage. In other words, the beings that had entered this world were not the vampires he had imagined, but rather the bloodline. Realizing this, panic seized the werewolf. In his flustered state, his actions faltered, and in that moment of hesitation, the shadow wolves continued to inflict lethal wounds upon him. More than one, in fact. Wait. We can talk even from miles away. Lilith could discern the tremor of unrestrained fear in the werewolf's voice. Yet, Lilith had dispatched hundreds of shadow wolves specifically to eliminate him. Halting was not an option. An existence like you should not stoop to converse with a lowly beast such as myself. Think of me as but before he could finish. The shadow wolf showed no sign of mercy, relentlessly targeting the werewolf's most vulnerable areas, his neck and abdomen, some even aiming for his groin, seemingly in search of a fatal weakness. The werewolf's pleas for mercy fell silent as the shadow wolf's attacks erupted in a spray of blood. At that moment, the werewolf was stripped of all fighting spirit. He could sense the numbers of those he had transformed dwindling rapidly throughout the city, and this was merely the handiwork of 4 or 5 shadow wolves. It was crucial to note that, in his perception, there were still hundreds, if not thousands, of werewolves roaming the city, not to mention those slain by werewolves, lying in pools of blood, and the corpses still undergoing transformation. If we were to tally these, the number would undoubtedly reach the thousands. Yet, such a multitude, when confronted by merely 4 or 5 shadow wolves, possesses not the slightest semblance of resistance, crumbling like paper at the slightest touch. At this moment, however, the werewolf has no time to concern himself with the fate of ordinary werewolves. His thoughts are solely focused on how to survive the onslaught of the shadow wolves. Witnessing the werewolf's unyielding will to survive, the shadow wolves rally their efforts once more, fearing that he might break through their encirclement and flee. Those shadow wolves on the periphery, who had not yet engaged in the assault, begin to wield their shadowy powers, transforming into tendrils that bind the werewolf in place. In an instant, countless shadowy appendages emerge from the ground, ensnaring the werewolf securely. The werewolf struggles valiantly, but alas, the combined strength of over 100 werewolf shadows is not easily shaken off. Howl! The haunting echoes of wolf howls resound once again, but this time they originate not from the werewolves, but from the shadow wolves themselves. Chapter 31. The night the shadows surrounding the bound werewolf twisted and contorted in response to the terror reflected in its eyes. Suddenly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground, instantly impaling the werewolf like a porcupine. The traces of the shadow wolf's manipulation of shadowy forces were all too evident. It was inconceivable that the werewolf's acute senses could not detect them. Unfortunately, ensnared by the shadow wolf, the creature had no space to evade and was utterly restrained, unable to escape the subsequent onslaught of shadowy spikes. Yet, even as the werewolf was transformed into a spiked monstrosity, it remained alive. While its defensive capabilities did not rival those of formidable magical beasts, they were not so easily overcome by the shadowy forces wielded by the current shadow wolf. Although the shadow spikes pierced its abdomen, the spikes around its chest were mostly thwarted by its bones, preventing any from penetrating its skull. However, if one attempt proved insufficient, the shadow wolf was determined to try again, relentlessly seeking to extinguish the werewolf's life. The shadows beneath the werewolf churned like ripples on a lake, surging with waves of spikes that pierced through both their forms with alarming frequency. In that moment, the werewolf resembled a prisoner trapped within an iron maiden, subjected to continuous punishment. Logically, the werewolf's attacking frequency should not have been so slow. The assaults originating from the shadows were cloaked in secrecy, making them nearly impossible to defend against. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the shadow wolves needed to accumulate greater power to unleash attacks capable of penetrating the werewolf's skin and muscle. Hence, the tumultuous shadows beneath the werewolf served as a manifestation of the shadow wolves amassing their strength. Howls echoed through the air, one a cry of despair from the werewolf, the other a jubilant sound from the shadow wolves. This grim execution persisted for over an hour. Do not misunderstand. This execution had continued for more than an hour without conclusion. This implied that the werewolf had been subjected to relentless torment for over an hour without succumbing. Had the shadow spikes, once embedded within the werewolf's body, not been thwarted before they could morph and wreak havoc internally, the werewolf would have perished long ago. Yet, after more than an hour, it was time for closure. The pack of wolves, initially encircling the werewolf, began to disperse as a peculiar shadow wolf approached the scene. The term peculiar was warranted, for this particular wolf carried something in its mouth. The werewolf instinctively looked up, only to be seized by sheer terror. Silver, pure silver? Indeed. It was a fragment of silver unearthed by the shadow wolves during their search in the city, roughly the size of a palm, yet sufficient to forge a dagger. Thus, under the werewolf's horrified gaze, the shadow wolf placed the silver upon the ground and wielded its shadowy power to lift stones, methodically hammering against the silver. Clang, clang. Each strike resonated like a hammer upon the werewolf's very soul, causing its heart to falter and rendering it breathless. Finished, it is over. The werewolf witnessed the silver being transformed into an unassuming dagger by the shadow wolf, who struck it with a stone. Although it was termed a dagger, it merely resembled an elongated piece of iron. However, it was sufficient. At least the edges appeared quite sharp. Well, silver is soft. And after the shadow wolf's relentless assault with the stone, it was hard to envision this elongated object as a lethal weapon. Yet, when the shadow wolf clumsily thrust this dagger towards the werewolf, it penetrated the creature's body as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter, creating a massive, grievous wound that was difficult to heal. Not only this lowly werewolf, but even Lilith would have to tread carefully when confronted with silver weaponry. Although silver-inflicted wounds would not be as irreparable for her as they were for werewolves, the healing process would be significantly hampered. The suppression of self-healing abilities in vampires and werewolves by silver, and its capability to inflict wounds that bypass defenses, is utterly unreasonable. The only thing more unreasonable than that is sunlight. It could be said to be an inherent mechanism of restraint, and a rather absolute one at that, leaving no room for countermeasures. The moment the shadow wolf brandished the silver, the werewolf's fate was sealed. He perished without resistance beneath a weapon that could hardly be dignified as a dagger, a rather humiliating demise. At last, it was resolved. In a wooden cabin nestled within the jungles of the Iron Kingdom, Lilith set down her steel pen and gazed out at the moonlit sky. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Lilith sat at her desk by the window, which was laden with several thick tomes. These were all meticulously transcribed by her in recent times, filled with spells. They could undoubtedly be regarded as tomes of magic. Additionally, she was also transcribing the training methods for knights. These would serve as the primary objectives for Kanai and others, as well as Hinata, who was far away in Konoha. Lilith intended to cultivate them into formidable knights. The knights here are not those who wield fighting spirit but rather akin to magic swordsmen, adept in both martial and magical arts. Clad in armor and wielding sharp swords, they possess formidable close combat capabilities alongside exceptional magical prowess. In the short term, Lilith had no time to enhance her own close combat skills. Inevitably, this would become her shortcoming. Although she had sufficient self-defense capabilities, this deficiency left her feeling uneasy. Thus, she could only compensate through external means. Kanai and the others were her chosen knights to protect her. However, before that, she needed to find a way to extract the chakra seeds from within them. After all, these entities did not belong to them and were a source of constraint. If they were to encounter the Otsutsuki clan, it was uncertain how they would be restrained. Kanai and the others had reached a point of unyielding obedience to Lilith. Even the newcomers, Asamitsu and Suzu, were no exceptions. Extracting the chakra seeds from their bodies posed little challenge. However, Hyuga Hinata proved to be somewhat more difficult. Nevertheless, Lilith remained unhurried, for she possessed ample time to guide Hinata, did she not? "My lady, you appear to be in good spirits," remarked Kanai, immediately grasping the situation upon noticing the subtle smile gracing Lilith's lips. Indeed, the werewolf had been dealt with, and the other werewolves he had unleashed were of little consequence. The werewolves infected by the venom of their kind were merely the most primitive of their species, driven solely by instinct, devoid of intellect. Unless granted an extensive duration or sufficient sustenance, they would forever remain beasts. Even if they were to attain rationality, the remnants of ancestral memory would be scant. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of Lilith, who, even in her vampiric form, could acquire memories not inherently hers. Typically, it is understood that neither werewolves nor vampires possess such ancestral memories. The familiarity the werewolf exhibited towards vampires stemmed solely from decades of existence, compounded by the fact that, in his original realm, the fundamental information regarding werewolves and vampires was hardly a secret. One could easily find someone to recount such tales. Chapter 32. The Grimoire. The question of whether those afflicted by wolfbane and transformed into werewolves could regain their sanity remained uncertain, even if they were to recover their rationality. How much ancestral memory could they possibly inherit from such a wretched bloodline? With such concerns alleviated, Lilith felt an immense sense of relief. In due course, the rumors surrounding vampires would fade into obscurity, unless a fortunate soul from their realm were to emerge. However, Lilith would not embark on an arduous quest for a character whose existence was merely speculative. At most, she would dispatch a few shadow wolves to lurk in the shadows of high-ranking ninja villages to gather intelligence. This, indeed, was precisely what Lilith was currently engaged in. Thus, the plan remained unchanged. After eliminating the werewolves, a portion of the shadow wolves would return with the daggers used to slay the werewolves, as well as their corpses, while the majority would disperse throughout the ninja world. Previously, due to insufficient strength, the number of controlled shadow wolves was limited, necessitating the allocation of some for her own protection. Now, liberated from concerns over quantity, Lilith waved her hand decisively and commanded that all villages, whether major or minor, be placed under surveillance. This was far more convenient than any intelligence network devised by White Setsu. After all, communication between Lilith and the shadow wolves encountered no barriers, save for the absence of shared space. Lilith resumed her writing with a quill, pinning words upon the blank pages of a tome before her. Uzumaki Kanai, observing this, could not suppress her worry. "My lady, perhaps you should take a moment to rest?" Since Lilith had embarked on her writing endeavor, she had not rested for nearly 3 days. "No need. I am nearing completion." Before her lay several tomes: Fundamental Meditation Techniques, Compendium of Basic Magic, Comprehensive Guide to Basic Magical Circles, and the one she was currently inscribing, Foundational Night Training Methods. Although they were all rudimentary, the content was substantial. Indeed, each volume was at least as thick as 3 fingers of an adult male. It was fortunate that Lilith was not human, and that her process of transcription was nearly flawless, free from the typical errors of misspelling. Otherwise, filling such thick tomes with text would have been an arduous task. To create these blank volumes, Lilith had specifically instructed the shadow wolves to hunt numerous goats, utilizing their hides to craft these 4 tomes through simple alchemical methods. While the magical potency of goat hide books was not particularly high, Lilith's inherent magical power compensated for this deficiency, rendering the quality superior to that of ordinary grimoires. Furthermore, as she inscribed the text, she infused each word and symbol with her own magic, transforming these tomes into not mere books, but usable magical artifacts. They were even more convenient than wands. For instance, the Compendium of Basic Magic could activate all the spells recorded within upon the infusion of magical energy, making it exceedingly practical. However, it was essential to note that not everyone could wield such grimoires. Without the acknowledgement of it, or being authorized by Lilith, one cannot fathom the content above. Any forced attempts at understanding would only lead to madness. Nevertheless, the emergence of a genuine grimoire would incite a frenzy among countless sorcerers. For Lilith, these grimoires bear the responsibility of a teacher, guiding Kanai and her companions in the art of magic and knightly training. After all, Lilith is no caregiver, lacking the time to meticulously instruct them in the intricacies of magic and knightly exercises. Moreover, shouldn't she, rather, be the one receiving care? One must understand the hierarchy. Lilith's indulgence towards them stems solely from her affection. The silver lining is that although Lilith has an aversion to ninjas, the unique environment of this world instills a sense of hierarchy in its denizens. Thus, barring those severely traumatized and turned dark, the people around Lilith are unlikely to betray her. Once Lilith transforms them into her kin or blood companions, betrayal would be a distant concern. Therefore, she must keep a vigilant eye on those she cherishes, ensuring they do not stray from her path. With this thought in mind, Lilith lifted her gaze toward Kanai, who stood quietly beside her. Kanai tilted her head in confusion. Her exquisite visage bore no blemish, her vibrant crimson hair cascading behind her like flames. Her well-proportioned figure was enveloped in a black and white maid's outfit, her legs adorned in black stockings that disappeared beneath her skirt, revealing a pair of black tights. Initially, Kanai felt quite uncomfortable donning this attire, but now she stood before Lilith without a hint of trepidation, inviting her admiration. In fact, she had even dressed her daughter and 2 newfound friends in slightly smaller maid outfits, albeit in white stockings. This sight was undeniably stimulating for Lilith. On the spot, she indulged in drawing blood from each of the 4, the kind of bite that pierced the neck. Unlike the savage bites of her time in the grass ninja village, Lilith's blood-sucking was devoid of pain. Instead, it offered an exhilarating pleasure that penetrated the very soul. This led Kanai and her daughter to become somewhat addicted, frequently seeking Lilith's embrace. However, as they became bloodkin, Lilith began to indulge them further. The consequence was that Xianglin's body grew weak, necessitating a period of recuperation, and even Kanai had to reduce her visits. Shallow Dream and Belle, eager to integrate themselves, also sought out Lilith with equal fervor, and predictably, they too became enfeebled. This predicament left Kanai in a challenging position, tasked with caring for Lilith while also tending to the three weakened companions lying in bed. Fortunately, after becoming a blood companion, Kanai's vitality had significantly increased, granting her boundless energy. Otherwise, she would truly struggle to manage. Reflecting on this, Lilith silently withdrew her gaze. Kanai was already quite frail and should not be troubled further. Speaking of which, what about Hinata? Perhaps it would be prudent to replicate a few of these grimoires at hand. In truth, the only individual that truly captivates Lilith in the entire ninja world is Hinata. From a conceptual perspective, the Sharingan and Byakugan undoubtedly represent the most extraordinary pairs of eyes within this realm. The Sharingan originates from the God Tree, while the Byakugan embodies the power of the Tsutsuki clan. As an interstellar race capable of traversing the cosmic seas, the Tsutsuki clan has never forsaken the Byakugan, which attests to its distinctive qualities. Hinata, without a doubt, possesses the purest Byakugan in the entire ninja world and is even graced with the title of Byakugan Princess. Regrettably, however, she is not the protagonist of the Naruto series, and thus has not been able to fully unleash the potential of her Byakugan. Chapter 33. Blood in a shadowy underground of the Hidden Leaf Village, a voice emerged, darker than the surrounding gloom. What news? Have you made any discoveries? According to the current research data, these werewolves, as the intelligence suggested, were transformed from ordinary humans. I am already aware of that. Speak of what I do not know. Danzo, impatient, tapped his cane against the ground, producing a dull thud. Yes, replied a root ninja, clad in a white lab coat and masked, concealing himself thoroughly. Through our studies, we have confirmed that the transmission method of these werewolves aligns with the intelligence reports. Blood, saliva, and even scratches can lead to infection. This indeed opens avenues for the development of a widely disseminated weapon. Beyond the means of transmission, the strength of these werewolves is not to be underestimated. Each possesses the combat prowess of a skilled lower-ranking shinobi, if not greater. However, their most astonishing trait is their vitality, apart from their hearts and brains. They can heal from virtually any injury at an extraordinary rate. Some are even immune to fatal damage to their hearts, rendering them nearly immortal. Furthermore, among these werewolves, we have yet to identify any that retain their rationality. Curiously, they also exhibit a fatal weakness. Exposure to sunlight causes them to spontaneously combust. Upon hearing this report, Danzo's intense gaze softened slightly. Such a pity. Continue the research, regardless of the cost. We must uncover a method for transforming them into beings that retain their intellect and are unafraid of sunlight. For Danzo, the werewolves had proven to be a source of immense intrigue. What began as a mere fascination with this peculiar creature had evolved into a matter of significant importance, paralleling his experiments with would release. After all, their formidable vitality was undeniably enticing, were it not for their ghastly weaknesses, becoming neither human nor beast, fearing sunlight, and lacking reason. They would be perfect. Inform Orochimaru. These creatures should pique his interest. After some contemplation, Danzo resolved to collaborate with Orochimaru. He understood the limitations of his subordinates. While each researcher was meticulously cultivated, they lacked the prowess to lead projects of the magnitude of wood-release experimentation or the study of werewolves. In fact, since Orochimaru's departure, the wood-release experiments had stagnated. Danzo recognized Orochimaru's exceptional scientific genius far surpassing that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Danzo, urgent news from the land of grass. A root ninja rushed before him, kneeling respectfully. Speak. The first werewolf appeared within the town of the grass country, rampantly transforming others into werewolves, only to be subdued by another pack of werewolves, who even carried away the remains. Now, only a handful of newly transformed werewolves remained in the city. What did you say? Danzo abruptly turned, casting a dark and menacing gaze upon the kneeling root ninja. Even he, despite his lack of scientific knowledge, understood the stark difference between the original werewolf and those subsequently transformed. It was akin to the distinction between Hashirama Senju and Yamato. The first werewolf had been slain by another wave of werewolves. Its body vanished without a trace. Our people have been diligently gathering any blood or fur that the first werewolf might have left behind, yet we struggle to discern which remnants belong to it. How infuriating. After casting one last glance at the werewolf bound to the operating table, undergoing dissection, Danzo exited the laboratory. Plans often falter in the face of unexpected developments. He had initially awaited the return of the first werewolf, but instead, he received disheartening news. Another wave of werewolves? Could it be that an unknown breed of werewolves lurked within the ninja world? If they truly exist, why had he never heard of them until now? Overall, information regarding werewolves was exceedingly scarce, rendering any judgment nearly impossible. At present, he merely hoped his subordinates could extract the blood and fur belonging to the first werewolf from the countless traces scattered throughout the town. Otherwise, he would have gained nothing. Surely, the first werewolf must have bled when it died? Yet, wait, don't werewolves spontaneously combust in sunlight? Might the blood and fur share a similar fate? With this thought, Danzo hastened to the outside world. Looking up, he noticed a glimmer of brightness emerging in the eastern sky. Dawn was approaching. Even if he were to send word to the root ninja collecting blood to expedite their efforts, it might be too late. Danzo returned to his base, his expression grim as he awaited the outcome. Several hours later, as daylight broke, his subordinates finally returned. They brought with them good news. Although the body of the first werewolf was not found, they had located the site of its demise. Compared to other locations in the town, the area where the first werewolf battled the shadow wolves was utterly flattened, with countless claw marks marring the center. This made it significantly easier for the root ninja to gather blood. They merely needed to collect all the blood within the radius of several hundred meters. As for the potential mixing of other werewolf blood during this process, such concerns were secondary now, for the dawn was nearly upon them. If they delayed further, they might not obtain even a single strand of fur. Danzo immediately commenced his research on the blood they had retrieved, discovering that its vitality and infectious properties far surpassed those of other werewolves. Danzo was elated. At least it was not a total loss. What a miscalculation. Somewhere in the land of iron, Lilith let out a sigh. She contemplated the necessity of not leaving the corpse behind and the urgency of its disposal. Yet she overlooked the pool of werewolf blood that stained the ground. Never mind, it was merely a matter of blood. And her curiosity piqued at what tricks the old rogue, Danzo, might conjure. Ultimately, Lilith took no action. The blood now in Danzo's possession was merely the final trace left by the werewolf in this world. The body had been exposed to the sun several hours prior, at dawn, and was now reduced to nothingness, turned ash. Now, the bloodline of the Uzumaki was secured. Only the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga remained. Chapter 34. Dreams. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were relatively manageable. The Hyuga clan had little of significance to discuss, while Lilith of the Uchiha clan was engaged in selecting her targets. In contrast, the Senju clan had all but vanished, leaving only Tsunade as the last remaining scion. Unlike the naive young maidens, Tsunade was not easily swayed. Nevertheless, Lilith consoled herself with the notion that extracting a mere drop of her blood would suffice. After all, a human was not an absolute necessity. Having come to this realization, Lilith's distress dissipated, prompting her to focus on identifying her targets within the Uchiha clan. Truth be told, the Uchiha bloodline was indeed exceptional. Both men and women boasted a beauty that surpassed the ordinary, rendering the search for an unattractive individual futile. Although Lilith had an affinity for all things beautiful, she particularly sought those endowed with superior qualities. After a thorough search, it seemed that the most outstanding female among the Uchiha was none other than Uchiha Makoto. Upon this thought, Lilith's emotions grew intricate. She was not a villain, rather, she was offering Uchiha Makoto, the unfortunate mother, a means to save her family and her son. Was there any wrongdoing in that? In fact, Makoto might even express her gratitude. As for when to approach Uchiha Makoto, there was no better time than tonight. Time swiftly passed from day to night, a span of 10 hours fleeting by. Even though Danzo had predominantly directed his attention towards researching werewolves, it did not signify that he would cease to create trouble for the Uchiha clan. In truth, his scheming against the Uchiha had never waned. This sentiment was echoed by Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other two elders, who had formed an astonishing consensus against the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, they were merely acting under duress, their foundations fragile. To secure their positions, they had to curry favor with the Senju clan and its former affiliates during the tenure of the second Hokage. The animosity towards the Uchiha clan had become a political correctness within Konoha, albeit less overt at the time. Strangely, the Uchiha clan members remained oblivious to the fact that they were being targeted. The outcome was the Senju clan's demise, along with the near extinction of the second Hokage's former comrades. The reasons for the continued targeting of the Uchiha clan were far more intricate. Danzo had long set his sights on the Uchiha's ocular prowess, while the other three elders, as they aged, felt increasingly constrained by the Uchiha clan's presence. Their desire for extermination naturally intensified. Yet, compared to Danzo's genocidal ambitions, the other three merely sought to eliminate a faction of hawkish individuals. recognizing that Konoha still needed the Uchiha strength. This predicament weighed heavily on Uchiha Fugaku. As the clan leader, Fugaku was one of the rare individuals within the Uchiha capable of discerning the broader situation, albeit with a touch of cleverness that was ultimately insufficient. This shortcoming rendered him vulnerable to the manipulations of Hiruzen Sarutobi. His thoughts were nearly transparent to Sarutobi's keen perception. This is precisely why there have been whispers of rebellion within the Uchiha clan, and why Sarutobi Hiruzen tolerates their presence. It is not the cunning of the Uchiha clan leader that instills fear, but rather the potential recklessness of a youthful leader who might explode at the slightest provocation. One could say that Uchiha Fugaku now finds himself caught between the hawks and the doves, striving to maintain a delicate balance while also contending with the old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen above him. This predicament weighs heavily on him each day. Uchiha Makoto observes all of this with keen eyes. She possesses some understanding of the dynamics between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, yet as a wife and mother, her role is to silently support her husband and children, regardless of the choices they make. Originally, it should have been this way. Illusion? Uchiha Makoto opened her eyes to behold a blood-red moon hanging ominously in the sky. The moon's unsettling hue evoked a sense of discomfort. Beneath this eerie moonlight, a distant castle emanated an atmosphere both foreboding and perilous, as if it housed some malevolent entity. Uchiha Makoto's initial instinct was to believe she had fallen victim to an illusion, rather than dreaming. She had experienced dreams before, but never one so vividly lucid. Thus, this must be an illusion. She immediately began forming hand seals to dispel the illusion, but an illusion that cannot be dispelled? Uchiha Makoto's expression shifted dramatically. She could distinctly feel her chakra flowing within her, and the three-tomo Sharingan in her eyes had manifested. Yet there were no signs of the illusion shattering. This is not an illusion, but a dream of your own making. A clear, melodious voice reached her ears. And it was then that Uchiha Makoto noticed a petite figure before her, standing no taller than 5 feet, adorned in a black and red Gothic Lolita dress. With high-heeled boots, white hair, and blood-red eyes, a charming little girl. Upon seeing this child, a wave of affection surged within her. Surely, such an adorable being could not be malevolent? Uchiha Makoto instinctively lowered her guard. Wait, something is amiss. What was I just thinking? A cold sweat broke out across her back. She had unknowingly allowed her consciousness to be influenced. What kind of illusion is this? There were no chakra fluctuations present. Could it be some form of unique bloodline? Uchiha Makoto was uncertain, but one thing was clear. This individual before her was no benign presence. There is no need to harbor such apprehension towards me. Please believe that I come with good intentions. Lilith gracefully lifted her skirt and performed a slight curtsy. My name is Lilith, a noble of blood. May I inquire as to your name? Forgive my rudeness. I am Uchiha Makoto, the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. Uchiha Makoto placed her hands delicately on her abdomen, then slightly bowed in respect. Lilith smiled subtly. Excellent, this is a promising beginning. Uchiha Makoto. May I call you Makoto? You may call me Lily or Lilith, either is acceptable. Uchiha Makoto's lips twitched slightly. This individual seemed a tad too familiar. However, at this moment, she was utterly disoriented, unable to ascertain her surroundings, and could only acquiesce to Lilith's words. Of course. Miss Lilith, Uchiha Makoto replied with a gentle yet polite smile. Then we are friends now, Makoto. Indeed, Miss Lilith, we are already friends. Lilith and Uchiha Makoto exchanged smiles, each harboring ulterior motives. For Lilith, this was a promising beginning. Should she further seek Makoto within her dreams, the latter's hostility and reluctance might not be as formidable. Perhaps. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto intended to glean more information from this encounter. Even after many years away from the life of a ninja, she had not entirely forsaken her training. Chapter 35. Allow me to teach you. Uchiha Makoto awoke from her slumber, realizing that daylight had already broken. Did I oversleep? How peculiar that dream was. She propped herself up, her nightgown slipping down to reveal her smooth, fair skin. In the past, she would have immediately adjusted her attire. But now her mind was preoccupied with the strange dream she had just experienced. Or was it truly a dream? Everything within it felt far too vivid. Furthermore, should she divulge this matter to Fugaku? Perhaps she ought to wait. It remained uncertain whether that Miss Lilith was friend or foe. And hastily informing him would only exacerbate his distress. Uchiha Makoto let out a soft sigh. Once she had completed her morning rituals and donned her attire, she stepped out of her room and into the living area. Aside from a solitary meal left on the table, there was no one in sight. This was hardly surprising. Her husband was exceedingly busy, and Uchiha Itachi had also been preoccupied lately, while Sasuke was likely off at school. It seemed this was the first time since her marriage that she had indulged in a late morning. As evening approached, her husband and son returned home. And it was during this time that the family could occasionally gather for a meal. They tacitly refrained from discussing family matters in front of Sasuke. Due to Makoto's unprecedented late awakening, her family expressed considerable concern for her well-being, not wishing to burden them further. Makoto chose not to share the details of her dream with her husband, merely stating that she felt unwell. As night descended, when Makoto once again closed her eyes, it was no surprise that she found herself ensnared in a peculiar dream once more. What a remarkable method! I had no awareness of how I transitioned into this dreamscape. Makoto marveled. It is worth noting that upon shutting her eyes, she had activated her Sharingan and gathered chakra, preparing herself against Genjutsu to the utmost extent. Yet, she had still fallen victim, rendered utterly defenseless. This implied that if Lilith so desired, she could easily shatter Makoto's psyche. The possibility of her spiraling into insanity or becoming a mere shell of her former self loomed ominously. Regardless of the outcome, it would inflict a grievous blow upon her family, and the dynamics between the Uchiha clan and Konoha could become even more precarious. Even she could envision that should anything happen to her, the hawkish factions within her clan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike against Konoha. Moreover, they might genuinely believe that Konoha was responsible for her misfortune. After all, the Uchiha clan had been targeted by Konoha for no short period. Any calamity that befell them was likely to be attributed to Konoha. This is not mere ninjutsu, it is magic. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Lilith remarked with a subtle smile, having discerned Makoto's apprehensions. For her, there was no fear of Uchiha Makoto's curiosity, as long as curiosity existed. She held the means to break the current stalemate. After all, Makoto's defenses against her were exceedingly formidable. Magic? Uchiha Makoto was momentarily taken aback. For this was indeed an answer she had not anticipated. Originally, she thought it might be some extraordinary bloodstain or a family secret, but to her astonishment, it turned out to be magic. Miss Lilith, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Uchiha Makoto instinctively expressed her disbelief. Do you doubt me? Fear not. For I possess ample time to alter your perspective, and the first step is to enlighten you on what magic truly is. Lilith advanced a few steps, drawing closer to Makoto, taking her hand as they strolled towards the distant castle. Makoto's hand twitched, unable to withdraw, so she resigned herself to being led by Lilith. This is delightful, is it not? Noticing Makoto's reaction, Lilith turned back with a smile. The enchanting visage she presented caused Makoto's heart to flutter, aware of her own feelings. Makoto's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Uchiha Makoto, what on earth are you doing? She had inexplicably been moved, an uncharacteristic response. One could only attribute such a reaction to the overwhelming allure of Lilith. In another realm, the bloodkin are not merely savage beasts thirsting for blood, but rather epitomes of elegance. Lilith guided Uchiha Makoto to her castle. Though this castle existed solely within the dreams of Makoto, Lilith had already begun to devise its construction. She had even determined the ideal location, atop the dragon vein of the land of wind, Lulan. In her vision, her castle would not only be grand, but also fortified with utmost security. Various traps and puppets were essential, and a powerful magical barrier was indispensable. The first two requirements were manageable, but sustaining the magical barrier necessitated a massive energy supply. The dragon vein represented the most suitable source of energy within the ninja world. Lilith had instructed the Shadow Wolf to seek out the location of Lulan, estimating it would take about 3 to 5 days to find it. At that time, she would bring Kanai and others to Lulan. As for those who originally occupied Lulan, they would be dealt with swiftly. Observing the structure that seemed out of place in the ninja world, Uchiha Makoto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Such architecture was unlike anything she had ever encountered, feeling even more magnificent than the renowned castle of a feudal lord. In response, Lilith scoffed dismissively, setting aside the question of grandeur. It is crucial to note that this castle was conceived from Lilith's memories, a stronghold that only a prince-level bloodkin could rightfully construct. This was not a feat achievable by mere mortal efforts. Without the aid of extraordinary elements, it would be impossible for a human to complete it in a lifetime, regardless of the number of participants. Of course, if one disregarded the various traps and magical barriers, a conventional castle could be constructed based solely on appearance. While this castle would indeed be impressive and fortified, even if it were completed, not even the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki would be able to breach its defenses. However, it is precisely this complexity that renders its construction somewhat arduous and time-consuming. Indeed, it may be premature to speak of such matters, particularly as she currently resides in the Iron Country, with no trace of Lulan in sight. Within the castle, Lilith commenced instructing Makoto on how to perceive the magical essence of the external world and to absorb it, transforming it into her own magical power. In this realm, it may be more aptly termed natural energy. As Lilith was unsure of how those creatures defined natural energy, she could not discern the distinction between it and magical essence. However, this was of little consequence to Lilith. What mattered was that the energy from the outside world could be harnessed, and that was sufficient. Makoto exhibited a remarkable aptitude for learning, quickly grasping how to sense the external magical essence and mastering the fundamentals of meditation. Nonetheless, to truly master this skill, a period of practice would be necessary. Meanwhile, Lilith was teaching Makoto magic, enhancing their rapport. Concurrently, Hinata found herself ensnared in a similar dreamscape. What does it mean to operate on dual lines? Tactical retreat. Chapter 36, Hinata's transformation. For a long time, Hinata believed that her interactions were merely with a peculiar summoning beast. However, when Lilith appeared in her dreams, Hinata was utterly bewildered. Her initial reaction was that Lilith had come to abduct her and seize her Byakugan. Yet, she quickly dismissed this notion as improbable. If these shadow wolves were indeed dispatched by Lilith to claim her Byakugan, she had countless opportunities to act and succeed, yet she did not. While it seemed absurd to attribute this to intuition, Lilith had shown her no malice whatsoever. Under Lilith's guidance, Hinata had even earned her father's praise. Especially after blushing and eating heartily, her physique improved, and her chakra refinement increased, leading to greater satisfaction from her father regarding her taijutsu training. In just a few days, her father had transformed from a figure of concern to one of genuine joy. It could be said that upon witnessing Hinata's burgeoning talents, Hyuga Hayashi was immensely pleased. Recalling the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, on the other side of Konoha, Hayashi instinctively found himself comparing his daughter to the Uchiha heir. However, he soon recognized the futility of such comparisons. The two clans had little in common. The apparent rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans stemmed solely from the Hokage's need for the Hyuga to counterbalance the power of the Uchiha. Both clans understood that the abilities of the Sharingan and Byakugan were fundamentally different, with each excelling in distinct areas. On the battlefield, the strategic value of the Hyuga clan far surpassed that of the Uchiha. Moreover, due to the nature of the Byakugan, the Hyuga clan preferred to remain discreet, almost akin to a hermit nation. Especially following the incident involving Hinata's abduction, although outwardly unremarkable, the Hyuga had grown estranged from the Hokage's faction. Few knew that Hayashi placed great importance on familial bonds. At this juncture, the emergence of his daughter's extraordinary talent served as a powerful tonic for the Hyuga, alleviating some of the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the clan. Subsequently, the protective measures surrounding Hinata intensified significantly, rendering it impossible for the shadow wolves to appear. This was precisely why Lilith chose to enter Hinata's dreams. Relying on the shadow wolves for communication could potentially expose their connection, perhaps due to her tender age. Hinata harbored little suspicion towards Lilith, facilitating a remarkably smooth exchange between them, at least tenfold smoother than the conversations occurring elsewhere. Learning that the shadow wolves had always been under Lilith's control, and that their dialogue had consistently been with her, fostered a deep trust in Hinata. After all, it was Lilith who had helped her gain her father's commendation and rekindle her confidence. Consequently, Hinata eagerly absorbed everything Lilith taught her, and her progress was swift. Somewhere in the land of iron. Morning. As Lilith awakened from her slumber, she approached the bedside and gazed at the sun gradually rising in the distance. Her mind swirling with countless thoughts. Perhaps Hinata would prove to be even more challenging to manage than Makoto. Through these past few days of interaction, albeit merely in dreams, Lilith discerned the profound influence of Hinata's father upon her. While other matters seemed manageable, the crux of the issue lay in Hyuga Hayashi's perception of Hinata as his successor, incessantly instilling in her the weighty responsibilities of the Hyuga clan, the imperative to safeguard its legacy, and the expectation to elevate the clan's stature in the future. Compounding the situation, Lilith's guidance revealed Hinata's remarkable aptitude for taijutsu, leading to delightful surprises during their sparring sessions. Even more crucially, Hayashi, upon recognizing that compliments would yield significant improvements in Hinata's abilities, altered his approach. What might have been a terse admonishment transformed into words of praise. While others might worry about losing oneself in flattery, becoming arrogant and complacent in their training, such concerns were unfounded with Hinata. Hayashi simply needed to offer emotional support, while Hinata bore the heavier burden of contemplation. Yet, the one burden with even greater thoughts was Lilith herself. Lilith hesitated to allow Hinata to engage in extensive training, fearing that her tender age might lead to physical distortions. Yet, for a ninja, this age is indeed opportune for rigorous training. Were it not for the Hyuga clan's medicinal baths and Hinata's clandestine use of magical energies for her well-being, her health would have already deteriorated. What perplexed Lilith further was Hayashi's decision to intensify Hinata's training regimen after observing that she bore no hidden injuries or deformities through his Byakugan. Hinata, the obedient child, remained oblivious to the notion of rebellion. She complied with her father's wishes without question. For Lilith, an increase in training volume was a minor concern. But the more significant issue was the emergence of Hinata's desire to protect the Hyuga clan and uphold its legacy. Although she remained unaware of the full implications of these thoughts, it was an ominous sign. If no intervention was made, the knight that Lilith had painstakingly nurtured would unwittingly become an asset to the Hyuga clan. Fortunately, Lilith realized the urgency of the situation early enough to salvage it. In contrast, it would be considerably easier to sway Makoto to her side. The Uchiha clan was characterized by deep emotional bonds, and Makoto's greatest concern was her family. Lilith simply needed to bide her time, awaiting the fateful night of the massacre, seizing the opportunity to rescue Makoto, and subsequently binding her to her side under the pretext of protecting Uchiha Sasuke. As for the reason to wait for the night of the massacre, it could be said that the demise of Fugaku Uchiha would benefit everyone involved. Moreover, if the night of the massacre never occurred, who would provide the missing Uchiha blood that Lilith so desperately sought? Indeed, were it not for her consideration of Hinata's sentiments, she might have already contemplated a massacre within the Hyuga clan. Fortunately for Lilith, there existed multiple avenues to attain the blood she required. During the time the Shadow Wolf has been lurking in Konoha, it has not been idle. The Shadow Wolf meticulously monitored every member of the Hyuga clan who ventured out on missions and collected samples of their blood. Similarly, blood samples from the Uchiha clan were also gathered. Due to the targeted nature of the Uchiha clan, a greater quantity of their blood was acquired. Although the total amount remains modest, it has provided Lilith with a preliminary understanding of the powers possessed by both the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. For those of the bloodline, analyzing the strength of others through their blood is far from a daunting task. Chapter 37, Slime and Truth. It is not solely Uchiha and Hyuga that have garnered interest. Presently, aside from the Senju, Lilith has successfully assembled 4/5 of the puzzle concerning the Tsutsuki bloodline. Does the Tsutsuki bloodline benefit Lilith? Indeed, but only marginally. What captivates Lilith the most are the abilities derived from the Sharingan, Byakugan, and the power to slay the Grey Bones. In contrast, she regards the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines with indifference, for regardless of their formidable vitality or the prowess of sage bodies, they cannot compare to the essence of her own lineage. The power of her bloodline is sufficient to occupy Lilith for a lifetime of exploration, rendering the pursuit of other bloodlines unnecessary. After all, the source of the bloodline is a divine being. Thus, Lilith's research into the Tsutsuki bloodline primarily serves to enhance her magical prowess and compensate for the blood clan's relatively scarce methods of ocular development. The insights provided by the Sharingan and the Byakugan's X-ray and long-range vision remain invaluable. Most astonishingly, however, is the power extracted from the Kagaya bloodline. With some effort spent on its integration with her blood magic, she has elevated the lethality of her blood magic to a new echelon. As for the missing Senju bloodline, Lilith plans to approach it through both Tsunade and Hashirama's remains. With the Shadow Wolf's stealth capabilities, acquiring Hashirama's cells should prove unchallenging, even if the root secrecy is stringent. There will inevitably be lapses, and the Shadow Wolf will seize the opportunity when it arises. Moreover, if opportunities are lacking, one can simply create them. As for Tsunade, the process is far simpler. Once she is located, there are numerous methods to procure her blood. Time slowly elapsed. The tale of a larger town in the grass village being besieged by strange creatures, resulting in significant losses, spread across the shinobi world. Even though the root ninjas endeavored to seal the information, the shortage of personnel led to numerous werewolves escaping the town, hiding in the wilderness, and wandering into various regions of the Land of Grass and even into the neighboring Land of Earth within days, due to the mysterious destruction of the grass village. The Land of Grass found itself incapable of managing the burgeoning werewolf population. The few remaining ninjas, preoccupied with guarding the elite, could not possibly be dispatched elsewhere. Consequently, this led to frequent massacres in the villages of the Land of Grass, which lacked the strength to confront the formidable werewolves. The silver lining was that, upon realizing the futility of suppressing information about the werewolves and that the most valuable resources had already been taken, Danzo refrained from further concealing the werewolf reports. This decision piqued the interest of other ninja villages, leading them to capture werewolves. This, in turn, helped to curtail the werewolf population in the Land of Grass and saved numerous residents from peril. However, after preliminary investigations, the ninja villages collectively deemed the werewolves to be excessively dangerous, leading them to unite in sealing the borders of the Land of Grass, preventing any werewolf from escaping. The incident of the werewolves attacking the town garnered considerable attention, yet it failed to incite significant uproar for other nations. As long as events do not unfold within their own borders, they remain indifferent and aloof. They receive accurate intelligence from their own ninjas that the strength of the werewolves is rather feeble, and aware of their fatal weakness to sunlight. They are scarcely concerned for their own safety. Take for instance the city that suffered a massacre, despite the multitude of casualties. The number of aristocrats slain was not particularly high, with some individuals managing to escape under the protection of wandering ninjas. Most people do not regard werewolves with much seriousness, at most considering them as subjects for research. However, this sentiment certainly does not extend to Orochimaru. After a prolonged absence, it is surprising to find that Orochimaru has developed such peculiar interests. Upon encountering Orochimaru once more, Danzo's gaze inevitably drifted to the curious object atop Orochimaru's head. It was not that he was incapable of making eye contact, but rather that the object was undeniably peculiar. Was that a dumpling? Cold and calculating. Orochimaru lives up to his moniker, exuding an aura so chilling that a mere glance evokes the sensation of being under the gaze of a venomous serpent, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, the creature perched atop his head severely undermined this intimidating presence, imparting an almost comical impression. This is my recent pet. Quite adept at cleaning up refuse, Orochimaru explained, a rare admission that may have stemmed from his own awareness of his current absurdity. Nevertheless, the creature's uniqueness permitted it to reside upon his head. After all, was Orochimaru the type to concern himself with the opinions of others? Seemingly sensing that Orochimaru had mentioned it, the creature, an orb of blue and white, resembling a water balloon, bounced slightly, emitting a series of chirping sounds. Is that thing alive? Danzo's visible eye twitched slightly, though he paid little heed, dismissing it as some experimental creation of Orochimaru's. It could very well be a particularly perilous specimen. Moreover, is the mention of refuse a veiled warning to me? You are generally aware of the situation. When can we commence the research? With thoughts of future utility for Orochimaru, Danzo suppressed his murderous intent and spoke coldly. Anytime, Orochimaru replied with a chuckle, disregarding Danzo's malevolence, and proceeded deeper into the root base as though returning home. The root base, how I have missed it. Orochimaru cradled the slime atop his head, reveling in its soft, cool texture. Speaking of which, had he not experimentally infused this slime with chakra, significantly enhancing its intelligence, he would scarcely have known its name. A slime? A creature from another realm? One wonders if the so-called werewolves are similarly beings from another world. After entering into a spiritual pact with the slime and spending a full 5 days acquiring several fragmented memories from it, Orochimaru found himself trembling with anticipation. The slime, adorned in peculiar attire, wielded incomprehensible powers, while the enormous creature before him, of various colossal forms, similarly employed unfathomable abilities. This was precisely why, upon receiving news of Danzo, he hastily made his way here. Orochimaru possessed a far greater understanding of what these werewolves truly signified than the old man Danzo ever could. When Orochimaru began his meticulous research on the werewolves, he struggled to contain his expressions of astonishment. Through the artificial nurturing of the werewolves, he ultimately discovered within them the same kind of energy that he had previously found within the slime. Although there were undoubtedly subtle differences between the two to Orochimaru, this was of no consequence. What truly mattered was that the werewolves were undeniably entities not of this world. Chapter 38. Nails. How, then, can one acquire this energy? Observing the werewolf, bound by iron chains and rendered more formidable by its consumption of numerous corpses, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. Cannibalism was certainly not an option, and hastily transplanting the werewolf's bloodline would likely lead to a fate akin to that of this mindless beast. This matter transcended personal will. It pertained to a transformation of form that induced cerebral mutations, thereby obliterating any semblance of original memory and personality, and perhaps even altering fundamental functions. Orochimaru had dissected at least 30 werewolves, and the number of those recently infected by the werewolf virus, who were in the throes of transformation, was even greater. These latter subjects constituted the focal point of Orochimaru's research. Invariably, all individuals infected by the werewolf virus underwent mutations throughout their entire being, both externally and internally. Notably, the volume of their brains increased by 1.3 times, and their structure diverged significantly from that of a human brain. Under such circumstances, it seemed implausible to retain the rationality and intelligence that existed prior to the mutation. Was there, then, a method to acquire the power of the werewolf without inducing such transformations and their attendant side effects? This dilemma weighed heavily not only on Orochimaru but also on Danzo, who was equally invested in the matter. Meanwhile, from the shadows, Lilith could not help but marvel at Orochimaru's fortuitous encounter with a slime, a living slime, no less. As the lowest tier among magical creatures, the slime's prowess was not to be underestimated. Despite its sluggish movement and the fact that 99% of its composition was liquid, the slime was lamentably lacking in aggression, coupled with weak membrane defenses. Consequently, even a 10-year-old child wielding a slightly pointed stick could easily pierce it, and a skilled child could strike its core with precision, thus delivering a fatal blow. The liquid within the slime, while possessing some corrosive properties that could dissolve metals and even the bones of magical creatures over prolonged exposure, required significant time to do so. Ultimately, the slime's liquid was still just that, liquid. Without the protective membrane, its corrosive effects would at most erode superficial clothing before evaporating. Even without evaporation, contact lasting less than half an hour would not inflict substantial harm upon the skin. However, this does not imply that the slime is devoid of utility. Those well-versed in alchemy could utilize the slime's viscous secretion to concoct a particular potion, commonly known as corpse water. Additionally, the slime's membrane served as an essential material for the creation of glass vials and other apparatuses by alchemists, owing to its remarkable resistance to corrosion. It appeared that an opportunity must arise for the theft of Orochimaru's slime, or to induce the slime's proliferation, subsequently absconding with a portion of it. The slime seemed to undergo a process of self-splitting upon reaching a certain size, and judging by the slime perched atop Orochimaru's head, the time for division was fast approaching. Unexpectedly, I find myself deeply invested in a slime. However, the emergence of this creature has served as a wake-up call for Lilith. In the shadows of her awareness, there exist myriad beings that have descended into this world, of which she remains oblivious. It appears that relying solely on wolves is insufficient. Previously, for the purpose of augmenting her combat capabilities, Lilith primarily focused on increasing the number of shadow wolves, relegating the enhancement of vampire bats to a secondary priority. Yet, it seems the time has come to bolster their numbers as well. Utilizing their unique stealth abilities, shadow wolves surveil human society, while vampire bats scour the wilderness for special targets on Lilith's behalf. This dual approach ensures that no vital information slips through the cracks. Hence, it seems the forthcoming period will be quite busy. At this moment, Lilith finally comprehends why the bloodline sought to create vampires. Not only are vampires highly functional, but they also alleviate the burden of having to manage everything personally. For instance, the transformation of vampire bats and shadow wolves requires more than just Lilith's efforts alone to monitor such vast territories. However, with a larger contingent, the task becomes manageable. Furthermore, during times of war, vampires can serve as cannon fodder, and in peacetime, they can function as servants, free from the concern of betrayal. Such invaluable tools are impossible to resist. I recall that the nobility in this realm wields considerable power, and individuals of their ilk are particularly fearful of death. With even the slightest temptation, they will readily fall for any bait, regardless of the cost. Kana, take my fingernail and attend to a task for me. Lilith directed her gaze towards Kana, who was in attendance, causing her index fingernail to elongate before severing it and handing it to Kana. My lady, what is this? Kana momentarily struggled to comprehend, instinctively inquiring. I need you to assist me in converting a few vampires. Lilith conveyed her desire to acquire servants to Kana, who, upon grasping Lilith's intentions, felt no particular emotion. Deep within her heart, she had long believed that Lilith should have more servants. It was not a matter of lacking the energy to tend to Lilith's needs. Rather, she simply felt that with Lilith's noble lineage, it was inappropriate for her to be attended to by only one person, as it did not align with her status. Rest assured, my lady, I shall execute this task splendidly. Kana departed, as if on a mission. Lilith found herself perplexed by Kana's seriousness. Wasn't it merely a matter of converting the prominent names and nobility of this nation into vampires, then selecting beautiful women from their families to serve as maids and messengers? This task was exceedingly simple for Kana, as anyone harmed by her fingernail would have no choice but to comply. While the mass conversion of vampires could heighten Lilith's exposure risk, it must be acknowledged that if every action were to be weighed with caution, no endeavors would ever come to fruition. Compared to the benefits derived from clandestinely controlling one or even multiple nations, this minor risk is entirely bearable. Moreover, even if exposed, what connection does the matter of vampires have with her bloodline? As long as they are not visitors from her realm, even if vampires are discovered, the inhabitants of this world will be unable to extract any intelligence concerning her from their lips. Even the use of arcane techniques to obtain information directly from their minds would prove futile. Even if someone could circumvent numerous restrictions, what they would perceive would merely be an individual possessing a vortex lineage wielding a peculiar dagger to create vampires. It is preferable to delegate such matters to others rather than involve oneself directly. Chapter 39. The Theft at the Root Base. Should I prepare a set of armor and matching weapons for Kanai and the others? Kanai acted swiftly seizing control of the highest echelons of power in the Iron Kingdom within a single night. It would not be long before her influence radiated throughout the entire nation. At that moment, Lilith suddenly reflected, how could a knight be without her own armor and weapons? Kanai and her companions possessed remarkable talents and learned quickly. Although their progress in magic was somewhat sluggish, their training as knights advanced rapidly. Due to their age, Xiangfeng and the others were merely engaging in basic training, primarily focusing their energies on magic. However, Kanai was different. Having reached adulthood, she could train without reservations, and coupled with her formidable vitality, her progress would only accelerate. This was precisely why Lilith contemplated the necessity of armor and weapons for Kanai. She had already completed all the training required of a knight apprentice and would soon be able to ascend to the ranks of a true knight. In addition to her foundational training, she had also cultivated her fighting spirit. Once she formed and stabilized a fighting spirit seed within her, she would officially become a knight. Of course, primarily for the purpose of constructing her castle, Lilith had specifically instructed Kanai to transform some craftsmen. Among them were several exceptionally skilled blacksmiths. Lilith could easily impart her skills through bloodline infusion to these blacksmiths, enabling them to forge armor and weapons, as long as she could ensure the loyalty of her subordinates. Lilith was generous with her rewards, particularly for those who demonstrated true prowess. Speaking of craftsmen, it seemed that there was a land of craftsmen in the shinobi world. Lilith recalled seeing it on a map, an overseas small nation. Those talented artisans must not be overlooked. Unbeknownst to anyone, within a matter of days, nearly all the nobility of a nation had been subdued. As the Iron Kingdom fell under Lilith's control, resources began to be mobilized according to her desires. Simultaneously, in order to gather even more resources, such as precious metals and medicinal materials, an increasing number of individuals were dispatched to various regions of the shinobi world by the nobility of the Iron Kingdom. It remained uncertain how the resources of the shinobi world fared and whether they could produce armor that would satisfy Lilith. If the various metal ores of the shinobi world failed to meet her requirements, alternative solutions would need to be sought. Meanwhile, at the border of the Iron Kingdom, a group of ninjas escorted a band of merchants across the frontier, heading towards the land of craftsmen. There was nothing unusual about this. Such merchants were commonplace throughout the shinobi world. However, this particular group of merchants seemed somewhat wary of the light. In the land of fire, at Konohagakure, within the root base, a significant event transpired that jolted Danzo, bedridden and on the brink of death, into an upright position. He sprang from his bed, hastily donning his clothing, and, under the escort of root ninjas, made his way to the innermost sanctum of the base, where the remains of Shinja Hashirama were enshrined. As the god of ninjas, possessing ancestral bloodline traits and the power of the divine tree, even in death, his body retained an unimaginable vitality. This has led to his demise for decades, his body remaining in the same state as at the time of death, without the slightest alteration. Despite countless individuals having extracted unknown portions of flesh and blood from him, his form remains intact. Yet today, in what should ostensibly be the most secure stronghold of the root base, where no unexpected occurrences ought to transpire, an anomaly has indeed manifested. The corpse of Shinja Hashirama has vanished. When Danzo laid eyes upon the violently breached, empty cultivation tank, an uncontrollable fury surged within him. How infuriating! Who could it be? Find them for me. Regardless of the cost, I demand the return of Shinju Hashirama's body. Shimura Danzo's roar echoed through the root base. Yet it could not escape this dark, damp place reminiscent of a sewer. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of fire, several shadow wolves stealthily arrived, eluding the notice of any vigilant ninjas as they crossed into the land of iron. Within less than half an hour, these shadowy creatures swiftly returned to Lilith's side, presenting the body of Senju Hashirama extracted from the shadows beneath their feet. Lilith smiled. Surely, the body of Senju Hashirama could be considered a treasure. It ought not to languish in the dank depths of Konoha, growing moldy and foul. Such a rarity deserved to be in her collection. Moreover, she harbored a deep curiosity regarding the body. Perhaps it would yield some insights upon further examination. That said, Danzo's cunning was not to be underestimated. Lilith's shadow wolves had lurked within the root base for an extended period without finding an opportunity to liberate Senju Hashirama's corpse. The Guardians were not merely a multitude of elite ninjas stationed in various corners, but also an array of traps and mechanisms that left no chance for approach. Especially those elite ninjas, whose vigilance was remarkably acute, not even blinking an eye during their watch. In desperation, Lilith was compelled to take decisive action. She commanded the Shadow Wolves to release the imprisoned werewolves, inciting chaos. Seizing the moment when the guards were momentarily distracted, she swiftly absconded with the body. Just a fleeting moment of distraction, a slight shift in focus, followed by the shattering of glass, and the body simply vanished. Now that Senju Hashirama's body was in her possession, when would she procure the Rinnegan from Nagato? Contemplating, she acknowledged that although Nagato had yet to fully unlock the Rinnegan's potential, his strength was still formidable. The crux of the matter was that should a confrontation arise, Lilith was uncertain how long it would take to vanquish him. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. After all, the Rinnegan was not irreplaceable. Sarutobi Hiruzen distinctly sensed that his old friend had been rather irate in recent days, often displaying unwarranted anger. When he inquired about the cause, his friend remained reticent, exhibiting an air of frustration that left Hiruzen perplexed. Ultimately, it was of little surprise. Danzo's mercurial temperament was hardly a new phenomenon. Perhaps he was simply sulking over a failed encounter with the Uchiha. Yet, in truth, the reality bore no connection to this speculation. After several days of relentless investigation, he still found no trace whatsoever, not even the identity of the thief or the methods employed. He had always been the one to take from others, and never had anyone managed to pilfer something from him, let alone the invaluable remains of Senju Hashirama. It could be said that he was utterly frustrated. More critically, should this matter come to light, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, as the ramifications were far too significant. Was it a result of my feeble perceptive abilities? Standing before the shattered vessel at the root base, Orochimaru fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 40. This pot. Just like Danzo, Orochimaru found no traces whatsoever. The shattered cultivation tank seemed to have been broken by some hard object, with nothing peculiar about it. Moreover, there were no remnants of any power in the vicinity, including chakra and the magical energy he had recently discovered. Orochimaru speculated that this was a form of space-time ninjutsu, and his intuition suggested that the perpetrator might not be a ninja. Yet, this remained mere intuition, devoid of any evidence. Most importantly, he found no signs of magical energy residue. Either his understanding of magic was still insufficient, or he had misjudged the situation. Regardless of the reason, it was of no concern to me. The one in a hurry should be him. Orochimaru chuckled softly, then turned to leave, resuming his experiments. Recently, he had been attempting to consume werewolves to gain strength, aiming to separate the ability to generate magical energy from their bodies, albeit with no results thus far. However, the theft of Senju Hashirama's corpse inspired a new line of thought. Perhaps feeding a werewolf some of Hashirama's cells could yield unexpected results? Although that old thief Danzo would certainly be reluctant to part with them, weren't there numerous failed experimental subjects languishing in the base? Surely, he could take a few without issue. After several days of arduous travel, the merchants from the Land of Iron finally arrived at the seaside. Along the way, they had recruited several skilled artisans and transformed some nobles from small nations into vampires. Although the frequent conversion of vampires, especially those who must retain their sanity, was somewhat taxing, the feudal society was not lacking in slaves and death row inmates imprisoned for various reasons. Compensating for the losses was certainly feasible. Besides, with Lilith overseeing them, no matter how much blood they consumed, they would not lose control. As long as they did not go too far, Lilith would turn a blind eye. The next step for these individuals was to venture across the ocean to the land of craftsmen. Meanwhile, Lilith began preparations for relocation, as she had finally pinpointed the location of Lulan. Thus, she set off towards the Land of Wind with Kanai and others. In terms of territory, the Land of Wind was the largest among the 5 great nations. However, it was unfortunate that nearly 90% of its area was desert, with only a handful of oases suitable for habitation. This was also the primary reason why the Land of Wind was the weakest among the 5 great powers. To be honest, if it weren't for the dragon vein located beneath Lulan, Lilith would have been utterly disinclined to visit the Land of Wind. The desert environment did not particularly restrain her, yet it was not a place she favored either. Furthermore, due to the harsh environment and poor location, constructing a castle would pose significant challenges. While stones were abundant, the difficulty lay in transporting them to Lulan. Of course, Lilith had already devised a solution for this. Though stones were hard to come by in the desert, sand was ubiquitous. With a simple alchemical technique, it could be solidified into sturdy stone. Lilith amassed such a multitude of servants precisely for this purpose, did she not? Moreover, what constitutes a servant, if not a servant? Although the Wind Country is vast and sparsely populated, it remains one of the 5 great nations, possessing a certain depth of heritage. Conveniently, Lilith intends to bring the Wind Country under her dominion. After all, having become a vampire, it would be utterly remiss not to exploit her inherent advantages to create a substantial number of vampires, thereby quietly establishing a formidable power in the shadows. Thus, as soon as Lilith arrived in Lulan, Kane was dispatched with Lilith's orders, scurrying across the Wind Country. Concurrently, Lilith's retinue continued to grow. At long last, construction of Lilith's castle commenced. During this process, she employed magic to shroud the entirety of Lulan in secrecy. In a desolate expanse like the desert, particularly in an area already rendered a wasteland, human presence is scarce. With Lilith's concealment spells, discovering Lulan became an even more arduous task for outsiders. As for the Lulan denizens clinging to life within the ruins, Lilith unceremoniously claimed them as her own. Their opinions, quite frankly, held little significance. In the Leaf Village, since the theft of Hashirama Senju's body, Danzo conducted a thorough investigation of the root base. Yet, he unearthed nothing. Even his primary suspect, Orochimaru, yielded no incriminating evidence. Orochimaru was perpetually engaged in experiments or en route to conduct them, practically residing in the laboratory. As his research progressed, his demeanor visibly reflected exhaustion, appearing as though he might succumb to collapse at any moment. He exhibited no signs of guilt whatsoever. In fact, Danzo's suspicions regarding Orochimaru began to wane. With the passage of time, as he regained his composure, he realized that Orochimaru had no motive to steal Hashirama's corpse if he sought the Senju cells. He need only ask, and upon weighing the pros and cons, he would likely acquiesce, especially now that he still required Orochimaru's assistance. Aside from Orochimaru, who else would covet Hashirama's remains? Or, to rephrase, who else was aware that Hashirama's body was in his possession? Could it be you, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Danzo inevitably pondered his old friend. Could it be that his recent activities had drawn his old friend's ire, prompting him to issue a warning in this manner? Yet, the question remained, how had he managed to abscond with the corpse? The flying thunder god technique. The more Danzo contemplated, the more he was convinced that Hiruzen Sarutobi was the culprit, for no one else would dare to compete with him for such a prize. Ultimately, Danzo ceased his inquiries. Although the loss of Hashirama's body was a significant blow, there were indeed backups of the Senju cells within the base. Moreover, it was far from the time to sever ties. He could only swallow this grievance for the moment and await an opportunity for reckoning in the future. As the 3rd generation, engrossed in correcting documents, suddenly felt a heaviness in his mind, as if he were wearing a hat. Yet, the peculiar thing was that he possessed only a single hat atop his head, not 2. He dismissed it as merely a figment of his imagination, choosing not to dwell on it. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto found herself in a state of distress. The source of her turmoil stemmed from the recent emergence of a new friend. Although the circumstances of their meeting were rather unusual, she pondered whether they could indeed be considered friends, despite her suspicion that Lilith, who appeared in her dreams, harbored ulterior motives. She had remained vigilant. However, as time passed, she began to perceive that Lilith bore her no ill will. On the contrary, Lilith's kindness bordered on excessive. This very kindness was what led Makoto to suspect that Lilith might be harboring ulterior motives. Were it not for Lilith's gender, she would have begun to question whether Lilith was infatuated with her. Chapter 41. Response. That said, Uchiha Makoto began to develop a fondness for Lilith. After all, Lilith was undeniably stunning, exuding a unique charm that made one feel as if they were in the presence of a princess from a distant kingdom, noble and graceful. However, if it were merely that, Uchiha Makoto would not have been so troubled. Even if Lilith harbored intentions towards her, they would be directed solely at herself. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that under Lilith's guidance, she had learned the meditation techniques of a sorcerer and had made significant progress in the knight's breathing techniques. The meditation method was fundamentally similar to that of others. Being the most basic form, while the breathing technique she learned differed from that of Kanai, due to her robust vitality. Lilith taught Kanai a breathing technique derived from blood magic, the Blood Knight breathing method. In contrast, Makoto's vitality paled in comparison, leading Lilith to impart the Moon Knight breathing method to her. This particular technique not only strengthened the body, but was also rare in its ability to enhance mental fortitude. When combined with meditation, they complemented each other beautifully, resulting in a significant increase in Uchiha Makoto's mental power, especially with the emergence of magical energy. Her eyes seemed to be stimulated, not only enhancing her ocular power, but also undergoing a transformation she could not comprehend. Initially, she believed this to be a normal phenomenon of the Sharingan evolving into the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, did the regular Sharingan absorb magical energy? Fearing unforeseen consequences for her eyes, Makoto had momentarily ceased her magical refinement. Yet, the longing emanating from her eyes, coupled with the agony brought on by the lack of magical energy, compelled her to resume the process. Due to the substantial amount of magical energy she had fed to her eyes, her overall magical capacity remained stagnant, leaving her uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. At that moment, Lilith informed her that this was not a negative development. Rather, her Sharingan had undergone a beneficial mutation that would not jeopardize her life or lead to blindness. This revelation alarmed Uchiha Makoto the most. She had not disclosed her ocular condition to anyone. Not even her family had noticed anything amiss. How could Lilith have discovered it? Did this mean she had been under Lilith's surveillance all along? The thought sent chills down her spine. What were Lilith's true intentions? Uchiha Makoto felt she could no longer wait. Although the powers of magic and fighting spirit were indeed wondrous, and she was grateful for Lilith's teachings, she could not find peace without understanding why Lilith had sought her out. She resolved to confront her that very night. Time flew by, and before long, the sun had set, the moon hung high in the sky, and Uchiha Makoto, as was her custom, retired early for the night, as her vision succumbed to darkness. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself in that exceedingly familiar place, the interior of a grand castle. She was seated at one end of a long table, with the owner of this domain, Lilith, at the other. She sat with her legs crossed, a perfectly fair calf swaying gently, the high-heeled boots on her feet shifting with each movement. One hand supported her chin as she smiled at her reflection, gazing at the exquisite beauty before her. Uchiha Meichin resolved to finally voice the question that had long been buried in her heart. Miss Lilith, why have you sought me out and chosen to teach me magic? Is there something about me that warrants such a commitment of your energy? Could it be that you are enamored with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? In response to Uchiha Meichin's inquiry, Lilith displayed no surprise, merely smiling softly. Perhaps the reason is not as complicated as you think. I am simply drawn to you as a person. With a delicate thud, Lilith set her legs down, her heels pressing into the plush carpet. Gradually, she rose and gracefully approached Uchiha Meichin. The fitted skirt accentuated her slender waist, causing Meichin's gaze to instinctively drift toward Lilith's abdomen. Truth be told, aside from her initial question, there was another matter Meichin had long wished to ask Lilith. How did she acquire such an array of beautiful yet peculiar garments? The beauty of her attire was undeniable. Anything Lilith donned was inherently lovely. However, the peculiarity lay in the unconventional styles that Meichin had never encountered before, often asymmetrical, resulting in garments that appeared rather revealing. Yet, to be precise, those outfits were not truly exposing, as they left much to the imagination. At that moment, Meichin's gaze lingered on the small opening in Lilith's playful skirt, revealing a delicate navel. In response to this, Lilith would explain, "This is the asymmetrical aesthetic of Mihuyu." Previously, Lilith's ability to manipulate magic was insufficient, and she could only manifest clothing based on inherited memories. However, with the enhancement of her magical control, she finally gained the ability to craft her own attire. This was also the reason why she donned a different outfit each day. After all, Lilith had numerous beautiful clothes yet to be tried on. Of course, Uchiha Meichin refrained from asking this, and Lilith would not volunteer the information. Drawn to me? Upon hearing this unsurprising response, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Uchiha Meichin. There was a sense of relief, yet a greater feeling of confusion prevailed. Why would she be drawn to me? Was it because of the Sharingan, or, as Lilith drew nearer, an answer that Meichin had long resisted surfaced in her mind. No one could remain unaffected by Lilith's allure, including Uchiha Meichin herself. However, in contrast to others, Meichin had much to cherish: her family, her clan. These were bonds she found difficult to forsake. Especially troubling was the fact that she had once harbored feelings for Lilith, a notion that proved most challenging for her to accept. For this signifies her betrayal of her own family. How could she possibly develop feelings for another, even if that person were a woman? All along, she had deliberately evaded this question. Yet at this moment, she was compelled to confront it. Lilith approached Mikoto Uchiha, who instinctively attempted to rise from her chair, only to be restrained by Lilith's hands. The sensation of Lilith's hands, clad in black silk gloves, was exquisite, yet Mikoto's mind was far from such thoughts. As she found herself compelled to meet Lilith's gaze, the crystalline eyes of Lilith, reminiscent of the most exquisite rubies, tightened her heart. No one could disregard the allure of a vampire, especially at such a close proximity. Miss Lilith, you. Chapter 42, The Situation with a Soft Thud. Mikoto Uchiha's throat tightened, her gaze wavering, unwilling to meet Lilith's eyes. Although I harbored a keen interest in the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, it was merely a passing fascination. To me, the Uchiha held no significance beyond what you might imagine, save for you. Mikoto Uchiha's mind was clouded. She scarcely retained any of Lilith's words, save for the last fragment. Listening to this declaration, reminiscent of a confession, she mused that had she been 20 years younger, she might have forsaken everything to elope with Lilith. It was not that she was indifferent to familial bonds, but rather that Lilith was irresistibly enchanting. No, I cannot. I have family. I cannot acquiesce to you. With a resolute effort, Mikoto stood up, breaking free from Lilith's grasp, instinctively distancing herself. A gentle laugh escaped Lilith's lips. Though I am not currently in Konoha, I still possess some understanding of the prevailing circumstances there. You remain naively unaware, foolishly believing that the Uchiha and Konoha are of the same ilk, convinced they regard you as allies. Mikoto was taken aback. The weight of those words bore heavily upon her, giving rise to a truth she found difficult to accept. Indeed, just as you surmised, Lilith continued, observing the sudden constriction of Mikoto's pupils. The higher echelons of Konoha have never placed their trust in the Uchiha, and those who inherited the second Hokages will regard the Uchiha as adversaries. You have placed your hopes upon the fourth Hokage, a strategic move that must be acknowledged as astute. However, with the fourth's demise and the third's resurgence, the Uchiha are destined to face suppression, even reckoning. After all, the third is aging, and in a few years, he will no longer be able to restrain the Uchiha. When that time comes, do you believe he will remain indecisive? Most importantly, do you think the Uchiha's foes are limited to Konoha alone? Bear in mind, the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha is exceedingly challenging to control. While there may be embellishments in parts of this discourse, the essence remains the truth, one that not a single member of the Uchiha clan has perceived. As the stark reality unfurled before Mikoto Uchiha, she suddenly grasped the perilous brink upon which the Uchiha clan teetered. A single misstep could spell the annihilation of her kin. This cannot be, she murmured softly. Yet deep within her heart, she found herself believing Lilith's revelations. Her disbelief stemmed from an inability to conceive any means of resolution. Could it truly be as the hawkish faction within her clan suggested, instigating a coup? Yet even if they were victorious, the cost would be immense. A triumphant Uchiha would emerge severely weakened, incapable of safeguarding a Konoha ravaged by civil strife. Conversely, should they maintain the status quo, it seemed inevitable that, as Lilith predicted, once the third Hokage aged and deemed himself unable to contain the Uchiha, he would swiftly enact a purge against them. It can be said that a single-minded approach has led to a deadlock, unless, of course, variables are introduced. Uchiha Mikoto instinctively lifted her gaze towards Lilith, who was merely a few steps away. The latter wore a subtle smile, regarding her with keen interest. So, your intention is? Uchiha Mikoto was no fool. Despite spending many years as a housewife, she had once been an exceptional ninja, a member of the Uchiha clan. She finally grasped the meaning behind Lilith's previous words and understood why she had taken an interest in her. Do you know, Lilith began, my original plan was to take you away when the Uchiha clan faced annihilation in a few years. At that time, you would have no attachments, and I would have the confidence to invade your heart completely. However, I have changed my mind. Do you know why? Uchiha Mikoto shook her head. Because I discovered that your Uchiha clan is overly extreme in emotions. If I were to take you away and you learned of my ability to alter the plight of the Uchiha while remaining indifferent, it could potentially create a rift between us. Though it may be slight, I do not wish to allow even the smallest foundation for that to exist. Do you understand? Lilith slowly approached Uchiha Mikoto until her entire body almost pressed against hers. Uchiha Mikoto, gazing into the proximity of the girl before her, felt that, despite her taller stature, It was she who was the smaller presence. You will ultimately belong to me. Uchiha Makoto closed her eyes. Observing this scene, Lilith let out a soft laugh. She took 2 steps back, granting Makoto ample space. You have sufficient time to verify the truth of my words, as well as ample time to struggle. Of course, you may also use what I have taught you to effect change. I eagerly await your answer. This dream was remarkably brief. From entering the dream, to questioning Lilith, and then to her departure, the entire process transpired in just a few fleeting minutes. Yet Uchiha Makoto felt that this dream was more profound than all her previous ones. When Uchiha Makoto opened her eyes, she found herself in a pitch-black bedroom. The moon hung high in the sky outside, casting a hazy glow. Though only a few minutes had passed in the dream, time outside would surely be even shorter. Perhaps she had not even closed her eyes for a full minute. Yet sleep eluded her. How could she possibly sleep after realizing all this? Was there truly no one in the Uchiha clan who could see the reality of the situation? Uchiha Makoto reflected on her own attitude towards Konoha. It seemed to align with what Lilith had said. While she held grievances against the upper echelons of Konoha, she also considered herself part of it, subconsciously believing that the higher-ups would not dare to act against the Uchiha clan. With this thought, Uchiha Makoto broke out in a cold sweat. If the higher-ups of Konoha truly view themselves as adversaries rather than integral members like the Uchiha clan, as Lilith suggested, then the current plight of the Uchiha may indeed be far more perilous than she has articulated. Meanwhile, in the dreamscape of another individual within Konoha, a young girl is diligently training on an expansive grassland, while Lilith observes from beneath the shade of a grand tree. Alas, Makoto's inquiry has arrived much sooner than I anticipated. Is her anxiety a result of the changes in her eyes? Lilith, not being a member of the Uchiha clan, remains oblivious to the profound significance of the eyes to them. For her, even if her own eyes were to vanish or suffer some misfortune, they could be easily restored. Should restoration prove impossible, it would merely indicate a deficiency of time. Ultimately, after hundreds or even thousands of years, restoration is inevitable. Chapter 43. Do not treat Aunt Lilith this way. Many members of the Uchiha clan hold their eyes in higher regard than their very lives. A sentiment that Lilith finds utterly incomprehensible. Regardless of the circumstances, events have transpired, and Lilith chooses to address them rather than dwell in regret. However, Makoto's reaction has exceeded her expectations. It appears that her favorability in Makoto's eyes is quite substantial. This realization lightens Lilith's spirits. At the very least, her previous efforts have not been in vain. Observing Hinata diligently practicing magic ahead, Lilith nods in satisfaction. The future holds promise, indeed. Days swiftly passed. During this time, Lilith refrained from seeking out Makoto, intending to allow her the space to conduct her investigation. Meanwhile, Makoto delved into the recent attendance records of the clan, uncovering an astonishingly high number of unexpected incidents during missions. Alarmingly, several members possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan had mysteriously vanished while on duty. Their fates remain unknown, alive or dead. There is no trace. Had this occurred in the past, she would have dismissed it without a second thought. Yet now, upon seeing the names of these missing clan members, Makoto instinctively surmised that they had fallen victim to an attack and feared the worst. It is crucial to note that those with the 3-tomo Sharingan are rare within the Uchiha clan. Most members live their lives without ever awakening their eyes. And even among those who do, the majority possess only 1 or 2 tomo. The few who awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan are veritable elites, comparable to high-ranking shinobi of exceptional caliber. Were it not for the conscious suppression of the Uchiha clan's influence within Konoha by the Hokage, the village would likely boast many more elite shinobi. The fact that these esteemed elite shinobi with 3-tomo Sharingan have gone missing during missions is utterly perplexing. Even though no discrepancies were found in the records, and the incidents appeared to be genuine accidents, both the clans and Konoha's Umbu investigations yielded similar conclusions. This only deepened Makoto's sense of dread. An accident? Such a notion was entirely implausible. Makoto decided against further investigation. The perpetrators had left no trace, and the investigating shinobi from her clan had uncovered not a single clue. To continue her inquiries would likely yield nothing but serve to alert the culprits, increasing their vigilance towards the Uchiha clan and possibly leading to direct threats against her. Such an outcome was one she fervently wished to avoid. It seemed a decision had been reached. As she succumbed to slumber once more, a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped Makoto's heart. Before her eyes could flutter open, a well-known voice resonated in her ears. She found herself in the same place, facing the same familiar figure. The only difference was that the person before her had donned a new attire. This time, Lilith wore a platinum-colored cheapao, her legs adorned in white silk stockings, and even her hands were sheathed in delicate white fabric. Gazing at Lilith's perfectly elongated legs beneath her cheongsam, Makoto Uchiha found herself inexplicably overcome by an urge to approach and kiss them. She shook her head vigorously. After several days apart, she had lowered her defenses against Lilith considerably, which perhaps explained the emergence of such unprecedented thoughts. Perhaps, as Lilith had stated, it was because she had made a decision. I can accompany you and acknowledge you as my master, but you must save my clan and my family. Upon uttering these words, a wave of relief washed over Makoto, as if a colossal weight that had long burdened her had vanished. But no. It is not merely recognizing me as a master, rather. In an instant, Lilith appeared before Makoto, delicately lifting her chin with her soft hand, compelling her to meet her gaze. Entrust both your body and soul to me. After saying this, Lilith felt as though she had assumed the role of a villain, one of the most nefarious kind that would threaten the protagonist's beloved. Although, to be fair, Fugaku Uchiha was not the protagonist, but rather the father of one. Isn't that even more wicked? Sasuke, there is something I have long concealed from you. What is it, mother? In truth, I have found another partner, your Aunt Lilith. She treats me exceptionally well. Sasuke, what are you searching for? From now on, we shall each go our separate ways. You shall call me mother, and I shall call you son. I will kill you. Sasuke, you must not speak to your Aunt Lilith in such a manner. Imagining such a scenario, inexplicably, Lilith felt a surge of excitement. She even entertained the notion of introducing Makoto to Sasuke once he matured. After all, one often grows fond of the things associated with their beloved. And Lilith felt a twinge of affection for this surrogate son. As for her eldest son, well, that was a different matter altogether. Regarding Fugaku Uchiha, his Danzo, you must lend a hand here. Under normal circumstances, Danzo had no reason to act against Fugaku Uchiha. Furthermore, to accommodate Makoto's feelings, she could not take any action herself. Alas, it seemed she was caught in a predicament. However, as long as she refrained from acting against Fugaku and dismissed any murderous intent towards him, she could extricate herself from this dilemma. Yet the issue remained. Makoto had no unresolved feelings, but Lilith harbored plenty, though she was of the bloodline, an immortal being. And Makoto was destined to live for a considerable time. Fugaku Uchiha would soon fade into dust within a few decades, rendering him inconsequential. Yet, unlike the naturally immortal, she did not possess the innate insensitivity to the passage of time. How infuriating. She refused to believe that she could not find an opportunity to eliminate someone. Lilith's thoughts spiraled in various directions, and within the brief moments of contemplation, Makoto Uchiha, having her chin lifted by Lilith, held only one thought in her mind. I promise you, the Uchiha clan is true to its word. If you can save my people, I will forsake my family and wholeheartedly entrust my body and soul to you. Upon hearing Makoto Uchiha's response, Lilith finally smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. You shall not regret your decision, I assure you. Subsequently, Lilith slowly bent down, her face drawing nearer to Makoto's neck. As Lilith drew closer, Makoto's anxiety intensified. Though she was in a dream, her heart raced as if it were about to leap from her throat. Sensing Makoto's nervousness, Lilith whispered softly into her ear. Alas, this is but a dream. Let us continue when we truly meet again. Before departing, Lilith gently licked Makoto's fair neck. Makoto flinched, letting out a gasp. Chapter 44. Explosion. On the following morning, Makoto awoke from a long-awaited restful slumber. She stepped beneath the eaves and gazed at the sky, feeling as though she could never return. Meanwhile, at the root base, Orochimaru, engrossed in experimentation, was startled to observe that the test subjects had suddenly gone berserk. Whether confined in cells, restrained on operating tables, or anesthetized in tanks, all exhibited signs of extreme agitation, howling as if provoked by some unseen force. Their behavior resembled that of Tom, taunting Spike, who was tethered by a dog leash. Rather than panic, Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It is not the werewolf's transformation that is to be feared, but rather their stagnation. Otherwise, his experiments would be rendered futile. Before he could scrutinize the situation for long, within a mere 2 minutes, Danzo rushed to confront him. What is happening? Why have these subjects suddenly gone mad? Have you done something? Danzo inquired, his tone accusatory. Orochimaru, unfazed by Danzo's demeanor, replied languidly, It is not that I have instigated this. Rather, they have inexplicably transformed on their own. Might it be that you have brought something back that has provoked them? That is impossible. Aside from the death row inmates brought here for experimentation, nothing else has been introduced to the base recently, Danzo refuted. Then this is indeed puzzling. Observing the howling werewolves, Orochimaru felt an impulsive desire to release them, to see what they might do. However, he lamented that this was not his domain. Recklessly unleashing these creatures could lead to catastrophic consequences, inciting Danzo's wrath. Perhaps he could release just one or two. After all, the destruction would not be his concern, and even if the entire base were to be obliterated, he would feel no sorrow. Orochimaru pondered his course of action, while Danzo speculated whether outside werewolves had infiltrated Konoha. Despite his efforts to wrap things up, the number of werewolves transformed that night was overwhelmingly substantial, leaving him unable to manage the situation effectively. Consequently, the werewolves in the Land of Grass were not quite a plague, but encounters were frequent upon venturing into the wilderness at night. Naturally, Konoha would not idly stand by as werewolves invaded the Land of Fire. He considered whether his old acquaintance, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had captured a few werewolves from the Land of Grass and transported them to Konoha. Certainly, capturing werewolves for research was not exclusive to Konoha. Other villages engaged in similar endeavors. However, he felt aggrieved that Sarutobi Hiruzen had failed to inform him of such actions. After scanning the scene, observing the werewolves merely howling as if encountering an enemy, and perceiving no further anomalies, Danzo departed. He had numerous matters to attend to and could not afford to devote all his energy to this situation. Unbeknownst to them, behind Danzo, a bowed root ninja exhibited blood-red eyes. The werewolves had descended into chaos because they had caught the scent of a vampire. An enemy? In a certain sense. Werewolves and vampires are indeed archenemies, enmities etched into their very bloodlines. For the werewolves, who were scarcely governed by reason and driven solely by primal instincts, the faintest scent of a vampire sends them into a frenzy. As for Lilith, infecting a vampire is merely a means to an end. Even if he is a root ninja of Danzo, it matters not. However, there is one thing that Danzo has surmised correctly. Sarutobi Hiruzen has indeed captured a number of werewolves for research at Konoha Hospital, currently overseen by the diligent Mitarashi Anko. The reason for not informing Danzo is that Hiruzen is well aware that Danzo has long possessed a group of werewolves and has been conducting experiments on them for quite some time. A fact that frustrates Hiruzen immensely. The number of secrets Danzo has concealed from him is growing increasingly alarming. At this very moment, beneath Konoha Hospital, in a clandestine laboratory, the werewolves are succumbing to madness, mirroring the turmoil of the root base. Within this laboratory, spies planted by Lilith are also present. Now, all that remains is to await the nightfall. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, the sun descends. As the last vestiges of daylight fade, two explosions resonate in succession, one at the root base and the other at Konoha Hospital. This sudden cacophony of explosions sends the entire village of Konoha into a state of panic. What is happening? Uchiha Fugaku, who was savoring a rare moment of tranquility with his family over dinner, feels his expression shift, although he does not know the exact location of the root base. He is acutely aware of the other explosion site. After all, very few in Konoha are oblivious to the happenings at Konoha Hospital. Has something happened there? Uchiha Fugaku hastily organizes a team to assess the situation and maintain order. However, as he arrives at the entrance, he is met with an obstruction. Stop. By the order of the Hokage, for the sake of impartiality, no member of the Uchiha clan is permitted to step outside the clan's territory. Those who defy this command shall face death without mercy. You. A surge of fury wells within Fugaku, nearly compelling him to unleash his Sharingan in a glare. Yet he restrains himself. Others may not be as composed. As the Umbu ninja's words echo, pairs of blood-red eyes emerge from the shadows, resembling the gaze of malevolent spirits fixated on the Umbu operative. Instantly, the Umbu ninja finds himself drenched in sweat. Do you understand what you're saying? If we are not allowed to leave the clan's territory, who will uphold order? Are you insulting us? Voices of discontent rise in unison, expressing their grievances. Despite being drenched in perspiration, the Umbu ninja remains motionless, paralyzed by the tension. This is indeed the command of the Hokage, intended to prevent further misunderstandings between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. With a steely resolve, the Umbu ninja persists in his stance. Very well. I expect a reasonable explanation for the Uchiha clan from the Hokage by tomorrow morning. With that, Uchiha Fugaku waves his hand, commanding the closure of the gates. A throng of individuals marched resolutely towards the ancestral hall. Patriarch, why must we heed the person's words? The explosion has barely occurred, and yet the Hokage's orders have arrived. Is it possible that the Hokage was already aware of the impending explosion? Indeed, preventing us from stepping outside feels akin to guarding against thieves. What do they mean by this? Upon entering the ancestral hall, a chorus of discontented voices erupted. Not only the clan members, but even the elders expressed their dissatisfaction with Uchiha Fugaku's decision. I understand that many of you are displeased with my choice, but it is truly in the best interest of the Uchiha clan to refrain from involving ourselves in this matter. Otherwise, we may attract unnecessary trouble. As the discontent among the clan members grew louder, Uchiha Fugaku felt compelled to offer an explanation. What do you mean by this? Chapter 45. The werewolf unleashed. The locations of the two explosions are known to all, one being the Konoha Hospital, while the other, if my conjecture is correct, likely pertains to the clandestine base of either the Root or the Umbu. The site of the explosion at the Konoha Hospital is common knowledge, whereas the other is situated on the outskirts of Konoha, in a desolate area, even more secluded than the Uchiha clan's own territory. However, if that location were truly devoid of any presence, Uchiha Fugaku would find it hard to believe. Regarding the whereabouts of the Root and Umbu's hidden base, Uchiha Fugaku, along with other clans, could surmise a general idea. After all, although Konoha is vast, it is not without its limits. There are indeed very few places suitable for concealment. The simultaneous explosions at what are suspected to be the Root or Umbu's secret base in the Konoha Hospital is, without a doubt, abnormal. This could very well indicate an attack directed at the Hokage. However, the precise intentions behind this assault remain shrouded in mystery. What is certain, though, is that both explosion sites are now cordoned off by the Hokage's personnel, who will not permit anyone to enter. The potential discovery of sensitive information poses a significant risk. Should a forcible entry occur, it could lead to a complete rupture in relations with Konoha, an outcome Fugaku wishes to avoid. Upon voicing his suspicions, the ancestral hall fell silent. In truth, most had not contemplated the situation deeply. They merely assumed that an attack was underway against Konoha, aimed at capturing the assailants. Upon hearing the clan leader's words, realization dawned upon them, and a sense of schadenfreude began to spread. Serves them right. Who knows what nefarious experiments they were conducting? It is entirely possible that the explosions were the result of a laboratory mishap rather than an external assault. Indeed, it seems that the higher-ups in Konoha do not appear to be virtuous. Their misfortunes bring a sense of vindication. Observing his clansmen transform their anger into mirth, Uchiha Fugaku sighed inwardly. Although only 2 locations had been attacked, and Konoha had not sustained significant losses, what if this incident was inextricably linked to the Uchiha clan? Would this not further deteriorate the already fragile relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha? Fugaku recalled the Night of the Nine Tails on that occasion. The Uchiha clan had similarly found themselves confined within their own ranks. From that day forth, life for the Uchiha clan in Konoha had grown increasingly arduous. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi wore a sorrowful expression. How could the members of the same village revel in the misfortunes of others? Such sentiments from his kin felt alien to him. Meanwhile, Mikoto, who had witnessed the Uchiha clan being barred entry, wore an expression that echoed this realization. Konoha certainly appears to be on guard against the Uchiha, much like one would against thieves. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the site of the explosion at Konoha Hospital, differing starkly from the Uchiha clan's expectations of a besieged hospital, as the situation was already under control. Although Konoha Hospital was besieged, the situation had not been swiftly contained. This was due to the emergence of werewolves from beneath the hospital. What transpired? How could an explosion occur so suddenly, allowing those creatures to escape? Sarutobi Hiruzen wore an expression of fury. It was important to note that, despite the night having fallen, the sun had only just set, and the streets of Konoha were still bustling with pedestrians. This vitality was a testament to Konoha's prosperity. Yet, at this moment, Sarutobi would gladly relinquish such affluence. The explosion had come as a shock, while the detonation at the root base could be managed by Danzo himself. The Konoha Hospital, situated at the heart of the village, posed a far graver concern. Inside the hospital were not only the common folk and ninjas of Konoha but also patients from across the globe seeking medical aid. Each life held value, and the loss of even one would be a considerable dilemma, especially with so many gathered in one place. Despite the swift reactions of the ninjas and the rapid movements of the Umbu, surrounding the hospital with urgency, the conditions within were far from favorable. The existence of werewolves was no longer a secret, while the uninformed commoners remained oblivious to their presence. The ninjas were all too aware of the troublesome nature of these creatures. The realization of werewolves within the hospital immediately escalated their concerns. If they did not promptly eliminate the werewolves inside, the potential for widespread infection throughout Konoha loomed ominously. The Chunin and Genin, unperturbed by the notion of casualties, were solely focused on the peril posed to their families. At present, the werewolves within Konoha Hospital were of the lowest tier, merely newly transformed beings. Their physical prowess was only 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, lacking extraordinary abilities, save for their formidable self-healing capabilities and significantly larger stature. For the ninjas, neutralizing them posed little challenge. However, the true crisis lay in the sheer number of werewolves within the hospital, an alarming abundance that seemed almost unnatural. It was as if every individual within the hospital, be they patients, doctors, or nurses, had been transformed into a werewolf simultaneously. The tattered garments of the werewolves bore testament to this grim reality. Even if faced with 30,000 pigs, the ninjas would have to toil until dawn to subdue them. How much more daunting, then, was the task of confronting werewolves, whose combat capabilities far exceeded those of mere livestock. Most critically, the number of Konoha ninjas entering the hospital was evidently fewer than that of the werewolves, insufficient to contain the surging tide of beasts. This disparity prompted even more werewolves to flee. As Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived outside Konoha Hospital, he bore witness to this chaotic scene unfolding before him. Within the confines of Konoha Hospital, ninjas adorned with vortex headbands either utilized the terrain to their advantage or formed alliances to vanquish the werewolves. Yet, the number of werewolves they could draw in remained finite, as a greater horde surged towards the hospital's exterior. For the first time, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized the astonishing capacity of a hospital to accommodate such a multitude. Kill them all, leave not a single one, he commanded, his eyes shutting tightly as he resolutely issued the order. Having studied the werewolves, he was acutely aware of their characteristics and understood the imperative of preventing their escape. Otherwise, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within Konoha, leading to catastrophic casualties. With the command given, the ninjas surrounding him, save for a few tasked with his protection, swiftly darted towards the werewolves. Chapter 46. The crisis of trust. That evening, Konoha was abuzz with commotion. The 2 resounding explosions were heard by every inhabitant of the village. It was not merely the onset of twilight. Even in the deep of night, the disturbances could not be concealed. Most alarmingly, some individuals had disregarded the attempts to reinforce the perimeter established by the Konoha shinobi. These were not spies. Rather, if they were indeed spies, the situation would be more manageable. The troubling reality was that these individuals were all family members of patients within the Konoha Hospital. With such a violent explosion occurring at the hospital, and the harrowing screams and the cacophony of jutsu detonations echoing from within, it seemed as though war was raging inside the Konoha Hospital. How could they possibly remain at ease? They felt compelled to enter, for after all, is this not Konoha? The village reputed to be the strongest and safest? Why then did an explosion occur here? Let me in. It became evident that when loved ones are ensnared in a life and death predicament, individuals can become so frantic that they lose sight of their fears, at least momentarily. The shinobi tasked with blocking these anxious family members were equally distressed, although these people appeared to be mere relatives of patients. There was no telling if any spies from rival villages were among them. If they were permitted entry, it could very well lead to an order from the Hokage to silence them. After all, a werewolf outbreak in a facility like Konoha Hospital is not something that could be disclosed lightly. Should word get out, the repercussions for Konoha would be akin to those suffered on the Night of the Nine Tails. The potential decline in Konoha's prestige following the casualties within the hospital was unimaginable. Who would wish to settle in Konoha under such circumstances? The flames from the hospital illuminated half of Konoha's sky, casting a glow that was noticeable to all. Ordinary citizens instinctively retreated to their homes or sought refuge in shelters. Meanwhile, ninjas who had just finished their shifts flocked to the Konoha Hospital, bolstered by the guidance of the Umbu, to strengthen the defensive perimeter and prevent any unauthorized entries. Within the hospital, the initial ninjas who entered, along with the Umbu who arrived later, including the 3rd Hokage and 2 elders, took it upon themselves to eliminate the werewolves. In such dire circumstances, the werewolves were systematically subdued with little resistance. The only unfortunate news was that some ninjas had inadvertently contracted the infection during the skirmish and were currently being quarantined. From the moment of the explosion, the werewolves' emergence, to the arrival of the 3rd Hokage and the subsequent resolution of the crisis, the entire ordeal unfolded within the span of less than an hour. Despite the brevity of the event, its impact was undeniably profound. Now that the werewolf situation was resolved, the Hokage had to contemplate how to explain this incident to the residents of Konoha and the outside world. Reflecting on this, the 3rd Hokage, despite having vanquished dozens of werewolves without a hint of fatigue, now felt an overwhelming sense of weariness. Truly, it was a season fraught with troubles. Sarutobi Hiruzen keenly sensed that a mysterious force appeared to be observing Konoha from the shadows. The recent assault was undoubtedly linked to them, and it was plausible that this incident was orchestrated by the enigmatic figure who had once ignited the Night of the Nine Tails years ago. The lockdown persisted until noon the following day, permitting only a select few to enter and exit. Prior to this, the investigation results regarding the explosion had already been laid upon the Hokage's desk. A spy? You mean to tell me that a spy infiltrated the most secure laboratory within Konoha? This individual detonated explosive tags, causing a catastrophic explosion, absconded with a wealth of sensitive information, and vanished without a trace. Slamming his palm against the desk, Sarutobi's frustration escalated. It was evident that he found this explanation unsatisfactory, if not outright incredulous. After all, anyone chosen by Tsunade was devoid of any questionable background or ties to other factions. Their loyalty had been proven over time. How could one of such apparent integrity possibly be a spy? Moreover, this individual had managed to infect the entire hospital with nefarious intent in an alarmingly brief period. More infuriating than that, however, was the loss of crucial research data, much of which pertained to early experiments on would release. Among the documents were those left behind by the second Hokage, as well as those he had compiled after assuming office. Should that information find its way into the wrong hands, his position as the third Hokage would be in jeopardy. Furthermore, if a spy was responsible for the hospital explosion, what of the explosion at the root? Sarutobi cast a cold gaze at Danzo. His previously amiable demeanor evaporated, revealing bloodshot eyes that bore a haunting intensity from sleeplessness. Danzo, clearly intimidated, avoided meeting Sarutobi's gaze. Danzo, you have yet to provide me with an explanation? An explanation? What is there to explain? All you need to know is that there were no losses at root, nor did anything escape, Danzo replied. You know, I'm not inquiring about the outcome, but rather the cause. How did the explosion at root occur? Was there a spy involved? Sarutobi's words struck a nerve with Danzo, prompting an exaggerated reaction as he rose from his seat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he exclaimed, waving his hand dismissively. Root is impenetrable to spies. Even if one were to infiltrate, I would mold them into an obedient dog. Observing Danzo's extreme reaction, Sarutobi closed his eyes. Knowing Danzo well, he understood the root of his agitation. It seemed clear that a spy had indeed infiltrated root. Otherwise, the simultaneous explosions could not be rationally explained. Was it mere coincidence? There are no such things as countless coincidences in this world. What truly chilled Sarutobi to the bone was the formidable power of that mysterious individual, capable of embedding a spy within root. Danzo had spoken a truth that could not be denied. At the root of it all, even if a spy were to infiltrate, they would be trained to behave like a dog, one devoid of any self-awareness, merely obeying the commands of its master. Yet, it would be more fitting to liken them to tools rather than dogs. However, amidst these utterly unthinking instruments, a spy has emerged. In comparison, the presence of a spy within the secret laboratory of Konoha seems a trivial matter. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself pondering many things, primarily concerning the reliability of his Onumbu. How many among them could be trusted? It was not just him. The other three individuals in the room shared similar thoughts. A silent crisis of trust had quietly manifested within Konoha. Unbeknownst to these loyal Konoha ninjas, they were already under suspicion by the higher-ups. Chapter 47. Tsunade. Was it your doing? In the depths of night, within the familiar castle, Mikoto once again encountered Lilith. Yet, the sensation of this meeting was markedly different from those of the past. Had their identity shifted? Indeed, it was I who instigated it, Lilith confirmed with a nod. To prevent Konoha from taking action against the Uchiha, the solution was deceptively simple. Ensure that Konoha could not sever ties with the Uchiha. However, Lilith's approach was merely a temporary reprieve. The discord between the two factions could never truly be resolved unless the Uchiha were annihilated, or the upper echelons of Konoha, who orchestrated the Uchiha's demise, were eradicated. Until such a conclusion was reached, the matter would remain unresolved. Due to Mikoto's presence, Lilith felt constrained in her capacity to act against the Uchiha, at least in Mikoto's company. Yet, she was also reluctant to eliminate Danzo. A madman consumed by the whirlpool of power, Danzo was fixated on the position of Hokage and the pursuit of strength. Such a person could easily be manipulated into a useful pawn with the slightest provocation. The method of utilization would require careful calculation. Mikoto understood this logic. Yet even without a grasp of political machinations, she instinctively sensed that this was not the most prudent solution. It appeared that Lilith had discerned Makoto's unease. As she drew closer, embracing her from behind, Makoto's body tensed momentarily before she began to relax. Did she truly have any grounds for rejection? In that instant, Makoto found herself grateful that Lilith was female. Otherwise, she might have struggled to reconcile her feelings. Noticing the relaxation in Makoto's form, Lilith smiled faintly. I am aware that this is merely a temporary salve, but the forthcoming actions are not for me to undertake. What do you mean? Bring Tsunade back. As long as she returns, Konoha will naturally cease its exclusion of the Uchiha. Makoto's eyes lit up. How had she not considered this? Or perhaps it was a notion that had eluded the entire Uchiha clan. If Tsunade could be invited back to assume the position of the fifth Hokage, all their troubles would be effortlessly resolved. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that the third Hokage seemed disinclined to abdicate his position. That is not his decision to make. Upon hearing Lilith's cold laughter, Makoto suddenly recalled the explosion from the previous night. Could it be? Indeed. As you surmise, far too many lives were lost within Konoha this time, and the third Hokage bears a significant share of the blame. However, with his political acumen, extricating himself from accountability should not pose a challenge, particularly since the head of Konoha Hospital is Tsunade Senju, not Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, would matters truly unfold so smoothly? If the incident remained contained, resolution would be straightforward, but what if it became public knowledge? Makoto let out a long, contemplative sigh. Such a scenario would undoubtedly inflict a considerable blow to Konoha's reputation. However, as Lilith stated, as long as Tsunade can return, everything will be resolved effortlessly. Tsunade's identity transcends that of merely being one of the legendary three ninja. She is also the granddaughter of the god of ninja. Her veins coursing with the noble bloodline, such that in terms of lineage, the current feudal lord must refer to her as aunt. It can be unequivocally said that the title of Princess Tsunade is not merely an empty appellation. She is indeed a true princess, not the princess of the Hidden Leaf Village, but the princess of the Land of Fire. In terms of status, no one in the entire shinobi world holds a rank as exalted as hers. It is clear that Tsunade becoming Hokage is a matter of unanimous expectation. Consequently, issues of morale and reputation within the Leaf Village will no longer pose any obstacles. All due to Tsunade's presence. If Tsunade desires to become Hokage, countless individuals would elevate her to that esteemed position, and none would dare to obstruct her. But how shall we bring Tsunade back? You need only voice this notion, and the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly devise an excellent plan. Makoto nodded, acknowledging that this was the only course of action. With the official matters concluded, the conversation shifted to personal affairs. Lilith pressed her face against Makoto's, playfully nuzzling. Although the most intimate actions cannot be performed in dreams, there are still other forms of closeness to explore. Wait. What is the most intimate action? Naturally, it is the act of bloodsucking. For a vampire, consuming the blood of one's partner is the utmost expression of intimacy. What else could it be? A mere embrace? That would be a grave insult to the noble bloodline. That night was the most enchanting night that Makoto had ever experienced. The passage of time in dreams differs from that in the waking world, making this night particularly prolonged for her. Moreover, the mischievous Lilith slyly extended the duration of Makoto's dream state, leading to a significant enhancement of her mental fortitude by the night's end. Upon waking the next day, Makoto's first action was to lift her covers and inspect her bed, relieved to find everything as it should be. Thankfully, nothing akin to a spring dream had manifested in her physical form. Otherwise, she would have found it difficult to explain. It appeared that Lilith had exercised restraint, sparing her any embarrassment. Makoto's fondness for Lilith deepened. After all, could Lilith allow anyone to witness Makoto blushing? Certainly not. Hence, she had already severed the connection between Makoto's spiritual reactions and her physical responses. Following the recent explosion, the Hidden Leaf Village had been under strict lockdown for several days. It was only after the sun had completely set that Fugaku Uchiha returned home. During dinner, he discreetly inquired about the recent happenings within the village. He discovered that within a single day, rumors had circulated throughout the village about the presence of a werewolf in the Hidden Leaf. The explosion at the hospital had been attributed to this werewolf. Furthermore, many speculated that the Hidden Leaf Hospital had been conducting experiments on werewolves, which had led to the creature's rampage, resulting in such a tragic incident. If it were merely within the confines of Konoha, it would be tolerable. However, upon the return of clansmen from missions outside the village, they encountered similar rumors, even more outrageous. Whispers suggested that the werewolves were deliberately released by Konoha, purportedly for the purpose of conducting more thorough research, with the order issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Such rumors have circulated. This situation incensed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who vowed to uncover the source of the conspiracy against Konoha. During the emergency meeting, aside from Hiruzen's thunderous reprimands, no one dared to utter a word, fearing to incur his wrath. It was evident that in the foreseeable future, Hiruzen and his associates would be preoccupied and unable to pursue any grievances against the Uchiha clan. Their imminent focus would likely be an internal investigation to ascertain the number of spies lurking within Konoha and the depths of their concealment. Until they unravel this matter, restful nights would elude them. Chapter 48. There is only one truth. Days have passed, and under the stringent suppression by Sarutobi Hiruzen, any dissenting voices within Konoha have vanished. Even whispers in private have become scarce, for no one desires to spend time in the dark confines of the Umbu prison. However, while the internal clamor has dissipated, the external discourse remains unabated. To speak candidly, the phenomenon of werewolves has piqued the interest of nearly every capable ninja village, with some aristocrats clandestinely conducting their own research upon discovering the formidable regenerative abilities of these creatures. Yet, amidst the uproar, only Konoha stands out. Smaller ninja villages, wary of antagonizing Konoha, may remain silent, but several of the larger villages have seized this opportunity to mock Konoha mercilessly. Were it not for the recent conclusion of the war, when all villages were still recuperating, some might have been tempted to instigate minor provocations. Certainly, while military actions are out of the question, other forms of competition are still viable, such as poaching personnel and missions from Konoha. With the title of the foremost ninja village, Konoha has attracted countless affluent patrons over the years, drawing numerous individuals to entrust their missions to them. Some even forego seeking assistance from their own villages in favor of Konoha, a trend not uncommon even among the other four great ninja villages. The recent incidents, compounded by the events of the Ninetales Night, have inflicted a significant blow to Konoha's reputation. If they fail to capitalize on this moment to seize personnel and assignments, it would be a missed opportunity of monumental proportions. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds himself powerless in the face of this situation. His attention is entirely consumed by the suppression of rumors within the village and self-examination, leaving him little time to address external matters. Even if he were inclined to act, his capacity to do so is severely limited. The recent spate of problems plaguing Konoha, and the unfortunate loss of many lives, is an undeniable reality. Moreover, the news of the werewolves has already spread, making it difficult for Hiruzen to provide explanations or deflect blame. Others are not oblivious to the circumstances surrounding them. In the meantime, the Uchiha clan meeting unfolds much like previous gatherings, characterized by disputes between the hawks and doves, with Uchiha Fugaku mediating. However, the tension among the Uchiha has not yet reached the fever pitch seen in later years. The arguments between the factions are marked by a measure of rationality, with the doves holding a majority, while the hawkish sentiments are represented by only a few individuals. The Uchiha are not subjected to the same level of scrutiny from Konoha as they would be in the future. Even among the hawks, dissatisfaction with Konoha's leadership is the extent of their grievances, with notions of a coup being the thoughts of only a select few. Nevertheless, today's disputes are more fervent than in the past. Although the explosions that occurred in Konoha a few days ago appear unrelated to the Uchiha, for reasons unknown, the higher-ups in Konoha, particularly the scheming Danzo, have heightened their vigilance towards the Uchiha. Their demeanor resembles that of adversaries, leaving Uchiha Fugaku perplexed. Simultaneously, an overwhelming discomfort enveloped him. What madness was the old rogue Shimura Danzo indulging in? Unbeknownst to him, after several days of introspection, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his companions discovered that, aside from the confirmed spies, they had indeed uncovered another batch of infiltrators. However, none possessed the profound depth of infiltration like those previously identified. Were they concealed too intricately? Or did the spies simply not exist at all? Through their self-examination, Sarutobi and the others harbored a vague suspicion that the latter was the truth. After all, who among them was unaware of the capabilities of the other ninja villages? None of them possessed such formidable prowess to embed spies so deeply, especially in a place like Root. Yet, the troubling reality was that such occurrences had indeed transpired. Thus, eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining option, no matter how improbable, remained the undeniable truth. Indeed, the truth was that the spies did not exist. Rather, they had been manipulated, controlled by an exceedingly sophisticated means. For instance, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. This control might remain undetected in ordinary times, but could abruptly manifest at specific moments and locations, commandeering the body of the manipulated to execute preordained commands. This also elucidated why explosions occurred simultaneously in two locations. The puppeteer was, in fact, a single individual. Their objective was to undermine the reputation of the Hokage lineage, thereby positioning themselves for ascendance. Ah, what a revelation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had underestimated you, Uchiha Fugaku. Who would have imagined that this man, with his pronounced brow and wide eyes, harbored such profound cunning? It was not surprising for them to think this way. For aside from the Sharingan, what other means could compel a tool of root, deemed incapable of betrayal, to turn against it? Aside from the Sharingan, no other method existed. None. This only intensified Danzo's disdain for the Uchiha, to the point where he yearned to exterminate them all at once. He even began to suspect that it was the Uchiha who had stolen the body of Senju Hashirama. After all, if the Uchiha could hypnotize one person, could they not hypnotize more? With internal and external collusion, stealing a corpse would not be a daunting task. This led Danzo to grow increasingly wary of his most trusted subordinates. Who knew if any among them had been subjected to covert suggestions? What if they attempted to ambush him? Ironically, the only individual he was certain had not fallen under hypnosis was the very person he regarded with the utmost suspicion, Orochimaru. How infuriating it was. How had those inherently malevolent Uchiha circumvented his seals to implant suggestions within the root ninjas? It was known that, in preparation against Uchiha hypnosis, the second Hokage had developed numerous seals specifically to prevent those around him from being surreptitiously controlled. Was it that his own skills were lacking or? Based on a multitude of conjectures, the higher-ups of Konoha grew increasingly apprehensive of the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, to his credit, retained a semblance of rationality. Although he suspected the Uchiha's involvement, he subsequently dismissed the notion. Primarily, he believed that the Uchiha lacked the intellect for such schemes, and he did not regard the Sharingan as possessing such formidable power. Most importantly, he was acutely aware that Konoha was currently facing a tumultuous period, rendering it unwise to provoke further conflicts. If outsiders were to witness the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, who would choose to settle in Konoha? Such a scenario would irreparably tarnish the village's reputation. However, Danzo remained indifferent to these ramifications. His disdain for the Uchiha clan had long been established, and although he downplayed the previous explosion, it had nonetheless inflicted severe losses en route. The loss of invaluable experimental data was unfortunate enough, but the destruction of essential materials in the explosion, including the precious Hashirama cells, was particularly grievous. Chapter 49. Please bring Tsunade back. Shin Gongbao's assertion rings true. The prejudices harbored within the human heart resemble an insurmountable mountain, impervious to even the most fervent of efforts. Danzo's biases against the Uchiha clan are deeply ingrained within him. Whenever an incident occurs, he instinctively assigns blame to the Uchiha, gradually convincing himself that they must indeed be the culprits. Especially in this instance, who else possesses such capabilities? This engenders within Danzo a tumult of both anger and greed, which is precisely why the recent Uchiha clan meeting has been fraught with intense discord. During the recent Konoha conference, Danzo has repeatedly targeted the Uchiha, even insinuating their involvement in the recent explosion. This has ignited a fierce ire within the Uchiha clan. While it may be plausible to attribute the calamity of the Ninetales attack to the Uchiha, given the malevolent Sharingan embedded in the beast's gaze, to implicate them in this explosion is an egregious overreach. Yet, before the Uchiha could retaliate, Hiruzen Sarutobi preemptively chastised Danzo, urging him to refrain from making divisive remarks, thereby tempering the flames of discontent among the Uchiha. Regrettably, this group of fools failed to grasp that Sarutobi was shielding Danzo, mistakenly believing he was advocating for their cause, leaving them unable to vent their frustrations. Consequently, the Uchiha were compelled to stifle their rage, which ultimately erupted during this clan meeting. At present, it is nearly impossible to find a member within the Uchiha clan who does not harbor disdain for Danzo. Yet, every time Uchiha Fugaku confronts Danzo about his blatant animosity, Danzo remains obstinately silent. What could he possibly say? Could he confess that he suspects his very roots have been hypnotized by the Uchiha? Would he forsake his dignity? Moreover, even if he were to voice such a sentiment, few would be inclined to believe him. After all, who does not recognize that Danzo's wariness of the Uchiha is as intense as one would have towards a thief? Could it be that his subordinates have been ensnared by the Uchiha's genjutsu? It would be more credible to assert that Danzo had sprouted a Sharingan himself. At this juncture, the clamor for Danzo's impeachment within the Uchiha clan grows increasingly fervent. Should that old fool not resign, their discomfort will mount. Yet, is the situation quite so straightforward? As anticipated, during the following day's meeting, when the Uchiha clan raised their grievances, Danzo had yet to utter a word before Saratobi deftly interjected, dismissing their concerns with a wave. It was a jest. The external winds were decidedly unfavorable for him, as he was in dire need of a scapegoat. If Danzo were to step down, who could serve as his fall guy? This is also why Saratobi refrained from immediately thrusting Kuramashuko into the line of fire. He recognized that the explosion occurred at two locations, one at the Konoha hospital and the other at the root base. Initially, he presumed that information regarding the Konoha hospital had been securely contained, with only the Umbu and a select few shinobi privy to the events within, allowing for a gradual resolution of the matter. However, to his astonishment, news of the incident erupted into widespread speculation the very next day. Upon learning of this development, Saratobi began contemplating the appropriate course of action to address the unfolding crisis. After much contemplation, the most prudent course of action is to shift all responsibility onto Danzo. He is the most suitable individual to bear the blame, unlike anyone else. At this juncture, not only must Danzo remain in his position, but his power could also be slightly augmented, perhaps extending to the medical system of Konoha. Of course, Saratobi Hiruzen did not articulate this, for to suggest that Danzo should be the scapegoat would be akin to asking him directly to take the fall. However, it is fortunate that Danzo had already acquired several ninjas skilled in medical techniques under his command, providing him with the opportunity to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Yet, before he could exonerate himself, it would be imprudent for the scapegoat to vacate his position. Danzo was not overly concerned with such matters. He understood that Hiruzen could not operate without him. While Hiruzen might attempt to suppress him, he could never truly sever their connection. After all, there were numerous unsavory tasks that would fall to Hiruzen should Danzo be removed. Thus, Danzo remained silent, casting a mocking glance toward Uchiha Fugaku. His silence spoke volumes, carrying a weight of sarcasm that nearly provoked an explosive reaction from the Uchiha clan. Ultimately, many within the Uchiha began to discern that Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo were essentially allies. As long as Hiruzen remained in power, Danzo would not be ousted. At that moment, one Uchiha member proposed the idea of replacing the Hokage. Who could they choose? Regardless of the candidate, Jiraiya, Tsunade, or even Orochimaru, each would be superior to Saratobi Hiruzen. It must be said that the Sharingan is indeed formidable, silently influencing one's thoughts, a skill that Makoto executed with great finesse. Upon presenting this notion, it received overwhelming support from the majority. After deliberation, the consensus was to invite Tsunade back. The Uchiha were unfamiliar with Orochimaru, and Jiraiya's temperament was wholly unsuitable for the role of Hokage. However, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, Tsunade would face no opposition. Consequently, they began to strategize on how to persuade Tsunade to return. After all, she had been absent for so long, showing no inclination to return. Inviting her back would not be a simple task. Unbeknownst to Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo, under their exclusion and the influence of certain individuals, the Uchiha clan was determined to summon an ancestral figure to assume the role of Hokage. Had they been aware, they would likely have reached a swift consensus. The Uchiha clan could not be allowed to remain. Regrettably, two dissenters within the Uchiha, Shisui and Itachi, believed that inviting Tsunade back posed no issue and represented the best solution to mend the rift between the Uchiha clan and Konoha. They instinctively felt that if they disclosed this plan to the higher echelons of Konoha, unexpected outcomes might arise. After all, their indoctrination had not yet reached an extreme level. In the aftermath of the explosion at the Konoha hospital, along with the inexplicable aversion toward the Uchiha, revealed to them that the Konoha leadership did not treat the Uchiha any differently than other villagers, despite their claims of familial unity. It is indeed commonplace for them to begin harboring doubts about whether Uchiha has subtly influenced those around him. At this juncture, to continue placing trust in Shisui and Itachi is akin to recklessly jeopardizing one's own life, particularly given their roles within the Umbu, which grant them a wide array of contacts. The level of distrust only intensifies. Initially, there was a notion to sway them to their side, yet it appears that they are the true jesters in this scenario. One can only conclude that their judgment of character is not entirely flawed. Shisui and Itachi are, in fact, naively laughable. However, a series of recent events has led them to mistakenly believe that these are merely facades crafted by Shisui and Itachi. After all, their inherent lack of trust in the Uchiha clan renders such thoughts quite understandable. Chapter 50, The Undead to Her Astonishment. There indeed exist other entities that have traversed into this world, albeit of a nature somewhat divergent from her expectations. In the land of wind, amidst the ruins cloaked by magic, Lilith stood atop the highest point, gazing down upon the blood slaves laboriously transporting massive stones to construct a castle, her expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. For her, the ordinary blood slaves held no intrinsic value worthy of her attention. The very act of her lowering her gaze towards them was less an indication of interest and more akin to a momentary distraction. Just moments ago, her vampiric bat had unearthed something intriguing within a forest of the land of soup, the undead. A creature she had only ever encountered in the realms of science fiction during her previous life. Theoretically, without some arcane means, it would be impossible to create something akin to a zombie. Such a being could not arise under normal evolutionary circumstances. Even in a world imbued with the extraordinary energy known as chakra, for Lilith, the creation of zombies posed little challenge. However, for the inhabitants of this world, the endeavor would be exceedingly arduous. Bring me a live specimen. I wish to conduct an examination, Lilith commanded her nearest shadow wolf. Instantly, from a town 1,000 miles away, where tranquility reigned within the bathing establishments, a shadow imperceptible to the naked eye emerged from her own. The shadow, navigating unseen through the darkness, leaped nimbly until it reached the forest reported by the vampiric bat. By sheer coincidence, Tsunade and her companions happened to be in the land of soup, yet this was of little consequence to Lilith. Her current fascination lay with the zombies. It was not long before Lilith's shadow flickered, and a zombie bound by shadows gradually materialized before her. To be candid, zombies, regardless of their origin, are seldom pleasing to behold. In fact, they are often grotesque. Their peculiar mode of transmission invariably results in wounds upon their forms, many possessing more than one. Of course, there are exceptions among those afflicted by unique infections. This, coupled with their overwhelming stench of decay, rendered their appearance truly repulsive. Yet, despite their horrific state of decomposition, they remained animated, capable of swift movement, a most peculiar virus indeed. Lilith discerned at a glance that this particular zombie was birthed from a virus, devoid of any supernatural influence. This was intriguing, for it bordered on the unscientific, though her very existence defied the laws of nature. Regardless, this virus seemed to possess considerable research potential. Lilith instructed the shadow wolf to transport the zombie to her laboratory, where she intended to delve deeper into her studies. Indeed, a laboratory. The technological advancements in the ninja world are indeed rather peculiar. While some sophisticated experimental apparatus has emerged, the majority of the populace remains entrenched in a feudal society, creating an odd juxtaposition. Nonetheless, this strangeness has inadvertently provided Lilith with a remarkable advantage in disseminating vampirism. As of now, she has stealthily gained control over the land of wind and all the feudal lords and aristocrats of its surrounding territories. In this endeavor, the only notable resistance has come from the formidable ninja guardians surrounding the feudal lord of the land of wind. Unlike the lords of smaller nations, who remained oblivious during their transformation, the protective ninjas of the Wind Lord immediately sensed anomalies within the Lord's chamber. Had it not been for the Lord's prior decree forbidding anyone from entering under any circumstances, Kanai might have been exposed. It is evident that, within the ninja realm, few dare to contravene the orders of a feudal lord. Subsequently, although Sunagakure noticed a shift in the Lord's aura, he refrained from taking further action unless peculiar orders were issued. Of course, a report to the Kazekage was still obligatory. However, before he could complete his report, he too was transformed into a vampire, along with all the protective ninjas surrounding the land of Wind's Lord. Lilith even contemplated whether to convert the entire populace of Sunagakure into vampires. After all, if she could maintain her secrecy, the chaos outside would pose no threat to her. Thus this notion gradually took shape into reality. Although the infection process was somewhat sluggish, it steadily infiltrated Sunagakure. To facilitate this, Lilith devised several tools that would allow vampires to operate under sunlight. Should these efforts fail, they would indeed prove futile. Turning to the situation in Sunagakure. Once the zombies were transported to her laboratory, Lilith promptly commenced her research. Within her laboratory, not only were there various alchemical tools of her own creation, but also an array of advanced experimental equipment acquired through the vampires. Some of this apparatus even surpassed that found in the root base. The transformation of so many into vampires was not in vain. Indeed, feedback was already forthcoming. In addition to the equipment, numerous skilled artisans had been delivered by the vampires, who now found themselves scratching their heads over the blueprints. Despite the fact that Lilith provided them with the designs, fully comprehending them would require considerable time. Even when constructing according to the blueprints, they proceeded with utmost caution, fearful of misinterpretation. Not only does this virus possess infectious properties, but it also seemingly enhances physical capabilities. While Lilith was not well versed in virology, her inherited memories provided her with ample knowledge in this domain, enabling her to swiftly discern the capabilities of this zombie virus. However, one must ponder, could the English inscription on this garment possibly refer to the T-virus? It is not surprising that Lilith harbors such thoughts, as the name of Resident Evil carries immense weight. If it were merely an ordinary virus, it would be manageable. However, this virus possesses augmentative abilities. One cannot help but draw parallels to the T-virus. Moreover, it seems that there are quite a number of zombies lurking within that forest. Lilith shifted her focus to the blood-sucking bats within a certain forest of the Land of Soup, nimbly leaping within their line of sight. Eventually, she stumbled upon a zombie adorned with a red and white umbrella emblem on its clothing. Indeed, it resembled a zombie from Resident Evil. Yet, it remains uncertain which iteration of the zombie it belongs to. However, it appears that only zombies have traversed here. Lilith continued to expand her search radius. Ultimately, aside from a dozen or so zombies, she uncovered nothing else. The spatial rifts she had envisioned were utterly non-existent. It was as if these zombies had materialized out of thin air, much like herself. Chapter 51. The Vampire Tyrant. Although Lilith remained oblivious to how she had transformed into a vampire, nor did she comprehend the events that transpired during her journey to the ninja world. She was acutely aware of her arrival. As a vampire in this realm, her memories were far from a blank slate. There were no spatial rifts or other peculiarities. It was merely a fleeting blur, and she found herself in an unfamiliar forest. At that moment, she seized control of this body, or rather, her memories surged back to life, due to a lack of samples and the fact that Lilith had not witnessed the emergence of these zombies. She could not ascertain if their condition paralleled her own sudden appearance. Nevertheless, it struck her that this world seemed to be akin to a sieve, with everything seeping through. Lilith suddenly realized that a peculiar transformation had occurred in the ninja world, rendering it susceptible to the intrusion of otherworldly beings. She could only hope that no troublesome entities would cross over. With a sigh, Lilith chose to temporarily set this matter aside, until she possessed the strength to address it. There was no need to burden herself with worry. Perhaps it was the indigenous inhabitants of this world who should be the ones feeling distressed. It is worth noting that, while the zombies emerged in a forest, it was not an isolated and untouched wilderness, but rather a common forest near a town, frequently visited by hunters and woodcutters. Under the watchful eyes of the vampire bats, individuals had already ventured into the forest, drawing closer to the location of the zombies. One could only ponder whether the Land of Hot Water was experiencing a stroke of bad luck or a fortunate turn of events. The Land of Hot Water, being a neutral territory, possessed minimal self-defense capabilities and lacked significant mineral resources. However, its unique hot springs attracted numerous visitors each year, including formidable ninjas. Under ordinary circumstances, if a zombie outbreak were to occur in the Land of Hot Water, it would be remarkable if the local authorities could protect a select few of the elite. Yet, preventing a complete descent into chaos would be nearly impossible, unless the territory was vast and sparsely populated. The zombies would likely decay entirely before they could spread nationwide due to a lack of energy replenishment. Unfortunately, it was evident that the Land of Hot Water did not boast such extensive territory. The silver lining was that, within a mere 10 kilometers from the outbreak site, Tsunade was indulging in a hot spring. The downside, however, was that Tsunade's hemophobia had yet to subside, making her ill-equipped to confront the zombies. In other words, an outbreak was inevitable. Intrigued by the T-virus, Lilith began her research into it. However, her studies were not aimed at using the T-virus to augment physical strength. Although the T-virus offered remarkable power to mortals, Lilith felt an unsettling notion that utilizing it on her kin would taint their blood, resulting in an unpalatable experience. After all, even if it posed no harm to her, she certainly did not wish to taste the flavor of pure virus. Lilith's investigation into the T-virus was driven by her desire to create a tyrant. The combat prowess of the tyrant manufactured by the Umbrella Corporation remains a mystery to Lilith. Yet she surmises that the tyrants, crafted from vampire material, should possess considerable strength. If only their explosive-resistant suits could be transformed into exoskeletal armor. The towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, clad in formidable armor, evokes a sense of familiarity. Should the tyrants truly come to fruition, they would compensate for the lack of mid-tier power in Lilith's ranks. After all, the only elite force she currently possesses is Kanai. The transformed Janine are scattered. while her lower-tier forces consist solely of a group of vampires, whose combat capabilities are woefully inadequate compared to her former strength. Beyond merely serving as soldiers to fill the void of mid-tier power, there is another reason for this endeavor. These towering figures would excel at heavy lifting. Lilith's dissatisfaction with the castle's construction pace has begun to surface, yet she recognizes that the blood slaves have exerted their utmost efforts. It is not a matter of their lack of diligence, but rather their limited strength. Ordinary vampires possess merely 1 to 3 times the strength of an average human. While they may appear formidable, their efficiency in carrying bricks is still insufficient. Thus, Lilith resolves to create a vampire tyrant with an enhanced capacity for brick transportation. It soon became evident that Lilith's vision was astute. The process of creating the tyrant from vampire material progressed remarkably well. The T-virus accelerated the transformation of the host at an impressive rate, simultaneously bestowing a metabolic capacity several times greater than before. However, the host's feeble physique could not withstand this newfound vigor, which explains the decay observed in subjects infected by the T-virus, as well as the unfortunate consequences faced by researchers during the modification process. The decaying flesh necessitated excision, resulting in the numerous stitched wounds adorning the tyrant's body, not only due to the implantation of an additional heart and circulatory system. Yet, in the case of vampires, this scenario does not apply. Their formidable self-healing abilities ensure that the T-virus does not induce any decay during the modification process. Moreover, under Lilith's proactive guidance, the vampires, upon absorbing the T-virus, began to undergo significant physical growth as envisioned by her. Their bones expanded to become larger and sturdier, their muscular strength amplified, and their overall size surpassed that of an average human. Ultimately, this tyrant bears little resemblance to the tyrants produced by the Umbrella Corporation, apart from its size. The process proved even more effortless than anticipated. Observing the vampire tyrant, now awakened and standing before her at an impressive height of 2 meters, Lilith could not help but marvel. Could it be that the vampire's compatibility with the T-virus is superior, or has the bloodline's experience in modifying vampires yielded fruitful results? It is no wonder Lilith harbors such thoughts. In the process of transforming the vampire tyrant, Lilith initially found herself at a loss. Aside from administering the T-virus to the subject and observing the subsequent changes in his physiology, she had already anticipated that this endeavor would require a protracted series of experiments to achieve success. Furthermore, she even planned to recruit a cadre of specialists to assist her in the preparations for these experiments, as it was impractical for her to remain confined to the laboratory indefinitely. However, to her astonishment, once she entered the experimental phase, it was as if she were possessed by the spirits of her ancestors. The knowledge and experiences of her predecessors regarding the transformation of vampires surged forth in her mind, and her creativity flowed incessantly. If one were to envision a lamp symbolizing inspiration, the brilliance of the light above her during the experiment would surpass that of the sun, only dimming once the trials came to a close. Chapter 52. The Zombie Crisis. Lilith was astonished to discover that the Blood Clan possessed attributes akin to that of scientists. Upon delving into her inherited memories, she realized this was indeed the case. Strictly speaking, the Blood Clan comprised a group of extraordinarily gifted beings in the realm of magic. And as any adept magician knows, they often indulge in whimsical research during their leisure. Furthermore, given the Blood Clan's exceptionally prolonged lifespan, a lack of engaging pursuits could lead to a profound sense of ennui. Naturally, individuals like Lilith, who experience bursts of inspiration upon entering a state of research, are quite rare within the Blood Clan. She is an anomaly. Regardless, the creation of the vampire tyrant had been successful, and the next step was to explore the prototype, identifying areas for optimization and streamlining the manufacturing process. Once again, the light of inspiration ignited above Lilith's head. Ultimately, the replication of the T-virus could not keep pace with the consumption rate of Lilith's experiments, leading to a cessation of her research. During this period, she successfully optimized the vampire tyrants, resulting in 2 variations, -001 and -002. The -001 variant was larger and possessed superior combat capabilities, whereas -002 bore a closer resemblance to the prototype, displaying only slightly enhanced strength. Yet its manufacturing process was straightforward, allowing for easy mastery through simple practice. Thus, Lilith delegated the replication of the T-virus and the creation of -002 to her subordinates while she focused on producing the -001 vampire tyrant. Her intention was to place these formidable beings around the castle's perimeter and atop the walls as guardians, To this end, she instructed the blacksmiths to forge a set of armor for them, significantly enhancing their appearance. It is worth mentioning that the armor crafted by the blacksmiths was a design taught by Lilith herself, a full-coverage suit enveloping the entire body in iron. This remarkable technique, inherited from the Blood Clan, ensured that even the heavily encased tyrants exhibited minimal signs of restricted movement. Any limitations that did arise were effortlessly resolved through magic. After all, is not magic the very essence of such moments? The vampire tyrants designated as -001 were, in essence, Lilith's personal guards, lacking only the mastery of magic to render them flawless, while Lilith immersed herself in the development of the vampire tyrants. A horrific calamity unfolded in a small town far away in the land of Soup. As night fell, a hunter in the town was tending to a wound on his arm. The thought of it incensed him. During the day, he had been hunting when he suddenly heard rustling in the underbrush. Assuming it was merely prey, he released an arrow. To his shock, it was not a creature but a human, marked by bite wounds, with an arrow lodged in his shoulder. Mistaking the unfortunate soul for a victim of a forest beast, he paid little heed. However, as soon as the hapless individual spotted him, he charged forth in a frenzy. Startled, the hunter prepared to defend himself. Releasing another arrow aimed directly at the man's forehead. Before he could let out a sigh of relief, the assailant lunged at him as if nothing had happened, sinking his teeth into the arm he had raised in defense. With a cry of agony, he suppressed the pain, grasped the arrow embedded in the assailant's forehead, and plunged it deeper. With a sickening thud, the arrow penetrated entirely, its tip piercing through the skull. It was only then that the assailant finally succumbed, lying motionless. In the wake of such an encounter, he found himself devoid of any appetite for hunting, retreating to the town in disarray. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps drawn by his cries or the scent of blood emanating from his wounded arm, the zombies in the forest began to converge toward him, meandering along the blood trail toward the small town. As they failed to locate any prey, these zombies remained in an energy-conserving state, shuffling slowly until dusk. When they emerged from the woods, nearing the town, upon spotting living beings in the distance, it was as if a switch had flipped. They transformed from sluggish beings into Olympic-level athletes, lunging at the unsuspecting crowd with ferocity. One by one, they were dispatched. Although these zombies appeared terrifying, they were not particularly difficult to eliminate. Even unarmored soldiers could easily dispatch them, given their lack of intelligence and their singular inclination to bite. However, this very instinct caught several soldiers off guard, resulting in multiple fatalities before they could retaliate. Just as they were about to feast on their victims, reinforcements arrived. Following the events in the Grass Nation, the patrols in towns across other nations had intensified significantly. As support arrived and witnessed the casualties, the newcomers responded with lethal force. Yet, in the midst of the fray, they quickly realized that unless they severed the heads of these creatures, they could not be truly killed. Fortunately, the T-virus did not manifest its effects immediately, unless a victim was bitten to death or suffered a bite to a vital area such as the neck. The spread was not instantaneous. Thus, even though many team members had been bitten, the increasing number of reinforcements gradually contained the zombies. The remaining foes were swiftly dealt with, each immobilized creature being beheaded in turn. It seemed that the ordeal had come to an end. What appeared to be an ordinary incident of a ravenous mob assaulting the town was largely overlooked. Those who had sustained bites sought treatment in the town's medical facilities. However, subduing a single zombie required several individuals, and with dozens bitten, they were compelled to disperse among multiple clinics to attend to their wounds. As night deepened, Tsunade was resting in her guest room, having indulged in a considerable amount of wine during dinner, and she was sound asleep, or at least it appeared so. Yet the chaos outside offered little opportunity for genuine rest. Even though she had departed from the battlefield, Tsunade swiftly regained her senses and, in a remarkably brief span of time, deduced that chaos was unfolding outside, potentially escalating into a large-scale massacre. "Lady Tsunade, are you awake?" came the voice of Shizen from beyond the door. "Is that you, Shizen?" "Come in," Tsunade replied, glancing towards the flickering flames that pierced through the window into the room. "I apologize for the intrusion," Shizen said as she entered, cradling her pet pig and ensuring the door was closed behind her. "Lady Tsunade, it seems that outside." Shizen's brow furrowed, her expression grim. She had observed the scene outside through the window for a moment and discovered that the entire town appeared to be spiraling out of control. Chapter 53. Beyond the plan everywhere, frenzied individuals pursued the sane, tearing at them like wild beasts. This evoked the rumors that had drifted from the land of grass. Tsunade approached the window, slightly ajar, gazing down at the chaotic streets below and the distant inferno that blazed. Were they werewolves? Yet, they seemed somewhat different. It was evident Tsunade pondered the notion of werewolves, but the victims, showing no signs of any transformation, led her to dismiss this theory. She firmly shut the window, her complexion paling. Her hemophobia had been triggered. The events unfolding on the streets were undeniably gruesome, the sight of flesh and blood, akin to savage beasts tearing one another apart, struck Tsunade with a significant impact. "Tsunade-sama." Shizen approached her, concerned, offering support. This was her immediate response upon witnessing the chaos outside. Few were aware of Tsunade's phobia of blood, and she was one of them. For Shizen, Tsunade was not merely her teacher, she was her only family. "Tsunade-sama, we must leave this place at once. If they truly have mutated like werewolves, it could spell trouble." Shizen urged anxiously. "No, we cannot leave. I need to understand what has transpired with these townsfolk." Tsunade countered resolutely. "But there are no buts." Tsunade acknowledged the werewolf situation, yet what afflicted the residents appeared altogether different. Particularly striking was the sight of an individual with a gaping wound on their neck. A fatal injury that bled profusely, rising from a lifeless corpse to join the fray of tearing others apart. Impure world reincarnation. This is evidently not the case. The healer's instincts drew Tsunade's curiosity towards the happenings among the residents, compelling her to uncover the truth of their condition. Moreover, Tsunade freed herself from Shizen's grasp, gradually making her way to the table to pour herself a cup of tea. "Are you not coming out?" "Who?" Shizen was taken aback, immediately adopting a defensive stance. "Tsunade-sama, I apologize for this manner of introduction. I am Uchiha-in, representing the Uchiha clan, and I extend my greetings to you." At Tsunade's door, another figure emerged. He bore a ninja sword and knelt on one knee. "The Uchiha clan? What do you seek from me?" Tsunade drained her cup of tea in one swift motion. "Given the recent events in Konoha, I presume Tsunade-sama has heard of them. The prejudice against the Uchiha clan has deepened, and there are murmurs within the clan about the desire to replace the Hokage. Therefore, you wish to invite me back, intending to elevate me to the Hokage position like the fourth?" After Tsunade concluded the latter part of Uchiha-in's statement, the reflection of Uchiha-in on the door trembled, seemingly filled with excitement. "Do you agree?" "Agree? Nonsense!" Tsunade exclaimed, hurling her teacup against the wooden door, which shattered into countless pieces with a sharp crack. "Hokage, Hokage. As if the position is something to be revered. That old man and those others will do anything for the title of Hokage, even if it means losing their minds." Tsunade unleashed her pent-up frustration, cursing vehemently. In the meantime, Shizen stood nearby, contemplating how to offer comfort, yet found herself at a loss for words. After enduring the successive blows of her brothers' and lovers' deaths, the targeted actions of Danzo and others, and the lack of support from the third Hokage, Tsunade had undergone a profound awakening. It's all the fault of the Hokage position. Thus, as soon as the war concluded, she departed from Konoha. Jiraiya, too, shared her sentiment. Though often perceived as the most foolish among the trio, he was, in reality, the most astute. The phrase great wisdom appears foolish epitomized him perfectly. He extricated himself from the vortex of power in Konoha to focus on finding his destined child, seeking inspiration along the way to pen his works, leading a life more fulfilling than hers. In contrast, Orochimaru appeared rather naive. Having witnessed the demise of the Konoha White Fang and the tragic death of his own disciple before his eyes, he still harbored a shred of the master-disciple bond, unwilling to relinquish his hopes. This sentiment was understandable. Compared to Tsunade, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya were commoners, possessing nothing of their own. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who elevated them to the status of ninjas and imparted them with skills. Their current standing, albeit a result of their own efforts, was also indebted to Hiruzen's guidance. They were reluctant to sever the ties of their mentorship. However, such ties could not remain unbroken merely by their desire. Sarutobi Hiruzen had personally nudged his 3 disciples away from Konoha. Consequently, it was this very act that led Orochimaru to entirely abandon any lingering aspirations, leaving only his research in his heart. Now, even the Uchiha clan, an entity riddled with his grandfather's biases and perceived as the easiest to manipulate, forever unable to grasp the nuances, had devised a method to retrieve her back to Konoha. One could only imagine the state to which Konoha had been reduced by the old man. Yet, returning was out of the question. She had no intention of confronting those troubling matters again. This may be considered avoidance, but such evasion is not shameful, especially while Sarutobi Hiruzen still drew breath. Tsunade could hardly fathom a return. After all, Tsunade was a woman who esteemed her teachers and upheld the path of respect. Had she been a more unscrupulous individual, She might have enacted a melodrama of devotion and filial piety. Thus, she dismissed Uchiha and S words as mere nonsense. Yet the crux of the matter remained. Konoha needs you now. If you do not return, we are at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing Uchiha's plea, Shizen felt her lips twitch slightly. The Uchiha clan. Could they truly be this naive? I will not return, regardless of what you say, Tsunade declared resolutely, leaving Uchiha at a loss for words. Because he was uncertain of how to persuade her, the Uchiha clan, not particularly known for their eloquence, found themselves unprepared for such an early appearance. Their initial intent was to gather incriminating evidence against the third Hokage and his close associates to convince Tsunade to return. However, the sudden emergence of zombies disrupted their plans, forcing them to engage in combat to protect Tsunade. Perhaps even they were unaware that Tsunade did not require their protection. Nonetheless, she did not immediately dismiss them. Their presence outside was, after all, quite convenient. Shizen, go downstairs and bring back someone who has just been bitten. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizen nodded before leaping out of the window. As for using the door, they would wait until those kneeling outside departed. Tsunade had no desire to see the Uchiha outside, and thus, she would not open the door. Moreover, exiting through the window was considerably swifter. If Lady Tsunade requires, I could also be bitten by those individuals for your research. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Uchiha Itachi's eyes brightened, and he conceived a way to curry favor with her. Yet, this earned him a sharp reprimand from Tsunade. Get lost. Chapter 54. Unable to escape and acquainted nestled within the land of soup. Tsunade stifled her revulsion as she examined the zombie sprawled upon the tatami mat. Initially, she employed her healing technique to mend the bite wounds on the creature's exterior. To her astonishment, the healing process was remarkably rapid, surpassing even the recovery rate observed in ninjas. Most intriguingly, after the application of her technique, Tsunade noted that the vitality of the cells at the injury site exhibited no significant decline. However, almost immediately, it seemed that the stimulus had triggered a deterioration in the skin, revealing the gruesome, bloodied muscle beneath. Tsunade-sama. In response to this horrific sight, Shizen rushed forward. Offering her support, Tsunade returned to her seat on the bed, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. Yet, the ghastly image of the decaying flesh and exposed muscle lingered unshakably in her mind. A guttural roar suddenly pierced the air, capturing the attention of both women. Unbeknownst to them, the individual previously lying on the tatami had transformed from a mere victim into a zombie. Without hesitation, Shizen swiftly snapped its neck and discarded the lifeless body from the room. With a dull thud, silence enveloped the chamber. Could this be a type of virus? Despite the unexpected turn of events during her examination, Tsunade reached a conclusion. A virus? Shizen queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, Tsunade affirmed with a nod. During the recent application of her healing technique, she had acutely sensed an additional force aiding the cellular regeneration, even enhancing it. Yet, this power was uncontrollable, bringing with it not only strength but also destruction. This was no ordinary bloodstain, nor was it a mere toxin. It was a form of virus. The reason these zombies attacked ordinary people was to propagate the virus. What perplexed Tsunade was whether this virus had evolved naturally or been artificially engineered. Could nature truly give rise to such a terrifying virus? She recalled the tales of werewolves, which also seemed to infect their kin through biting. However, unlike zombies, werewolves transformed into beasts upon infection. These zombies, in contrast, did not morph into wild creatures, yet they similarly lost all semblance of reason. Most strikingly, their modes of transmission were nearly identical. Could it be that a certain faction had harnessed the virus within werewolves to create a special virus designed to enhance physical capabilities? Tsunade's mind raced with possibilities. The coincidences were too precise, bordering on the absurd. With this thought, Tsunade lost interest in further studying the zombies. However, she did not leave immediately, opting instead to wait for dawn. She wished to observe whether these zombies would spontaneously combust upon exposure to sunlight, akin to the lore surrounding werewolves. Yet, when the sun rose and cast its rays upon the town, Tsunade's hopes were dashed. She witnessed no signs of the zombies igniting in the sunlight. Had she misjudged? Were these creatures truly unrelated to werewolves? Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly not a good thing. As the Uchiha clan engaged in discussions with Tsunade, Lilith began to ponder. It seemed the time had come to bring Mikoto over. The clandestine meetings in her dreams. Ah, no. Rather, the encounters had ceased to satisfy Lilith. After all, this was her partner. How could she remain apart? Thus, that very night, Lilith proposed her notion. After a moment of silence, Mikoto nodded in quiet agreement. As Mikoto awakened from her dreams, she intended to leave a few letters behind, but suddenly realized there was little left to express. The words she wished to convey had been shared in recent days. Her unusual behavior aroused concern among her family, who questioned if she was unwell. If she were indeed ill, that would be fine, as long as they remained alive. Everything else was secondary. With this thought, Mikoto relinquished her lingering attachments, allowing the expanding shadow beneath her to envelop her. Welcome to my domain. A pleasure to meet you. I am Lilith, a noble of the blood. May I ask, beautiful lady, what is your name? As Mikoto extricated herself from the sensation of being ensnared, and before her eyes could fully open, that familiar voice reached her ears. It was imbued with youthful exuberance, yet laced with an indescribable allure that one could never tire of hearing. I am Mikoto, Uchiha Mikoto. She cast a sidelong glance at Lilith, accompanied by a gentle smile. Lilith approached Mikoto, rising slightly on her toes, wrapping her arms around Mikoto's neck and leaning in to whisper softly in her ear. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? Mikoto felt a tingling sensation in her ears, unsure of how to respond. Yet, she was certain of one thing. It seemed escape was no longer an option. Lilith parted her delicate lips, revealing her charming fangs, and then bit into Mikoto's neck. Mikoto gasped in pain, followed by a series of enticing sounds that escaped her lips. Wait, this is rather strange. She felt her body grow weak. Despite having previously encountered Lilith in dreams, Mikoto found herself unable to withstand this experience. Was this the exquisite pleasure that Lilith had alluded to? One that could only be savored in the realm of reality? It was truly enchanting. For a moment, Mikoto became entranced by the act of being drained. Unable to extricate herself from the bliss, Lilith, too, was captivated. Though she had studied the blood of the Uchiha clan, her prior indulgences had merely skimmed the surface. Now, embracing a fragrant and soft beauty, she found this experience singular. Perhaps it was psychological, but Mikoto's blood was not inferior to that of Kanai. It was only slightly lesser than that of Sharon. However, this was to be expected, as they were both married and had borne children. Within this lineage, individuals deemed as prey for the vampires are, by far, inferior to the purity of young maidens. Nevertheless, their illustrious bloodline and beauty compensate for this deficiency, significantly enhancing the allure of their essence. It is akin to discovering a treasure. Observing the increasing obsession of Mikoto, Lilith realized that should this continue, Mikoto would soon reach her limits. Even though the intoxicating sensation of being drained was irresistible, it was imperative to exercise restraint. An excessive indulgence could prove detrimental to her health. Thus, Lilith released her grip. As she withdrew her fangs, Mikoto could no longer sustain herself. Emitting a high-pitched moan before her body went limp, Lilith remarked, Kana, please escort her to rest and, while at it, help her change into a fresh outfit. Mikoto, kneeling on the ground, felt her already flushed cheeks deepen in hue. Chapter 55, left behind, Mikoto shyly covered her cheeks with her hands, overwhelmed by the desire to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. How could she have? Most importantly, there were others present. Oh dear, she thought. She couldn't bear it any longer. Witnessing Mikoto's bashful demeanor, Kanai offered a slight smile. Such was the nature of the young mistress. Occasionally, she possessed a mischievous streak, and one would do well to grow accustomed to it. However, Kanai's attempts at comfort only intensified Mikoto's embarrassment. Acquainted? Did that imply such incidents would occur frequently in the future? Mikoto was at a loss as to how Kanai had helped her rise until a gust of warm wind swept past, bringing her back to her senses. Upon regaining her awareness, she found herself traversing a lengthy corridor, with the view outside dominated by endless golden sands. Is this a desert? Mikoto inquired. Indeed. Kanai affirmed with a nod. We are at the Lulan ruins in the Land of Wind, concealed by the young mistress's magic. We are currently within the castle that she is in the process of constructing. Though it is far from completion, a portion of it has been finished and is ready for occupancy. Mikoto gazed at the throngs below, resembling ants as they transported massive stones, and refrained from asking further questions. Being new to this place, she was aware that excessive inquiry might provoke disdain from others. More importantly, having revealed such an unflattering side of herself before, Kanai left her uncertain about how to interact with her, leading her to wish to escape reality. Sister, I heard another lady has arrived. Where is she? Shortly after Kanai assisted Mikoto away, the now self-proclaimed child king, Shanfeng, arrived, accompanied by Qianming and Ling, leaping into Lilith's embrace. Although the other two children lacked such boldness, they clustered around Lilith, gazing at her with eager eyes. She is currently resting, do not disturb her. Lilith gently admonished as she lowered Shanfeng, who resembled a koala clinging to her, to the ground, playfully tapping her nose. Resting? Shanfeng mused, her eyes gleaming with realization. The other two children flushed, evidently coming to the same conclusion. Sister, look, I have fully recovered. Shanfeng exclaimed joyfully, her hands on her hips, as if hinting at something. Though the other two remained silent, they extended their small hands, tugging at Lilith's sleeve, their eyes brimming with longing. Honestly, if you continue like this, Kanai will scold you, Lilith sighed. But mother visits even more frequently. What right does she have to reprimand us? Shanfeng pouted in discontent. Lilith heaved a sigh once more. Have you forgotten the last time Kanai was enraged and made you run around the castle for an entire day and night? Yet, despite her words, she did not refuse. After all, she was not the one to suffer the consequences, nor would she be the one punished. With that in mind, what reason did she have to decline? Thus, Lilith gently lifted the fragrant Phosphor, who had just been placed on the ground, and seated her upon her lap, holding her tenderly. Punished by Shangnai? You cannot blame me, she said playfully. I am not afraid at all. Phosphor, her cheeks flushed, tucked her hair aside, revealing her delicate neck. Come on. After a brief moment, Lilith set down the weakened and rosy-cheeked Phosphor, who was breathing heavily with a sweet scent, and turned her attention to Qianming. Qianming's body was cool to the touch, perhaps due to the icy remnants of blood, making her soft and chilly. Sister, Qianming called out softly, her face flushed. With a playful huff, she settled on Lilith's lap, wrapping her limbs tightly around her. A little while later, Lilith placed Qianming beside Phosphor and regarded Ling Ling's physique was unremarkable, possessing only the characteristic softness of a young girl. It was likely because Lilith had not taught her the secrets of the skeletal pulse, that her body remained healthy, akin to other girls of her age. Yet, Lilith was well aware that Ling's blood was far more delectable than Qianming's. Interestingly, the usually quiet Ling turned out to be the most indulgent of them all. Perhaps it was because Qianming, while feeding, inadvertently consumed some of the strength Ling found difficult to bear, enhancing her pleasure in the process. However, out of concern for Ling's well-being, Lilith deliberately limited the frequency, which left Ling yearning for more. Unlike Phosphor and Qianming, who merely clung to Lilith with all their might, Ling understood the art of caressing. Though still innocent, her approach was notably more advanced than the others. At the very least, Lilith acknowledged her efforts. Ling took inspiration from this, managing to learn quite a bit, while the others remained blissfully unaware as they became drowsy from blood loss. She had already begun to sneak away. Ironically, she was always the last to finish, while her two companions had long succumbed to drowsiness, oblivious to her actions. Naturally, Lilith would not disclose this to Phosphor and Qianming. After all, wouldn't that make it all the more thrilling? Xiangnai was right. Lilith indeed possessed a wicked sense of amusement. When Xiangnai assisted Mei Qin into the room, she was greeted by the sight of Phosphor and Qianming sprawled on the sofa, while Ling nestled in Lilith's embrace, nuzzling against her chest, her small hands wandering playfully over Lilith's waist and abdomen, refusing to cease, embodying a rather infatuated demeanor. Xiangnai sighed at the scene. I knew it would come to this. She was not surprised by Ling's behavior. She was among the few who understood Ling's true nature. This meant that only Phosphor and Qianming remained blissfully ignorant. Consequently, Xiangnai held a special regard for Ling. This little girl was no simpleton. Beneath her seemingly harmless exterior lay an unexpected openness. Phosphor and Qianming were merely innocent children, whereas Ling was already on the path of learning. If this continued, would Phosphor not be left far behind? With thoughts of the newly arrived Mei Qin, Xiangnai sighed once more. Miss, you are indeed quite the flirt, are you not? Is this not common knowledge? Lilith smiled faintly, unfazed by Kanai's teasing. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it is unlikely that her list of companions will grow beyond Hinata. After all, for her, an excess of partners only serves to create a burden. 6 companions are already quite sufficient, or so she believes. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, a sense of uncertainty lingered within Lilith. The reason she had chosen only 6 companions thus far was due to the absence of more exceptional individuals, or rather, those who piqued her interest. What if someone intriguing emerged in the future? Perhaps the being sealed on the moon, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Never mind, there is no need to dwell on such matters. What is most pressing now is the question of when she can bring Hinata back to her side. Chapter 56, The Grim Tidings Recently. A significant event transpired in Konoha, the disappearance of the Uchiha clan's matriarch. The circumstances surrounding her vanishing from the heavily fortified Uchiha territory remain a mystery. However, it is certain that at the time of her disappearance, no outsiders had entered, nor had she exited the clan grounds. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its emphasis on familial bonds, and Fugaku Uchiha is no exception. Although the disappearance of Makoto did not drive him to madness, it was evident that he was far more irritable than usual. During this tumultuous time, even the more aggressive factions within the clan dared not provoke him. Even Danzo had adopted a notably subdued demeanor. For the fearsome reputation of Fugaku's wrath was not to be taken lightly. One could only speculate what unpredictable actions the Uchiha patriarch might take if truly enraged. The residents of Konoha, too, refrained from lodging complaints. Any attempt to intervene when the Uchiha were imprisoning individuals would be futile, even if they sought Sarutobi Hiruzen's aid. After all, he would not dare intercede. Strangely, Uchiha members began to notice an improvement in their standing within Konoha, albeit temporarily. Once Fugaku regained his composure and Danzo and his cohorts tested his limits once more, the situation would likely revert to its previous state. The matriarch's disappearance not only heightened tensions within the Uchiha clan, but also prompted other shinobi clans to bolster their vigilance. While they could not ascertain the veracity of the situation, exercising caution seemed prudent. Particularly, those families with keen instincts began to sense an unsettling shift. The leadership in Konoha, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared to increasingly target the Uchiha, and now, coincidentally, the clan's matriarch had gone missing. Such occurrences inevitably led to speculation. It felt as if Konoha was treading a path from which there was no return, especially since the return of the third Hokage had brought about an atmosphere of unease. Amidst this turmoil, news arrived from a small town in the Land of Water that further stirred contemplation among certain individuals regarding the need to choose sides. A contagious virus reminiscent of lycanthropy had emerged in that town, spreading through bites, rendering the infected devoid of reason, transforming them into mere shells of their former selves. The singular distinction from true lycanthropy was that the afflicted did not exhibit any conspicuous physical mutations or enhancements. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal detail was that Tsunade had been sighted in that town, accompanied by a Uchiha squad. They were easily identifiable by their clan emblem, boldly displayed on their attire, devoid of any attempts at concealment. In addition to Tsunade and the Uchiha, numerous shinobi were vacationing in the town. Witnesses observed the Uchiha and Tsunade departing the town in succession. Given the outbreak of the undead, escape required traversing rooftops, making it nearly impossible to go unnoticed. Yet again, this was not the focal point. The significant implication was that the Uchiha had begun to forge connections with Tsunade. Who had orchestrated this? Such a bold move seemed almost ruthless. As long as the Uchiha clan manages to persuade Tsunade to return, it remains uncertain who will wield authority over Konoha. After all, the third Hokage's resurgence has been unexpected, not only for Danzo but also for the remaining ninja clans. If he were merely a temporary leader, it would warrant little criticism. However, the prolonged absence of a fifth Hokage election raises questions. Naturally, these thoughts remain unvoiced. For dissent against the third Hokage's regime has been swiftly quelled in recent days. The most pronounced reaction to this situation has come from Danzo. In contrast, Hiruzen Sarutobi merely narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Conversely, Danzo's fury erupted at the root base, where he wreaked havoc in his frustration. Uchiha's strategy has undoubtedly struck a nerve, especially given that the third Hokage's credibility has reached its nadir. Compounded by the hospital explosion that claimed the lives of both doctors and patients alike, this incident represents an indelible stain on the third Hokage's legacy. The loss of medical personnel, particularly the skilled doctors painstakingly nurtured under Tsunade's influence, is particularly grievous. Under her guidance, Konoha's medical ninjutsu has surpassed that of other villages, attracting patients from far and wide. Yet, in a single explosion, Konoha's medical system has been decimated, leaving only a handful of medical ninjas on leave. The ramifications are profound. As the medical infrastructure has collapsed, regressing to a state reminiscent of its early days, Tsunade's return is undoubtedly advantageous for the reconstruction of Konoha's medical system, which she fundamentally established. However, her resurgence poses a significant threat to the upper echelons of Konoha, particularly those led by Hiruzen Sarutobi. It is easy to envision the extent of her rising prestige as she revitalizes the medical framework, coupled with her lineage as a descendant of Hashirama Senju. Even if Tsunade harbors no desire for the Hokage position, others may not allow her to refuse. Consequently, Hiruzen might find himself compelled to relinquish his position. Akin to how Minato and Namikaze stepped down following the Third Great Ninja War due to his soaring reputation, Hiruzen cannot shake the image of Danzo, who stormed out upon hearing this news. Undeniably, for the first time, he finds himself tempted by Danzo's proposal to eliminate the Uchiha clan as a potential threat. This temptation feels akin to unsealing Pandora's box, prompting him to calculate the likelihood of success. Yet, the prospect of annihilating the Uchiha, known for their Sharingan and unparalleled prowess, presents formidable challenges. There exists a simpler solution, eliminating Tsunade. However, this notion is swiftly extinguished by Hiruzen, for the repercussions would be catastrophic. At this juncture, should Tsunade perish regardless of his involvement, the blame would inevitably fall upon him, as he is the only one with a conceivable motive for such an act. Could his dark side, combined with Danzo's roots, extinguish the Uchiha clan? Might it also be possible to incorporate the strength of other ninja clans? Here, Hiruzen Sarutobi weighs the pros and cons of annihilating the Uchiha clan, while on the other side, Danzo contemplates the likelihood of eliminating Tsunade. Unlike Hiruzen, who is plagued by various concerns, Danzo's desire to eradicate the Uchiha clan nearly overflows within him. Yet, he understands that this moment does not present the most opportune chance to annihilate the Uchiha clan. In fact, without the moral high ground or the ability to utilize the powers of other ninja clans in Konoha, it is simply impossible to eradicate the Uchiha. After all, at this time, there is neither a pawn with a Mangeki Sharingan nor an utterly unresisting Fugaku Uchiha. Chapter 57. A fortuitous opportunity thus, compared to the illustrious Uchiha clan. The solitary Tsunade is far more vulnerable to assassination. Most importantly, if Tsunade were to perish at this juncture, the prime suspect would undoubtedly be Hiruzen Sarutobi. He could easily disseminate the rumor that Sarutobi, consumed by a lust for the Hokage position, committed the heinous act of murdering his own disciple. An atrocity that would invoke public outrage. The masses are inherently blind. As long as they are provided with an outlet for their grievances, they will not seek the truth behind the facade. Once Sarutobi and Tsunade, the two greatest obstacles, are eliminated, the position of Hokage would undoubtedly be his. Upon reflection, it seems the Uchiha clan must be preserved. Should they be eradicated, it would gravely impact Konoha's prestige and power, potentially triggering the Fourth Great Ninja War, an outcome he cannot abide. Go, investigate Tsunade's whereabouts. I wish to be acutely aware of her every move. Danzo's voice, laced with murderous intent, reverberated through the root space, prompting the ninjas within to spring into action. Simultaneously, in a laboratory within the roots, Orochimaru observed a scroll expelled from the mouth of a small white snake. This is intriguing. The scroll contained intelligence regarding Tsunade's interactions with the Uchiha. It seems the old man and Tsunade can no longer remain at ease. If all goes as anticipated, you are likely to. Contemplating this, Orochimaru retrieved a blank scroll, inscribed a message, and directed the small white snake to swallow it. Go, deliver this to Tsunade. With a resounding pop, the small white snake vanished in a puff of smoke. Tsunade, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Although Orochimaru's affection for Sarutobi had waned, he still harbored feelings for Tsunade and Jiraiya, as they had not betrayed him. However, with his warning, Tsunade's subsequent actions remain uncertain, yet it is assured that intriguing events will unfold. Meanwhile, is it a virus that mirrors the transmission method of lycanthropes, yet distinguishes itself in certain aspects? Orochimaru felt a surge of curiosity. He summoned another small snake, issuing it a series of commands. Hopefully, some samples still linger in that quaint town. Subsequently, Orochimaru immersed himself back into his research, adopting an air of indifference towards the outside world. In the Land of Wind, within the magically concealed ruins of Lulan, Lilith had not yet taken action, yet favorable news emerged from Konoha. She had witnessed it. Soon after, Lilith found herself in Mikoto's chamber. Even after a night had passed, Mikoto's body remained languid and weak. This was not solely due to the potent aftermath, but also because she had lost a considerable amount of blood in one fell swoop. Despite the replenishing concoction crafted by Lilith, several days of recuperation would still be necessary. Upon witnessing Lilith's arrival, Mikoto propped herself up on her arms, attempting to rise from the bed, only to be gently restrained by Lilith. Your health is precarious. It would be prudent to remain lying down. Mikoto did not protest, settling back onto the bed, yet she still felt a twinge of embarrassment in Lilith's presence, covering the lower half of her face with the quilt, revealing only her disheveled eyes. Lilith remarked, "There is something you ought to be aware of." "What is it?" Mikoto's voice, muffled by the quilt, carried a certain adorability. Despite being a married woman, she displayed a demeanor reminiscent of a younger girl, a stark contrast that compelled Lilith to lean closer, pulling aside the quilt that enveloped Mikoto and drawing near her neck. "Isn't it sweltering here during the day? Aren't you hot under all those covers?" Lilith delicately licked Mikoto's fair neck, where the bite marks from earlier had healed, leaving no trace of imperfection. Ah. Makoto instinctively shivered, her legs instinctively clamping together. Haha. I won't tease you any longer, Lilith chuckled lightly, returning to her seat before Makoto's bed. Makoto, with her glistening eyes, cast a reproachful glance at Lilith. Back to the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Makoto's eyes grew even more sorrowful. So you are aware that we need to discuss serious matters. Disregarding Makoto's forlorn gaze, Lilith continued, currently, Konoha is already aware of the interactions between the Uchiha and Tsunade. How could that be? Makoto exclaimed, suddenly sitting up in alarm. There has been an outbreak of a zombie virus in the town of the Land of Hot Water, resulting in numerous casualties. Many ninjas have witnessed Tsunade in the company of members of the Uchiha clan, and this information has spread considerably. Makoto's complexion shifted dramatically with Lilith's revelations. She quickly grasped the implications. If the higher-ups in Konoha were aware of this, would they not resort to drastic measures? Perhaps even initiate a preemptive extermination of the Uchiha? You need not worry, the Uchiha clan is currently safe. However, it is intriguing that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has no intention of eradicating the Uchiha, has begun to devise plans for their elimination. Conversely, Shimura Danzo, who has always advocated for the Uchiha's extinction, is now contemplating how to eliminate Tsunade while seeking to subjugate the Uchiha. Makoto was taken aback by this revelation. She had presumed that Hiruzen and Danzo would reach a consensus to swiftly act against the Uchiha in anticipation of Tsunade's return. Little did she expect that Danzo would dare to target Tsunade. Did he not comprehend the ramifications of such a move? He certainly did. Nevertheless, as long as no one could trace the actions back to him, he could easily shift the blame onto Hiruzen, even if Hiruzen were indeed responsible. And evidence piled against him, Danzo still possessed the means to deflect the consequences onto Hiruzen. After all, it was Hiruzen who held the title of Hokage, not Danzo. The possibilities for manipulation were vast. Though Makoto did not fully grasp this intricacy, she understood that the Uchiha clan now stood on the precipice of peril. Rest assured, the Uchiha clan is unlikely to face any immediate danger, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi intends to eradicate the Uchiha. Such an endeavor would be impossible without the cooperation of Danzo Shimura and the support of other hidden villages. Most importantly, who would stand by Hiruzen's side at this juncture? Even his own son harbors disdain for him. Thus, what truly occupies Lilith's thoughts is when Danzo will make his move to assassinate Tsunade. This presents an opportune moment to gather Tsunade's blood. It could even serve as a perfect chance to abduct her. Indeed, Lilith has resolved to kidnap Tsunade. Initially, she had no interest in Tsunade, but upon meeting her, she found herself captivated. While the anime may not have showcased her beauty to its fullest, in reality, even setting aside her ample bosom, few could resist her allure. Chapter 58. The Undead. Yet, events were clearly not unfolding as Lilith had anticipated. Just as Danzo understood Sarutobi Hiruzen, so too did Hiruzen comprehend Danzo. The unusual activities at the root soon caught the attention of the increasingly tense Hiruzen, who immediately surmised the intentions of his old acquaintance. The man who had remained unfazed even by Danzo's assassination attempts now wore a grim expression, filled with murderous intent upon learning this news. In that moment, he genuinely harbored thoughts of eliminating Danzo. However, he did not allow his fury to cloud his judgment. Rather, he contemplated how to completely sever Danzo's ambitions. A grand spectacle was unfolding within Konoha, and many were eager to witness its conclusion. At this juncture, the most delighted among them was Orochimaru. Perhaps it was due to the seemingly innocuous nature of the zombies, who only managed to seal the city gates, rendering the undead akin to caged beasts. These zombies wandered aimlessly within the confines of the town. Consequently, various factions intrigued by the undead found it remarkably easy to acquire samples, including Orochimaru himself. Upon conducting preliminary research, Orochimaru reached conclusions akin to those of Tsunade. However, unlike Tsunade, who had ceased her investigations due to hemophobia and other reasons, Orochimaru delved deeper into the subject. Perhaps due to the generally superior physical constitution of those in the ninja world, they exhibited a greater resistance to the T-virus. Although individuals capable of integrating the T-virus remained exceedingly rare, those infected could often endure at least one-third longer than ordinary individuals from other realms, provided they did not sustain fatal injuries or immediately lose vital signs. While this merely extended the time for the T-virus to seize control of the host, yielding no unexpected outcomes, it afforded Orochimaru a clear view of the entire process of the virus's invasion of the human body. As a result, he obtained numerous excellent specimens for his experiments. Remarkably, he even developed a T-virus serum capable of enhancing cellular strength in a remarkably short period. Despite the serum's mortality rate reaching 1/3, it still sent Danzo into a frenzy of excitement. For Danzo, a success rate of 2/3 was worth wagering the entirety of Root. Especially upon learning that individuals enhanced by the T-virus would experience their physical constitution amplified several times over, with self-healing abilities potentially increasing tenfold, and their chakra surging dramatically. Danzo could scarcely contain his impatience. He opted to utilize the serum without awaiting Orochimaru's development of a safer product. Moreover, Danzo was not entirely gambling. The success rate of the T-virus serum was one consideration, while the personal attributes of the injection's recipient were another. The ninjas of Root were all elite. And with the added advantage of chakra, the actual success rate was undoubtedly higher than what the data suggested. In truth, this was indeed the case. After all the Root ninjas stationed at the base were administered the T-virus serum, only 1 in 20 succumbed to the overwhelming power of the substance, resulting in their cellular collapse and transformation into zombies. The survivors, on the other hand, exhibited a remarkable increase in strength. Most importantly, due to the prior incident at the Konoha hospital, the number of researchers in Konoha, aside from those from the Root, dwindled to less than 5. With many of those being forced additions, coupled with the loss of various equipment, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite being aware of the existence of zombies and wishing to conduct research on them, found himself at a loss. Without personnel or resources, what could he possibly study? While his subordinates grew stronger and Orochimaru amassed ample experimental data, Sarutobi's team remained stagnant. They all faced a promising future. For Danzo, the likelihood of successfully assassinating Tsunade had now increased. At this moment, however, Lilith shifted her gaze from Konoha to the Land of Lightning. Ordinarily, there was nothing in the Land of Lightning that would capture Lilith's attention, but from this day forth, that changed. Within the rugged mountains and forests of the Land of Lightning, an unusual aura suddenly permeated the surroundings. The blood-sucking bats concealed within this forest immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere. Awakening from their dormant state, they took to the low skies, flying amidst the trees and mist, searching for any anomalies within the woodland. Simultaneously, piercing bat cries echoed through the air, reverberating throughout the forest thanks to the mountain's reflective surfaces. In the distance, more blood-sucking bats approached, joining the search party. At that moment, one bat halted mid-flight, its claws gripping a branch as its 2 pairs of blood-red eyes fixated on a seemingly ordinary skeleton propped against a tree below. Ordinarily, a mere skeleton would not warrant its attention. However, the broken armor adorning the skeleton was clearly not of this world, and the chilling aura emanating from it was unmistakable. Though it had never encountered this aura before, it instantly recognized its name, the aura of the undead. Thus, the source of the anomaly was you, a skeletal figure, the most basic form of undead. Recalling the previous incident where a horde of zombies appeared all at once, one couldn't help but wonder if this forest harbored more skeletal remains and potentially even more powerful undead beings. Consequently, this blood-sucking bat began to call for its companions, centering its search around the skeletal figure. Soon, the area became increasingly lively. Not long after, another blood-sucking bat spotted a cave, nearly lingering at the cave's entrance. One could feel the emanating aura of the undead from within. It seemed there were quite a number of skeletal remains inside. Following Lilith's command, this blood-sucking bat ventured into the cave. Upon entering, it keenly sensed the presence of the hidden undead within. The skeletal remains of the undead, the reanimated zombies, and the enigmatic liches lurking in the depths of the caverns. Unlike ordinary skeletal frames that merely possess rudimentary instincts, liches are endowed with complete sentience, often arising from the transformation of powerful mages from various intelligent races. Their strengths vary, yet one thing is certain: if left unchecked, they could unleash a cataclysmic wave of undead terror, centuries or even millennia hence. The undead are inextricably linked to death. Hoping for their compliance is as futile as wishing for a sow to ascend a tree. When the vampire bat ventured into the innermost recesses of the cavern, it beheld a necromancer, staff in hand and draped in tattered robes, seated upon a mound of bones, siphoning the essence of the undead. The arrival of the vampire bat interrupted this ritual, causing the flames of undeath in the necromancer's eyes to blaze with renewed intensity. A vampire bat? Chapter 59. The Dragon Vane Oliver, a sorcerer who perished amidst the tide of the undead. In the face of death, he was compelled to transform into a lich to sustain his existence. In his new undead form, he became a mere fulcrum among the countless mindless entities of the necromantic horde, directing the aimless, instinct-driven undead to prevent them from straying too far from the main throng. Simultaneously, he concealed himself within the tide, serving as a mid-level commander orchestrating the assault on key targets. Had circumstances remained unchanged, he would have remained hidden among the masses until the tide was vanquished or until the undead extinguished all living souls. Yet, as the saying goes, when all seems stable, calamity is oft lurking. Unbeknownst to him, a sudden shift occurred, and in an instant, he and a multitude of surrounding undead were displaced, along with the heavy, necrotic essence saturating the ground beneath him. His superficial understanding could not fathom the nature of this event. He could only speculate that it was a form of spatial banishment. Yet, this seemed implausible. He was merely an ordinary lich, unworthy of such high-level magic. The confusion gnawed at him, an enigma he could not unravel. On a positive note, his phylactery remained concealed, ensuring that even in death, he could be revived. However, before that eventuality, he felt a yearning to struggle in this unfamiliar realm. Observing the pale flames consuming a blood-sucking bat on the ground, the necromantic fire in his eyes flickered. Oliver recognized the peril of his current location. He needed to seek refuge elsewhere. Although he despised the scorching sun of the day, it paled in comparison to the threat posed by the pursuing vampires. While the undead were weakened in daylight, they were far better off than werewolves or vampires who succumbed to sunlight. At the very least, barring some exceptional breeds, most undead would not be vanquished by the sun's rays. As for where to hide upon leaving the cave, Oliver gazed toward the west. Sensing a multitude of bones buried deep beneath the earth, site of the Third Shinobi World War and the fall of the Third Reikage. How bewildering that even the undead have emerged. The Shinobi world grows increasingly incomprehensible. Wind Country, Lulon ruins, within the newly erected castle. Lilith furrowed her brow slightly. Exhaling a weary sigh, it appeared she must hasten her efforts. Lilith paused her transcription of the magical tome, departing the castle and descending towards the deepest recesses of the Lulon ruins. Initially, she had intended to delay the activation of the Dragon Vein until the outer structures of the castle were largely completed, intending to utilize its power to construct a grand magical array that would envelop the entire castle in concealment. However, it seemed there was no time for her to linger any longer. Perhaps the inhabitants of this world remain oblivious to the significance of the continuous emergence of beings unbound to their realm. Only she comprehends that a monumental transformation is imminent. A change comparable to the initial arrival of Kagai at Tsutsuki. Such an upheaval fundamentally altered the cultivation system of the entire planet, tainting its ecological balance. As time progresses, the influx of foreign entities into this world will only intensify. Should preparations not be made in advance, waiting until certain entities have arrived will render it too late. In confronting the unknown, enhancing one's own strength remains the optimal choice. However, the dilemma lies in the distinction between the blood race and vampires. Due to inherent design flaws, vampires grow with remarkable ease. Conversely, the blood race, akin to other noble bloodlines, experiences a notably sluggish progression. To expedite this process, the most effective method is through the consumption of blood. Yet, it cannot be mere ordinary blood. Akin to vampires, unless consumed in vast quantities, ordinary blood yields little growth. Thus, the consumption of blood from individuals of noble lineage or formidable strength proves most advantageous. Yet, the question arises, are there any individuals of noble blood within the ninja realm? Indeed, but they have largely been collected by Lilith. And what of the powerful individuals? They exist, yet the conundrum lies in the nature of chakra. It is a trap. Unless a qualitative transformation occurs through significant accumulation, a fundamental change in their essence will remain elusive. Consequently, their blood quality does not surpass that of others by much. Of course, exceptions exist, such as the reincarnation of Ashura, like Senja Hashirama, whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral roots. However, Hashirama's remains are already in Lilith's possession. His blood is indeed a potent elixir, but due to his long-standing demise, its spiritual essence has diminished considerably, reducing its efficacy by at least 70% compared to his living state. This has instilled in Lilith an urge to resurrect Hashirama. Nevertheless, even if he were revived, without Ashura's chakra, the quality of his blood would fail to meet expectations. It can only be said that the world of Naruto is exceedingly treacherous. If one possessed a cultivation system or bloodline from another realm, the situation might be different. Otherwise, one is left to dangle precariously from the single tree of Tsutsuki. To evade the perils of chakra, Lilith has even extracted the chakra seeds from Kanai and Mikoto, redirecting them towards the cultivation of battle chi and magical energy. After being transformed into a blood companion by Lilith, Mikoto's training speed has soared, matching that of Kanai. Simultaneously, her bloodline has undergone a remarkable transformation, with her previous Sharingan evolving towards a unique magical eye. It is foreseeable that upon the completion of this metamorphosis, Makoto will possess a pair of formidable magical eyes. Tap, tap, tap. Ascending the lengthy staircase, Lilith arrived at the source of the Dragon Pulse. Contrary to the imagined cascading river, this is an exceedingly spacious chamber. At the center of this chamber, a dagger is plunged into the ground, around which a complex sealing technique unfolds in intricate patterns. It is difficult to fathom that such a diminutive dagger could firmly seal the vast dragon vein beneath. However, considering it is a technique from the world of Naruto, it is hardly surprising. The sealing arts in that realm are renowned for their capability to confine all manner of entities. Even the progenitor of chakra was imprisoned upon the moon, thus, sealing a mere dragon vein ought to be a trivial task. During this period, Lilith has diligently studied this sealing technique and has completely deciphered its workings. Yet, as the power of the dragon vein was not required previously, she refrained from unsealing it. But now, Lilith approached the heart of the sealing technique and, with a gentle motion, withdrew the dagger. In an instant, the entire ground trembled. Although the sealing technique is remarkably intricate, it holds no utility for me, as my power derives from magic. Therefore, in her hands, this dagger is little more than a piece of scrap metal. Chapter 60. A brief respite. How shall I express this? Truly, it is the chakra. Even before its full eruption, I can already sense the immense power surging beneath my feet. Yet, that is merely the extent of it. Although the dragon vein is extraordinarily unique, possessing the ability to absorb natural energy and transmute it into chakra, it is thus comprised of nearly half chakra. Therefore, to Lilith, this dragon vein appears somewhat bloated, even though the chakra from the dragon vein is deemed Senjutsu chakra in the eyes of this world. Its quality is exponentially greater, by several or even dozens of times, than ordinary chakra. In Lilith's perspective, however, it is only marginally superior to the magical power she refined when she first became a vampire. As she subsequently absorbed more blood, the quality of her magical power surged again, rendering the dragon vein incomparable. Moreover, as a member of the bloodline now, her magical power quality has escalated at least 30-fold. While the quantity may still fall short of the dragon vein, in terms of quality, the dragon vein is utterly inferior. Were it not for the dragon vein being a rare energy source within the shinobi world, Lilith would hardly hold it in high regard. Crimson magical energy gushed forth from Lilith's being, instantly dominating the entire space. Even the chakra erupting from the cracked ground paled in comparison. Under Lilith's command, a complex magical array gradually took shape in the air. In mere seconds, before the chamber could collapse, the magical array was fully formed, gently descending to cover the original sealing position. As the magical array settled, the tremor ceased, and the energy spewing from the fissures was repressed. The array shimmered with a scarlet luminescence, drawing forth the energy of the dragon vein and refining it into a purer magical essence. Though its quality could not rival that of Lilith's own magical power, it was still serviceable. Thus, Lilith continued to expand the array's reach. When space proved insufficient, she penetrated the stone walls until ample room was made for the enlarged magical array. Consequently, under Lilith's meticulous arrangement, a colossal interconnected magical array began to take form deep within the earth. As she placed the final node, what was once a cramped stone chamber had now transformed into an expansive cavern. Hundreds of stone pillars supported the vast space, and around the cavern, robust magical arrays were inscribed to prevent collapse. Most importantly, beneath Lilith's feet, adorned in white silk and high-heeled ankle boots, an endless expanse of crimson arrays sprawled across the ground, reflecting a delicate hue upon her long legs wrapped in white silk. This extensive coverage nearly enveloped the entirety of the castle I had envisioned above, awaiting the completion of the city walls to connect seamlessly. At that moment, this grand magical array would link the underground with the surface, converging with the highest tower of the castle to create an all-encompassing protective barrier. Beneath that tower lay the largest root pillar in the subterranean cavern, which was also the original source of the dragon vein. After Lilith's transformation, the magical energy here has become exceedingly dense. Whether for cultivation or experimentation, this place is undoubtedly the most suitable locale. Consequently, Lilith has allocated ample space for her endeavors. There are dozens of similar sites. After all, relying solely on a single tower to support the aerial magical formations is far too precarious. Thus, Lilith intends to erect identical towers throughout the castle, albeit at a slightly reduced height, with a corresponding decrease in magical output. These towers will interlink to form the most stable magical array. Eventually, the aerial, terrestrial, and subterranean realms will be interconnected. The underground aspect has been resolved. Next, the construction of the city walls and towers lies ahead. The thought of this caused Lilith some distress. Although she referred to her creation as a castle, its expanse could easily be considered a city, capable of accommodating millions with ease. Enclosing such a vast area with city walls presents an immense challenge, as one can imagine the length required. Importantly, constructing the walls is not the most daunting task. It can be undertaken gradually. The real challenge lies in the towers that serve as nodes for the magical array, which must be personally supervised by Lilith. While she need not physically labor in construction, it remains a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. In comparison, the final step of inscribing the magical array is quite straightforward. For the time being, it is unlikely that this place will be discovered, so there is no need for haste. Thus, Lilith returned to the surface for some rest. To properly establish the underground magical array, Lilith invested nearly half a month. Even she began to feel a tinge of fatigue. With the completion of the underground array, the tremors on the surface finally subsided. Although construction above ground continued throughout this period, the frequent disturbances had slowed progress considerably. Only now could they resume a normal pace. However, before resting, Lilith issued a command prioritizing the construction of the city walls, dispatching all her servants to the task. Fortunately, the magical barrier surrounding the area shielded them from sunlight, or else efficiency would have halved. Within the castle, upon noticing that the servants engaged in construction had all departed, Shauna and the others were left perplexed. Yet, seeing Lilith's weary demeanor, they wisely chose not to disturb her, deciding instead to wait for her to awaken. However, a sense of worry lingered among them. For vampires, rest is a concept entirely distinct from that of mortals. It is not uncommon for them to slumber for decades. For Shauna and her companions, who had only recently become blood companions, the prospect of decades felt excessively long. Yet, with Lilith already in slumber, they could not dare to rouse her. Fortunately, while Lilith's rest extended slightly longer than usual, it did not last for decades. She merely slept for 3 short months. When Lilith finally awoke and ventured into the corridor, encountering Shauna and the others, they could scarcely believe their eyes. "Sister has awakened! Sister has awakened!" Xianglin leapt onto Lilith, burying her head in Lilith's embrace, inhaling her scent. For Lilith, it had merely been a brief slumber, yet for these children, she had been in a deep coma for 3 entire months. Had it not been for Kanai and others' repeated admonitions to refrain from disturbing Lilith's rest, they might have already rushed into her chamber, wailing and lamenting at her bedside. Observing Xianglin diligently kneading oil, Lilith let out a soft sigh. This was merely a momentary respite, yet Xianglin's reaction was so profound, this simply would not do. A strategy must be devised to help them acclimate. However, to attune them to the rhythm of the immortal beings, it seems that only time could accomplish this. Chapter 61. The Mermaid? What transpired during my slumber of 3 months? Lilith inquired, gazing up at Makoto. A great deal, Makoto replied. During the 3 months that Lilith lay in repose, the dominion over the shadow wolves and vampire bats was temporarily entrusted to Makoto, for she evidently possessed greater aptitude in this domain compared to Kanai. Correspondingly, the vampires stationed outside the castle and at various critical points were commanded by Kanai. Upon obtaining control of the shadow wolves and vampire bats, Makoto became acutely aware of the formidable intelligence network that Lilith commanded. It could be said, albeit with some exaggeration, that the entire world lay under Lilith's vigilant scrutiny. Of course, this assertion held some limitations, as Lilith had not established surveillance over the 3 sacred sites, not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of suitable locations. Several significant events occurred during these 3 months. Foremost among them was the primary subject of observation, a lich. It discovered a site buried with an abundance of corpses and, over the course of a month, awakened all the deceased, thus commanding a legion of the undead. However, it did not orchestrate an assault on other factions with this army. Instead, it chose to remain hidden. The site of the buried bodies was situated within a valley, and the sheer volume of corpses deterred many from approaching. Even if someone inadvertently stumbled into the valley, escape would be unlikely. Consequently, despite the skeletal remains stirring for 2 months, no one noticed anything amiss. Due to the lich's extreme caution, neither the vampire bats nor the shadow wolves could approach, leaving Makoto in ignorance of the events unfolding within. She could only observe from a distance, noting an increasing presence of necromantic energy, suggesting that the number of undead within was on the rise. Makoto speculated that the lich was likely summoning more undead deep within the valley. This was the lich's forte, capable of calling forth beings from the realm of the dead to engage in battle. Of course, given the Lich's capabilities, it could only summon the weakest of skeletons, and the quantity summoned would be limited. Nevertheless, even this was sufficient. Accumulating over time, it was plausible that a formidable army could be amassed. However, Lilith surmised that the Lich was likely summoning these numerous undead for the purpose of nurturing or devouring them. Indeed, it posed a potential threat. It would not significantly impact me. A Lich that dares to hide away in a valley, secretly developing its power, cannot be deemed particularly formidable. When it has sufficiently matured and seeks to unleash a tide of the undead, it will soon discover colossal beasts, towering dozens of meters high, employing strange attacks akin to mowing grass, swiftly decimating its legion of undead. Unless it succeeds in summoning advanced units, it will hardly stir any substantial turmoil. In addition to the developing Lich, fishermen from the Water Kingdom stumbled upon a mermaid while fishing. Naturally, few believed the tale, dismissing it as mere fantasy of the fisherman. A mermaid? Was it a merman or a fishman, or had he truly encountered the legendary mermaid? If mermaids were indeed real, it would be quite intriguing. Lilith suddenly felt an irresistible impulse to venture into the sea and uncover the truth. Take a moment to explore the surrounding oceans. Should you truly uncover the fabled mermaid, devise a means to bring her forth. To speak candidly, whether as a pet, a collectible, or even as sustenance, a mermaid would be exceedingly suitable, being one of the few species capable of captivating the interest of the vampire kin. Moreover, in the deserts of the Land of Wind, a colossal scorpion has emerged, launching attacks on passing caravans. Consequently, the ninja of Sand Hidden Village have seen a surge in requests for assistance. However, these scorpions are not only immense in size, but also adept at concealment and armed with lethal toxins, posing significant challenges and resulting in numerous injuries among the Sand Hidden, with some even succumbing to the claws of the giant scorpions. Some ninja have recognized the battle prowess of these formidable creatures and aim to tame them as summoning beasts. With reports of success already surfacing, 3 months ago, the zombie outbreak drew considerable attention. After 3 months of evolution, although most of the undead in the town infected by the T-virus have nearly withered to skeletal forms, approximately 10% managed to attain ample sustenance during the outbreak, leading to their evolution. Though they cannot compare to the tyrant or the licker, their physical capabilities surpass that of ordinary humans, and under the influence of the T-virus, they have developed sharp fangs and claws to procure more food. This development has garnered significant interest and intensified research into the T-virus. Aside from these matters, the happenings in Konoha have become the most captivating. The current state of Konoha is rife with chaos, with Tsunade and Uchiha in a tenuous relationship. Both Saratobi Hiruzen and Danzo find themselves in a state of heightened tension. No one knows when Tsunade will return. Yet it is evident that Konoha is prepared for her eventual comeback, despite her own reluctance to do so. This situation has further exacerbated the discord between the Uchiha and Konoha, igniting Saratobi Hiruzen's murderous intent towards the Uchiha clan. In this increasingly irreconcilable conflict, Uchiha Shursui proactively revealed his Manjiki Sharingan and its abilities. Unbeknownst to him, this very action plunged the Uchiha into a perilous abyss. Saratobi Hiruzen, already harboring murderous thoughts towards the Uchiha, found the prospect of a mind-altering Kodo Amatsukami even more unsettling. Following preceding events, he could no longer place any trust in the Uchiha. Consequently, upon learning of Kodo Amatsukami's capabilities, his immediate concern was whether he had fallen victim to its influence. Reflecting on past memories, he found his sentiments towards the Uchiha unchanged, still wishing to eradicate them. A sigh of relief escaped him, for had he been under Kodo Amatsukami's sway, his current thoughts might have shifted towards mending the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha. Nevertheless, even after ascertaining that he had not been affected by Kodo Amatsukami, Saratobi Hiruzen remained on guard against Uchiha Shursui, opting for avoidance whenever possible. Upon learning of Shursui's Dijutsu, Danzo's immediate inclination was to seize it for himself. Surprisingly, Hiruzen Saratobi managed to persuade Danzo to join forces in eliminating the Uchiha clan. The underlying motivation stemmed from the realization that with Shursui awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had become exceedingly difficult to control. To harness the power of the Uchiha, it seemed imperative to eradicate the majority of the clan, leaving only a few members as seeds to prevent their extinction and the subsequent disappearance of the Sharingan. After reaching a mutual understanding, the two began to deliberate on the strategy to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Chapter 62, A Double Kill. After circling around, they found themselves back at the beginning. The Uchiha must be eradicated. This predicament left Makoto in a state of distress, causing her to become exceedingly anxious lately. In light of this, why not simply eliminate them? It seemed that Lilith was aware of Makoto's turmoil, and she floated a suggestion. Makoto, who was in the midst of reporting, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Lilith's words. If the problem could not be resolved, then why not eliminate the one who posed the problem? Lilith stepped forward, gently caressing Makoto's cheek, and Makoto, feeling a surge of urgency, did not resist. Indeed, she craved comfort, and Lilith's affectionate touch was a sensation she had never experienced before, leaving her with a sense of longing. This scene did not go unnoticed by others, inciting a tinge of jealousy. However, before the most outspoken among them, Xianglin, could protest, Lilith placed a hand on her head, silencing her. Resolve, the one who poses the problem? Makoto murmured, lost in thought, only to suddenly realize that it was indeed a viable option. She had already departed from Konoha and was no longer a ninja. To Konoha, she was indistinguishable from a rogue ninja. It could be said that she had severed all ties with the village. Do you remember how you once controlled the Shadow Wolf? Recall that feeling, then follow me. Lilith did not withdraw her hand from Makoto's cheek. Instead, she began to guide her spirit, transporting them 1,000 miles away to the land of fire, to Konoha. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the Hokage office, reviewing documents. However, the deep furrow in his brow indicated that his mind was not entirely focused on the papers before him. Meanwhile, Danzo was at his root base, experimenting with Orochimaru's latest research. In the shadows, the Shadow Wolf lay in wait. Although I had no desire for the Shadow Wolf to be exposed, it did not mean I could not harness its power. As long as night fell, or even without the cloak of darkness, as long as they were within the shadows, the Shadow Wolf could strike with lethal precision. Unbeknownst to them, to avoid alerting the enemy, Lilith opted for a simultaneous strike from both parties. Thus, night fell. In the castle, Lilith sat on the sofa, gazing at the flames flickering in the fireplace, a slight smile gracing her lips. It is time. Perhaps due to age or the increasing number of matters requiring his attention, Sarutobi Hiruzen's efficiency in handling documents had waned compared to his youth. Furthermore, he needed to earn public favor, often returning home late, sometimes even resting in the Hokage building. This evening, as usual, Sarutobi Hiruzen departed the Hokage building and made his way home. As Hokage, his residence was not far from the center of Konoha. Or rather, the entire Sarutobi clan was in close proximity to the village center. Walking along the deserted streets, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow stretched long beneath the dim streetlights. At that moment, a street lamp above Sarutobi Hiruzen flickered twice before extinguishing completely due to years of neglect. Alas, it seemed that there were numerous areas in Konoha that required repair. Hiruzen took note of the extinguished bulb, for this was a route he would inevitably traverse on his way home. How could a broken street lamp mar his path? Withdrawing his gaze from the lamp overhead, he resumed his forward march. However, just as he lifted his leg, an ominous premonition surged within him. Before he could react, his body suddenly stiffened, his limbs began to tremble involuntarily, and he collapsed to the ground in a lifeless heap. To the Umbu concealed in the shadows, it appeared as though Hiruzen merely glanced at the broken bulb overhead before awkwardly positioning his legs and arms, resembling a stick figure, before collapsing onto the ground. As his body hit the earth with a thud, the Umbu, who had been lurking in the darkness, emerged in haste. The Hokage has been attacked. Secure the area. One individual checked on Hiruzen's condition, discovering that his head had been pierced by an unknown assailant, and 4 gaping wounds marred his chest. With his heart and other vital organs utterly obliterated, Sarutobi Hiruzen was dead, irrevocably so. His brain and thoracic organs had been thoroughly destroyed, leaving no semblance of hope for recovery. Even Tsunade would have to shake her head in despair. At that moment, the alarm rang not only for the Umbu. Meanwhile, at the root base, chaos reigned. All were engulfed in confusion, their eyes reflecting bewilderment. Danzo had died, quietly and without fanfare. The manner of his demise had become irrelevant. What truly mattered was that with Danzo's death, the ninjas of the root base seemed to have lost their very souls, adrift without purpose, uncertain of their next steps. Intriguing. Indeed. Before Danzo's corpse, Orochimaru scrutinized the cause of his death. 5 wounds in total, 4 in the chest and 1 in the head. It was evident that even with Hashirama's cells, such injuries would be fatal. Even if he had arrived unprepared, it would have been a death sentence. What piqued Orochimaru's curiosity was the method of Danzo's demise. The wounds suggested he had fallen victim to a sharp instrument. Yet a glance around revealed no weapon that matched the nature of Danzo's injuries among the surrounding root ninjas. Orochimaru speculated that this could be the work of a unique ninjutsu, perhaps the ice release of the Mizunoto clan or the water release of the Hozuki clan. However, he found no trace of water or ice in the vicinity, nor any other anomalies. Invisible and intangible? This was the aspect that intrigued Orochimaru the most. Nevertheless, the mystery of Danzo's death could await further investigation, for at that moment, there were far more pressing concerns at hand. It is important to note that while the demise of Danzo is far from lamentable, it undeniably incurs significant losses. After all, Danzo was his principal financier. Even after departing from Konoha, Danzo continued to extend his support to Orochimaru. That old coot would never relinquish his research on wood release easily, without Orochimaru. He would find himself unable to pursue his studies. However, with Danzo's death, it is foreseeable that his future research funding will be drastically curtailed. Relying solely on the land of rice will prove insufficient. At this juncture, unrest has erupted outside, as it seems someone is forcefully attempting to breach the base of Root. Even in the absence of Danzo, the ninjas of Root instinctively strive to thwart the intrusion of the Umbu. Yet, at this moment, the Umbu operatives are resolute in their determination to meet Danzo and ascertain the truth. Chapter 63. Orochimaru is the one everyone awaits. A grave situation has unfolded in Konoha. In a single night, the village was thrust into a state of emergency, effectively entering a wartime atmosphere. Thanks to the prior self-investigation efforts by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, a multitude of spies had been uncovered. They refrained from taking immediate action, instead choosing to monitor these infiltrators. Primarily because the spies they had detected were not the ones they sought, thus the urgency to deal with them was postponed. However, now all these spies have been imprisoned. Even those who sensed something amiss found it exceedingly difficult to escape the ANBU's pursuit within Konoha. Moreover, with the entire village sealed off, restricting all ingress and egress, escape was virtually impossible. The sudden frenzy in Konoha left these long-hidden spies utterly bewildered. Even more perplexed were those who had already been apprehended. Through their interrogations, they were confronted with a horrifying revelation. The third Hokage and Shimura Danzo had been assassinated. Who could have committed such an audacious act? Was it a formidable foe? Could it be that the assassination of the third Hokage was intended to incite war? The interrogations yielded no fruitful results, a fact not lost on the ANBU operatives. Yet, they clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps these nefarious elements had some inkling of the impending chaos. Regrettably, after extensive questioning, nothing of substance was uncovered. Presently, the two surviving members of Konoha's upper echelon, Narashikaku and Uchiha Shursui, were seething with rage. The audacity of the perpetrators, who had brazenly eliminated both the third Hokage and Danzo, indicated they possessed the capability to extinguish their lives as well. Should they fall, Konoha would descend into utter disarray, left leaderless and vulnerable to any who sought to exploit the situation. Why then did they continue to draw breath? Clearly, they were deemed unworthy of drawing the attention of the shadowy figure orchestrating these events. What an affront! They were consumed by a mixture of fear and fury, yet more so by a sense of helplessness. The silver lining was that the deaths of the third Hokage and Danzo were known only to the ANBU and Root, along with the two of them. However, they were acutely aware that as time progressed, this secret would inevitably be exposed. Through the art of ninjutsu, one could disguise themselves or employ transformation techniques to mimic the third Hokage's appearance, but such ruses could only last so long. With the third Hokage's demise, numerous matters would become backlogged and unresolved. Given their limited capabilities, expecting them to ensure the seamless operation of Konoha was undoubtedly an overestimation. Thus, under these dire circumstances, they had no choice but to summon the retired Akimichi Choza back into action. Upon learning of the simultaneous deaths of the third Hokage and Danzo, Choza was left in a state of shock. Had he not witnessed the bodies of the third Hokage and his companions with his own eyes, he might have believed it to be a cruel jest from an old friend, although he had no illusions about the humor of Shursui and his associates. What followed was a headache that left him drenched in sweat. Having once served in the elite guard of the second Hokage, he was undoubtedly aware of the implications of the deaths of the third and others. In fact, the demise of Danzo paled in significance compared to the loss of the third Hokage. His death would merely cause a temporary upheaval within the Root organization, easily quelled. However, the passing of the third Hokage represented a cataclysmic event that threatened to plunge the entire Hidden Leaf and the ninja world into chaos. This misstep could very well ignite the Fourth Great Ninja War, although the various ninja villages were currently recovering from their own grievous wounds. The vulnerability of the Hidden Leaf was starkly pronounced. A mere small contingent of elite teams wreaking havoc in the Land of Fire could leave the Hidden Leaf in utter disarray. Were he the leader of another ninja village, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to attempt the assassination of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, extending the time before the Hidden Leaf could regain control over the Nine-Tails by several years, if not more. In such a scenario, without the ability to utilize the Jinchuriki, how could the Hidden Leaf defend itself against the Jinchuriki of their own village? As for locating the Jinchuriki within the heavily fortified Hidden Leaf, it was no joke. Any ordinary resident of the village could easily divulge the identity of the Fox Demon's offspring. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? One could find them with the utmost certainty. More critically, if the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were to perish, setting aside the complexities of capturing and reviving the Nine-Tails, the emergence of the next Jinchuriki would pose a formidable challenge. Where could one possibly find a member of the Uzumaki clan at such a juncture? This thought weighed heavily on Akimichi Choza, intensifying his unease. The reckless actions of the third Hokage and his colleagues were akin to planting landmines everywhere. The latent dangers had become glaringly apparent, yet they chose to remain willfully blind, even exacerbating the situation for their own gain. With the death of the third Hokage and others, these metaphorical landmines were on the verge of detonation. With a moment's negligence, the entire Hidden Leaf could face annihilation. Oh, the monkey truly deserves his fate. Choza gritted his teeth while disparaging Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Tsunade and Shizen pretended not to hear. With the passing of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they too recognized the precariousness of the current situation in the Hidden Leaf. Although their foresight did not reach the depths of Choza's concerns, the visible threats were nonetheless evident. Moreover, with Sarutobi Hiruzen deceased, what harm was there in uttering a few curses? After all, they were not speaking in his presence. Despite his distress, Choza suddenly conceived a brilliant idea to advocate for the fifth Hokage. More precisely, to propose Orochimaru as the fifth Hokage. At this moment, Choza felt a surge of relief that, although Orochimaru had defected, he had maintained a clandestine collaboration with Danzo, audaciously infiltrating the Hidden Leaf and brazenly residing within the base of Root, where he was even confronted by the Umbu ninjas. Upon encountering Orochimaru, the initial reaction of the Umbu was to suspect his involvement in the third Hokage's death. After all, few possessed the capability to assassinate the third Hokage, and Orochimaru was among that select few. However, Choza was aware that the likelihood of Orochimaru being the perpetrator was minimal. Moreover, at this juncture, whether he was guilty or not became irrelevant. At this juncture, it seems that only the legendary three ninjas can uphold the stability of Konoha. Who else could possibly take on such a monumental responsibility? With Tsunade and Jiraiya both absent from the village, aside from Orochimaru, there appears to be no one more fitting for such a role. Upon reflection, does this not intensify the suspicion surrounding Orochimaru? Nevertheless, it remains paramount that Konoha does not descend into chaos, regardless of whether Orochimaru is the perpetrator. As for those who might oppose Orochimaru's ascension to the position of the fifth Hokage, such as members of the Sarutobi clan seeking to uncover the truth behind the third Hokage's demise, they could very well direct their ire towards him. However, it is plausible that they would not dare confront Orochimaru. Ironically, it is likely that the Uchiha clan, rather than the Sarutobi, would harbor objections. Chapter 64. The Fifth Hokage. Orochimaru. It is a well-known fact among the populace that Uchiha intends to nominate Tsunade as the fifth Hokage. Akimichi Choza, however, harbors no particular thoughts on the matter. Whether it be Tsunade, Orochimaru, or even Jiraiya, he holds no objections to any of them assuming the role of Hokage, confident that they would undoubtedly perform better than the current leader. Yet, the pressing concern at this moment is that both Tsunade and Jiraiya are absent from Konoha, and it remains uncertain how long it might take to summon them back. Should the news of the third Hokage's demise surface during this time, it could plunge Konoha into chaos, presenting an opportunity for other ninja villages to exploit. Contemplating this, Akimichi Choza resolved to have a discussion with Orochimaru. He needed to ascertain Orochimaru's intentions. If Orochimaru showed no interest in the position of Hokage, then his only recourse would be to seek out Tsunade. Otherwise, what options were left to him? Deep within a clandestine facility in Konoha, Akimichi Choza followed an Umbu ninja through a lengthy corridor, arriving at the innermost recesses of the underground prison. Contrary to the typical image of a prison as unkempt and grim, the chamber where Orochimaru resided was remarkably tidy. At that moment, Orochimaru sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his serpent-like slit pupils fixating on the visitor. I had anticipated that at least Mito Gate N or TKSH would come, or perhaps both. I never imagined they would summon you instead. It appears those two old fools are even more inept than I had presumed. As he locked eyes with Orochimaru through the bars, Akimichi Choza discerned no discernible emotions within the latter's gaze. He appeared as a poised serpent, ready to strike. You seem to possess some knowledge. Orochimaru responded to Akimichi Choza's inquiry with a smile that betrayed no words. Prior to his capture, Orochimaru had contemplated resistance, for with his strength, escaping Konoha would have been a simple matter. However, upon reflection, despite the demise of Danzo, the research he had conducted would undoubtedly pique his mentor's interest, particularly a certain elixir capable of extending one's lifespan and restoring youth. Thus, he allowed himself to be apprehended by the Umbu. What he could never have anticipated, however, was that shortly after his imprisonment, a message would reach him. The third Hokage had passed away, his manner of death mirroring that of Danzo, with injuries indistinguishable from one another. Initially, Orochimaru was taken aback, his first instinct being to escape, for he was undoubtedly the prime suspect. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized he might not need to flee after all. It is crucial to note that the knowledge of the third Hokage's demise was privy to only a select few within the village, and even his spies in Konoha would be oblivious to such information. The fact that this intelligence had found its way to his cell was profoundly significant. It was this very realization that stirred his ambition. He yearned to become Hokage, not out of a fascination with the title, but rather due to the thoughts of the wealth that Danzo had embezzled. If a mere Danzo could pilfer such an amount, the resources at his disposal as Hokage would be unfathomable. At that juncture, would he not be able to pursue any research he desired, forever liberated from the woes of financial constraints? Thus, he bided his time, awaiting the opportunity to meet with Konohamaru and his companions. Should they possess the sagacity to cooperate, all would be well. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to grant them a dignified farewell. However, the situation appeared to be evolving favorably for him. Observing Orochimaru's smile, Akimichi Choji couldn't help but smile as well. The two parties swiftly reached a consensus. Orochimaru agreed to assume the mantle of Hokage, and in return, Akimichi Choji pledged to exert every effort to stabilize the situation in Konoha. It could be said that Akimichi Choji alone represented the collective interests of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. With the support of these three clans, other smaller clans would naturally follow suit. The Hyuga clan, known for their timidity, would pose little challenge. The sole consideration remained the Uchiha clan. Hence, Orochimaru resolved to personally visit the Uchiha clan, donning the identity of the fifth Hokage. The following morning, a piece of news sufficient to astonish the entire shinobi world emanated from Konoha, proliferating throughout the realm. Orochimaru had returned to Konoha and announced his ascension to the position of fifth Hokage. The necessary documentation had already been dispatched to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Pending the daimyo's approval, Orochimaru would officially become Konoha's fifth Hokage. As for whether the daimyo would consent, initially he hesitated, having heard whispers of the Uchiha's dealings with Tsunade, aiming to elevate her status. Yet within half a day, upon receiving a personal letter from Tsunade, even if he harbored reservations, he found himself compelled to acquiesce. After all, he had to heed his aunt's command. Most importantly, this particular aunt possessed the capability to deliver a sound thrashing. Aside from his parents, only Tsunade could strike him without hesitation. Should he be on the receiving end of her wrath, where would his dignity as daimyo be placed? Consequently, the documentation regarding the Hokage was drafted overnight and dispatched without delay, with a response arriving by afternoon. Thus, that evening, Orochimaru, clad in the Hokage's robes, ascended the Hokage Tower under the watchful gaze of all, ready to deliver a significant address. His first decree as Hokage was to summon Tsunade back. It was one thing for her to roam freely before. Now, as Hokage, it was untenable for Tsunade to continue her escapades. The second command was to retrieve Jiraiya. Enough with the pursuit of his destined child. Konoha needed him. And if he refused to return? That was simple. With the passing of the old man, he would surely return to mourn, and in witnessing the dismal existence of his apprentice's son, he could hardly remain indifferent. When dealing with such individuals, appealing to their emotions proved most effective. If that failed, then employing the allure of beauty would be the next strategy. Wouldn't you agree, Tsunade? As for how to bring Tsunade back, that was even more straightforward. There were countless intriguing things he had encountered at the root base. Later that evening, Orochimaru formally visited the Uchiha clan. The expressions of the Uchiha clan are indeed intricate. Ultimately, the outcome is quite favorable. The Uchiha clan has consented to support Orochimaru, with the sole condition being their relocation back to their ancestral territory. As for the question of what to do if their original land is occupied, they simply intend to reclaim it as it rightfully belongs to them. And should they refuse? Let the Sharingan of the Uchiha speak for itself. Is the Uchiha clan truly so easily appeased? Upon departing from the Uchiha territory, Orochimaru remarked on how effortlessly he had managed them. He then proceeded without pause to the Hyuga clan's domain. The Hyuga clan proved even more accommodating than the Uchiha. In fact, upon his arrival, the Hyuga clan promptly pledged their allegiance to him. Just as he had surmised, the Hyuga are a rather spineless group. Over the course of a single night, Orochimaru visited all the various ninja clans in Konoha. And it could be said that his current influence in Konoha is only slightly inferior to that of the first and second Hokage. Chapter 65, Canned Goods? Orochimaru's craftiness far surpasses that of the third Hokage. After years of collaboration with Danzo, he has grasped a fundamental truth. No relationship is unbreakable. Only mutual interests can bind individuals together. The benefits that Orochimaru brings forth far exceed those of Tsunade. The fact that Orochimaru ascended to the position of 5th Hokage was an unexpected turn of events for Lilith. Nonetheless, it appears that this outcome holds little consequence. The 3rd Hokage's death was remarkably understated. He did not even receive a formal funeral. Due to the mysterious circumstances surrounding his demise, his body was preserved within a laboratory for investigative purposes, while an empty coffin lay in the grave. As for Danzo, he was denied even a funeral. Not a single member of his clan expressed sorrow over his passing. The Shimura clan has endured a woeful existence. In contrast, observe the other 3 clans, the Sarutobi, the Mido, and the Uzumaki, all of whom occupy numerous significant positions within Konoha and enjoy abundant privileges. They are, without a doubt, thriving. Although the Shimura clan appears to be allied with Danzo, securing various roles within the village, the question remains, do the profits they earn fill their own pockets? No. They are entirely siphoned off by Danzo. If that were the extent of their plight, one might consider it mere exploitation. However, Danzo, that wretched old man, has audaciously set his sights on even the meager businesses within the clan. These enterprises are trivial at best, barely sufficient to sustain the clan members. Yet, he covets even this. Consequently, over the decades, rather than growing stronger, the Shimura clan has descended into further decline. To this day, only a handful of cats remain within the clan. It is truly a dismal situation. Upon learning of Danzo's death, the clan leader of the Shimura could hardly contain his joy, nearly celebrating with festive decorations and firecrackers. Yet, the smiles on their faces were conspicuous, leading the uninformed to believe they had lost their sanity. Regardless of the perpetrator, they are compelled to declare him a benefactor. Lilith, oblivious to the gratitude being expressed towards her in Konoha, is currently engaged in the next phase of planning for her fortress. During the 3 months of her slumber, her loyal servants did not indulge in idleness. Driven by an unwavering spirit of diligence, those vampire servants and tyrants toiled day and night, transporting stones to construct the walls. In these 3 months, approximately 1/4 of the walls has been completed. Were it not for the persistent shortage of raw materials, particularly stones, their pace would have been even swifter, potentially resulting in the completion of all 4 walls. At present, the section of wall that has been constructed towers in the desert like a colossal mountain range. This immense wall, standing 100 meters high and 80 meters wide, boasts a trapezoidal structure. Without the aid of magic, coupled with the remarkable physical prowess of the blood slaves and vampire tyrants, such a monumental wall could never have been erected. At this moment, these servants are undertaking the final task, the construction of the city gate. In comparison to the city walls, the intricacies of the city gates are manifold. Furthermore, since magical protection is required, this aspect necessitates Lilith's personal oversight. Concurrently, Lilith has prioritized the training of her mage cadre. Previously, among those blood slaves possessing magical aptitude, Lilith had only imparted rudimentary alchemical knowledge, neglecting other forms of magic. It is foreseeable that, until the completion of the other 3 city walls and the principal structures within the city, including towers and roads, they shall find no respite. Consequently, Lilith's primary focus for training has narrowed to only a select few, namely Mikoto and Xianglin. Lilith also intends to instruct them in alchemy, aiming to produce armor tailored for the vampire tyrants. According to Lilith's vision, equipping each vampire tyrant with heavy armor, complemented by formidable weapons such as great swords, massive hammers, or colossal axes, would fully realize their inherent advantages. After all, Such a large physique and strength would be squandered without the adornment of heavy armor. However, this description does seem strikingly familiar, reminiscent of some canned goods in a dismal pit. Lilith plans to teach Makoto to establish several production lines above the underground dragon veins for manufacturing various weaponry and equipment. In light of this, it would be prudent to excavate additional layers beneath the city, or perhaps even hollow it out entirely, thereby maximizing all available space. Nevertheless, this approach significantly amplifies the pressure regarding energy resources. Solely relying on the dragon veins may prove insufficient. Is it necessary to capture a few tailed beasts? The first thought that crosses Lilith's mind is the half of the 9 tails sealed by the 4th Hokage, as the tailed beast with the most chakra. Even half of its chakra surpasses that of the 8 tails. Most importantly, no one is currently fixated on this half of the 9 tails, making it an opportune moment to acquire it. Regardless, it is essential to secure the item first. Far away in the Hidden Leaf Village, within an abandoned shrine, shadows spread throughout, gradually engulfing all the masks adorning the walls. When the shadows dissipate, the shrine remains unchanged, save for the imprints left by dust. Securing the Death God mask is tantamount to having half of the 9 tails in one's possession. Meanwhile, while Lilith awaits the return of the Shadow Wolf with the mask, the city gates have been completed. The entire stretch of wall, coupled with the imposing gates, creates a formidable fortress that stands 100 meters high. Alas, this incomplete structure resembles another Maginot Line. To traverse it, one need only circumvent it. Its defensive capacity is not quite zero, but it can only be described as slightly above negligible. At the current pace, barring any unforeseen complications, the remaining 3 segments of the wall should be completed within 10 months. By that time, when all walls are seamlessly integrated, there shall be no discernible weaknesses. At least, this is the perception from ground level. However, despite the smooth progress of the wall's construction, Makoto faces a pressing dilemma. The alchemical materials have run short. Although a considerable amount of metal has been transported from the Land of Wind and other smaller nations, including the world's unique chakra metal, the ordinary armors forged from gold, silver, copper, and iron are utterly unworthy of adorning the vampire tyrant. Consequently, the raw materials for crafting the tyrant's armor consist of iron and gold, which are further enhanced by a process of magical infusion to create artificial magic iron. This magic iron possesses excellent magical conductivity and commendable defensive capabilities. When simple enchantments are applied to armor made from this magic iron, its defensive performance can be augmented severalfold. It can be said that this is one of the few types of magic iron that Lilith can manufacture under the current conditions. Chapter 66. Magical Equipment Iron Ore. Though consumed in large quantities, is one of the most readily available ores. In contrast, the demand for gold is substantial. To obtain usable refined iron, one must extract iron from iron ore and then refine it into fine iron, a process that requires an enormous amount of iron ore. Typically, 10 tons of iron ore yield only about 100 pounds of fine iron, which is insufficient to forge even an arm of a suit of armor. Nevertheless, it must be noted that iron ore is abundant in this world. Perhaps the sole piece of good news is that the amount of gold required for a suit of armor is relatively modest, merely a ton. I recall that the 4th Kazekage's magnetic release allowed him to manipulate gold sand. Raza was undoubtedly the most burdened figure in Sunagakure, as his ability compelled him to traverse the desert frequently in search of gold to sustain the village's economy. His demise marked a significant loss for Sunagakure. Of course, Lilith merely expressed her lamentation regarding this matter. She had no intention of recruiting Raza as a subordinate. After all, if gold were scarce, she could simply acquire it from those blood slaves. In the realm of shinobi, it is undoubtedly the nobility that possesses the greatest wealth in gold. Since the arrival of Kagaya Otsutsuki a millennium ago, the lineage of these aristocrats has remained unbroken. Over such an extended period, their amassed wealth is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, particularly in terms of gold, a universally accepted currency, which fills their treasuries. Previously, Lilith had shown little interest in gold. Most importantly, she had not made any requests, and the blood slaves had not offered any voluntarily. Hence, the quantity of gold in her possession was rather meager, primarily contributed by the remnants of Lulan, specifically the current queen of Lulan. However, how much gold could she possibly have? Those servants were woefully ignorant. While Lilith could forego it, they had not to withhold it. After administering a mild reprimand to those incorrigible blood slaves, Lilith commanded them to present all their gold to her. To prevent any mishaps during the transport, she dispatched the Shadow Wolves to retrieve the gold. The efficiency of the Shadow Wolves was indeed commendable. Before long, ton after ton of gold was delivered. This gold comprised coins, ingots, and various golden artifacts and jewelry. Lilith melted down all this gold and consolidated it into bars, which she stored in the warehouse. With the issue of gold resolved, attention turned to the matter of iron ore. Although iron ore is not scarce, its consumption rate is quite substantial. Most critically, the smaller nations, as well as the land of wind, possess little iron ore and steel. Even the land of iron has a limited supply, with only a small to medium-sized iron ore vein that fails to meet Lilith's demands. It appears that accelerating infiltration into the land of Earth is imperative. The land of Earth pales in comparison to the land of wind, due to its unique geographical circumstances. Coupled with the strained relations between the feudal lord of the Wind Country and the hidden sand village, Lilith's infiltration proves remarkably effortless. However, in other prominent ninja villages, one must exercise greater caution during infiltration, at least for the time being. Those feudal lords are off limits. Nonetheless, Lilith need not obsess over the feudal lords. She merely needs to seek out certain nobles capable of providing ample iron ore, which is a straightforward endeavor. Moreover, with the assistance of shadow wolves to transport the iron ore, success is virtually guaranteed. This also serves as a revelation for Lilith. Previously, the blood slaves would transport offerings and tributes on foot, which posed a considerable risk of exposure. Henceforth, any tributes can be entrusted to the shadow wolves for transport, a far more efficient and secure method than their slow approach. While manipulating the nobles of the land of Earth is relatively simple, iron ore cannot be transported back immediately. For now, Mei-Chin must experiment with other ores. During the period when the city walls remain unfinished, Lilith begins her underground renovations. However, this time, she does not overexert herself. She typically spends only an hour underground each day, sometimes even as little as half an hour. The remainder of her time is devoted to practicing magic, amusing Xianglin, and further refining her collection of magical tomes. Thus, 6 months pass, and the rough outline of the underground space beneath Lilith's feet is complete. Only fine-tuning remains. A task suited for the blood slaves, sparing Lilith from unnecessary toil. In addition, the other 2 sections of the city walls have predictably been completed, and she has also installed the city gates. Within the castle, Lilith's library has visibly expanded, though it still does not fill a single bookshelf. Moreover, both inside and outside the castle, there are now many figures clad in heavy armor, wielding 2-meter-long broadswords or massive axes, towering at over 2.5 meters. Their armor, predominantly black, is adorned with golden patterns, and a faint crimson magical aura flows over the armor and weapons, enhanced by magic. These armors and weapons qualify as the most basic magical equipment. Although Mei-Chin is merely a novice, her skills have progressed remarkably due to the ample resources at her disposal. After expending countless tons of gold and fine iron, she has finally managed to forge basic magical equipment. With the production line established by Lilith, Mei-Chin need only perform the final enchanting step. Consequently, the quantity of armor and weapons she has produced during this time is considerable. At the very least, all the personal guards outside the castle have been outfitted with armor and weapons, with these armors enhancing their capabilities. The vampire tyrants crafted by Lilith are now formidable in combat. It is not merely a matter of enhanced defense. Rather, the armor itself constitutes a piece of magical equipment. Under the augmentation of such gear, the strength and speed of the vampire tyrant have increased by at least 1/3. Although it appears hefty, this is merely an illusion, for their speed surpasses that of a tank. Such formidable combat prowess qualifies them to serve as guardians of the bloodline barons. Moreover, this is not even the zenith of the vampire tyrant's capabilities. One must remember that they are vampires capable of mastering magic. Once they adeptly learn to reinforce their physical forms and enchant their weapons, coupled with the abundant magical energy within them, their combat abilities will ascend to yet another echelon. In Chapter 67, Storm and White Dragon, it is worth noting that over the past 6 months, Lilith's most significant achievement has been the gradual alleviation of her previous predicament of having no one to command, thanks to the increase in the number of blood slaves. She no longer needs to personally undertake those time-consuming tasks that require little skill but were left unattended due to a lack of hands. For instance, at this very moment, beneath her feet, hundreds of magical apprentices are reinforcing the subterranean structure that resembles a beehive. Subsequently, they will further remodel these underground hives. Each of these chambers, varying in size, may one day be transformed into factories, alchemical workshops, or armories. However, at the very bottom of the hive lies a realm inaccessible even to these apprentices. for it is the location of the dragon vein, an area of utmost importance that must be reshaped by her own hands. Above ground. The final segment of the city wall is expected to be completed within a month. Simultaneously, numerous towers are under construction within the city. At this pace, within a year or two at most, the entire city's defenses will be established. The most time-consuming aspect remains the construction of these towers, which serve not only as defensive points but also possess functionalities akin to mage towers. Their construction is not as simple as merely stacking massive stones as with the city walls. Nevertheless, this is but a matter of a year or two, a duration Lilith can patiently endure. While Lilith's city is being methodically constructed, the outside world has succumbed to chaos. Over the past 6 months, several significant events have transpired. First and foremost, a storm has emerged in the waters between the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Thunder. This storm appeared without warning, its diameter astonishingly larger than that of the largest island at the heart of the Kingdom of Water. Logically, such a colossal storm would be sufficient to disrupt the surrounding areas, even affecting the Kingdom of Earth. However, the predicament arises here. The storm's influence is remarkably limited, confined solely to the ocean, while the land remains untouched by unrest. Even coastal areas exhibit no signs of disturbance, much less the deeper inland regions. It is as if a force is restraining the storm's reach. Moreover, and of greater significance, some individuals seem to discern a glimpse of land amidst the tempest. Yet, the ferocity of the storm was so overpowering that none could traverse its tumultuous embrace, leaving the existence of land at its core unverified. This, however, did not encompass those privy to certain esoteric methods. Only they were acutely aware that the observer had not erred. Indeed, land truly lay at the heart of the storm. However, when they sought to descend upon this land, they found it akin to an ethereal castle in the air or a mirage, visible yet unattainable. Such peculiarities bewildered many. Nevertheless, the denizens of the shinobi world soon cast aside this matter, as a far graver occurrence unfolded. A fearsome dragon emerged in the land of snow, its wings casting shadows that eclipsed the sun, and its breath capable of freezing all it touched. Its arrival forcefully subdued the current leader of the land of snow, the usurper of his brother's throne, thereby establishing dominance over the entire snowy expanse. This vast territory became the dragon's domain, with all inhabitants reduced to mere servants. Only those who relinquished their wealth could hope to survive, while the alternative was certain death. In the village of Yukigakure, those who resisted the dragon were swiftly devoured, including the village's leader. The remainder either submitted or fled the land of snow. News of the dragon spread throughout the shinobi world. At this juncture, however, few took the dragon seriously, dismissing it as a formidable beast wreaking havoc in a remote locale, exaggerated by the unworldly accounts of the uninformed. The truth of the dragon's existence only began to take root when a group of ninjas accepted the task of hunting it on behalf of the remnants of the land of snow and discovered the dragon's veracity. Yet, many were drawn to the creature, desiring to subdue and train it as a summoning beast. Regrettably, the dragon's might exceeded their expectations, resulting in a mere handful of challengers returning unscathed. Nevertheless, they did not return entirely empty-handed. They brought back images of the dragon. It stood over 20 meters tall, with a wingspan approaching 70 meters, its form cloaked in pale scales, adorned with menacing horns, a white dragon. This creature was not even chronicled in the bloodline heritage of Lilith, yet her previous incarnation possessed some knowledge of it. It was none other than the infamous white dragon, the disgrace of the 5-colored dragons. Although Lilith's former self had limited knowledge of the 5-colored dragons, having never engaged in such games, she was aware of some fundamental aspects. For instance, being over 20 meters tall indicated it had likely reached maturity. Furthermore, the white dragon was traditionally regarded as the least intelligent among dragons. Typically, this was the case. However, upon reaching adulthood, its intellect rivaled that of a normal human. Additionally, dragons epitomize the pinnacle of biological perfection. Even the weakest of the 5-colored dragons, the white dragon, upon maturation, would experience a meteoric rise in combat capability, becoming increasingly formidable. Prior to their maturation, their intelligence lay between that of wild beasts and ordinary humans, making them relatively easier to hunt. Nevertheless, thorough preparation remains essential. It is evident that the ninjas, unfamiliar with the white dragon, were captivated by its formidable combat prowess and the remarkable ability to fly. In the ninja realm, flying summoning beasts are exceedingly rare, and the ninjutsu capable of enabling flight is even scarcer. Particularly, the white dragon's immense size suggests that if it could be tamed, it would be akin to acquiring a large transport aircraft. Consequently, The number of individuals attempting to domesticate the white dragon did not diminish. Rather, it increased. It was not until the white dragon annihilated an elite Jainin squad from the hidden cloud village that the number of those journeying to the land of snow significantly decreased. An elite Jainin squad is a substantial loss. Who among the 5 great shinobi villages would dare to squander such a resource? Or, for that matter, do other ninja villages even possess elite Jainin? Even the 5 great shinobi villages would grieve the loss of an elite Jainin squad. Moreover, the white dragon grew increasingly exasperated by the relentless pursuit of these ninjas, in a bid for a peaceful slumber. It even fashioned a batch of dragon offspring using its discarded old scales. Unfortunately, this endeavor resulted in the demise of numerous individuals and summoning beasts during the transformation ritual. However, the outcome was ultimately gratifying, as it successfully produced 11 dragon offspring. These progeny, both humanoid and beastly in form, varied greatly. Yet they shared one remarkable trait. Their powers underwent a staggering transformation. At long last, the denizens of the ninja world bore witness to what it truly meant to be a numerical anomaly. Chapter 68. A treasure trove. The cultivation system in the world of Naruto is indeed peculiar. It may even be an exaggeration to refer to it as cultivation. In the realm of ninjas, the notion of becoming stronger is a mere jest when juxtaposed with the power of bloodlines. The meager returns from training seldom correlate with the effort expended. Most crucially, this ascension in strength is neither holistic nor a true elevation of one's life essence. Rather, it is a flawed and grotesque enhancement. One cannot dismiss the formidable techniques, ocular powers, or the destructive force bestowed by potent bloodlines. Yet, beyond these, what remains? If you possess the illustrious bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, do you inherit their longevity, their formidable physique, their innate talent for training? Unless one can assemble the complete puzzle of the Otsutsuki lineage and fortuitously manifest it within oneself, true transcendence through chakra remains elusive. The essence of Naruto is profoundly rooted in the doctrine of bloodlines. Without the Otsutsuki bloodline, one is rendered inconsequential, save for those fortunate enough to possess a golden finger of sorts. However, having such a boon renders any comparison with the natives utterly preposterous. Though the ninjas in Naruto may appear as a collective of high-damage, high-agility assassins, their defensive capabilities and vitality are indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. This, in fact, is the stark reality. Even the mightiest of the 5 Kage would succumb to death if their heart were pierced. In contrast, the Dragonborn are different. Although merely a creation born of the white dragon's vexation, in the ritual performed with little care, Dragonborn are inherently extraordinary. Their strength, speed, defense, and vitality undergo a remarkable transformation. The claws of these beings can effortlessly crush solid rock. And their well-developed musculature not only bestows immense strength, but also enables them to outpace cheetahs, especially in terms of explosive speed that can multiply several times over. Moreover, the dragon scales adorning their vital areas serve a purpose beyond mere aesthetics. They rightfully inherit the formidable endurance and vitality characteristic of dragons, granting them exceptional recovery abilities and prolonged combat endurance that far surpasses the ninja's expectations. Particularly in terms of lifespan, they easily transcend human limits upon becoming Dragonborn. They gain centuries of life. Additionally, in the realm of magic, they can utilize their frost breath once or twice a day to freeze adversaries. Although this ability is limited in frequency, it proves sufficient in combat. Faced with these numerical anomalies, aside from the more seasoned and agile Jainin, who possess a broader array of tactics, other ninjas find it exceedingly challenging to survive encounters with them unless they possess a rare skill. Even for Jainin, dealing with these Dragonborn is a daunting task. After engaging in battle, they discover it arduous to identify any significant weaknesses in these formidable beings. Areas such as the neck, chest, waist, and thighs are all fortified with resilient scales. The ordinary blade struggles to penetrate defenses. Even a chakra-infused sword, lacking sufficient chakra or skill, finds it challenging to breach armor. Even if defenses are compromised, delivering a fatal blow remains a formidable task. After all, these dragon can often appear in groups, accompanied by a multitude of armored soldiers and tame beasts such as ice wolves, foxes, and bears. When faced with a sizable contingent of dragonkin, a small number of combatants proves insufficient for a decisive victory, while a larger force risks being overwhelmed or attracting the attention of the white dragon. Thus, the situation becomes a predicament with no clear escape. Consequently, the number of ninjas venturing towards the land of snow has steadily dwindled. Even the larger ninja villages refrain from hasty actions until they have gathered more intelligence. For ninjas, the essence of combat lies in information. With knowledge of the enemy's movements, victory is nearly assured. Presently, however, their understanding of the White Dragon and its progeny remains minimal. Therefore, for the foreseeable future, the various ninja villages will prioritize gathering intelligence, temporarily avoiding any conflicts. After all, the Land of Snow is distant from other ninja villages and nations. Even the presence of a formidable dragon poses little threat to them. Had it not been for their fanciful ambitions to tame the White Dragon, many subsequent troubles could have been avoided. Beyond the White Dragon, peculiar creatures have begun to emerge throughout the ninja world. Most are monstrous entities, while others are either ordinary beasts or rarer sentient species. Recently, a group of dwarves wielding pickaxes was discovered by blood-sucking bats in a mine within the Land of Earth. It appears they have been mining for some time, seldom venturing outside, which explains why the blood-sucking bats only recently became aware of them. Mikoto has already commenced contact with these dwarves, intending to recruit them. With their assistance, concerns regarding equipment should diminish. The proliferation of monstrous beings in the ninja world likely coincides with the arrival of the White Dragon, albeit landing in disparate locations. Such a large-scale emergence is unprecedented and may not be the last. For Lilith, it is challenging to discern whether this is good or bad news. Although future circumstances may become increasingly unmanageable, the potential benefits of this intelligence advantage are unmistakable. If she can successfully recruit the newly arrived monsters and sentient races, it would significantly remedy the acute shortage of capable subordinates at her disposal. Particularly, the dwarves would provide her tyrants with superior equipment. Moreover, there is the White Dragon. Truth be told, Lilith finds it hard to resist the allure of the White Dragon. She yearns to tame it, whether as a steed or a subordinate, for it would undoubtedly enhance her stature. Even though the dragon may be excessively proud and difficult to tame, it can still be imprisoned, allowing for the occasional extraction of its blood, the peeling of its scales, the sawing of its horns, and the excavation of its bones. It can be said that the dragon is a veritable treasure trove. Mastering it would be akin to possessing an immense fortune. In any case, for the sake of that White Dragon, Lilith has resolved to take matters into her own hands. After all, without a clear understanding of the dragon's combat prowess, a decisive strike is essential. Should it become wary and escape to another continent, capturing it would prove exceedingly challenging. Aside from the White Dragon and the fiends that descended alongside it, the ninja world has not encountered any significant upheavals. Tsunade has returned to Konoha, and Orochimaru has introduced a potion within the village that enhances physical attributes. Through this potion, Orochimaru has amassed considerable wealth and resources from the ninja clans. It could be said that he has never been so affluent. Consequently, Orochimaru spends the majority of his time in the laboratory, only occasionally emerging to address matters that his think tank finds difficult to manage, leaving the rest entirely to them. This has placed immense pressure on the think tank, as they have never witnessed a Hokage so indifferent to power. The last to behave in such a manner was likely the first Hokage. This stands in stark contrast to the third Hokage. Chapter 69, Preparation with Orochimaru's Delegation of Authority. Coupled with occasional offerings of byproducts and the resolution of corruption within the village, both ninjas and villagers alike have palpably sensed a marked improvement in their lives. The pensions for the ninjas have been dispersed, not only compensating past dues, but also increasing in amount. The budget for the orphanage has also expanded, ensuring that the children are well-fed and warmly clothed. The treatment of ordinary citizens has likewise improved, with ninjas enjoying even greater benefits. Although salaries and commission distributions have not seen significant growth, other forms of compensation, particularly the exchange for various research products presented by Orochimaru, have invigorated their spirits. For ninjas, earning money is not a formidable challenge. Rather, their primary concern lies in the enhancement of their own abilities. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru's offerings have thoroughly satisfied this desire. While lower-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas may possess limited knowledge due to confidentiality and funding constraints, the power of Konoha's Jonin and the strength of the ninja clans have escalated significantly. At this juncture, it cannot be said that Konoha has returned to its pre-Third Great Ninja War status. Yet it has nearly regained the condition it was in before the demise of the White Fang of Konoha. The only thing missing is the White Fang himself. Meanwhile, Kakashi, after utilizing the T-Virus serum, experienced a substantial enhancement in both chakra and physical constitution. His Sharingan, now a fully functional 3-tomo, has allowed him to gradually perceive the power of his Manjiki Sharingan and begin to master it. At this moment, Orochimaru has commenced the recruitment of volunteers, intending to restart the wood release experiments. The primary targets of the experiment are not the ordinary residents or ninjas of Konoha. Rather, his focus is on Kakashi. With the transplantation of the Sharingan and the application of the T-virus serum, should he successfully transplant Hashirama's cells, he would obtain ample experimental data, thereby enabling the preparation of a perfect vessel for himself. A formidable body that seamlessly integrates would release in the Sharingan. Furthermore, if any breakthroughs occur during the process, there may be room for additional enhancements. However, Orochimaru is not solely reliant on Kakashi. He has ample resources at his disposal. Following Danzo's demise, some of the severely brainwashed root ninjas have been recruited by Orochimaru, while others remain obstinate and unmanageable. Consequently, this latter group has naturally become the most distinguished test subjects. Orochimaru has expressed satisfaction with the results obtained from these individuals. Their contributions have propelled Orochimaru's research on the T-virus forward. While he may not have anticipated the creation of biological weapons through the T-virus, he is undoubtedly a master in the targeted enhancement of ninja physiques, as evidenced by the meteoric rise in power among the Jonin. In summary, the gratitude owed to the Hokage remains unfulfilled. The tempest upon the sea is likely an anomalous phenomenon resulting from the collision and fusion of two worlds, though it remains uncertain which realm has clashed with ours. Until this integration is complete, the storm shall persist, and the contents within it can only be discerned as mere silhouettes. To analyze them in detail proves to be a formidable challenge. Rather than the uncertain conditions within the tempest, Lilith is far more preoccupied with the White Dragon. She has already commanded an acceleration in the construction of the final city wall. Once this last bastion is completed and the corresponding magical array inscribed upon it, the city's defenses will be secure for the time being. At that point, a portion of her forces can be dispatched to launch an assault on the territory of the White Dragon in the icy expanse. With at least a fortnight remaining until the completion of the final wall, Lilith has seized this opportunity to prepare for the encounter with the dragon. She first commanded the abducted dwarves to forge dragon-hunting crossbows, and then commenced the cultivation of colossal blood-sucking bats at the underground dragon vein. The dwarves, initially lured by fine wines and unique alloy formulas provided by Lilith, were invigorated by her intent to hunt dragons and their enthusiasm to craft these crossbows soared. In a mere 2 days, they forged a dragon-hunting crossbow. Although referred to as a crossbow, it is a massive contraption, spanning 3 to 5 meters in diameter. Mounted atop the city wall, equipped with 6 bowstrings, and the arrows extend to a length of 3 meters. The arrows are crafted using a special technique designed to pierce the scales of a giant dragon. Without such craftsmanship, they would stand no chance. Typically, it requires a dozen individuals working in concert to operate this weapon. After the construction of 6 dragon-hunting crossbows, the dwarves ceased further production. Not due to a lack of materials or time, but because they must now devote their efforts to forging arrows. After all, having crossbows without arrows is futile. Meanwhile, the colossal blood-sucking bats cultivated by Lilith are nearing maturity. Though they are merely hastily matured creations, they will perish within a few days. Yet they are sufficiently capable for her to embark on a dragon hunt. After all, Lilith herself is unable to fly at present. In Lilith's world, there are typically 9 realms of existence: apprentice mage, mage, grand mage, archmage, high archmage, holy archmage, legend, epic, and the exalted deities. The ranks of knights follow a similar hierarchy. Currently, Lilith resides within the 4th tier, archmage. However, due to the advantages conferred by her vampire lineage, her magical power has reached the level of a holy archmage, effectively elevating her by 2 significant tiers. Yet, this does not imply that Lilith can wield more potent magic simply by virtue of possessing a higher magical capacity. While she is unaware of the magic from other realms, she knows that the magic in her world is exceedingly demanding. It necessitates not only sufficient control and affinity with the corresponding magical elements, but also a requisite standard of magical quality. In other words, even though Lilith's magical power has reached the standards of a holy magus, the quality of her magic still remains at the level of a magus. Consequently, she is limited to casting spells of the 4th tier and below. However, this is not an absolute limitation. By expending her magical energy, she can temporarily elevate the quality of her magic. This method allows sorcerers to enhance their spellcasting capabilities. Yet it is a perilous technique that should only be employed in dire circumstances. Even if one survives its use, they may emerge as a mere shell of their former self. For someone like Lilith, who possesses vast reserves of magical energy, utilizing this technique could lead to an uncontrollable blaze of magic that may not cease. In such a scenario, Severe injury would be a minor concern. A careless mistake could leave her utterly depleted, transforming her into a source of ridicule, a tale worthy of being inscribed in the annals of memory. Thus, Lilith resolved that this technique must not be employed lightly, except in the most desperate of situations. Chapter 80. Departure to speak candidly. The power of the mage has already reached formidable heights. Such strength is sufficient to govern the capital of a kingdom. While the archmage is an entity so rare that even empires can scarcely produce a handful, an archmage can single-handedly subdue the entirety of a kingdom's military might. And such claims are not mere bravado. Although the mages beneath the archmage lack the overwhelming suppressive power of their superior, they are still capable of controlling a fully manned army of 100,000. It is crucial to note that this caliber of army consists of Earth Knights equivalent in rank to mages, several Great Knights, hundreds of knights, and thousands of knight apprentices. Mages can still easily impose their will. The reason for this lies in the fact that Earth Knights at this stage do not possess the ability to fly like the later Sky Knights or Paladins. While mages themselves are not capable of flight, they can utilize magical equipment and their innate magical prowess for brief moments of levitation. Such fleeting moments of suspension provide mages with ample opportunity to unleash decisive fourth-tier spells. Of course, although Lilith is at the mage stage, she possesses wings. As a member of a race akin to dragons, the bloodline inherently grants her the ability to soar. The reason Lilith cultivates giant bats despite her own capacity for flight is to bolster aerial units, seizing air superiority to suppress that white dragon. Though Lilith remains uncertain of the utility of these giant bats, it is always prudent to prepare more. When confronting a creature as formidable as a dragon, caution is never misplaced. Time swiftly passed, and half a month flew by. Lilith emerged from the subterranean depths to etch preliminary inscriptions upon the newly constructed walls. Though rudimentary, they were adequate for their purpose. Once these tasks were completed, 3 days slipped by in an instant. Lilith's army was thoroughly prepared. 1,000 fully armed blood slave legions, 100 tyrants, 20 enhanced tyrants, 30 giant vampire bats with wingspans of 10 to 15 meters, 6 dragon hunting crossbows, and hundreds of armor-piercing arrows formed a military force substantial enough to wage war. The combat prowess of the blood slaves could be disregarded. They were not relied upon this time. Their presence served primarily as expendable resources and labor, with most designated to operate the dragon hunting crossbows. The ordinary tyrants' combat capabilities are nearly equivalent to those of great knights, while the enhanced tyrants, crafted by Lilith herself, stand as her personal guards. Boasting strength that lies between great knights and earth knights. 20 enhanced tyrants are sufficient to restrain a single earth knight, or even encircle and eliminate one. With the strength of this army, it is capable of annihilating a weak principality. Even in this world, even among the 5 great nations. Such power would render the realm into a veritable hellscape. Depart. With Lilith's command, shadow wolves leapt forth from the darkness. They bore the blood slave army and the tyrants, hauling the dragon-hunting crossbows and arrows, swiftly weaving through the shadows. Lilith stood atop the head of a vampiric bat, soaring through the skies towards the land of Earth. As this journey was intended for battle, she chose not to bring along Shinai, Makoto, and the others, instead assigning them the task of guarding their home. This decision left Schaffer and the others somewhat disgruntled, as they believed they had already qualified as ninjas, capable of undertaking missions and even engaging on the battlefield in other ninja villages. However, Lilith swiftly quelled their discontent. It was a jest to think that a group lacking formal knightly or magical training could venture into combat. The land of snow remained isolated from the world. Typically, the only route to this frigid realm was by sea, traveling by boat. Alternatively, one could traverse the mountainous borders of the land of Earth to reach the land of snow. Crossing the mountains at the border of the land of Earth, one would then journey across a snowy expanse to arrive in the land of snow. Yet, the mountains that stood at the border soared to daunting heights. Averaging several thousand meters, even for ninjas, scaling such elevations posed a formidable challenge. The harsh environment of the land of Earth was, indeed, largely attributed to these towering mountains. Their lofty peaks blocked the icy moisture from the snowy plains, placing the land of Earth in a precarious ecological position. The moisture from the west was obstructed, while to the east lay the vast territory of the land of fire, along with several smaller nations in between, which consumed most of the moisture from the sea before it could reach them. Consequently, aridity and infrequent rainfall became the norm for the land of Earth. For ordinary individuals, traversing mountains of such elevation was exceedingly difficult. However, for the Shadow Wolves, it posed no significant challenge. Being elemental beings, They were little affected by the harsh conditions brought on by high altitudes. Within less than half a day, the shadow wolves reached the base of the mountains and spent another half-day scaling them. Remarkably, upon crossing the mountains, they found the land nearby, though similarly blanketed in ice and snow, was adorned with numerous towering trees that stretched far into the distance. Continuing their journey for half a day, which equated to a considerable portion of the land of Earth's territory, the trees finally began to thin out. Long before Lilith decided to confront the white dragon, she had already set the shadow wolves to monitor its movements. Unfortunately, the dragon possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell, making it challenging even for the dragonkin to keep watch. The shadow wolves had no choice but to resort to distant observation to avoid detection. This was the first setback encountered by Lilith as shadow wolves. Although their stealth capabilities were formidable, they were effective only against beings of similar strength or those unfamiliar with such powers. Those with even a slight familiarity could easily take precautions, and individuals with heightened sensitivity could perceive the disturbances within the shadows. It could only be said that the stealth of the shadow wolves was best suited for deceiving the unwary. Of course, this was also due to Lilith's lack of adequate training for these shadow wolves. After all, their combat prowess was comparable only to that of a knight. Even a giant shadow wolf formed by the fusion of multiple shadow wolves would possess the strength of merely a great knight. Thus, any casual sorcerer would be able to sense the presence of the shadow wolf. Although these dragonkin are not sorcerers, their innate perception abilities, akin to those of dragons, are not to be underestimated. While they may not be capable of direct surveillance, they can ascertain the general habitat of the white dragon through distant observation. This white dragon has excavated a cavern within the icy mountain, from which it has not emerged for an extended period. Surrounding the cavern, the minions it has gathered have established their own habitats, though their numbers amount to merely 2,000 or 3,000, with over half being various beasts of limited combat prowess. The presence of the dragonkin remains a considerable nuisance. Chapter 81. The Trap. In addition to the Dragonborn, there exists a cadre of ninjas among the followers near the White Dragon's lair. Although they are merely Nin and Jinin, neglecting them would be unwise. At this moment, the blood slaves prove their worth. The number of ninjas and Dragonborn will likely be limited, and the primary role of the blood slaves is to deter the enemy from approaching the dragon hunting crossbow. Upon reaching the vicinity of the White Dragon's lair, Lilith did not immediately engage. Instead, she chose a location for ambush 20 kilometers away from the nest. Confronting a dragon near its lair is evidently imprudent. As for luring the dragon out, it is rather straightforward. In any realm, dragons have an insatiable affinity for treasures, using valuables, especially gold, as bait often ensures the dragon will take the bait. If it fails, then perhaps the gold offered was insufficient. To entice the white dragon, Lilith brought forth 3 tons of gold. Gleaming gold bars were meticulously arranged upon the icy expanse. Even those indifferent to gold would instinctively gaze longer at the 3 conspicuous piles. It is simply because, against the backdrop of the pristine white ice, these mounds of gold are strikingly prominent. As Lilith displayed the gold, setting it upon the ice, a colossal creature, 20 kilometers away in its lair, opened its eyes. It had caught the scent of gold, and not just any gold, but a considerable amount. Without hesitation, its eyes blinked open, and even before fully awakening, its limbs and wings were already in motion. Its legs moved swiftly, sharp claws carving half-meter deep grooves into the icy ground. Still disoriented from its slumber, it stumbled awkwardly, frequently grazing its chin against the ground, reminiscent of a cat that has heard the sound of an automatic feeder, floundering across a smooth floor. Yet, despite this clumsiness, it managed to reach the cave entrance and unfurled its enormous wings, capable of enveloping its entire body. A mere gentle flap propelled its massive form into the air, swiftly approaching the location of the gold. Below, the followers of their master looked on in confusion. It seemed rather premature for their master to be awake for feeding. Soaring through the air, the biting, frigid winds finally roused the white dragon's awareness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The dragon's clear eyes reflected an untainted innocence, until the scent of gold wafting to its nostrils rekindled its memories. Its name is Emily. She resides in an unknown plane, having rediscovered her lost treasure, and she is determined to reclaim it. Thus, the white dragon named Emily hastened her flight. Before even reaching the gold's location, she beheld the shimmering treasures upon the ice. The 3 tons of gold dazzled her eyes, almost blinding her with their brilliance. Upon closer inspection, in addition to the 3 tons of gold, there were numerous exquisite armors and weapons crafted from gold, particularly the finely made dragon-hunting crossbows and armor-piercing arrows. Undoubtedly masterpieces of dwarven craftsmanship. Wait, the dragon hunting crossbow? Emily paused, sensing something amiss. At that moment of her distraction, the hidden vampire tyrants had already readied the dragon-hunting crossbows, positioning their arrows and aiming at the white dragon soaring above. 6 gleaming. Sharp arrows were aimed directly at the white dragon. This task would typically require at least a dozen individuals, and those of considerable strength to maneuver such a crossbow. Yet under the tyrant's immense physique and strength, merely 4 were sufficient. One person replaced the arrows, 2 turned the gears to draw the bowstring, while another took aim. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of 6 arrows slicing through the air resonated almost simultaneously, striking the white dragon in a moment of distraction. A piercing scream echoed from the sky. The white dragon now bore 3 transparent punctures in her wings, and a long arrow embedded deep within her thigh. The excruciating pain contorted her flight. Instinctively, she clawed at the arrow lodged in her thigh, attempting to extract it. However, the arrow's uniquely curved tip rendered it nearly impossible to remove. For most, such pain would have extinguished their will to resist, yet the white dragon's ferocity was ignited instead. With a roar, she yanked the arrow free from her thigh, even as it exacerbated the wound. Yet, her remarkable control over her body allowed her to constrict the muscle around the injury, staunching the flow of blood from the gaping X-shaped wound. With a fierce roar, the white dragon snapped the arrow lodged in her forepaw, casting a cold glare at the tyrants below. In that moment, realization struck her. She had fallen into a trap. She surveyed the tyrants and the crossbows beneath her, then glanced at the heaps of gold. Instinct urged her to flee before sustaining further harm to her wings. Yet the allure of the treasure held her captive. Caught in a dilemma, the white dragon hesitated. Just then, the dragon-hunting crossbows below had reloaded and drawn their bowstrings, their arrowheads aimed squarely at her. A profound sense of danger enveloped her. And the white dragon understood she could no longer afford to hesitate. Ice-cold breath coalesced within her maw. With a powerful flap of her wings, she surged forward, intent on bringing down the crossbows. However, the distance to the crossbows was several kilometers away. Although this distance would typically be traversed with a few powerful wing beats now. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of 6 arrows slicing through the air resounded once more. Thanks to her acute senses, the white dragon abruptly halted in midair and swiftly changed direction. Yet, despite this, 2 arrows struck her, piercing her chest. The formidable penetrating power of the dragon hunter's bolts, enhanced by magic, effortlessly pierced through the white dragon's resilient scales, embedding themselves in her flesh until they lodged against her bones. In that moment, the white dragon truly sensed the looming specter of death. However, rather than fleeing, she accelerated her descent. For she was now merely a few hundred meters from a dragon hunter's crossbow. This distance rendered their encounter almost as immediate as face-to-face confrontation. With a fierce roar, the dragon unleashed her icy breath, a torrent of frost that enveloped the crossbow and the 2 tyrants who had failed to escape in time. Chapter 82, Lightning in an instant. The entire dragon-hunting crossbow along with the 2 tyrants was encased in ice. The breath of the white dragon was not merely imbued with frost, it was a magical assault. The magical runes adorning the armor of the frozen tyrants dimmed, losing all their potency, and even the once formidable vampire tyrants found themselves on the brink of death in that fleeting moment. As time progressed, it would not be long before they were utterly devoid of life. Yet, at this moment, no one could rescue them. With a fierce roar, the white dragon descended upon the dragon-hunting crossbow. The impact was thunderous, shattering the colossal contraption into fragments, along with the 2 tyrants in proximity. A powerful gust followed, as the dragon flapped its enormous wings, attempting to ascend once more. However, at that very moment, the 2 tyrants not encased in frost, along with the one guarding the crossbow, charged forward with colossal swords and axes aimed at the dragon. The knights, with their remarkable speed, swiftly approached the white dragon. Despite their towering height of 2.5 meters appearing diminutive next to the colossal dragon, their strength was not to be dismissed, especially their weapons, which were evidently forged from a special alloy rather than ordinary steel. Enhanced by enchantments, these weapons possessed the capability to pierce armor and dispel magic, allowing them to inflict wounds even upon the dragon's scales. With the might lent by the vampire tyrants, they managed to leave marks upon the dragon's hide. Although these wounds were minor to the white dragon, they nonetheless drew blood. The dragon roared in fury, unleashing its breath directly beneath it. Instantly, a chilling wave of frost enveloped the surrounding area, obscuring the view for those nearby. However, the lack of visibility did not deter the remaining 5 dragon-hunting crossbows from launching their assault. Whoosh, 5 piercing sounds sliced through the air, creating voids in the swirling snowflakes. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated as a long tail emerged from the snow, sweeping violently around its vicinity. Countless severed limbs, twisted and clad in armor, were sent flying in all directions. A colossal figure surged forth from the storm, ascending without losing momentum. At that moment, 7 arrows were lodged in the white dragon-esque form. Yet, it bore no signs of a fatal wound. Either the arrows had penetrated too superficially, or they had failed to strike a vital point. Upon realizing it had been transformed into a pincushion, the white dragon let out a vengeful roar and continued its ascent. One by one, it removed the arrows from its body, wielding them as weapons, and hurled them down towards the dragon-hunting crossbow below. The projectiles descended like missiles, creating craters upon the icy expanse and sending up showers of frost. However, despite their formidable power, their accuracy left much to be desired. As the dragon-hunting crossbow below reloaded its arrows and aimed directly at her, the white dragon finally felt a surge of panic. With a sharp cry, she ascended at an accelerated speed, attempting to escape the crossbow's range. However, this maneuver rendered her unable to launch an effective counterattack. Her gaze fell upon the alluring, shimmering gold not far away, then shifted to the crossbow poised to fire at her the moment she descended. The white dragon resolved to protect her treasure at all costs. A vast reservoir of magical power began to coalesce within her as she prepared to unleash an unprecedented breath attack. As she gathered her strength, delicate snowflakes began to drift through the air around her. The temperature plummeted rapidly, and atop the icy plain, her breath would only grow more potent and swift. With a fierce roar, an extraordinary frost cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the ground below like a dark cloud. This formidable breath extended for miles, completely engulfing all the dragon-hunting crossbows in its wake. Just as her breath was about to be released, a bolt of lightning struck out of nowhere, hitting the white dragon mid-attack. A pained cry escaped her lips as the breath attack spiraled out of control, spewing chaotically as her head thrashed helplessly. With a thunderous crash, her massive body slammed into the ground, embedding itself within the ice and leaving behind an impressively detailed imprint of a dragon. At that moment, the sky erupted into a blizzard, triggered by the white dragon's breath, which spread across the surrounding kilometers and continued to expand outward. Amidst this tempest, flickers of electricity danced upon the incapacitated form of the white dragon, who could only move her eyes while her tongue lolled out. Resembling a helpless husky sprawled on the ground, her gaze fixated on Lilith, who descended gracefully through the snowstorm, clad in a form-fitting mage's robe. The garment accentuated Lilith's exquisite figure, while the sheer black stockings hinted at her delicate belly button, and her long legs were elegantly enveloped in the same fabric, culminating in striking red-soled high heels. Sensual, graceful, and regal, this was Emily's first impression of Lilith. Had she not been a female dragon, but rather a male, she might have found herself enamored with Lilith at that moment. Yet, alas, she was not. Thus, she remained unfazed by Lilith's allure, though perhaps a tad captivated. It is difficult to find any flaws in the woman before her, even from the perspective of a dragon, let alone others. Yet, the white dragon felt a twinge of defiance. "You ambushed me." Her eyes brimmed with unyielding determination. Lilith, fully aware of the white dragon's obstinacy, remained unfazed. The solution was simple. She would force the dragon to submit. With that, Lilith extended her right hand, clad in black stockings, and pointed her finger at the white dragon. Arcs of electricity flickering between her fingertips. "Emily." The white dragon suddenly sensed danger, but before she could recover from her stupor and utter a word, another bolt of lightning struck, hitting the white dragon. Subsequently, a series of thunderclaps echoed across the icy expanse, as if a tempest of lightning had descended. As all the snowflakes settled upon the ground, the white dragon beneath was nearly obliterated. Its scales were largely stripped away, and its once mighty wings lay tattered, reduced to mere fragments of bone. The white dragon's tongue lolled out, its eyes rolled back, exhaling clouds of black smoke. "How do you feel? Are you convinced?" Once the white dragon regained its composure, Lilith stood before it, a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, "Emily." "Huh?" Sparks danced at Lilith's fingertips once more. "I am convinced. I yield. I yield." Under the threat of annihilation, the white dragon shed tears of humiliation. Chapter 83, accelerating the pace. After signing the slave contract with the surrendered white dragon, Lilith brought her to the dragon's lair. It was then that Lilith learned the name of the white dragon, Emily. To her surprise, she discovered that Emily was a female dragon, true to her draconic lineage. The recovery rate was astonishingly rapid. Observing the white dragon, whose bleeding had ceased and whose wings were beginning to mend, Lilith could not help but marvel. It is worth noting that Lilith had nearly charred Emily's shoulder and abdomen. Yet, in less than half an hour, the charred areas had begun to shed, and the gory wounds were forming scabs. At this rate, it would not be long before the wounds healed, and the scales could be restored within a matter of days. Naturally, if Emily could consume some metallic ores and food rich in magical energy during this time, her recovery would be even swifter. As for the metallic sustenance, Lilith had fed Emily the remnants of the damaged dragon hunting crossbow. Other high-energy foods would have to wait until they returned home. However, Emily was quite capable of foraging for her own sustenance. Upon returning to the lair, she devoured her subordinates, leaving Lilith in stunned disbelief. Indeed, she was a true dragon of malevolence. In truth, Emily had little choice. Despite her lively demeanor, she exhibited signs of internal carbonization. If she did not find a way to recover, her life would be at stake. The only nutritionally viable food around was her subordinates. Of course, she refrained from harming the dragon, as they were not mere subordinates but precious and difficult to create beings. It was only now that Lilith comprehended the severity of Emily's injuries. Through her perception, she realized that the white dragon's vitality remained robust, and she did not appear to be on the brink of death, as Lilith had intentionally held back. Yet, that merely meant she would not perish immediately. Uncertain of her future treatment, Emily sought to save herself, focusing on regaining her strength. Once the threat to her life had subsided, she cautiously glanced at Lilith, who stood beside her, stroking her scales. Emily's tentative demeanor resembled that of a thief. Her size caused her eyes to shift towards Lilith's right side, resulting in a rather comical squint. Coupled with her furtive expression, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a husky. If she were to stick out her tongue to one side, the resemblance would be even more pronounced. Well then, let us return. Lilith sighed in resignation, leading the white dragon back to her territory. As for the remaining subordinates who had not been consumed, they were swiftly taken away by the blood-sucking bats and shadow wolves. Emily had not forgotten to carry away her treasures, including the 3 tons of gold stipulated in the contract. One could only wonder how she dared to negotiate terms while on the verge of death. For Lilith, the gold held little value, so she acquiesced to her request. What Kalilis remained unaware of was that it was precisely Lilith's agreement to hand over 3 tons of gold that compelled Emily to truly consent to signing the slave contract with Lilith. Emily had set her sights on Lilith's treasures. The ability to produce 3 tons of gold without a flicker of hesitation, coupled with the exquisite equipment adorning those cans, allowed her to extravagantly embellish her armor and weapons with gold. Such immense wealth would undoubtedly be hers after Lilith's demise. Thus, she was not fearful of death, rather, she endured humiliation for the sake of her riches. Upon departure, the white dragon meticulously assessed her assets. In addition to gold coins, silver pieces, and antiques, she had lost 2 dragonkin and a significant number of human soldiers, with even more wild beasts falling in battle. The sustenance of the white dragon consisted of the corpses of the slain beasts. Indeed, even that seemed insufficient, as she devoured many living creatures as well. Only after nearly consuming all the beasts did she finally cease her feast. Were it not for her stomach's unique ability to dissolve anything, she might not have been able to ingest such a bounty of food. Generally speaking, dragons do not include humans in their diet. Humans are not particularly palatable, and their nutritional value is rather low, especially for those of weaker constitution. Clearly, those humans congregated around the white dragon belonged to that category. Only the ninjas fared slightly better. Regrettably, after the white dragon departed her lair, they encountered the army of blood slaves and suffered devastating losses, with few surviving to await her return. Shortly after Lilith left with the white dragon, a vortex materialized before the former lair of the white dragon. That wicked dragon had vanished. It appeared so, adorned with a vortex mask revealing only one eye, and clad in a robe of black adorned with red clouds. Who else could it be but Obito Uchiha? Do you know who is responsible? If only one could know. Another figure slowly emerged from the ground. His body was divided into black and white halves, topped with a pitcher plant, the embodiment of Kagaya. The black Zetsu, possessing the white Zetsu, surveyed the now deserted dragon lair with a somber expression. Though clad in darkness, his demeanor was inscrutable. Subsequently, they arrived at the nearby battlefield, which lay blanketed in snow, marred by the scorching traces of lightning. Particularly, the site where the white dragon had plummeted revealed the earth beneath the snow, forming a small patch of land composed of various crystalline structures. It was said that this was a result of some form of lightning release? Uncertain, yet. Black Zetsu only heard the rumblings of thunder and the anguished cries of the wicked dragon. Whether it was indeed lightning release, no one understood it better than him. This was not lightning release at all. After examining the memories of White Zetsu, he found not a single trace of chakra. Reflecting on the recent occurrences that had spiraled beyond control, Black Zetsu's countenance darkened. The number of uncontrollable elements was steadily increasing. We must hasten the implementation of the Moon Eye plan. Black Zetsu turned his gaze towards Abido, realizing that waiting any longer was untenable. Who knows what other variables might arise? I am fully aware of that. Accelerating the Moon's Eye plan was an idea that had long been contemplated by Abido himself. Upon hearing the report from Black Zetsu regarding Orochimaru's ascension to the position of 5th Hokage, this notion had already taken root in his mind. Unlike the timid Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru's governance promised an evident enhancement of Konoha's strength, which would undoubtedly accelerate in the forthcoming period. Indeed, the pace at which Konoha's power increased surpassed even his expectations. Particularly noteworthy was the potion he developed, which proved to be of considerable benefit even to himself. However, Orochimaru kept the specifics of this potion shrouded in secrecy, utilizing a version of it he had personally crafted. With the raw materials readily available and bolstered by his own robust constitution, the process required minimal technical expertise. Yet, the augmentation was undeniably substantial. Chapter 84. Pets? What truly unsettled them was the fact that Konoha had already commenced the training of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Previously, the 3rd Hokage had primarily focused on the taming of the Jinchuriki, having never imparted any substantial knowledge. What he had learned was merely from the teachings at the academy. Techniques, such as the seduction jutsu, had yet to be developed by him. However, how could Orochimaru squander such a vital asset? After observing Naruto for a few days, he entrusted him to Jiraiya for further cultivation. Initially, he had intended to take the time himself, as nurturing the son of the 4th Hokage would bring him a sense of accomplishment. Yet, Naruto's painfully evident lack of talent forced him to shut his eyes. It is best to leave foolishness to the foolish. One must commend Jiraiya for his exceptional teaching abilities. Upon discovering Naruto's vast chakra, he taught him the Shadow Clone technique and the Multi-Shadow Clone technique. Seeing Naruto's rapid progress, Jiraiya planned to instruct him in the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Naruto exhibited a level of aptitude far below the norm. He simply could not grasp it. Soon, Jiraiya gave up and began teaching him the Rasengan developed by the 4th Hokage, which Naruto surprisingly mastered. It seems that Naruto indeed possessed a remarkable talent for learning the Rasengan. If this continued, Jiraiya might even have to teach Naruto how to control the chakra of the Nine Tails within him. But how could that be allowed? Why would he unleash the Nine Tails during Uzumaki Kushina's childbirth, leading to her demise? Was it not out of concern that Kushina would gain complete control over the Nine Tails' power, becoming a significant threat to the Moon Eye plan? Surely, it could not be merely out of spite? No, that could not be the case. Was he truly that petty? It seemed he might be. Yet, this was of little importance. What mattered was that if they proceeded according to the previous plan, by the time they began capturing the Nine Tails, several years would have passed. By that time, Naruto might have already learned to control the Nine Tails' power or even become a perfect Jinchuriki. This was unacceptable. Compared to defeating the enigmatic lightning release user who had vanquished the White Dragon, the situation involving the Nine Tails was evidently more pressing. It appeared he would have to persuade Nagato to expedite the capture of the tailed beasts. In fact, Nagato had similar thoughts. Although preparations were still inadequate, the shifting tides of the future no longer permitted them to wait idly. Therefore, regardless of their previous grievances, they reached a consensus, at least for the short term. Thus, the following day, 1 or 2 members of the Akatsuki, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, departed from the hidden rain village towards the land of wind. Specifically Sunagakure. Lilith remained unaware that upon witnessing the traces of her magic, certain individuals were spurred into action, hastening the Moon Eye plan. In truth, she was oblivious to the fact that a white Zetsu clone lay hidden deep beneath the earth. When it came to compatibility, one could hardly regard white Zetsu as formidable. To her, it was nearly non-existent. However, their unique structure bestows upon them an extraordinary capacity for concealment. Should one undertake a dissection, they would discover that their cellular composition mirrors that of plants, nestled within the botanical realm. Even Lilith would find it exceedingly challenging to detect them. Although she failed to identify the white absolute, her formidable mental prowess alerted her to the unsettling sensation of being observed. Or rather, someone was spying on her. After scanning her surroundings and finding nothing amiss, she quickly discerned that the white absolute was lurking nearby, monitoring her movements. Nonetheless, having come this far, Lilith was not about to forsake her entire plan for the sake of a single white absolute. fortunately shrouded by the howling winds and swirling snow. She subsequently cloaked herself in layers of magic, rendering her nearly invisible to the white absolute. The information exposed was minimal. Once she distanced herself from the dragon's lair, the feeling of being watched dissipated, allowing Lilith to temporarily cast the matter aside. After subduing the white dragon, what could possibly be of greater importance? Naturally, it was the consumption of dragon's blood. It is worth noting that Lilith had yet to savor the taste of such rare blood. In fact, among other bloodkin, only a select few have had the privilege of tasting dragon's blood. Dragons, after all, are a rarity, their numbers fewer than those of bloodkin. Upon returning to her territory, Lilith observed as Emily, who had been wandering about, occasionally nodding in a seemingly foolish manner, transformed into her human form, which was far more suitable for blood consumption. Upon witnessing Emily's transformation, a flicker of astonishment graced Lilith's eyes. Despite Emily's original form being somewhat unappealing, with pale scales and fearsome horns that were hardly attractive, her human guise was strikingly beautiful. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, Emily adorned herself in a flowing white dress, complemented by crystal high heels. Her dragon horns elegantly extended from her forehead, and the scales on her cheeks did not detract from her allure. Rather, they added an exotic charm. If one were to disregard her wide, wandering eyes within the castle, she would undoubtedly exude an air of regal sophistication. Lilith, standing at about 1.6 meters, found herself accustomed to Emily's height advantage. At least Phosphor and her companions were shorter than she was. Lilith delicately rose onto her toes, wrapped her arms around Emily's neck, and parted her rosy lips to reveal a pair of adorable canines. I shall not hold back. The faint sound of flesh being pierced reached Emily's ears, accompanied by a subtle sting that made her body involuntarily flinch. Yet, the subsequent wave of pleasure compelled her to close her eyes in bliss, emitting soft, contented purrs. A dragon is indeed a dragon. Even when gravely injured and having endured a prolonged bloodletting by Lilith, she merely became dazed, akin to a state of inebriation. When Lilith, drawing upon her formidable willpower, finally ceased her feeding and released Emily, the latter slumped as though devoid of bones. She then melted into a puddle, gradually flowing from Lilith's embrace to the ground. The corners of Lilith's mouth twitched. How reminiscent this scene is of a performance by the illustrious artist, Master Tom. Lilith sighed, cradling Emily in her embrace. When Makoto and the others rushed into the hall, filled with joy upon seeing Lilith return with the white dragon, they were met with this very tableau. Lilith reclined on the sofa, Emily's cheeks flushed, resting her head upon Lilith's lap, nuzzling against her abdomen while her nose quivered in excitement, embodying a state of infatuation. Before Makoto and the others could respond, Shiori's temper flared. I've never allowed my sister to hold me this way. You naughty cat, get down from there. With that, Shiori charged forward, accompanied by her two little followers. Chapter 85, The Great Archmage. Yet, the might of the dragon was immense. The combined strength of the three little ones proved insufficient to pry the dragon from Lilith's grasp. Instead, they found themselves quite fatigued. However, amidst their playful tussle, Makoto and Kana caught sight of the dragon horns atop Emily's head, and a conjecture surfaced in their minds. Could it be Lilith? Is she truly? Kana inquired. Indeed, Lilith nodded affirmatively. She is the very white dragon. What? Shanfeng and the others exclaimed in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this unfaithful creature was the notorious dragon spoken of outside. Observing her nestled in Lilith's embrace, she resembled not a fearsome dragon but rather a pet indulging in her owner's affection. How infuriating. That position should have been hers. Shanfeng harbored unspoken resentment. The other two, Asuka and Ling, were equally filled with envy. They lacked such audacity. Previously, merely seeking a cuddle from Lilith was their utmost limit, and the thought of laying on her lap had never crossed their minds. As for Kana and Makoto, they had long surpassed the age of childish affection. Yet, to claim they felt no envy would be disingenuous. After all, it was a lap pillow, and not just any lap pillow, but one belonging to Lilith, that foolish dragon. Observing Emily's endearing demeanor, even Makoto and the others could not suppress their irritation. Unbeknownst to the playful Emily, she had inadvertently offended everyone in the household save for Lilith from the moment she arrived. Even if she were to become aware, it would matter little to her. She would likely mock them openly. After all, she was a dragon. Even as a white dragon, she had long since shed her juvenile phase, her intellect had been unleashed. With this in mind, Lilith maintained a skeptical stance. As Emily continued her incessant fidgeting, Lilith grew increasingly vexed. Although Emily's cool physique was comforting to hold, such restlessness was intolerable. Consequently, Lilith set her down near the dragon vein, allowing her to absorb magical energy and expedite her recovery. Upon arriving at the area abundant in magical energy, Emily indeed became much more compliant. She unveiled her true form, lying in the deepest recess where the dragon vein resided, and succumbed to slumber. Weighed down by severe injuries and excessive blood loss, she would require ample time to recuperate. Equally in need of rest was Lilith. The potency of Emily's dragon blood exceeded Lilith's expectations. Although its initial taste was markedly different from the sweetness associated with Kana and the others, it bore a spicy intensity that was unexpectedly invigorating. Much like the experience of consuming spicy food, the more one indulged, the more enthralling it became. Emily's dragon blood not only contained immense energy but also possessed a terrifying toxicity. For an ordinary person, bathing in dragon blood would not bestow them with formidable power. Rather, it would result in their demise due to the searing, lethal nature of the dragon's essence. Without adequate resistance, one could not even approach dragon blood, even for Lilith. As a member of the bloodline, digesting the dragon blood within her would necessitate multiple intricate processes. Most importantly, Lilith had a premonition that if she fully digested the dragon's blood she had ingested, she would be able to transcend to the level of a grand sorceress. Mere steps away from becoming a holy sorceress. The holy sorceress, an entity that stands at the pinnacle of the mundane world, embodies an extraordinary power that transcends the ordinary. Upon reaching this level, her strength would be sufficient to effortlessly obliterate an entire nation. Even an empire would be insufficient to withstand her might. After all, where does the term holy derive from? Whether as a holy sorceress or a holy knight, these figures possess the capability to single-handedly establish a vast empire. As for the higher legends and epics, they exist only within the verses of bards and the pages of historical tomes. Lilith was not bold enough to demand such feats. It is worth noting that the territory of an empire is exceedingly vast, not to mention empires. Even kingdoms have land areas that far exceed those of the fire and earth nations combined, not to mention the wind nation. Empires are even more exaggerated. As a force of empire-level status in this extraordinary world, their land area is at least 10 times greater than the combined landmass of all continents in the current ninja realm. Even if Lilith could not achieve the legendary status or even that of a holy sorceress in a short time, reaching the level of a grand sorceress would be sufficient for her to dominate the entire ninja realm. At that point, she would no longer need to hide in the shadows. Even if Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal were to be released and her 2 rebellious offspring joined forces against her, she could easily overpower them. That day was not far off. After instructing Makoto and the others to rest for a while, Lilith made her way to the dragon vein to enter slumber. However, before doing so, she adjusted Emily's position and isolated her with magic to ensure that her sleep would not be disturbed. Simultaneously, she took the opportunity to relay some matters to Hinata, who was far away in Konoha. Considering that the current Hokage was Orochimaru, and with her own shadow wolf protecting Hinata, Lilith felt assured of her safety. However, contemplating the possibility of her prolonged slumber, Lilith dispatched a group of vampire tyrants and their loyal guards to conceal themselves and ensure Hinata's safety. Only then did Lilith succumb to sleep, quietly digesting the dragon's blood she had consumed. As Lilith fell into slumber, the entire city plunged into an inexplicable silence. Without Lilith, Xianglin and the others lacked a playful companion. Their days were filled with either studying or training under Xiangnai's guidance. Meanwhile, Xiangnai and her companions diligently followed Lilith's instructions to construct the city. As time progressed, this city, which initially consisted only of walls and an erected tower, began to take on its true form. Workers strictly adhered to the designs left by Lilith, constructing building after building, laying tile after tile, and raising tower after tower. Shortly after Lilith's slumber commenced, Sunagakure sounded the alarm. A Jinchuriki had gone missing. This incident ignited chaos throughout the entire village. As a pivotal strategic weapon, the one-tailed Jinchuriki holds immense significance. Correspondingly, his defensive capabilities are second only to those of the Wind Shadow. Yet, under such circumstances, the one-tailed Jinchuriki has inexplicably vanished. Upon arrival at the scene, it was discovered that all the ninja assigned to protect the Jinchuriki had been brutally slain. An examination of the evidence revealed that they had met their demise beneath the puppets. The Sand Village, unwilling to relent easily, dispatched an elite team for a search operation. But ultimately, they were unable to recover the Jinchuriki and instead suffered considerable losses themselves. The incident of the one-tailed Jinchuriki being abducted from his home village quickly spread, causing an uproar throughout the ninja world. Had it not been for the Sand Village's dire poverty, which left them with nothing to offer, The mere disappearance of the Jinchuriki would have been sufficient to incite intrigue among the other ninja villages. Yet, ironically, it was the Sand Village, devoid of any potential gain. However, their opportunity for schadenfreude would soon be curtailed, for yet another Jinchuriki found themselves in peril. Chapter 86. The half-dimension, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Mist Village has also vanished. When the villagers arrived at the residence of the Jinchuriki, they found it entirely deserted. The series of incidents involving the tailed beast Jinchuriki is undeniably alarming, indicating that someone is targeting them. The other ninja villages hastily took measures to protect their own Jinchuriki, fearing unforeseen mishaps. At this moment, the storm over the sea dissipated. As the tempest subsided, the entity it had enveloped revealed itself to all. It was a colossal island. Or rather, a continent. At first glance, the land appeared unremarkable, seemingly an ordinary expanse. However, those who ventured onto the land soon discovered it teemed with various perilous beasts. These creatures were immense, highly aggressive, and, most crucially, possessed a formidable power. The initial wave of explorers was nearly annihilated by the onslaught of these beasts. Upon comparison, it became evident that these creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to the beasts that had emerged in various nations months prior. At the center of this continent stood a towering spire, greater in height than the one constructed by Lilith, and it constrained nearly all the energy of the land. In truth, this was not merely a continent, but a half-dimension. A powerful mage had discovered it and erected a wizard's tower, transforming it into his private sanctuary. The monstrous beasts outside were all his creations. With the storm's departure, both the tower's spirit and its master swiftly realized this fact. After months of integration, the process had finally come to fruition. At the pinnacle of the wizard's tower, an elderly man clad in robes gazed solemnly into the distance. The absence of the magical network posed significant issues with the surrounding magical elements. Most of his spells were rendered unusable, which was quite dire. The sole piece of good news was that some of the puppets he had previously crafted were still operational within the tower. Moreover, the tower's functionalities remained intact. The process of integration had proceeded smoothly without any unforeseen complications. Regrettably, during the fusion, he had attempted to summon elemental beings, but all attempts had failed. Nevertheless, now that the integration was complete, he resolved to make another attempt. After all, having entered a new world where the magical network was absent and his powers significantly diminished left him feeling exceedingly vulnerable. Despite the formidable defenses of the wizard's tower, he was confident that no one could breach it. Yet, what if the intruder was not human? He recalled that there were several tomes on arcane spells in the library. The old man turned and walked toward the interior of the tower. There remained many tasks to attend to. The sudden emergence of a continent had heightened tensions among various factions. After extensive exploration revealed no signs of humanity or civilization on the continent, aside from the dangerous monsters, they gradually exhaled in relief. The origins of that continent are shrouded in mystery, with a plethora of theories but no definitive conclusion. Many speculate that the wild beasts roaming distant lands originated from that very continent, yet the means by which they escaped remains unknown. Surely, these creatures are not capable of spatial ninjutsu. As time progresses, some have conceived the idea of taming the beasts from that continent into summoning creatures. For their strength is indeed formidable. However, they are not akin to ninja beasts. They lack chakra within them and possess limited intelligence. It seems that the more powerful the magical beasts, the greater their intellect. Such entities cannot be bound by mere summoning contracts. Ultimately, these magical beasts, devoid of chakra, are naturally impervious to such agreements, unless they are taught to wield chakra. Yet, this is no simple endeavor. Without the seed of chakra, one cannot extract it. Even instructing these beasts on chakra extraction would be futile. Unbeknownst to these ninjas, they continue to attempt taming the magical beasts they have captured, hoping for success. Even Orochimaru has had many captured for the sake of research. His studies focus on the energy contained within these creatures. Although there are subtle differences, the energy he discovered within slime bears striking similarities. Furthermore, he has found that the flesh and blood of these magical beasts are rich in energy, offering significant benefits if consumed. Upon conducting experiments, he confirmed that certain magical beast flesh is indeed edible. Conversely, some appear to harbor toxins, causing those who consume them to suffer from stomach ailments or poisoning, with severe cases leading to death. Orochimaru, intrigued by these toxins, contemplates how to extract them. The emergence of the continent has also caught the attention of Mikoto and her companions. Upon discovering the continent teeming with magical beasts, they promptly dispatched a pack of shadow wolves to hunt, returning with a substantial number of low-level beasts. Meanwhile, Emily, who has been slumbering in the dragon vein, emerged upon catching a whiff of the scent. Why was she in slumber? It was due to her weakened state, only able to recuperate in areas abundant with magical energy. However, for a dragon, this method of recovery is not optimal. The best way is to feast upon a herd of magical beasts. Unfortunately, in this world, both beasts and humans generally lack nutritional value. Even the summoning beasts, despite their chakra, offer little for Emily. But now, what has she sensed? The scent of magical beasts. Instantly awakened, Emily traversed the underground passage to the surface, racing towards the location where the beasts were being processed. The materials derived from the magical beasts are far more precious to Makoto than their flesh. These extracted materials serve as excellent alchemical components. However, with Emily's arrival, the disassembly process could no longer continue. As she transformed back into her draconic form, she extended her head into the room and voraciously devoured the carcass of the magical beast laid upon the ground. Witnessing Emily's ravenous demeanor, Makoto could only helplessly rub her forehead. Fortunately, she was not particularly concerned about the fate of this magical creature. Recognizing the beneficial effects of the beast's consumption on Emily's recovery, Makoto instructed more shadow wolves to hunt down additional magical beasts. With each passing moment and the increasing number of magical beasts Emily consumed, her belly gradually swelled. Although her stomach was swiftly digesting the remains within, it was evident that the digestion rate of these magical carcasses was considerably slower than that of ordinary wildlife. Nevertheless, after Emily had consumed every last piece of the magical corpses and basked in the sun for less than half an hour in the courtyard, her belly had returned to its former flatness. Chapter 87. Conflict. Under the provision of the Shadow Wolves, Emily finally satiated her hunger. Subsequently, she lay down in the courtyard and fell into a deep slumber. The breath she exhaled cloaked the surrounding structures in frost, causing the temperature to plunge below freezing. This chill continued to spread its icy grasp. Mei-chin and the others attempted to move Emily, yet the sheer weight of her form, potentially weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons, rendered their efforts futile. Fortunately, aside from Xianglin and her companions, the inhabitants of the castle were unfazed by such cold. In fact, Xianglin and the others rather enjoyed the transformation of the castle into a colder realm. Compared to their previous desert surroundings, this was significantly more comfortable. They donned thick garments and frolicked within the castle, while Mei-chin and her companions remained troubled. They worried about the consequences if the white dragon slumbered for too long. They could only speculate on the fate of the castle. Fortunately, their concerns proved excessive, as the white dragon did not remain asleep for an extended period. She awakened, driven by hunger once more. In less than a few days, she was roused by her empty stomach. The first thing she sought upon awakening was sustenance. Following her nose, she found the storeroom filled with beast meat. Without hesitation, she feasted voraciously until every last morsel was consumed. This time, however, she did not succumb to sleep after her meal. The previous slumber had been necessitated by the severity of her injuries, which had since healed sufficiently during her days of rest, allowing her to abandon further slumber. There were far more pressing matters at hand. She needed to inspect her castle. Though the castle and the surrounding city were established in a desert, which displeased her, she was quite satisfied with everything else, especially as she noticed that the city was being constructed into a formidable fortress. Such a stronghold of this caliber would be a rarity even in her own empire. This would be her domain in the future. Then, Mei-chin and her companions witnessed a peculiar sight. After Emily transformed into her human form and explored every corner of the castle, she reverted to her dragon form and soared through the air, circling the city several times before descending back to the castle. This will not do. There is no landing spot within the castle, which needs to be addressed, Emily declared to Mei-chin with an air of authority. Before you arrived, we did not need to consider the implications of large creatures landing in the castle. Mei-chin was displeased by Emily's haughty demeanor. It seemed she was oblivious to the circumstances or perhaps believed her status surpassed that of everyone else. While she was indeed the most formidable being in the city, aside from Lilith, one must not forget that she commanded an army of shadow wolves. Although their strength did not rival that of the white dragon, the sustenance Emily required still needed to be provided by herself. If she continued to maintain such an attitude, she would have to face hunger alone. Emily remained oblivious to the fact that her words would lead to a future devoid of sustenance. She contemplated the various aspects of the castle that required modification. Indeed, the entrance and the overall dimensions of the castle necessitated enlargement. It was inconvenient for her to fully expand within such cramped quarters. Moreover, there were no platforms within the castle to facilitate her takeoff, which required the construction of several. Emily once again pointed out these inadequacies, causing Makoto to furrow her brow tightly. Even with her gentle disposition, she began to feel discontent. While the proposal for constructing platforms and landing spots could be deemed reasonable, the suggestion to expand the castle's internal space seemed excessive. It appeared as though Emily regarded the castle as her own possession. I will ensure the construction of the platforms and landing areas, but any expansion of the internal space and the main entrance is out of the question. Kana approached with 2 tyrannical guards, her demeanor cold. She had overheard the conversation between Emily and Makoto, and not only Makoto, but even she began to harbor dissatisfaction towards Emily. Initially, they had nursed a slight grievance due to Emily's playful behavior around Lilith, but now they felt a growing aversion towards her. Indeed, dragons were a proud breed. Very well, Emily thought, feeling a flicker of malice at Kana's audacity to countermand her decisions. She intended to remind her who held authority. However, upon noticing the imposing demeanor of the 2 guards behind Kana, who seemed ready to subdue her at a moment's notice, she chose not to engage with them. It was not fear of these mere metal cans. Rather, she suddenly realized that the number of such tyrannical guards surrounding the castle appeared somewhat excessive. This was far more formidable than the metal cans that had previously besieged her with dragon-hunting crossbows. If they were to launch a coordinated assault, her situation could become dire. Dreadful. How on earth did that wicked woman Lilith manage to train such a formidable cadre of warriors capable of surrounding a dragon? Thus, the quarrel concluded. Yet, Kana and her entourage were aware that, until Lilith awakened, the castle would likely be bustling with activity. They hoped this dragon would fear Lilith's power and refrain from overstepping. Otherwise, Makoto promptly ordered the dwarves to continue producing dragon-hunting crossbows and corresponding arrows. They hoped Emily would behave sensibly. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to incapacitate her. After all, it was Emily who had instigated the situation, and even if Lilith were to blame, the fault could not be laid at their feet. Consequently, in the following days, Emily gradually noticed an increase in the patrols of metal cans within the castle. However, more significantly, she was incensed to find that dragon-hunting crossbows had been erected at various strategic points throughout the castle. Who were they preparing to defend against? Furious, Emily fell silent and stormed back to her lair. If they could not provoke her, could they not at least allow her to hide? As Emily retreated underground, the castle's operations returned to their usual rhythm, and the frost she brought began to thaw. The environment within the castle gradually restored itself to its former state. This brought a sigh of relief to Makoto and Kanai. Fortunately, Emily was perceptive. Otherwise, had a conflict ensued, the toll on both the guards and the tyrant would have been incalculable, and the castle would have suffered immeasurable repercussions. If Lilith were to awaken to nothing but ruins, they would be at a loss for words to explain the devastation. In the ensuing days, Emily rarely made her presence known on the ground, except to ascend periodically for sustenance. Although Emily consumed all the beast meat that Makoto had stored each time she appeared, it was merely meat from magical beasts. If Emily refrained from causing trouble, it was a trivial matter. Regrettably, Makoto had wished to keep Emily starved for a while longer. However, in order to avoid provoking Emily, she had no choice but to temporarily abandon this notion. Chapter 88. Meteor. The city of Lilith is steadily progressing in its construction, and the grand outline of a vast metropolis gradually emerges. However, outside its confines, some individuals have suddenly perceived that the very ground beneath their feet seems to have expanded. What once required half a day's journey to reach the town now demands nearly an entire day, and as time drags on, this has escalated to necessitating travel from dawn until dusk. Such a transformation incites widespread panic, particularly among the common folk. For any slight alteration in their environment could spell disaster. The notion of the earth itself expanding is utterly incomprehensible to them. Conversely, for the nobility, this development is nothing short of fortuitous. Their territories have increased in size, surely implying a corresponding rise in tax revenues. Taxation must be escalated, without a doubt. The phenomenon of the Earth's expansion has not gone unnoticed by the Hidden Village, which has initiated an investigation. Yet, their inquiries yield no tangible results. The Earth's enlargement occurs silently. It was not a sudden awakening to a larger expanse, but rather a gradual transformation over days and nights. When did this alteration commence? In this moment, a realization dawns upon someone regarding that distant continent. It appears that the Earth began to expand with the emergence of that landmass. Upon revisiting the continent, they discovered that the oceanic expanse between it and the other lands had also grown significantly. This time, those who ventured to the continent delved deeper into its mysteries. Within the Tower of Mages at the heart of the continent, the elderly mage sighed heavily. The integration of this demiplane with the world has become too profound. The very essence of the demiplane has been inexorably absorbed by this realm. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Mage Tower, not a trace of energy would remain. Yet, even so, a significant portion of energy has dissipated. Fortunately, not all news is bleak. As the essence of the dim plane wanes, the old mage has managed to connect with the depths of the earth through the tower, uncovering a wondrous energy vein formed by the fusion of the demiplane's essence and the unique energies of this world. Though this energy may lack the vastness and purity of the demiplane's essence, it remains utilizable, albeit requiring a refined process. For the Mage Tower, this is hardly a concern. In essence, even if the entirety of the demiplane's essence were to be absorbed, there is no need to fear the tower transforming into a mere mausoleum. A most awkward predicament. Thus, he began devising means to contain the subterranean energy vein, establishing it as the tower's new source of power. If he could bind the essence of the demiplane, then confining a mere energy vein would be a trivial task. The old mage has also observed the Earth's expansion, though he remains indifferent. If the absorption of the demiplane's essence resulted in no noticeable change, that would indeed be suspicious. This is merely a natural occurrence. However, for the inhabitants of this world, such a phenomenon is anything but ordinary. In pursuit of the truth, some individuals are now perilously close to the vicinity of the Mage Tower. As these individuals were on the brink of uncovering the truth, a cascade of meteors descended from the heavens, plummeting towards the earth. Initially, these celestial bodies garnered little attention. Some gazed upward in exhilaration, making wishes upon the fleeting streaks of light. However, the situation took a grave turn as these meteors collided with the ground. The silver lining was that their numbers were not overwhelmingly high, with the majority landing in the ocean or in desolate regions devoid of human habitation. Only a small fraction struck towns, resulting in significant casualties. Another fortunate development was that the meteor shower consisted of but a single wave. Once all the meteors had fallen, the sky was left with only the lingering trails of their passage, devoid of any further celestial activity. Most remained oblivious to the meteor's significance, dismissing them as mere ordinary occurrences. Those that fell into towns and wilderness were largely recovered and subsequently hoarded by the nobility. The meteors, having endured atmospheric friction, appeared to be nothing more than common rocks, posing no threat whatsoever. Meanwhile, on the moon, several surviving Otsutsuki manipulated colossal Rinnegan, observing vast ruins of towering edifices floating in the void of space. Beyond these remnants lay the frozen corpses of the decayed, preserved by the frigid temperatures of the cosmos. Only they comprehended that these meteors were merely fragments of the fallen ruins. Should anyone gaze upon these bodies, they would recognize them as nothing less than zombies. Yet, due to their location, these zombies posed no danger, even if transported back to the surface through special means. The zombies and the T-virus within them would have been completely rendered inert, unable to withstand the near absolute zero temperatures of space. Not even the mightiest tyrant could survive such conditions. However, the Otsutsuki on the moon were unaware. Recognizing the resemblance of the corpses to the zombies from the land of soup, they wielded their Rinnegan to hurl the remnants of the cities towards the earth. They were cognizant that the debris would likely be reduced to mere fragments upon impact, yet even a small remnant could inflict substantial harm, potentially annihilating the filthy humans below. Thus, they preferred to risk the backlash of the colossal Rinnegan to achieve their aim. Consequently, the ground, having just endured a meteor shower, was soon to face yet another wave, one of even greater magnitude. Fortunately, due to the unique structural integrity of those buildings, most disintegrated or vaporized upon atmospheric entry, leaving behind only a few larger remnants. Yet herein lay the dilemma. These larger fragments descended precisely upon the locations of the various ninja villages, particularly the 5 great shinobi countries, which received the brunt of this catastrophic attention. Regrettably, these edifices are not as easily manipulated as meteors, and due to the reasons behind their disintegration, aside from a few unfortunate souls, the other ninja villages were not directly struck by the meteors. Consequently, the losses sustained by these villages were minimal. Although their own village was nearly obliterated by the meteor, the initial reaction of the populace was one of indifference. It was only upon learning that nearly all the ninja villages had narrowly escaped being hit that they realized they had been subjected to an attack. The Otsutsuki on the moon had hoped for the spread of a virus, but the T-virus was eradicated completely, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, they had exposed the presence of an enemy in the skies. While the inhabitants of the moon felt regret, they did not harbor any remorse. It seems imperative to find a way to hasten the awakening of the reincarnated eyes. Chapter 89. The Year of Konoha, 58 years. This year is particularly significant as it marks the year in the original timeline when the Uchiha clan met their demise. However, following the deaths of the third Hokage and others, with Tsunade and Mito's flames becoming symbols of hope, and Orochimaru ascending as the fifth Hokage, Konoha has embarked on a markedly different path. In recent years, with the return of the legendary three ninjas, Konoha has managed to evade the inexplicable internal strife that plagued it previously. Although its overall strength has yet to return to the heights of the second Hokage's era, it is undeniably in a far better position than during the third Hokage's tenure. Hyuga Hinata, who has not ventured outside since the kidnapping incident a few years ago, remains largely unaffected by these changes. Her daily life is exceedingly simple, consisting primarily of studying, training, and sparring with her clan members. Through diligent practice over the years, Hinata's abilities have seen remarkable improvement. In terms of taijutsu, she has already caught up with the elite of her clan. In just 2 years, her prowess could surpass that of all her peers. However, this is somewhat overshadowed by the existence of Kakashi, who became a Jonin at merely 12 years of age. What truly excites the Hyuga clan, however, is the emergence of evolutionary signs in Hinata's Byakugan. Her Byakugan not only exhibits far superior long-range and penetrating vision compared to her kin, but has also evolved to include abilities such as intimidation and genjutsu. This has invigorated the entire clan, as they perceive in Hinata the shadow of a legendary figure, the celestial ninja. Perhaps, in their lifetime, they may witness the re-emergence of this fabled hero. Consequently, the information regarding Hinata is meticulously safeguarded by the Hyuga clan. Outsiders remain oblivious to the fact that their esteemed heiress is a prodigy. The potential rise of the Hyuga clan hinges upon Hinata's success. The expectations of her father and clan members weigh heavily upon her, and at this moment, Lilith is absent. Thus, she can only confide in the shadow wolf left by Lilith, sharing her inner turmoil. Unbeknownst to others, Hinata's true strength is far more profound than she has ever revealed. Long ago, she forged her own spiritual sea, becoming a genuine sorceress. Although she has never truly cast a spell, she has memorized all first-tier magic from her grimoire, with every magical sigil etched in her mind. What she lacks is merely practical experience. It is magic that constitutes her real source of power. Today, as usual, Hinata cradles the soft, cool shadow wolf, recounting her training from the day. I have mastered all the taijutsu within our clan. Even father can teach me no more. He seems to be gathering other martial arts beyond the Hyuga Gentle Fist, which has met with opposition from the elders. I truly wonder what those old cadres are thinking. Little Black, when do you think Sister Lilith will awaken? It has been years since I last saw or heard her. Hinata's spirits are low. It appears that during my absence over the years, little Hinata has reverted to her former self, the one prone to tears. At that moment, a voice that Hinata found profoundly familiar and impossible to forget echoed in her ears. Initially filled with joy, she soon puffed up her cheeks in protest. I haven't become the weeping child I once was, she thought to herself, fully aware of the truth. Lilith materialized behind Hinata and gently enveloped her in an embrace. To be candid, whether vampire or bloodline, their body temperature is markedly lower than that of ordinary humans. Thus, their embrace lacks warmth. However, as Hinata instinctively lifted her gaze to behold Lilith's stunning visage and felt herself cradled in someone's arms, combined with the subtle allure emanating from Lilith's serene expression, the temperature of their bodies became utterly inconsequential. Hinata's cheeks flushed visibly, and an incredible heat gathered atop her head, erupting in a cloud of steam like a bomb explosion. This scene left Lilith momentarily at a loss for words. While she was aware of Hinata's shyness, she had not anticipated it to be so pronounced. Previously, she had thought such portrayals were merely exaggerations found in anime, yet here was a living embodiment of it. Observing Hinata succumb to unconsciousness, Lilith could only smile wryly. Although Hinata had outgrown her tearful tendencies, her propensity for blushing remained undiminished. The shadow wolf, cradled in Hinata's embrace, retreated back into the shadows, ever vigilant. Lilith gently laid Hinata's figure down, allowing her to rest her head upon her thigh, tenderly stroking her smooth and delicate cheek. To her surprise, the sensation was rather delightful. Perhaps due to the size of Lilith's hand, Hinata soon became uncomfortable and quickly regained consciousness. However, upon opening her eyes, she was met not with the familiar face she expected, but with a pair of mountains, though not grand, they were perfectly proportioned. Only behind those peaks did she finally see that beloved face. As Hinata felt the softness behind her head and the gentle motions on her face, the warmth that had cooled began to rise once more. Sensing that Hinata was on the verge of fainting again, Lilith quickly interjected, "Don't faint just yet, or we won't be able to say a single word tonight. Is this truly not a dream?" Hinata murmured, dazed. She wished for this to be a dream, yet simultaneously hoped it was not. She longed to share such intimacy with Sister Lilith in the waking world, yet felt bashful and hesitant to act. In essence, her emotions were in a state of turmoil. "Rest assured, this is reality," Lilith said, mercilessly shattering Hinata's fantasy. "In fact, this seems to be our first encounter in the real world. How does it feel?" Upon realizing the truth, Hinata's eyes transformed into a state of bewilderment, rendering her unable to feel anything at all. Captivated by Hinata's adorableness, Lilith couldn't resist teasing her further. Thus, she gently raised Hinata's head slightly and leaned down, kissing her forehead while Hinata remained in a state of utter confusion. Bang at last, Hinata succumbed to unconsciousness. This time, Lilith estimated that it would take her several hours to awaken. "Good night, my precious little princess," Lilith whispered softly into Hinata's ear. After gently laying Hinata on the bed and covering her with a blanket, Lilith turned to leave the room. "You've returned, my lady," greeted Kanai and Makoto, who had been eagerly awaiting her return in the castle. "You seem quite pleased. Is it that Miss Hinata?" They exchanged a glance filled with mixed emotions. It appeared that Lilith held a deep affection for Hinata. Chapter 90. Desire, do not be jealous. I assure you, I treat you all equally, with no favoritism whatsoever. Seemingly aware of Xiang Nai and her friend's sentiments, Lilith stepped forward to embrace the two, her words flowing gently. The cheeks of the two, held in Lilith's embrace, flushed crimson. After all, they were not children like Xiang Lin. Such affectionate gestures in public would naturally induce a sense of bashfulness. Although they appeared to tower over Lilith by half a head and were of an older age, resembling older sisters or even a mother, the reality was quite the opposite. Lilith was the dominant force here. "We are not jealous. It is Xiang Lin who should be," they retorted. "Indeed," Xiang Nai concurred. "Achoo." Xiang Lin, practicing magic in the garden, sneezed lightly, scratching her back nonchalantly, dismissing the sneeze as she continued her magical exercises. "I have only just awakened." "Xiang Lin and the others are still unaware," Lilith remarked, noticing the flushed faces of Xiang Nai and her friends, yet she chose not to press further. One must exercise moderation. Pushing them too hard would only necessitate soothing them afterward, which would be rather troublesome. "I have slumbered for several years, and now that I have awakened, you can imagine what might ensue," Lilith declared, holding the two tightly, her ruby-like eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief. The two's cheeks reddened even more, and to accommodate Lilith, they gradually bent at the waist. "Then I shall not hold back," Lilith announced, parting her lips to reveal her charming fangs, sinking them gently into Xiang Nai's swan-like neck. "Humph." A soft gasp escaped Xiang Nai's slightly parted lips, soon followed by a cascade of enticing breaths. The rhythmic thumping of Mei-Chin's heart intensified, as though it might leap from her throat. Suddenly, Mei-Chin felt a hand grasp hers. Looking down, she saw Xiang Nai's right hand clutching her left, while Xiang Nai's other arm encircled Lilith's waist, their fingers interlaced. While Mei-Chin's other hand slipped beneath Lilith's arm, embracing her other side, time seemed to stretch indefinitely, allowing Mei-Chin to distinctly perceive Lilith's heartbeat and the warm breaths that caressed her neck, heightening her sensitivity. Yet, time also rushed forward, so swiftly that in what felt like a mere moment, Lilith had liberated her lips from Mei-Chin's neck, leaving behind a lingering sensation and the two of them, still interlocked, kneeling back to back on the carpet. In that moment, they resembled victims of a computer virus, faces flushed, breathing heavily, eyes shimmering with a rosy hue. Observing their state, Lilith's heart raced. It was important to note that she was not a pure-blooded vampire, nor an original bloodline. She was a transformed human, and even now, human memories constituted the vast majority of her existence. Thus, the desires of humanity have not yet been entirely extinguished. Previously, she was hindered by her frail strength, allowing her infatuation only during meals, while the remainder of her time was devoted to contemplating ways to augment her power. However, now that she has finally attained formidable strength, sufficient for self-preservation and even dominance within this realm, she feels no need to suppress her desires any longer. "Kana, Makoto, I shall not be gentle tonight." The two, still basking in the afterglow, scarcely comprehended Lilith's words. They merely perceived a fleeting shimmer before discovering themselves upon Lilith's bed. "Wait, I'm not prepared yet." As the evening deepened and darkness enveloped the garden, Shadfeng and her companions began to feel a hint of fatigue. They retreated into the castle, but curiously, at this hour, Aunt Makoto should have appeared to remind them to bathe and rest. Where could she be today? And what of Aunt Kanna? They could not find her presence either. Puzzled, the trio thought little of it and, attended by the vampire maid, completed their baths and returned to their chambers to rest. Meanwhile, in Lilith's room, the flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows upon the bed, creating a peculiar yet aesthetically captivating tableau. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Awakened by the maid's service, the trio ventured to the castle hall for breakfast, only to be pleasantly surprised to find Lilith already seated at the head of the table, elegantly savoring a cup of tea. This tea was brewed from the purest blood of young maidens, and it was, indeed, quite delightful in flavor. Sister Lilith, you have finally awakened, Shanfeng exclaimed joyfully as she leapt onto Lilith's lap, straddling her legs. This familiar posture evoked memories of the previous night in Lilith's mind. Recalling her own mother's actions. At your age, you still dare to leap onto me? Aren't you afraid of your mother's retribution? Lilith playfully pulled Shanfeng off her lap, while Qianming and Ling approached, one hugging Lilith's waist and the other her arm. Sister, you have slept so long. You must be famished. Please, indulge. Ling, one arm around Lilith's waist, playfully tugged down the neckline of her garment, exposing her alabaster neck. Ah, Ling, how cunning. If anyone should be fed upon first, it should be me. Shanfeng dashed over, nudging Ling aside to reveal her own neck. Sister, I too. Qianming, who held Lilith's waist, bashfully exposed her neck as well. Had this been yesterday, Lilith might have indulged, but now, her desires satiated, she felt no thirst for blood. You little imps, go and eat your breakfast obediently, Lilith chided, playfully flicking their foreheads to ensure they complied. Upon observing Lilith's somewhat irate demeanor, the three little ones fell silent, each one subdued. However, where are Mother and Aunt Makoto? Indeed, where have the aunts gone? Surely they are not indulging in a lazy slumber? Now that I think about it, I sensed something amiss last night. The three little ones exchanged glances, and a sudden conjecture emerged. Could it be that? How infuriating! Mother has slipped away. Xianglin gnawed angrily at her food, clearly displeased. Though the other two were not as dramatic, their discontent was equally palpable. It appears that the most formidable threats indeed lie with the two aunts. Ultimately, they are still quite young. Neither their blood supply nor their recuperative abilities can rival those of adults, and thus, they cannot compete. When they eventually reach adulthood, Xianglin will once again hold an advantage over them. Chapter 91. The deceptive Emily, cursed be the fate that I cannot surpass that pair of mother and daughter. Damn blood cow. Observing the three little ones at the dining table, each bearing a distinct expression, Lilith maintained her composure as she sipped her red tea. It seemed that life ahead would not be devoid of excitement. However, Lilith cast her gaze beyond the company, directing her thoughts towards the castle's exterior, where the majority of the city had reached completion, and a headache loomed once more. A monumental task still awaited her. The city's construction had not ceased in recent years. All the primary towers had been erected, merely awaiting Lilith to finalize the last procedure. Beyond the towers, various edifices had risen throughout the city: commercial zones, residential quarters, industrial districts, cultural areas, and administrative sectors. Most of these had already been constructed. Of course, at this moment, these regions were nothing more than mere shells. Except for the residential, industrial, and cultural areas, which were in use, the rest remained uninhabited. Currently, the city was predominantly populated by the vampires that had proliferated over the years, while the number of ordinary humans dwindled. When present, they were merely slaves providing blood, along with healthy and pure maidens specifically for Lilith as sustenance. Most of these individuals resided within the residential area, while a few were confined in prisons. The industrial zone had a small segment operational, producing various daily necessities as well as weaponry and armor. As for the cultural area, only a library had been opened, housing several tomes penned by Lilith, alongside books gathered from across the world. A daunting journey lay ahead. To fully operationalize the entire city, a sufficient population was essential. Yet, ordinary humans were not what Lilith desired. She had no need for superfluous existence within her realm. Nonetheless, Lilith had ample time to construct the city. The immediate priority was to enhance the city's defense systems. Speaking of which, she possessed a mask capable of communicating with the Grim Reaper. The mask itself was of little consequence. What mattered was the Grim Reaper it could connect with, which harbored the essence of a half-tailed fox within. The more energy, the better. Continue your meal. I have pressing matters to attend to. With a glance at the three little ones struggling with their food, Lilith set her cup of red tea aside. After a moment of contemplation, she couldn't restrain herself from offering a word of caution. Do not cause trouble. Kanai and Makoto have been rather weak lately, so avoid burdening them. Thereafter, Lilith tore through the fabric of space, instantly arriving at the city's deepest dragon vein. Lilith, you are awake. Upon her arrival, she startled the slumbering Emily. Seemingly aware of Lilith's gaze, Emily hastily concealed the magical crystal stone beneath her, her eyes betraying a guilty conscience as she dared not meet Lilith's stare. Sighing helplessly, Lilith remarked, "Hand over all the magical crystals. Do not compel me to take action." As Lilith raised her hand to strike, Emily leapt into action and fled. In her wake, a plethora of magically infused crystals were revealed. Long ago, while establishing the magical array underground, Lilith had crafted a spell capable of transmuting excess magical energy into these crystals. All of these were the fruits of her labor over the past few years. However, was this truly all? Lilith cast a dubious glance at Emily, her gaze scanning her intently. She was certain that Emily had concealed something, and in considerable quantity. "This is really all I have. I swear I haven't hidden a thing." Emily fervently shook her head. Yet, Lilith remained undeterred, with a powerful magical hand. She seized Emily by the tail and shook her vigorously. The crisp sound of coins and bars of gold clattering echoed throughout the subterranean space, as they tumbled from the gaps in Emily's scales, quickly forming a small mound. Only when it became evident that no crystals had fallen did Lilith finally release her. Thud. As soon as Emily was set down, she anxiously shielded the golden hoard, resembling a dog guarding its food. The absence of any hidden crystals truly perplexed her. Given a dragon's nature, it was indeed peculiar for her not to hoard even a single crystal. Wait, could it be that you consumed them all? To be fair, while magical crystals are exceedingly precious, their value pales in comparison to that of gold for dragons. Though considered a treasure, they were not her own. If utilized, there would be no remorse, for it was Lilith who would feel the loss. Indeed, upon hearing Lilith's inquiry, Emily's gaze wandered once more. "You little rascal." Lilith chuckled in exasperation. It seemed she would need to teach her a lesson in maintaining a cleaner record. Wait. Emily nervously waved her paws, as if she wished to say more. However, she was afforded no opportunity. With a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck Emily's form directly. Ack! The sound of thunder intertwined with Emily's anguished cries, resonating in the underground chamber, lingering in the air. Lilith unleashed her wrath for a full half-hour, leaving Emily charred and smoldering before finally relenting. How vexing. The few magical crystals I painstakingly amassed, and you've devoured half of them. Lilith seethed, and in a fit of anger, zapped Emily once more. To prevent Emily from pilfering further, Lilith transported her to the city's prison, confining her there. To ensure she wouldn't escape, Lilith reinforced the cell with magic. Only then did she return to the dragon vein. Lilith produced the mask of the Grim Reaper. One couldn't help but wonder how the Vortex clan managed to devise a method of controlling the Grim Reaper, even if this particular one was somewhat misnamed. As she examined the mask in her hands, Lilith swiftly began to decipher the sealing spell inscribed upon it. Fortunately, having previously studied the art of sealing, I found myself well prepared for the enigmatic mask. After dedicating some time to unraveling the secrets it harbored, Lilith meticulously arranged her setup and commenced the summoning of the Grim Reaper. By harnessing a fragment of the Dragon Vein's chakra, she successfully called forth the Spectre of Death. Observing the Grim Reaper, who appeared as a vengeful spirit, Lilith promptly activated the magical circle she had prepared, binding him within its confines. Sensing the formidable power of the circle, the Grim Reaper withdrew the dagger from his mouth, intent on assaulting the binding enchantment. However, Lilith had anticipated this move. Golden chains ensnared him tightly. The Vajra sealing technique, a unique sealing art of the Whirlpool clan, could effortlessly restrain even the tailed beasts. Faced with Lilith's reinforced Vajra sealing, even the Grim Reaper found himself unable to break free. Without a hint of hesitation, Lilith seized the Grim Reaper's dagger and sliced open his abdomen, binding his limbs and head with the Vajra sealing. Chapter 92. The Grim Reaper under ordinary circumstances. The state of one who summons the Grim Reaper is not much different from that of the entity itself possessing them. This is precisely why Orochimaru resorted to slicing open his own abdomen to penetrate the Grim Reaper's own. However, Lilith took some liberties during her summoning of the Grim Reaper. Its current state resembles that of a typical summoned beast, perhaps even less so. At the very least, a summoned beast would automatically return to its realm upon sustaining severe injuries. Yet it is evident that the Grim Reaper cannot easily depart from its present condition. In fact, it should now be contemplating how to survive. While Lilith harbored a modicum of interest in the Grim Reaper, contemplating its potential as a weapon or tool. After all, it is remarkably suited to become a spirit of a vessel. Her foremost priority remained the half of the nine tails residing within its belly. As the Grim Reaper's abdomen was rent open, a series of anguished wails echoed through the vast underground space, reverberating incessantly. These were the souls that had been consumed and imprisoned within the Grim Reaper for countless years. Unperturbed by the plight of these ordinary souls, Lilith adeptly pinpointed the one with the most substantial chakra. To her astonishment, she had anticipated extracting a fox, only to instead draw forth a human. Upon observing his golden hair and semi-transparent form, Lilith immediately recognized his identity, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In her sensing, the half of the nine tails was indeed within Minato's being. Clearly, over the years of his imprisonment by the Grim Reaper, he had formed a bond with the nine tails, even becoming its Jinchuriki. To his surprise, Minato found himself confronting Lilith, clad in ceremonial robes. Even he was momentarily entranced by her extraordinary allure, though it lasted but a fleeting instant. With love already residing in his heart, he could not entertain feelings for another. That would be disloyalty to his beloved. Compared to Lilith, his greater concern lay with the bound Grim Reaper behind him. How could one possibly restrain the Grim Reaper? Does the Vajraseal truly possess such power? Being married to a member of the Uzumaki clan, Minato was well acquainted with both the Grim Reaper and the Vajraseal, which is why his skepticism arose. The power of the Vajraseal was not this formidable. Otherwise, the Uzumaki who had previously employed this forbidden technique would not have had to trade their lives. Yet now, the golden chains ensnared the Grim Reaper firmly, the chains coiling around its neck akin to a collar on a pet dog, binding it securely. You must be a member of the Uzumaki clan, correct? As he surveyed the surroundings, taking in the flickering crimson magical arrays, he belatedly sensed that the chains in the area were suffused with a peculiar energy that resembled natural energy, yet was unequivocally not of that nature. Fourth Hokage, I had initially contemplated granting you a reprieve, but it appears that you would be better off remaining within the belly of the Grim Reaper. Lilith did not grant Minato Namikaze the opportunity for idle chatter. The magic circle beneath her feet was activated instantly, draining the chakra from Minato's body. Being a mere spirit form with limited chakra, he became increasingly transparent, on the verge of dissipating. Minato, hold on, I will transfer my chakra to you. We must flee quickly. This woman exudes an aura of extreme danger. We are no match for her. In a bid to prevent Minato from vanishing, the Nine Tails hastily infused its chakra into him, yet its infusion was no match for the speed at which the magic circle siphoned chakra away. Realizing this, it quickly enlarged, attempting to shield Minato within its own form. If only it could extricate him from the circle's reach. Even a fragment of chakra would enable Minato to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape with them both. It was a splendid notion. But Lilith would not afford them such an opportunity. Several golden chains pierced Minato's form, yanking the Nine Tails out amid its terrified shrieks. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, particularly the adamantine sealing, possessed formidable power over tailed beasts. Even the Nine Tails could not resist. This was undoubtedly exacerbated by the sheer potency of Lilith's adamantine sealing. Merely a handful of chains rendered the Nine Tails utterly defenseless. Consequently, the Nine Tails was predictably extracted, bound by Lilith into a metallic sphere the size of a football, and carelessly discarded aside. Meanwhile, devoid of chakra, Minato's spirit waned further, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Who are you? What do you want with the Nine Tails? What are your intentions? Minato weakly knelt, struggling to lift his gaze to Lilith. I seek nothing of consequence. I merely require the Nine Tails as a source of energy. As she spoke, Lilith forced Minato's soul into the belly of the Shinigami. Minato was a rare talent, possessing a unique affinity for space. His soul also bore formidable spatial attributes, ideal for crafting potent weapons and magical artifacts to enhance their efficacy. Souls and bodies represent a form of resource, and exceptional individuals are particularly valuable. In the absence of other resources, population becomes exceedingly precious. Although utilizing life for the purpose of transmutation is inherently cruel, she was not human and thus bore no concern for such notions. Moreover, the sacrifices and rituals involving life, even the creation of artifacts, are deeds far more brutal than those of her dark kin. In comparison, Lilith appeared almost saintly. Observing the restrained Shinigami, she deliberately sealed it within an iron box, storing it with utmost care. She had already devised a plan for the Shinigami's fate, but for now, prioritizing the Nine Tails as the core energy source was paramount. Lilith molded the Nine Tails into a crystal sphere the size of a fist and embedded it at the pinnacle of the tallest tower in the heart of the city. It has become the source of energy for this tower and all the towers within the city. Through the transformation of the magical array, the chakra of the Nine Tails is ceaselessly converted into magical power, which then radiates into the other towers throughout the city. Meanwhile, the dragon vein beneath the ground is dedicated to its subterranean functions and the safeguarding of the area below. After all, beneath the dragon vein, Lilith has also established protective magical arrays, akin to those upon the city walls and the towers above. These magical arrays are interconnected, forming a spherical, all-encompassing defense without any blind spots. Chapter 93, The Scythe 3 days later, within Lilith's alchemical workshop. The defensive array has been successfully established. Now it is your turn. In merely 3 days, Lilith has perfected the energy source of the tower, the magical array, and even the city walls, as well as the underground magical formations. Her magical and mental prowess has significantly evolved. Tasks that previously required months can now be accomplished in mere days. Had it not been for her relentless pursuit of perfection, replacing some outdated arrays with predominantly 5th-tier formations, supplemented by 4th-tier arrays and countless 3rd-tier ones as a foundation. The numerous formations would have fortified the entire city with an impregnable defense. As long as the energy supply is ample, concerns about breaches are unfounded. To prevent energy shortages, any excess magical power is converted into magical crystals for storage while the array operates at its minimum consumption. Even if the Dragon Vein and the Nine Tails capabilities falter one day, these magical crystals will serve as a reliable substitute. Of course, additional energy sources would also provide a remedy. However, apart from the Nine Tails, Lilith has little interest in the other tailed beasts. Presently, the only tailed beast she deems worthy is the 10 Tails. This explains her inaction towards other tailed beasts. She is biding her time, waiting for the Akatsuki to resurrect the 10 Tails, after which she will seize the opportunity. The 10 Tails, captured as an energy core, would far surpass the combined strength of the Dragon Vein and the Nine Tails by dozens, if not hundreds of times. Thus, Lilith remains vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the Akatsuki. Upon awakening, she checked the progress on their side, discovering that they had captured 6-tailed beasts, with only the 5 Tails, 8 Tails, and 9 Tails remaining free. However, the dramatic changes over the years have made the Akatsuki's task of capturing tailed beasts increasingly challenging. Furthermore, with the ninja world growing increasingly wary of the Akatsuki, even forming alliances against them, the organization's operations have become more cautious. Lilith is contemplating whether to lend them a hand. Yet, that is a matter for future consideration. The priority now lies in forging her weapon. Indeed, Lilith intends to craft a weapon for herself. Initially, she envisioned creating a staff, but alas, she has yet to find suitable materials, thus she will forge a weapon for the time being. When it comes to weaponry, she has contemplated various options: swords, spears, and the like. However, after perusing the inherited techniques left by the ancestors of her bloodline, she ultimately chose the scythe as her weapon. It must be acknowledged that the imagery of a young girl, a vampire, and a scythe evokes a certain stereotype, nearly becoming a cliché. Nevertheless, the bloodline's legacy indeed contains numerous techniques pertaining to the use of the scythe. If she can master this weapon, she will find it effortlessly manageable to confront foes of equal stature or even those larger in size. Individuals of the same stature or smaller are more susceptible to decapitation, whereas larger foes can still sustain significant wounds from the scythe, which inflicts deeper lacerations and promotes more pronounced blood loss. As for the scythe's design, Lilith intends to craft it in the likeness of a weapon wielded by a girl known as Shedya, who is capable of summoning a death dragon. Simply put, this scythe must possess an undeniable allure. With the appearance established, the next step is to gather materials. The first confirmed component is the essence of the Grim Reaper. Lilith plans to imbue the scythe with the ability to sever and even consume souls, allowing it to grow by devouring them, a task well within the capabilities of Lilith, who bears the bloodline of the vampire clan. The methods for creating a weapon with such potential are abundant within her heritage. The primary material required is the flesh and blood of the creator, and for an exquisite touch, a hint of soul essence may also be included. If one is to undertake such a creation, it must be executed to perfection. Thus, Lilith aspires to forge the finest weapon achievable at this juncture. However, the presence of the Grim Reaper and her own blood and soul is merely a starting point. She intends to incorporate additional elements to enhance the scythe's powers. For instance, 1 year prior, a colossal city emerged between the Fire Nation and the Rain Nation, inhabited by grotesque beings. This city, enshrouded in black blood, teemed with creatures reminiscent of zombies. Yet, unlike their mindless counterparts, the entities within this forsaken metropolis possess superior strength and speed. More alarmingly, they could survive decapitation, only succumbing when their hearts were pierced. Encasing their hearts was a layer of metallic membrane, rendering them extraordinarily resilient. Even ordinary blades would dull after a few strikes. Nonetheless, these creatures, known as Kabane, were ultimately vanquished by a cadre of exceptional ninjas. Though numerous casualties ensued, the Kabane did not proliferate unchecked like werewolves, thus averting a potential calamity. What captivated Lilith's interest was the Kabane virus that the creatures harbored. The ability of ordinary humans to produce a metal tougher than steel and even construct vast metallic nests was enough to pique her curiosity. Conveniently, the castle also contained specimens of the Kabane virus, along with a significant number of living Kabane, all captured under Makoto's orders. The dungeons of the city held a plethora of diverse species that had surfaced over the years. However, those beings would have ample time for study in the future. Lilith extracted the Kabane virus, intending to enhance it further. Since it is capable of infecting living beings, this falls squarely within her expertise. The vampire clan has conducted extensive research in this domain. Once immersed in her studies, Lilith's creativity flowed forth in a cascade of inspiration. She began by placing the virus in an area saturated with magical energy, observing its transformations. Subsequently, she employed blood magic to enhance the virus, resulting in remarkably favorable transformations. She then directed the fortified virus to consume the T-virus, discovering that its vitality had become exceedingly robust. Following this, Lilith concentrated her efforts on modifying the host aspect. As her research progressed, Lilith summoned several blood thralls for further enhancements, yielding equally promising results. A cohort of warriors possessing the formidable strength of great knights was produced, with elite individuals even acquiring the powers of the earth-shattering knights. Moreover, they gained the extraordinary ability to utilize the virus within their bodies to fabricate a unique metal. This metal not only served as a means for offense and defense, but also possessed healing properties alongside formidable infectious capabilities. Its functionalities can be deemed impressively comprehensive. Chapter 94. The Scythe of Death. After the soldiers, whom Lilith had designated as Kabane warriors, were replicated by her subordinates, Lilith belatedly realized that she had somewhat strayed from her original purpose. Was she not intent on crafting weapons? Thus, she returned to the alchemical workshop to continue her exploration of weapon materials. Lilith meticulously added a dash of one substance here and a hint of another there, enhancing the mixture with blood magic. Ultimately, her desired material was finally created. It was a unique metal, entirely black, adorned with crimson patterns resembling blood vessels. Upon completion, Lilith fashioned a sample using her own blood, for although the material appeared to be ready, its alignment with Lilith's expectations could only be determined through experimentation. Subsequently, she took the scythe to the training grounds. The towering scythe, standing at 2 meters, 2 heads taller than Lilith, seemed utterly disproportionate in her delicate hands. After all, for someone as graceful and noble as Lilith, wielding a slender sword or perhaps a staff would have been far more fitting than brandishing a colossal scythe. However, Lilith's intention in crafting the scythe was not for mere amusement. She had ascended to the rank of Archmage, and barring any extraordinary events, it would take her at least a millennium to potentially reach the status of Saint Mage. Within this span of 1,000 years, she could not afford to remain idle. The greatest advantage of the immortal beings was time. They possessed ample opportunity to rectify their shortcomings. For instance, although Lilith wielded formidable magical prowess capable of overwhelming even dragons, she had never practiced her melee combat skills. Now, alongside her magical studies, she resolved to prioritize the development of her close combat abilities. Arriving at the training ground, Lilith awkwardly swung the massive scythe. Due to her inexperience, she came perilously close to injuring herself several times, causing her maid on the sidelines to watch in anxious concern. After a few more swings, Lilith paused. Given that the scythe was a growth-type weapon, the initial strength and sharpness of the blade were not of paramount importance. What mattered were the intrinsic properties of the materials, and whether they resonated with Lilith's intent. As she channeled her magical energy into the scythe, the crimson patterns on its surface began to glow vividly. Following this, with the blade angled skyward, she executed a swift upward motion towards the distant wall, carving out a blood-red crescent. This crescent shot forth at remarkable speed, effortlessly piercing through the wall and continuing into the distance. ultimately slicing through several buildings before gradually fading from view. This was the result of Lilith restraining her power. Otherwise, the attack could have even breached the aerial defensive barrier. Yet, Lilith was unconcerned with its offensive capabilities. With a casual wave of her hand, she dissipated the dust and gazed at the severed wall. At that moment, on either side of the wall, crystalline structures resembling thorns had begun to sprout, some reaching several meters in height. Lilith approached these crystals, gently prodding them with her scythe. A sound as crystalline and resonant as expanding glass echoed in Lilith's ears. Clearly, these crystals were of exquisite quality, possessing remarkable clarity that would fetch an astronomical price in human society. Yet, what captivated Lilith was not the crystal's beauty, but rather their hardness. With a swift stroke of her scythe, she struck the crystal, producing a sharp clang. The unenhanced blade merely sank slightly into the surface, revealing its brittle nature. Lilith then summoned a batch of live livestock, soon receiving 3 pigs and 2 cows. With her scythe, she made a small incision on their bodies. In less than a second, the animals let out agonizing cries and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. From their bodies, blood-red thorns began to sprout, visibly draining their life force. Once they had completely perished, the crimson thorns had overtaken them, growing over a meter in height, even though they had been transformed into vampires. The horrific scene was a first for the maids present. Before arriving here, they had been daughters of nobility or wealthy merchants, well cared for and chosen to serve in the castle. Despite their fear, the maids dared not move, bowing their heads in anticipation of Lilith's command. Lilith paid no heed to their terror. Her gaze remained fixed on the fallen livestock, her dissatisfaction with the scythe's capabilities evident. It was not that its power was inadequate or only effective against such feeble creatures. Rather, Lilith envisioned crafting the scythe into a tool capable of both offense and defense. One that could absorb the blood of her enemies to facilitate her own healing, akin to the metal forged by the Cabane warriors. However, Lilith desired more than mere utility. She intended to retain the infectious nature of the virus itself. This meant that any creature struck by the scythe would be transformed into a mindless battlefield pawn, reminiscent of the Cabane warriors. Moreover, those turned into such pawns would be under Lilith's control, morphing into mobile, blood-red crystal bombs that would detonate upon contact. Yet, it was evident that much improvement was needed. Thus, Lilith placed the scythe into storage, determined to forge a second one. After numerous failures, she finally crafted a scythe that resonated with her vision. The next step involved binding the soul of the Grim Reaper within it, using her own flesh and blood as the anchor. This was not the end. To truly integrate the soul of the Grim Reaper and achieve her desired outcome, there remained many trials ahead. 3 months later, after countless failures due to incompatibility and the inefficacy of magic, Lilith finally crafted the weapon she named the Scythe of Death. This scythe features a handle predominantly black, accented with red, and at the junction of the blade and the handle lies a colossal eye, gazing forth as if it were the very eye of the Grim Reaper. Surrounding this ocular centerpiece are rings of black, crimson, and white, while the latter half of the blade is adorned in white, and the former half in red. Lilith has devoted immense effort to the creation of this scythe. And at last, her endeavor has borne fruit. Chapter 95, The Chaotic Ninja World as Lilith secluded herself to forge her battle scythe. The world outside remained as tumultuous as ever. Indeed, it had become even more chaotic. Firstly, the current expanse of the ninja world was thrice that of the past. If it were merely the land area that had increased threefold, it would have been manageable, even bringing joy to the landowners. However, it was not just the land that had expanded. Mountains, lakes, oceans, and polar regions had all grown 3 times larger. Most critically, with this expansion, vast uninhabited territories had been inexplicably overrun by a plethora of peculiar creatures. The wilderness, in particular, had become increasingly perilous, and even the collection of taxes had turned into a dangerous endeavor, compelling landowners to hire ninjas for protection. Yet, the issue was that the ninjas were also overwhelmed. Though the territory had expanded, the number of ninjas had not increased. Even the 5 great ninja villages found themselves stretched thin, struggling to manage an ever-growing number of requests. Moreover, Konoha, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure had significantly reduced their task acquisitions. For them, the protection of their Jinchuriki was now of utmost importance. The Akatsuki organization had momentarily quieted, but such tranquility could not be expected to last indefinitely. The land of water, already isolated, faced further difficulties as the oceanic expanse tripled, rendering travel exceedingly arduous, hinting at a complete transformation into an isolated island. Conversely, the situation in the land of wind was, to be frank, even more dire. It remained shrouded in deserts. And despite its area having expanded threefold, the number of oases had scarcely increased. Presently, the land of wind contemplated an invasion of the neighboring smaller nations. Even these diminutive realms, with their territories now roughly half the size of previous major nations, could not hope to defend such vast expanses. Thus, the surrounding smaller nations, having scarcely savored their territorial expansion, found themselves forcefully stripped of 2/3 of their lands by the land of wind. While the lands being claimed were largely barren due to their proximity to the land of wind, they were still preferable to the arid deserts, with many areas suitable for cultivation. Nobles, weary of the harsh conditions in the land of wind, swiftly relocated to the newly acquired territories, enjoying a more comfortable existence than before. Prior to their migration, they even sought Lilith's counsel, suggesting she also depart from the desolate wasteland. Lilith acquiesced to their relocation, but chose not to move her city. It was not due to a lack of capability, but rather, at that moment, she was engrossed in forging her battle scythe. Nonetheless, she had no intention of relocating. As the city's defensive barrier activated, the internal environment diverged entirely from the outside world, stabilizing between 10 and 20 degrees Celsius, with a minimal temperature fluctuation of less than 10 degrees between day and night. Furthermore, with the barrier shielding the sunlight, the comfort level was significantly enhanced. Moreover, as Lilith's vigilance advanced, so too did the prowess of the shadow wolves, allowing them to leap further within the shadows. Even with the collaboration of numerous shadow wolves, they are capable of executing shadow leaps across several nations. There exists no concern regarding interruptions in the transportation of goods. Thus, Lilith harbors no intention of relocating. The actions of the Wind Country soon caught the attention of other nations. However, they chose not to interfere. After all, given the Wind Country's dire circumstances, meddling further might provoke them into war, resulting in a disastrous outcome. Moreover, the Wind Country has displayed restraint, leaving portions of territory to the smaller nations, maintaining a buffer zone between the larger powers. As long as they do not share a direct border, it poses no issue. Nevertheless, the actions of the Wind Country served as a reminder to two other nations. Unlike the fertile soil of the Fire Country, while the Earth and Thunder countries possess environments slightly superior to that of the Wind Country, they are still far from ideal. One is arid, and the other is mountainous, neither conducive to agriculture, rendering self-sufficiency in food unattainable. Now, with the opportunity to acquire more land laid before them, how could they resist? Consequently, the neighboring smaller nations found themselves in dire straits. Over the next 2 months, the territories of the Earth and Thunder countries expanded once again, acquiring substantial arable land. The Rain Country, a small nation nestled inland and bordered by the Fire, Wind, and Earth countries, should, in theory, possess little of significance aside from serving as a strategic buffer. However, true to its name, the Rain Country is perpetually shrouded in rainfall throughout the year. In this land, sunny days are exceedingly rare. This peculiar phenomenon seems unremarkable to the inhabitants of this world, as the Rain Country has been in this state since its establishment centuries ago. In fact, it has reigned in the Rain Country for an astonishing millennium. The likely cause of this phenomenon stems from the remnants of the battle between Kaguya Otsutsuki and her 2 sons. Just as the divine tree may have taken root in the Wind Country, it is entirely plausible that the residual power from Kaguya's conflicts would manifest in the Rain Country, which borders the Wind Country. Initially, the Rain Country, despite its oddities, did not attract much attention. However, as its territory expanded, so too did the areas cloaked in rain, leading to a remarkable spectacle that caught the eye of the neighboring Earth Country. The abundance of water in the Rain Country starkly contrasted with the scarcity in the Earth Country, triggering a sense of imbalance. Thus, Yuki contemplated a scheme to divert the Rain Country's precipitation to the Earth Country, inspired by the neighboring Orochimaru. With the tumultuous changes in the ninja world, Orochimaru perceived a deficiency in Konoha's defenses and consequently reinforced the barrier team while assembling a construction squad to renovate the village. Yamaki envisioned constructing a grand canal through the Art of Earth release, intending to channel the abundant rainfall of the Land of Rain into the Land of Earth. Undoubtedly, this would be a monumental endeavor. However, if successful, it could effectively alleviate the water scarcity that plagues the Land of Earth. After all, the rainfall in the Land of Rain is in such excess that it is almost overflowing. Yet, before this vision can be realized, An obstacle must first be addressed. A significant portion of the Land of Rain is currently under the dominion of the Land of Wind. Although the majority of the territory governed by the Land of Wind consists of arid deserts, the newly acquired lands still require water. Thus, the Yamaki's plan clearly entails seizing resources from the Land of Wind. Chapter 96. Preparing for independence after a series of negotiations. The Land of Wind acquiesced to Naka's request to construct a canal within the Land of Rain to divert water toward the Land of Earth. Yet they steadfastly refused to cede any territory, permitting only the right to protect their own canal. Consequently, the diminutive Land of Rain became a convergence point for the forces of Awagakure, Sunagakure, and the Akatsuki organization. Crucially, both the Awagakure and Sunagakure failed to regard the Land of Rain with the seriousness it warranted. Unbeknownst to them, the once vibrant village of Amagakure had devolved into a mere fade, now dominated by the presence of the Akatsuki. Strikingly, the Akatsuki remained inexplicably silent regarding the actions of the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind concerning their territories. In fact, several months prior, following the retrieval of the Seven Tails, the Akatsuki had fallen into a state of silence. The root of this silence lay in the troubles afflicting the leader of the Akatsuki. He was not deceased, but rather entangled in a predicament far more complex than death itself. Shortly after the recovery of the Seven Tails, the Akatsuki had intended to capture the Five Tails from the Land of Earth. However, during this period, Nagato stumbled upon an extraordinary creature within a waterway of Amagakure. This creature was an enormous fish, clad in a tough, scaly armor, armed with razor-sharp teeth, and possessing an astonishing biting force, measuring an astounding 4 meters in length. Most notably, Nagato discovered that this fish was absorbing the chakra dispersed in the rainwater of Amagakure, and within its being, he detected a peculiar energy. Intrigued, he captured the creature and, after conducting a thorough examination, discerned that it was not merely chakra it consumed. It appeared to absorb other forms of energy as well, transmuting them into a different kind of power. Utilizing the power of the Rinnegan, Nagato extracted the fish's soul and scrutinized its memories, uncovering an astonishing revelation. This fish did not belong to their world. It hailed from another realm. This revelation left Nagato profoundly astonished, leading him to ponder whether another world was beginning to merge with theirs, resulting in the emergence of such bizarre creatures and an expansion of their own realm. This notion intensified Nagato's resolve to resurrect the Ten Tails. One could foresee that the future world would be fraught with peril, and to safeguard their existence, he required greater strength. However, he was acutely aware of his deteriorating condition. His body weakened day by day, with the burdens of the Rinnegan and the Outer Path's golem growing increasingly heavy. As the number of tailed beasts absorbed by the golem multiplied, the ensuing strain would only escalate. Could he truly endure this? Thus, he turned his attention to the fish he had captured. From its memories, Nagato acquired a unique breathing technique. This was an innate ability of the fish, but when applied to others, it transformed into a method capable of guiding mortals toward the extraordinary. It enabled them to inhale and exhale the magical energies of the external world, thereby enhancing their physical constitution. Of course, the fish's capabilities extended beyond this. As a magical beast, it could absorb magical energy through its internal core and even unleash spells. However, humans lacked such a core, rendering them unable to master this skill. Yet for Nagato, the ordinary breathing technique sufficed. Most importantly, Nagato possesses remarkable talent. Even the breathing technique acquired from a magical beast was swiftly mastered. Although this technique is quite primitive and unsuitable for humans, Nagato adapted to it and sensed a gradual restoration of his withered body. Although the improvement was minimal, it was indeed tangible, filling Nagato with immense joy. He understood that this world harbored more than a single magical beast, prompting him to instruct Konan to capture additional beasts. Should he encounter formidable ones, he would personally endeavor to seize them alive. Thus, Nagato amassed an increasing repertoire of breathing techniques, eventually innovating and crafting one that was most suitable for himself. His physical condition improved significantly, nearly returning to the state he was in when he summoned the Outer Path Golem. However, to regain his peak form would likely take several decades. This was still due to Obito Uchiha deliberately concealing the T-virus from him. Otherwise, his recovery would have been expedited. Konan, lacking expertise in research, found herself at a loss regarding the T-virus. Nevertheless, Nagato remained undeterred, having discovered another effective method for rejuvenation: consumption. The flesh of magical beasts proved to be immensely nourishing, particularly for someone as frail as Nagato. whose recovery became increasingly pronounced. As Nagato's condition improved, Obito and his cohorts grew anxious. The stronger Nagato became, the more difficult he would be to control should he fully recuperate. The Moon Eye plan might very well transform into a Ten Tails deterrent strategy. At this juncture, Obito suddenly conceived the idea of acting independently. With only the 5 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails remaining unrecuperated, he began to feel a sense of urgency. In his mind, the Moon Eye plan ought to be under his control, allowing him to create a world where Rin existed. If Madara were in charge, would there be a place for Rin in that world? Thus, Obito remained vigilant against Black Zetsu, even though he still required his power, especially while Nagato remained stable. In reality, Black Zetsu was even more anxious than Obito. He was acutely aware of Nagato's current endeavors. The powers he cultivated were intricately linked to natural energy, and therein lay the dilemma. Though a product of yin-yang release with his mother's contingency plan, he still held lethal confidence against contemporary ninjas, even against Uchiha Madara. However, if Nagato truly achieved Sage Mode, it was uncertain whether Black Zetsu's attacks would be effective, as Nagato would wield a power that could threaten him. Consequently, both parties reached a tacit agreement to pursue their own paths. At this moment, Nagato remained oblivious to Obito and Black Zetsu's intentions, utterly engrossed in his training. One day, while Konan ventured out in search of new magical beasts, Obito Uchiha silently infiltrated the hidden chamber where Nagato resided. As Nagato opened his eyes, he beheld the figure concealed behind the mask of Obito Uchiha. This individual, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, had always instilled a sense of caution in Nagato. After all, he possesses exceedingly formidable space-time ninjutsu, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to lower their guard. Nagato, you are merely 3 steps away from completion. Why have you paused? Have you forgotten your aspirations? Uchiha Obito coldly inquired. You lack the standing to question me, and before your next ambush, you would do well to conceal your murderous intent. Nagato retorted. In that moment, the power of his Rinnegan erupted, unleashing a formidable repulsive force that emanated outward in all directions. Shinra Tensei. Yet, despite the tremendous power capable of upheaving the very earth, it inflicted no harm upon Uchiha Obito, as though such assaults were entirely non-existent to him. Chapter 97. Just one tail short. Nagato harbored no illusions that such a level of assault could prove effective. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared, encircling him protectively. The foremost, the Deva Path Pain, cast a cold gaze upon Uchiha Obito. Your power is indeed formidable, but in the presence of these eyes, before the divine, all struggles are in vain. Divine? Uchiha Obito scoffed derisively. Merely a pawn. Without hesitation, Obito charged straight at Nagato, seemingly oblivious to the summoned beasts surrounding him, as well as the missiles hurtling toward him. In truth, he had no need to evade. His Manjiki Sharingan technique, known as Kamui, allowed him to conceal himself within a dimension called the Kamui space. In this realm, his physical form was but a mere phantom, impervious to any external assaults. Thus, he dismissed all attacks and obstacles, advancing directly to Nagato's front. He extended his index and middle fingers, poised to strike at Nagato's eyes. Just as his fingers neared within a mere centimeter of Nagato's gaze, he halted, not by choice, but by necessity. At that moment, the human path had thrust its hand into the space where Obito's fingers hovered, while its other hand pressed firmly against his abdomen. Should you dare to reveal yourself, the human path will instantly extract your soul. Your space-time ninjutsu is indeed impressive, but once you initiate an attack, your body will inevitably manifest in the external world. Shall we test whose movements are swifter, yours or mine? Impressive, indeed, for one who wields the Rinnegan to discern the flaw in my ocular technique so swiftly. However, this is not so much a flaw as it is a fundamental truth. Obito did not expect to subdue Nagato merely based on this insight. At that moment, the white Zetsu, adorned with a pigweed hat, slowly emerged. The situation became tense. Zetsu's presence immediately captured Devapath Pain's attention. Just then, Nagato felt something amiss. Suddenly, he realized that the chakra within him had become unmanageable. Even the power of the Rinnegan was beyond his control. What is happening? A pool of black liquid began to envelop him from beneath. Acting decisively, Nagato attempted to launch an attack while his 6 paths remained under control, but Obito, who had been motionless, sprang into action. Unbeknownst to anyone, he produced a massive fan, sending the 6 paths spiraling away before placing his hand upon Nagato, conjuring a vortex that consumed them all. The 6 paths, now bereft of all momentum, collapsed to the ground. Within the Kamui space, Nagato found that only his eyeballs retained any mobility. Astonished, he gazed at the black Zetsu enveloping him, uttering a voice laced with disbelief. How is this possible? That question is best pondered in the Pure Land, came the retort. Obito Uchiha was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Rinnegan, fearing that Kagaya Black would lose control over him for too long. Without hesitation, he drew a kunai and slashed it across Nagato's neck. Concerned that Nagato might still possess the capacity for resistance, he thrust the kunai into Nagato's abdomen and chest multiple times. Had it not been for the fear of damaging the Rinnegan, Obito would have aimed directly at his forehead. Nevertheless, even with the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato gradually lost all ability to resist after sustaining such critical injuries. It was only when Nagato completely ceased to exhibit any signs of life that Kagaya Black finally descended from his form, waiting until Obito extracted Nagato's eyes. The Rinnegan was finally in his grasp. However, Obito, can you truly bear the burden of the Rinnegan? Kagaya Black inquired with a hint of concern. Fear not. Merely transplanting one will suffice, Obito replied confidently. The ability of Kimui was incredibly convenient for him, and considering the significant strain the Rinnegan imposed on the body, transplanting just one eye indeed seemed a prudent approach. Only one Rinnegan. It might prove challenging to control the Ten Tails, wouldn't it? Whether it can be done will only be revealed through experimentation. After a period of adaptation with the transplanted Rinnegan, Obito summoned the Outer Path Golem and confirmed that it indeed functioned as intended. The subsequent task was to capture the remaining three-tailed beasts. The capture of the Five Tails and Eight Tails proceeded without incident. However, what Obito and his team overlooked was that the Eight Tails host, Killer Bee, had not perished. He had been swept away through a sewer and into a river, only daring to emerge once he had escaped Amigakure. While the first two-tailed beasts posed no unexpected challenges, the Nine Tails eluded Obito completely, despite his exhaustive search throughout Konohagakure. Obito initially intended to reclaim all the tailed beasts in one fell swoop to resurrect the Ten Tails, but it now appeared he could only allow the Outer Path Golem to consume the remaining tailed beasts for the time being. Now, a dilemma arose. The Outer Path Golem had absorbed the chakra of 8 tailed beasts, leaving only the Nine Tails. Yet, the Nine Tails was nowhere to be found in the Leaf Village. The progress toward reviving the Ten Tails had come to a standstill. At this juncture, without the assistance of Master Orochimaru or the Edo Tensei technique, they could not summon the Gold and Silver Brothers to substitute for the Nine Tails. In a state of desperation, Obito resorted to wreaking havoc in Konohagakure, hoping to force the Nine Tails out into the open. Meanwhile, where was Naruto? He was currently training in Sage Mode at Mount Myaboku, thanks to Jiraiya's earlier guidance. Naruto had been exposed to Senjutsu for several years. Coupled with his innate talent, when Jiraiya deemed the time right, he brought Naruto to Mount Myaboku. This fortunate turn of events allowed Naruto to evade Obito's assault. Furthermore, as Jiraiya was also at Mount Myaboku instructing Naruto, he remained blissfully unaware of the attack currently ravaging Konohagakure. Simultaneously, a mysterious figure arrived within the Kamui space. What a perfect place to find you, Obito. You truly chose a safe haven. Consequently, after gaining the ability to manipulate the Outer Path Golem, Obito directly transported it into the Kamui dimension, effectively carrying it with him. Thus, Lilith exerted considerable effort to locate the Kamui space and arrive here. She had already opened 8 eyes, with only the 9th remaining. Gazing upon the malevolent Outer Path Golem before her, Lilith produced a crystal ball, which contained a substantial amount of chakra extracted from the Nine Tails. With a decisive crack, Lilith shattered the crystal ball, causing a torrent of chakra to surge forth. The entire Outer Path Golem trembled, instinctively opening its gaping maw to greedily absorb the chakra released by Lilith. Simultaneously, in the sewers of the Land of Water, Conan discovered Nagato's lifeless body, ensnared in a fence, buried beneath debris, and gnawed upon by rats.